Chapter 1, The Dormitory is My Home. Sully opened his eyes, stood up from the ground, and lightly dusted off his down jacket, absent-mindedly licking his cracked, bleeding lips. He was very thirsty, extremely thirsty, thirsty enough to drink an entire barrel of water. This was the only thought in Sully's mind right now, but he still forced himself to hold back. Before he even opened his eyes, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice appeared in his mind. Welcome to the world of Rule Weird Tales. Please maintain a good mental state and find the way to clear the game. Otherwise, you will lose not only yourself, but also your country. Sully felt a bit helpless in his heart. After this parallel world was strangely invaded, every 7 days, a lucky person would be selected from each country. Since the moment they entered the world of Rule Weird Tales, all their actions would be broadcast live to viewers worldwide. Sully had watched many people's live streams before, and he never expected that this time, when the new instance began, it would choose him, who was currently undergoing an examination at the hospital. Alright then, since it has come, I'll accept it. Sully adjusted his mindset and digested the memories that suddenly appeared in his mind. Apart from the vast knowledge from high school, all he had was the information that his grades were in the top 3 of his first-year class. Did I become a high school student? After some simple organization, Sully began to inspect himself. There was a glow-in-the-dark electronic watch on his left wrist, showing the time as 9:40 p.m. It should be after the start of winter, as he could feel the chill in the air, and the black down jacket he was wearing confirmed this judgment. He searched through his clothes but found nothing unusual. All the pockets were empty, except for a school badge pinned to his chest that read, First Year, Class 7, Sully. He was not surprised that he was still called Sully in the instance. Perhaps it was a method used by this strange world to enhance immersion. Every chosen one in the instance would have the same name as themselves, a fact Sully had already learned from watching other people's streams before. After forcefully swallowing some saliva, easing the discomfort in his throat caused by thirst, Sully began to move around lightly, adjusting to the body of a high school student that he had suddenly returned to. At the same time, he observed the room he was in. It was a typical high school dormitory, with a bunk bed structure and desks underneath. The bedding on the 4 beds was neatly arranged, and there was almost no garbage on the floor except for some dust. On the left side bed's wall was a poster of Wang Lufei. On the right side was a poster of an anime girl holding a long sword, with a tuft of hair on her head, wearing blue and white armor. On the left front bed's wall was an inspirational poster with the slogan, Life is rare, how can you not fight when the time comes? And on the right front bed, the one closest to the dormitory door, there was nothing posted, completely clean. It seemed that this dormitory had 4 people, each with a slightly different personality. Sully then walked to the back balcony of the dormitory. It was also very clean with no garbage. It looked as if someone cleaned it every day. However, strangely, Sully only saw a dustpan, but no broom or mop. Oh, they even installed iron railings. Sully tried them, and they were sturdy. With the strength of his current body, he couldn't force them open. Looking through the gap, he saw a river below, and he was likely on the 5th or 6th floor. After finishing his inspection of the balcony, Sully returned to the dormitory room. What is he doing? Why is he walking around everywhere? It's his first time entering an instance, so he needs to understand the situation, otherwise he won't even know how he died. No way, look at his lips, they're cracked and bleeding. I still think the priority is to find some water to drink first. Agreed. This chosen one doesn't seem very smart. Bullshit, this is called being cautious, do you understand? Look, there's something. The audience in the live stream, who had been debating, all held their breath and looked at the screen. They saw Sully stop searching and stand behind the dormitory door, staring at an A4 paper on it. Gujian High School is a prestigious school with a long history, having cultivated countless heroes over the years. We hope students strictly demand of themselves and become another pride of Gujian High School. Welcome to become a part of Gujian High School. The dormitory is my home, and safety and hygiene depend on everyone. 1. Each dormitory has 4 beds. Without permission, you cannot sleep in another person's bed. 2. Students must help each other, be kind to others, and not directly refuse others' goodwill. 3. The hot water in the hot water room has been disinfected at high temperatures and can be used for washing or drinking. Additionally, the self-study room also provides purified water for students. If you want to drink it, you need to bring your own container. 4. Pets are not allowed in the dormitory. If an animal shows signs of aggression towards you, immediately enter your room and do not attempt to fight it. 5. After lights out, the dormitory door will be locked, and you cannot open it without a key. 6. Please maintain the hygiene of both the dormitory and yourself. 7. The dormitory cleanliness is the responsibility of the on-duty student of the day. Trash must be placed in the large trash bin in the hallway before lights out. 8. You cannot roam around the dormitory building after lights out. Sully silently read all the contents on the paper, and an uncomfortable and strange feeling rose in his heart. At the very beginning, the phrase cultivated countless heroes made him involuntarily imagine a scene of human head-potted plants. And although most of the following rules seemed fine at first glance, Sully knew that in the world of strange rule-based horror stories, there was something called it. It would alter the rules given in the copy, mislead the chosen one, and create traps. The copy, which should be easy to pass by simply following the true rules without doing anything reckless, would become extremely difficult. Because you need to discern which rule is fake, altered by it, among many real rules, and then find a way to correct it to find the true path to the end. Otherwise, you could get polluted and mutated, and in severe cases, it could directly lead to death. Sully carefully looked at the A4 paper in front of him. Rule number 6, maintain the hygiene of both the dormitory and yourself. He had already checked himself when he woke up. His clothes were clean and neat, and the dormitory also seemed to be in good condition. So, this rule was most likely true and needed to be followed. But rule number 4 made Sully feel a little uneasy. It clearly said no pets were allowed, so no animal should be in the dormitory. But the latter part mentioned how to respond to animal attacks. If this rule was true, there was an obvious conflict. The animal couldn't be from the dormitory building. It must have entered from the outside, or someone in the dormitory was raising it. Was it the people in this dormitory, or someone else? Sully furrowed his brows, about to continue thinking about the other rules when suddenly his expression changed slightly, and he quickly stepped back a few paces. Because the dormitory door had been pushed open from the outside. Sully? A young student stood at the door. Seeing Sully in the dormitory, he seemed a bit surprised. I wondered why you ran off after class, turns out you came back to the dormitory. The student seemed to have thought of something, and grinned mischievously. Were you sneaking back to do something good behind our backs? Sully had no memory of any relationship with the person standing in front of him. He didn't answer, just smiled faintly. But then he noticed that on the other person's chest, there was also a school badge, Class 7, Grade 1, Hi. It seemed like they were from the same class, and since he appeared here at this moment, it was likely that they were roommates. He wasn't sure which bed Hi slept on, though. Hi saw that Sully didn't respond and didn't mind. He limped past Sully's side. He picked up a thermos from the floor, poured a cup of water into a mug with a cartoon girl printed on it, and drank it all in one go. It's so refreshing. Damn! How long has it been since you drank water? Why is your mouth so dry? After drinking the water, Hi noticed that Sully's face was a bit pale, and his lips were cracked from dehydration, even oozing a faint trace of blood. He paused for a moment, then quickly grabbed the same cup, poured another drink, and handed it to Sully. Water. Now that Hi had drunk a cup and seemed fine, Sully still felt something wasn't right looking at the steaming cup of water. Hi didn't know what Sully was thinking. Seeing Sully just staring at it without reaching for the cup, he scratched his head awkwardly. I know you're someone who cares about cleanliness, but you left your cup in the study room yesterday when you were explaining problems to Wushan, so just make do and use mine. In this cold winter, the air is dry, and you need to drink hot water. Once these words were spoken, the viewers in the live stream began to discuss. Is this water clean? Can we drink it? Why not? Didn't you see the other student just drink a cup? Sully, brother, drink it quickly. If you don't, I feel like you're going to pass out here. I think we should be cautious. Even though the rules say it's drinkable, what if it's a fake rule? Experts from the Daxia Kingdom's analysis group were watching the livestream very seriously. This was the first choice Sully faced after entering the instance, which concerned not only his life safety but also the fate of the entire Daxia Kingdom. They had no choice but to be cautious. I think this water shouldn't be drunk, at least not now. Even though Hi already drank it, no one can guarantee there won't be issues later. I agree, the water in the thermos is probably from a hot water room. The rules say it's drinkable, but we don't know if it's a fake rule. But did you notice rule 2? You can't refuse someone's kindness. If Sully refuses to drink the water, I feel like something bad will happen. And Sully's condition is really bad right now. Humans can't survive without water for more than 3 to 7 days. From his symptoms, it looks like he hasn't had water for at least 3 or 4 days. It's already very dangerous. Members of the expert group came from various fields and each had their own opinion about Sully's condition, but the current situation didn't allow them to continue discussing like this. They needed to make a decision quickly. The experts couldn't help but focus their attention on the leader of the group. There's too little information. Let's observe the situation of other countries' chosen ones first. The leader, with sharp eyes, looked at Sully, who remained silent in the livestream. A minute after Sully entered the instance world, his profile had already been placed on the leader's desk. In Daxia Kingdom, Sully was a corporate slave with no house, no car, and no savings. He was introverted, didn't like to talk to people, and followed the rules at work. He basically didn't participate in any social activities, and even avoided company dinners whenever he could. He must also be suffering from some kind of illness, and just before being selected, he was still undergoing an examination in the hospital. After reading the information, he originally had little hope for Suli. All the data indicated that the other party was just an ordinary person, plain to the point of being unremarkable. But after entering the instance, Suli's performance completely exceeded the team leader's expectations. Not only did he forcefully suppress his intense thirst for water, but in a very short time, he thoroughly investigated all the information about the dormitory and discovered the rules posted behind the dormitory door. And now, even when a student named Hihai brought water to him, extremely dehydrated, he did not immediately take it, instead choosing to remain silent. The adaptability to the environment and the endurance shown here are things many people cannot compare to. Therefore, the team leader has temporarily decided not to use the hint opportunity. The events in the world of strange tales are far too bizarre to be analyzed or judged by common sense. They are even so strange that the world of strange tales has granted them a privilege. Whenever the chosen ones from their country enter an instance, the expert team will receive hint opportunities. They can directly use the information and analysis they've gathered, and choose the right time to provide hints to the chosen one. Once a hint is given, the information will be transmitted to the chosen one's mind in real time, but even so, only a rare few chosen ones manage to complete the strange tale world instance. This is because their hint opportunities are not unlimited, but only 3 times. Because of this, their hints should not be just to help at the right time, but should serve as a lifeline, a crucial aid to help them survive. And now, the only thing their expert team needs to do is to wait for the actions of the chosen ones from other countries, observe who can't hold on first, and then observe their reactions and event feedback. When a person is without water for 3 or 4 days, how will they react when water is brought to them? Although Suli resisted, it does not mean that everyone can do the same. After all, the chosen ones are selected randomly, not everyone is a specially trained soldier. Meanwhile, in the Sakura country livestream, Sakamoto had already been enduring intense discomfort. Since entering the instance, although he hadn't carefully inspected the dormitory, he still noticed the rules behind the door and the kettle at the door. He originally planned to directly pour the water and drink it, but he was afraid there was something wrong with the water. After all, he had watched other chosen ones' live streams. But now, Hihai, who had just returned, had already drunk a large cup in front of him, and the other person looked like a normal student, even joking with him. This strong sense of ordinary everyday life made his remaining bit of patience completely dissipate. He didn't even have time to say thank you, suddenly grabbing the cup and gulping down a big mouthful. A refreshing sensation shot up to his brain, causing Sakamoto to finish the entire cup of water in one breath. After putting the cup down, Sakamoto immediately felt that his discomfort had eased by more than half. He wiped the corner of his mouth in great satisfaction, feeling that in his entire life, he had never thought that something as plain and ordinary as water could be so delicious. After waiting a moment, Sakamoto didn't notice any abnormality in his body, so he decided to pour another glass of water for himself and drink it. Looks like this third rule is correct. This instance is nothing special. Sakamoto smiled inwardly. When he watched others' live streams before, he felt some of the instance worlds were ridiculously simple. Now that he personally experienced it, it was even simpler than he imagined. But what he didn't notice was, as he was drinking water, the muscles on Ihai's face, standing beside him, suddenly twitched quickly, then returned to the same smile as before. Chapter 3, Foreseeing Death. On the other side, in the beautiful country's live broadcast room, Terry Cook stared at the cup in Ihai's hand, his body yearning for water, but his mind resisted. The feeling of dehydration was unpleasant, but now, if he just took the cup from his roommate in front of him, the problem would be solved. It was too easy. There must be a problem. Could it be that the third rule is wrong? Can't drink the water from the thermos? But Ihai had clearly drunk from it right in front of him. What's wrong? Aren't you thirsty now? Why not drink? Ihai pushed the cup forward again. Cook's gaze fell on the cup through the rising steam. Suddenly, his face changed dramatically, and his body retreated uncontrollably. Don't worry, it's not hot. Ihai smiled and took a sip gently, but this action made Cook's expression worsen, even causing a few cold beads of sweat to appear on his forehead in the misty winter air. No, I won't drink it. Cook instinctively waved his hand wildly in refusal, but as soon as the words left his mouth, his heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to try and say something to fix the situation, he noticed that Ihai, who had been approaching him, actually stopped and turned around to put the cup back on the table. Oh, thank God. Cook sighed with relief, lowered his head, and propped himself up with his hands on his knees, gasping heavily. He had just barely passed a test, it had been too close. He felt his hair being blown by something. He instinctively looked up, only to find that Ihai's face was nearly pressed against his. The beautiful country live broadcast room went black. Did I just see that wrong? The person from Sakura country drank the water, and Ihai's expression seemed to change for a moment? I saw it too. It was like he was possessed. In the Daxia country's live broadcast room, viewers who had watched the entire live broadcasts from both Sakura country and the beautiful country felt a chill down their spines. Drinking the water won't kill you immediately, but it doesn't seem like a good thing either. But didn't the person from beautiful country refuse? The screen went black. You can't drink, and you can't not drink. Luckily they didn't pick me, or I would have been dead within 5 minutes of the show starting. The barrage of comments suddenly paused for a moment as they saw Sully move and take the cup of water. It wasn't that he couldn't bear it, but that he had no choice but to move. It seemed that due to Sully's long silence, Hi's smile had faded, his breathing grew heavier, and his expression gradually became more eerie. Only when Sully took the cup did Hi return to normal. Drink it, I drank it before, it's not hot. Hi's considerate voice reached Sully's ears, but it felt like a death sentence. Sully dared not drink. There was a faint white film floating on the surface of the water in the cup. Before, from a distance, he hadn't been able to make it out clearly, and thought it was limescale from boiled water, but now he saw exactly what it was. It wasn't limescale at all, it was a small white insect, one after another. Some of them even swam a few strokes on the water's surface. Alive! No, this water can't be drunk. But if I don't drink it, I will break the rules. No, there must be something I missed. Sully frowned, but from the corner of his eye, he saw that Hi's expression had become strange again. He had no choice but to adjust his expression, forcing a somewhat kind smile. Sorry, Damn it, no, don't do it, big brother. You can't refuse. We're doomed. Daxia is finished. Meanwhile, in the Daxia country expert group, the leader's face changed slightly as he spoke rapidly. Use the first hint now. We cannot let Sully refuse to drink this cup of water. Sully had no idea what the barrage was saying, nor did he know that the expert group was about to give him a hint. But the refusal that was about to leave his mouth was not spoken, because at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. System activated, talent awakened. Talent, foreseeing death. You can see the image of your death when it is about to happen. While viewing the death image, time in the instance world will temporarily stop. This ability can be triggered 3 times in each instance. As the voice faded away, Sully felt his heart suddenly stop beating, and everything fell into silence. What he saw before his eyes vanished, replaced by an image like a movie screen. In the image, he refused to drink the cup of water, and the next second, the person in front of him forcefully grabbed the corner of his mouth and tore it open. Even though he tried to resist, the other person's strength was unexpectedly great, and in an instant, darkness descended in front of Sully's eyes. Who? The image disappeared, and the surroundings returned to the real world. Sully's back was drenched in cold sweat, and although he hadn't personally experienced death, the intense sense of immersion still gave his mind a huge shock. However, perhaps because of this shock, as Sully returned to reality, various pieces of information that were previously fragmented suddenly formed into a very clear and complete idea in his mind. Looking at Hi, who was gradually approaching, Sully took a deep breath, then continued the sentence he had not finished earlier. Sorry, my cup is in the study room. I'll go get it now, or the lights will be turned off later. After saying this, Sully turned and walked out the door. Hi, however, stood in place, maintaining the same expression, not stopping Sully. It wasn't until he could no longer hear Sully's footsteps that Hi seemed to come to his senses, raised the cup, and drank it in one gulp. The viewers in the livestream were stunned, unable to understand why Cork had died, while Sully didn't drink, yet nothing happened to him. The leader of the expert group, however, took the printed and scanned dormitory rules once again, and carefully reread them. Soon, a smile appeared on the leader's face as he discovered the key point. The second rule, do not directly refuse someone's good intentions. The third rule, the water in the hot water room is safe to drink. This incident involved both of these rules, and in such a short time, it was difficult to discern whether both rules were true under the strange sense of pressure. In this incident, they had overlooked 2 very important points. First, the second rule didn't say don't refuse, but rather don't directly refuse. Second, due to Sully's state of thirst and Hi's proactive offer of water, a certain attention misdirection was created. In addition, Hi drank a cup first, which led them to focus all their thoughts on whether the water from the hot water room was safe to drink. Therefore, they overlooked the latter part of Rule 3, if you need to drink, you must use your own container. And the cup that Hi handed over was not Sully's, but Hi's. Sully, clearly, had noticed this. Chapter 4, The Study Room on the Second Floor. The death of Court from the beautiful country was due to his direct refusal of Hi's request. As for Sakamoto from the Cherry Blossom country, although it seemed fine now, the strange expression Hi had when he flashed by strongly suggested that something bad might happen later. At present, although it is temporarily impossible to determine whether Hi's abnormal behavior was caused by Sakamoto drinking water from the hot water room or using Hi's cup. Based on the above information, the only way to solve this incident and minimize the possibility of contamination is clear. That is to gently refuse he hi, and use one's own cup or another container to drink water. And Suli just did that. He even applied the last rule, not to wander around the dormitory after lights out. To justify himself for not drinking water just yet but instead going to get his water cup. As for why Suli knew his water cup had been left in the study room. The team leader gently stroked his beard. It was something he hi had once said. I know you like to keep things clean, but your cup was left in the study room yesterday when you were explaining problems to Wushan. Just use mine for now. If Suli hadn't mentioned it, he probably would have forgotten about it altogether. Clever. Besides that, the thing that he cared about the most was something else. Their hint was sent exactly on time, and in the live stream, from the moment Suli received it until he spoke the next words, he only took a deep breath. How long did that take? 3 seconds? 5 seconds? Or maybe 10 seconds? In such a short amount of time, making the correct deduction like that could only mean two things. Either he had already thought up the explanation from the very beginning, or he had the ability to analyze and judge things in a split second. Whichever one it was, it meant the same thing. The people from Xia who were selected to enter the strange world this time were very likely not the lucky ones who died before even leaving the beginner's village, but the real chosen ones who could clear the game in one go. Clever indeed. The team leader couldn't help but admire aloud. At the same time, observers from other countries scattered in various live streams had reported every detail of Suli's actions to their expert analysis groups. And then quickly relate it to the chosen ones who were facing tough decisions, helping them pass through this crisis by imitating Suli's actions. Meanwhile, in Dacia's live stream, the viewers, watching Suli standing motionless in the hallway, began to suspect the stream had frozen. But soon, they saw Suli start walking downstairs. Just a moment ago, Suli had left the dormitory without looking back, looking relaxed on the surface, but his mind was highly focused, constantly alert for whether he hi would chase after him from the dormitory. It wasn't until he reached the corner of the stairs that he relaxed, realizing his deduction was correct. But then, he realized a problem. He had said he was going to the study room to get his water cup, but he didn't even know where the study room was. What if it wasn't in the dormitory building, and he had to go outside to get it? Wait. What he hi had just said was, it was left in the study room last night. If it were in the teaching building, it shouldn't be called a study room but rather a classroom. That means the study room is in this dormitory building. If it's similar to the layout of high schools in Dacia, its location is usually not on the upper floors but rather on the first or second floors. And just now, after observing, he noticed his dormitory was on the 5th to 8th floors, with only one floor above, meaning the building had a total of 6 floors. To go to the study room, he could only go down. He stepped forward, and his footsteps echoed in the dormitory building wrapped in the night, creating an eerie silence. Soon, Suli stopped at the corner on the 2nd floor. In front of him, on the room door, was a red sign that said study room. The location matched his earlier guess, but a sense of unease stirred in Suli's heart. Each floor of this dormitory building had 10 dorm rooms, meaning there were about 60 dorm rooms in total, but Suli hadn't encountered a single person from the 5th floor to the 2nd floor. Where had they all gone? Or rather, how many truly living people were still left in this dormitory? His throat tightened again from the lack of water. Suli shook his head, temporarily stopping his thoughts, and pushed open the door to the study room. It was a room about the same size as a dormitory. There are 6 tables placed, and there are windows, but no balcony. At the entrance, there is a water dispenser filled with purified water, and next to it, a separate table with cups used by the students to drink water. But Suli felt a bit troubled. On the table in front of him, there were 7 or 8 cups, all kinds of them, and he had no idea which one was his. Because of Rule 3, Suli didn't dare use someone else's cup to drink water, so he could only try to find some clues. At this moment, a clear and bright male voice suddenly sounded from behind. You came so early today? Suli turned around instinctively. A tall, thin boy wearing a black and white down jacket walked in from outside. He had a few books tucked under his arm. When he saw Suli looking at him, he smiled slightly and first walked to a self-study desk near the door. After wiping the desk and chair with some tissue, he placed the books down. Then he returned to the water dispenser, picked up a white cup with little flower patterns from the many cups on the table, took a sip, and looked at Suli, whose eyes revealed a bit of confusion. What's with that look? You wouldn't have forgotten me, would you? The viewers in the live stream were all startled. What to do? It seems this person knows Suli, but Suli had never seen him before. He had no idea who he was. No way, I wouldn't forget you. After all, Senior Zhu Feiyu, you study so well and work so hard. You're my role model. The viewers were confused as they watched Suli respond fluently, with a friendly smile on his face. Could it be a guess? If it was a guess, it was way too accurate. Clearly, Suli wasn't guessing. The reason he could identify the other person was because when he first saw the boy, he noticed the school badge pinned to his chest, Senior Class 1, Zhu Feiyu. In the Great Summer Country, other classes might have top students, but Class 1 never produces weak students. Moreover, the boy was carrying a few books and came into the self-study room, looking very familiar with the process. It was clear that he came here often. Even if his grades weren't the top, they certainly wouldn't be bad. Chapter 5, Part 5-8, the third member of the dormitory. Zhu Feiyu seemed a bit embarrassed. No. I can't be your role model. You've always been in the top 3 of the grade. He looked at Su Li with some curiosity. I saw you standing here for a while. You're not having trouble finding your cup, are you? Su Li's eyes brightened slightly. He was planning to build rapport first and then look for an opportunity to speak, but he didn't expect the other person to bring it up first. It really is true that compliments never fail. He awkwardly scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. Senior, you're indeed clever. You guessed it. I bought a new cup not long ago. There are so many cups here today, and I really can't tell which one is mine. Zhu Feiyu smiled slightly, picked up a cup with a straw hat pattern from the table, and handed it to Su Li. Here, it should be this one. I saw you using this one last night to drink water. Su Li took it and inspected it. There was no water in the cup, and the wall of the cup had a straw hat pattern printed on it. A straw hat? He remembered that there was a poster of a straw hat boy on the side of his dorm bed. That must be this cup. Seeing Su Li's expression of delight, Zhu Feiyu no longer paid attention to him and returned to the desk to start flipping through his study materials. Su Li picked up the cup and walked to the water dispenser. He pressed the button to release the water, listening to the sound of the water flowing into the cup. His expression was calm, but his slightly trembling hand still revealed the excitement and urgency in his heart. Since entering the instance, that intense hunger that constantly tortured his consciousness. Even though his patience was extraordinarily strong, and he had managed to hold on until now, he was almost at his limit. If you need to drink, please bring your own container. The people he had met so far, He Hai and Zhu Feiyu, both used their own cups when drinking water, which meant that this rule was probably true. The cup was full, and he raised it. Su Li first looked at the water surface. Good, there were no little white bugs. He drank slowly, trying to control his desire. When people are very thirsty, if they quickly drink a large amount of water, it can cause an imbalance in the osmotic pressure of the cells, leading to discomfort or even water poisoning, which Su Li definitely didn't want to see. The water was filled to the top, but Su Li didn't finish it, he left about half. Even so, his hunger and thirst were greatly relieved, and for a moment, he even felt like he was reborn. The water in the dispenser was safe. Well, Senior, I'll be going back now. Su Li smiled and greeted him. Zhu Feiyu was still reading and didn't turn around, just nodded slightly. The viewers in the live broadcast room, who had been holding their breath with tension, finally relaxed at this moment. Finally, we can breathe. I've been holding it in. Just now, I thought the water in the dispenser couldn't be drunk either, and would have those disgusting bugs. Same here, as someone with a fear of holes, I couldn't watch that. Holy shit. Guys, I just came back from the livestream in Thousand Lake Country, their chosen one died. No way? How did he die? He was killed by that senior Zhu Feiyu. Quick, tell us the details. A few minutes ago, in Thousand Lake Country, the chosen one Mo Liev, after politely refusing He Hai like Su Li, also made his way to the study room. When he saw the water dispenser, his eyes immediately turned bloodshot, but he also couldn't tell which cup was his. Zhu Feiyu entered the room and greeted him, but Yev was completely focused on choosing a cup, only replying to the greeting with a casual response. After a while, he still couldn't find his cup, and he couldn't hold it in anymore. To hell with it. Yev grabbed a random cup, filled it with water, and then tilted his head back to gulp down a large mouthful. It felt great. Yev wiped the water from the corner of his mouth, but then he suddenly noticed something in his line of sight, something strange. It looked like a pencil tip with bloodstains? Yev was confused, then suddenly realized that the pencil had pierced through his neck, leaving a trail of blood. The pain came late but hit like a tsunami. The water cup fell and shattered into pieces, and Yev turned around in horror, only to see Zhu Feiyu smiling at him. Thousand Lake Country, black screen. The viewers in the live broadcast room, after understanding the sequence of events, looked at the screen with lingering fear, realizing the hidden danger in the seemingly friendly exchange between Su Li and Zhu Feiyu. If anything went wrong, Su Li might have ended up with the same fate as Yev. After the observers relayed this information back, the expert groups from some countries hesitated for a moment, but still decided to pass the message along. The experts sighed helplessly. It hadn't even been half an hour, and there was only one hint opportunity left. Meanwhile, viewers in the Great Xia country began to worry about Su Li, fearing that he didn't know the danger Zhu Feiyu posed and might truly trust him. But soon, they realized their concerns were unnecessary. As soon as Suli walked out of the study room, the smile on his face instantly vanished, as if the person who had just smiled and left wasn't him at all. Although Zhu Feiyu had seemed very normal just now, Suli didn't let his guard down. He wouldn't forget how Hai had also acted kindly when they first met, only to show extremely strange behavior later. This dormitory building, for him, was... Everything is unknown, and in a world of bizarre rules and strange tales, the unknown means risk, even death. Suli's gaze fell below, where he could see the first floor of the dormitory building. The door was open, and some students were returning from the dark night. Next to the door, there was a room with its door closed, and on it, faintly visible, was the writing "Dormitory Administrator's Restroom." Suli walked up, thinking about the information he had gathered so far. But after just a few steps, he stopped at the third floor. Laundry room. Suli looked at the room in front of him, which he had seen when he first came down, but since he had gone to get his cup, he had passed it by. The door to the room was open, but the lights were off. He could only faintly see a few washing machines inside, lit by the hallway light. He had intended to go in and see if he could find some information, but after a moment of thought, he chose to give up for now. He had been out for a while already. The urgent thing was to return to the dorm and figure out who, besides him and Hai, was sleeping in the same room tonight before lights out. Unfortunately, when he returned to the dorm, besides Hai, who was playing with his phone on the bed, no one else had come back yet. "Suli, you're back. Did you get your cup?" "Yeah, I drank a whole cup in the study room." Suli raised the cup in his hand as a gesture, even spilling a few drops of water from it on purpose. The dark thread in Hai's eyes slowly faded away. "Oh, by the way, you're on dorm duty today, so don't forget to clean up later." "Got it." Suli replied and then casually asked, "When I came back just now, I noticed there's only a dustpan outside on the balcony. Where's our broom?" Suli looked at Hai, hoping to get an answer from him, but unexpectedly, Hai, who had been very enthusiastic before, pulled the blanket over himself without saying a word when he heard this, even turning his back as if not wanting to talk to him. Suli was puzzled. Had he said something wrong just now? "The broom? You definitely won't find it in our dorm." A voice came from behind. Suli turned around and saw a student in a brown down jacket entering from the door. Suli's gaze fell on his name tag, which flickered with a barely noticeable light. Grade 1, Class 7, Wu Shan. The third member of the dorm had returned. Wu Shan set down his book, rolled up his slightly worn sleeves, and poured himself a cup of water. Suli furrowed his brow. He was also drinking water from the thermos. Was there something wrong with it too? After finishing his water, Wu Shan glanced at Hai, who was still lying on the bed, and teasingly looked at Suli. "You don't know? That guy was being naughty a few nights ago." After lights out, he wandered outside, and the dorm manager found him. He got a good beating, and even the broom got broken. Suli's heart stirred. Rule 8, do not wander around the dormitory building after lights out. It seems that this rule is real, but breaking it doesn't mean immediate death. Instead, like Hai, there would be punishment, and the one who enforces it is the dorm manager. That's why Suli had seen Hai limping when he entered earlier. "When did this happen?" "I didn't know about it." Suli casually asked, as if not paying much attention. "A few days ago, when you went home." "I can't remember the exact day." Wu Shan walked towards Hai. "Hey, Hai, do you still remember which day your butt got floured?" Seeing that Hai didn't answer, Wu Shan laughed and pulled the blanket off Hai. Suli was hesitating whether to remind Wu Shan not to do this when suddenly, Hai threw off the blanket. His face was covered with twisted black veins, and he growled impatiently. "Get lost." Okay, I won't ask anymore, is that good?" The eerie sight made Suli's face change slightly, but Wu Shan acted as if nothing had happened, walking casually in front of Suli with an indifferent expression. "Let's go, let's get a new broom from the dorm manager." Suli observed Wu Shan's expression, confirming that he wasn't pretending. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. None of his roommates were normal. He only hoped the last roommate would be a bit more ordinary. Then Suli's gaze became somewhat puzzled. "Are you coming with me?" "If I could, I wouldn't want to go either." Wu Shan shrugged helplessly, pointing at the books and test papers he had just retrieved. "I need to go report to the dorm manager because I plan to study a bit tonight." At this moment, Suli keenly noticed that when Wu Shan mentioned dorm manager, his eyebrows and eyelids slightly raised. This was a sign of fear. He had seen Hai being beaten by the dorm manager before, and now Wu Shan was afraid of the dorm manager too. It seemed that this dorm manager was quite dangerous. Suli thought it would be best to avoid any interaction if possible. As Suli was considering whether to have Wu Shan help him get the broom, he suddenly noticed that Wu Shan's expression had become a bit embarrassed. About the topic you explained to me last night, I still didn't fully understand. Can you go over it again tonight? Teach him problems?" Does this mean I have to go with him to the dorm manager to report for the self-study tonight? Suli looked at Wu Shan's expectant eyes, not doubting for a second that if his answer wasn't satisfactory, the seemingly shy guy would lose his temper and twist his head off to calculate the diameter. Under Wu Shan's slightly embarrassed gaze, Suli hesitated for a moment, then agreed. There was too little information available right now. He needed to gather as much as possible to increase his chances of clearing this side mission, even if it meant meeting the dorm manager who had left a shadow on both of his roommates. However, Suli wasn't too worried because he still had two Foresee death abilities that hadn't been triggered yet. Meanwhile, in Sunset Country, Lord Brady was having a difficult time with Wu Shan's request. Though Wu Shan looked like an ordinary high school student, Brady was determined not to admit that he thought so. Having drunk water with insects and played around with He-Hi after his mutation, how could such a person possibly be an ordinary high school student? A sudden idea popped into Brady's mind, and he feigned illness, saying he needed to rest, politely declining Wu Shan's request to study together tonight. Seeing that Wu Shan said nothing and only wished him a good rest, even offering to go to the dorm manager to get the broom, Brady's eyes gleamed with joy. This plan was indeed effective. Knock knock knock. Wu Shan stood in front of the dorm manager's office on the first floor, politely knocking on the door. Aunt Joe, are you there? We're here to get the broom. Inside, there was the faint sound of a drawer opening. After waiting for a few seconds, a woman's voice came through. Come in. Wu Shan pushed the door open and entered, with Suli following behind him. The room wasn't large, about the size of a dorm room, clean and tidy, with only a bed and a desk inside. Sitting sideways by the desk was a woman wearing a red jacket and a white knitted hat. On her chest was a name tag that read, Dorm Manager of Building 4, Joe Gaufan. Suli was a bit surprised. From the sound of her voice outside, she seemed to be in her 40s, and the slight wrinkles on her face confirmed this. But the other person's skin was as fair and smooth as a girl of about 10 years old. Had she been taking care of it well? Aunt Joe glanced up and spoke with a flat expression. Wu Shan from 5 to 8, right? I think I've hit you before. Suli suddenly understood, so this guy had also been beaten by Aunt Joe. No wonder he looked a little scared just mentioning it. But he didn't know why Wu Shan had been beaten. Wu Shan's smile immediately became somewhat awkward. It's me, Aunt Joe. I'm here to pick up the broom. The one from our dorm that you took the other day. Wu Shan's voice trembled slightly. Suli completely understood. Anyone would feel intimidated when the person who had beaten them so badly was standing right in front of them. All right, I got it. Follow me. Aunt Joe stood up and walked toward the door. Suli nudged Wu Shan with his elbow, signaling him to follow. Let's go have a look. Otherwise, if we end up with a broken one, we'll have to come back and change it. Wu Shan hesitated for a moment, then followed her out the door. The two didn't walk far. The storage room for the brooms was in the room across from them. From Suli's position, he could clearly see the dormitory manager open the lock to the storage room, then enter the dark room and quickly close the door behind her. Wu Shan stood by the door. Once he confirmed that they weren't looking their way, Suli withdrew his gaze and began quickly searching the room. He had deliberately let Wu Shan follow him to check whether there was anything in the dormitory manager's rest area that might provide useful information. The room wasn't cluttered, it was very neat. There was only a thermos on the desk. The drawers on the desk were not locked, but if he opened them now, the noise might not be heard by Aunt Joe in the storage room, but Wu Shan, who was not far away, would definitely notice. So, Suli decided not to take that risk for the moment. His eyes swept across the bed, which was empty and the quilt was folded neatly. No information found? He frowned, quickly glancing at the door again. Wu Shan was still standing there blankly, and the storage room door hadn't opened yet. So, Suli half knelt down, planning to check under the bed for any discoveries when the corner of his eye suddenly caught sight of a trash can behind the door. It was filled with trash that hadn't been thrown out yet, and a piece of crumpled paper. Suli quickly stood up and walked over to pick up the paper and unfold it. In the next moment, his pupils constricted. Even the viewers in the live stream and the expert team widened their eyes, staring intently at the screen. At the top of the paper were several large characters, Dormitory Safety Rules. Dormitory Safety Rules. Dormitories have their own rules. If you follow the rules, you are a good student. If you don't, you will. The rest of the text is torn off. 1. Do not touch insects. 2. Do not take other people's things without permission. 3. After lights out, there should be no lights in any place except the study room. 4. Keep the room air flowing, do not stay in a closed room for long periods. 5. It's normal to find insect corpses in the dormitory, but if you find animal hair, clean it up immediately, and do not touch it directly. 6. After lights out, check-in staff will not enter the dormitory. If something tries to enter the dormitory, do not let it in, and remain quiet. 7. For freshmen and sophomores, class ends at 9:30 p.m., and lights out is from 10:30 p.m. to 6 a.m. For seniors, class ends at 10:10 p.m., and lights out is from 11 p.m. to 5:30 a.m. 8. The hallway trash will be handled by designated personnel every day, but it is not the dormitory manager. Another set of rules. This set of rules looked even more bizarre than the one Suli had found behind the dormitory. Following the rules makes you a good student, breaking them mostly makes you a bad student, and bad students will surely be punished. But the crucial part had been torn off. It's hard to tell, but it definitely wouldn't be something good. Then, in the next rules, the first one is to avoid touching the bugs. Suli immediately thought of the scene where those bugs wriggled inside He-Hai and Wu-Shan's bodies, following the hot water. It seems that his previous decision not to drink the hot water from the kettle was the right one. He gently shook his head and continued reading. The second, third, and fourth rules seemed relatively normal. But in the fifth rule, it's normal to find insect corpses in the dormitory. What does it mean by bugs here? Is it referring to the insect corpses he saw before? If so, that means these things are not invincible, but can be killed. But what killed them? In the latter part of this rule, it's written that if animal hair is found, it must be cleaned immediately. If this rule is true, it means creak. The door to the tools room was opened, and Suli quickly tucked the paper into his clothes pocket, then pretended to stretch his body and pace around the room. Aunt Jo returned to the room, glanced at Suli, her gaze paused slightly, then she turned expressionlessly to Wu Shan, who came in with a broom. Is there anything else? Wu Shan nodded. Aunt Jo, I'm going to study tonight, just coming to report to you. Aunt Jo did not refuse, but her tone remained as cold as usual. What time? From 10:30 p.m. to 12 a.m. After getting Wu Shan's exact answer, Aunt Jo opened the drawer on her left, took out 2 notebooks. First, she registered the hygiene tool checkout in one, then she started recording Wu Shan's study time in the other. Seeing this, Wu Shan suddenly seemed to remember something and weakly added. Aunt Jo, my classmate is also going tonight. Oh? Aunt Jo didn't stop writing, nor did she turn around, she just stretched her hand sideways. Student ID. Since there was no such process when Wu Shan's information was registered, Suli didn't react immediately. Wu Shan quickly nudged him with his arm, and only then did Suli realize, taking off the student ID from his chest and handing it over. Also from 10:30 p.m. to 12 a.m.? Suli nodded. A few seconds later, after Aunt Jo finished registering, she closed the notebook, turned to hand the student ID back to Suli. Suli smiled and reached out his hand, but in the next moment, his smile froze on his face. He couldn't take the student ID from Aunt Jo's hand because she was gripping it tightly. Aunt Jo, what's going on? After trying in vain, Suli could only maintain his smile and ask. But Aunt Jo didn't answer. Her cold, emotionless gaze felt like a sharp knife stabbing into Suli's body. After a few seconds, a voice without emotion finally came from her mouth. Why are you tutoring Wu Shan? Aunt Jo, that's because. Wu Shan didn't know why this was happening, anxiously took 2 steps forward to explain, but after a single glance from Aunt Jo, he weakly retreated. At this moment, the live stream viewers also noticed this abnormal situation. Why is Aunt Jo acting like this all of a sudden? Did she discover that Suli took the note from the trash can? No, it shouldn't be. If the rule paper in the world of rules is picked up by a chosen one, the people in the instance shouldn't notice it. Helping a classmate doesn't mean Suli is a good person? Why is it that good people should be pointed at with a student ID? Yeah, why is the dorm manager targeting Suli? Is she trying to get his good looks? Hey, upstairs, do you want to listen to what you're saying? Do you even know how many years apart they are? Suli's mind was in a whirl, but in the end, he chose the most basic and real reason. Because classmates should help each other. Aunt Jo's gaze showed no change. She continued to stare at Suli. It was as if she was trying to see through his body into his soul with her eyes. They both remained silent, locked in a tense standoff for several seconds, before Aunt Jo finally stopped staring at Suli's face and let her gaze fall to his knees. You need to pay attention to personal hygiene. Suli followed her gaze and was instantly startled. He noticed that there was some dust sticking to his knees, and then realized it was from when he had half knelt on the ground earlier to look under the bed. He had been so focused on thinking about the rules, and with Aunt Jo suddenly opening the door, he had forgotten about it. Dormitory rule number 7: maintain the cleanliness of both the dorm and yourself. If you're not careful, problems can arise in an instant. Suli looked up, already bracing himself for the same fate as his roommate, expecting a beating, but to his surprise, the force in her hand lightened, and Aunt Jo had already released him, putting the notebook back into the drawer. Remember to change your clothes when you get back. Suli nodded, indicating that he understood, then pulled his slightly trembling roommate, Wu Shan, out of the room. Phew. Wu Shan let out a long breath and patted his chest. Bro, do you know how worried I was just now? I thought you were about to get hit too. Wu Shan's expression as he looked at Suli was filled with both concern and admiration. But man, you're really something. I've never seen Aunt Jo like that. If it were me, I would probably have just kneeled and shouted for my mom. But you didn't look scared at all. You were just like the mountains collapse. The mountain collapses before you and your expression doesn't change. Yeah. See, I told you to tutor me. Lee, I'm telling you. Suli smiled but didn't continue talking with Wu Shan. He was now thinking about something else. The personal hygiene rule, he clearly didn't follow it just now, but the dorm manager didn't punish him. Could this rule be fake? No, if it were fake, the dorm and the dorm manager's room wouldn't be so clean and tidy. So, that means the rule is real. But clearly, after he violated the rule, nothing happened. Not even the dorm manager punished him. What was going on? Suli was piecing together fragments of information in his mind, but unfortunately, he couldn't come up with a convincing theory. He stopped thinking about it for now and looked down again. But his gaze wasn't on the dorm manager's room. Instead, it was on the tool room across from it. In the brief moment when the dorm manager opened the door, he thought he saw something move inside. Suli wasn't sure, because the tool room had no lights on, and it was too dark inside. However, as they were leaving, during the intervals when Wu Shan kept talking, Suli heard the sound of scratching coming from the tool room. The sound was fleeting, but Suli was sure he hadn't imagined it. Something was locked inside the tool room. And the dorm manager didn't want anyone to know about it. Chapter 8, The Dead Bugs and Animal Fur. What exactly was hidden here? Suli didn't want to dig too deep into it right now. He just kept it in the back of his mind. Without evidence, it's all just guessing, and he couldn't form a theory. However, there was another matter that had caught his interest. Based on the information he had gathered so far, it seemed that the rules of this scenario were somewhat different from those in the other Chosen One's live streams he had seen. Usually, when you break a real rule, you are immediately killed by the strange forces. In rare cases, you might fall into a contaminated state. But in this scenario, there were 3 known rules that, if violated, would not result in immediate death by the strange forces. This felt a bit abnormal, like a bloodthirsty demon who kills without mercy suddenly telling you they were going to eat vegetarian today. Is there still another side in this world that is restraining its actions? The situation seems to have become more complicated than expected. Suli let out a gentle breath, watching Wu Shan push open the dormitory door in front of him. Hi, I'm back. Wu Shan walked to the table, leaned the broom against the wall, then took out 2 buns from a covered bowl. Hi, are you hungry? Want to eat a bun? He didn't say anything, seeming to still be angry about the earlier matter. Wu Shan didn't mind, handing one to Suli with one hand while bringing one to his own mouth with the other. Do you want to eat one? Otherwise, you'll be hungry during evening study. Damn, it's really hard. Wu Shan reluctantly put down the bun, picked up the thermos, and poured some steaming water into his bowl, dipping the bun for a while before picking it up. Soaking for a while is good. Don't say, although it's a bit cold, it's still quite sweet. Wu Shan bit into it with a satisfied expression, then handed it to Suli again. To be honest, Suli was indeed a bit hungry, but he had no desire to eat at all. But there were bugs in the water Wu Shan dipped the bun in. Faced with another warm invitation from his roommate, this time Suli clearly had more experience. He swallowed hard, then reached out expectantly toward the bun held in the air. Burp. A loud burp sounded, and he awkwardly retracted his hand, rubbing his belly, his face full of sincere apology. I just ate a bowl of instant noodles, seems I ate too much, I can't eat anymore. A hint of disappointment appeared on Wu Shan's face as he retracted his hand. That's really a pity. Lying in bed, suddenly tossed off the blanket. I told you why you rushed out of class, turns out you secretly came back to eat instant noodles behind our backs. His face was full of pride as he called out to Wu Shan, who was eating the bun with his head down. Wu Shan. This kid Suli is eating well behind our backs, let's get him together when they turn off the lights tonight. Hi's expression showed no abnormalities, and Suli relaxed a bit. But when his gaze fell on Wu Shan, the heart that had just relaxed tightened again. At this moment, Wu Shan not only did not respond to Hi's words, but his action of eating the bun also became stiff. Suli pretended to bend down to tie his shoelaces, using this motion to get a clear look at Wu Shan's lowered face. He saw the other party's expression becoming blank, the corners of his eyes twitching strangely. It looked like a transformation was about to happen. Suli was startled in his heart. This shouldn't be, he clearly declined, and logically, this situation shouldn't arise. So where exactly was the problem? Just now he only said he ate instant noodles. Wait. Instant noodles. All related memories about Wu Shan connected in Suli's mind in an instant. Slightly worn clothes, somewhat faded sneakers, cold buns, crumpled books, and fear when facing the dorm supervisor. All of this came together, and Wu Shan's image became clear and three-dimensional in Suli's heart. He should be from a rural family, and a not-so-good background made Wu Shan work harder in his studies than others, while underneath his seemingly cheerful exterior, he hid a sensitive and fragile heart. It was his earlier comment about eating instant noodles that had stimulated him, making him think he looked down on him for eating cold buns. Once he understood the key issue, things became easier to handle. Suli looked at He-Hai, who was still incessantly stoking the fire against Wu Shan, raised his hands, pretending to beg for mercy. "Brother, I was wrong, I shouldn't have come back to eat secretly. That's more like it. To make up for my mistake, I'll treat you to a bowl tomorrow night." He-Hai jumped up from bed, staring intently at Suli. "Father, is this for real?" Suli nodded, both amused and helpless. "Then I want the pickled cabbage flavor." "Wu Shan, what flavor do you want?" I think I'll pass, just steamed buns are fine." Wu Shan said this, but he appeared a bit hesitant. Suli's lips curled up, he had already stirred Wu Shan's emotions, but it still wasn't enough. He decided to fan the flames a little more. "Wu Shan, if you don't eat, does that mean you won't forgive me?" No, that's not it, Wu Shan raised his head and quickly waved his hands. "Then what flavor do you want?" Wu Shan hesitated for a moment, then a spark appeared in his eyes. "Then I want mushroom chicken." "Great." Watching Wu Shan return to normal, Suli secretly breathed a sigh of relief and gained a clearer understanding of the rules. Not directly rejecting someone's kindness is not as simple as it sounds. If you refuse outright, those who are polluted will feel strong stimulation, and this stimulation can lead to their alienation. This is the hidden real crisis under the second rule of the dormitory. Suli glanced at the clock, it was already 9:58, and there were still half an hour before lights out. The recent unexpected situation delayed some time, and now he needed to hurry and finish today's dormitory duty. He walked to the balcony, took out the dustpan, and prepared to start cleaning, but saw Wu Shan put down his steamed bun and pick up the broom. "Suli, let me help you clean today. You treated me to food." Suli smoothly took the broom from Wu Shan's hand and replied with a smile. "Today's dorm duty is mine. If the dorm supervisor finds out that someone helped me clean, I would be in big trouble." He always remembered the sixth rule of the dormitory hygiene is the responsibility of the student on duty for the day. Just focus on eating your food. Anyway, our dorm cleans daily, and there isn't much trash. It will be done quickly. Seeing Suli say this, Wu Shan stopped insisting and continued eating the steamed bun filled with small white worms using his chopsticks. "Don't you see what's on top?" Suli suddenly asked urgently. "What?" Wu Shan was startled by Suli's sudden question, first glancing at the steamed bun in his hand, then looking at Suli in confusion. "Are you talking about the scum in the water?" But found Suli just smiled and said it was nothing, before going back to cleaning. The first rule of the dormitory safety code is, do not touch insects. Suli tightened his grip on the broom slightly. Wu Shan and the others had ingested so many bugs, they must be violating the rules. Just now, if they could see the bugs, Wu Shan, being a student of this grade, would surely reveal something. But his recent reaction was very natural, meaning what they saw was different from what Suli saw. Could it be that cognition changes after pollution? Because the dormitory is cleaned every day, Suli quickly finished sweeping the dust off the floor. Returning to the balcony, he placed the broom and dustpan down and prepared to take out the trash, when he suddenly caught a glimpse of something black in the corner of the balcony. Suli remembered that there was nothing there when he checked initially. He slowly approached, and when he clearly saw what it was, Suli's body suddenly froze. It was the corpse of an insect, a dead cicada. At that moment, Wu Shan's voice came from inside the dormitory. "Suli, don't take out the trash yet, it's not clean here." Suli's eyes fixed firmly on the dead cicada, then he tried to steady his breathing and shouted toward the dormitory. "What else is not clean?" Wu Shan's voice was hesitant and uncertain. "It's a hair." "No, it seems to be cat fur." Chapter 9. Suli, you didn't touch a bug, did you? "Hey, He-Hai, come and see if this is cat fur?" Before Wu Shan's voice even landed, Suli had already come up behind him. In the spot where Wu Shan had placed the bowl, there was a black hair. Suli recognized at a glance that it was cat fur, not human hair or body hair. Because it was finer, shorter, and softer. Suli felt a lingering fear, this cat fur had previously hidden at the bottom of Wu Shan's bowl. If not for Wu Shan's reminder, he really wouldn't have discovered it. What would have happened afterward? Suli could only think about it and feel a headache. Students should help each other. At this moment, Suli's understanding of this rule deepened even more. He looked at Wu Shan with a serious expression. "Have you ever found something like this in the dormitory before?" Wu Shan shook his head in confusion. Suli looked at He-Hai on the bed, whose face also expressed the same cluelessness. Suli took a deep breath to calm himself down. It seemed that they indeed had not seen this before, otherwise, they wouldn't be showing such confusion and surprise. "Wu Shan, come with me." Suli led the puzzled Wushan outside onto the balcony, pointing at the dead cicada in the corner. Have you seen this? Before he could finish his sentence, Wushan directly stepped back a few steps, almost pulling Suli away with him. Stay away. Suli. That's a bug. Suli was almost knocked over by the sudden pull, but it also demonstrated Wushan's strength was indeed extraordinary. He turned to look and saw black veins appearing in Wushan's eyes. He seemed to have been quite frightened. Suli reached out to close the balcony door, then mustered his courage to gently pat Wushan's back. Seeing Wushan's emotions gradually calming down, and the state of fear fading, he softly spoke in a gentle tone. It's okay, it's okay. Have you seen this before? Unexpectedly, Wushan shook his head again. No. Before Suli could ask further, Wushan continued speaking to himself. But the dorm supervisor said that we shouldn't touch bugs. Bugs carry viruses. If you get stuck with one, you can get sick. It seems a senior got a bug disease before and was sent to the hospital. He hasn't come back since. He suddenly gripped Suli's arm tightly. Suli, I didn't touch that bug just now, did I? Suli's arm was in pain from the grip, but he still tried his best to keep smiling. No, you were far away just now. As the words fell, Suli felt the grip on his arm loosen slightly, but before he could breathe, the grip tightened a bit more. What about you? Suli, did you touch that bug? Suli struggled to maintain his smile. No, I stayed far away too. The pressure on his arm relieved, and Suli looked at Wushan, who was leaning against the wall, letting out a sigh of relief. His nerves were no longer tense. If he had to endure the grip a little longer, he felt his arm might just get broken by Wushan. Right now, without needing to look, he was sure a pale face was inevitable. Suli twitched the corners of his mouth, urging Wushan to go back and rest. Wushan didn't forget to remind him again not to touch anything, and only after receiving Suli's nod of agreement did he leave with ease. Suli's gaze fell outside the balcony. Now he had already seen two types of bugs. They couldn't see the small white bugs in the water. But they could see the cicada's corpse, and just now, Wushan's fear seemed genuine. The small white bugs couldn't be touched, so could they touch the cicada, this thing they feared? But... Suli furrowed his brows. When he had just awakened in the replica, he had heard the cicada's cry, but it hadn't appeared since then. In the midst of the events, he ignored one thing. Now it is after winter has set in. The cicadas, which transform into adults at the end of June, live only for about 60 or 70 days, and it is impossible for them to survive until this time. Why did it die here? What does the cicada's song in winter represent? Suli, confused, withdrew his gaze and walked to the table covered in cat hair. The third rule of dormitory safety. It is normal to have insect corpses in the dormitory, but if there is animal hair, clean it up immediately, do not touch it directly. Now, both insect corpses and animal hair were in front of him, but he couldn't judge whether this rule was true. He looked at Suli, who was staring at the table, with some confusion. What are you daydreaming about? It's just a hair, just get rid of it quickly. Otherwise, it'll be bad if the dorm manager finds out. Suli raised his head to look at Hihai, who was lying by the bed. What will happen? Before Hihai could answer, Wushan suddenly became a bit embarrassed. He ran over, jumping to try to cover Hihai's mouth. Hihai moved back slightly, a broad smile in his eyes. Sean, it's not that I want to say it, it's just that Lee asked, and I can't help it. He ignored Wushan shouting, just tightly grasping the quilt that Wushan was wildly tugging at. Last time it was Shan's turn to clean, he didn't find a small tuft of hair under the bed, and when the dorm manager found out, oh, he got beaten terribly, the mop was even broken. Hi. As Hihai laughed, he dodged Wushan's attempted hit on him. You revealed my secret before, come on, let's hurt each other. Suli shook his head, slightly helpless. Alright, these two guys, one had his broom broken, and the other had his mop broken. No wonder there was only a dustpan left in the dorm before. However, the situation now was different. This time it wasn't human hair, but animal hair. His gaze fell back on the cat hair in front of him. Should he choose to believe that this rule was true? The expert team of Great Xia country was also seriously looking at the screen. None of them could infer the truth of this rule based on the existing information, and even if they wanted to tell Suli how to act, they had no way to do so. Everything could only rely on Suli's own decision. Suli did not hesitate for long. He looked at Wushan beside him. Do you have any tissue? Huh? Yes, it's on the table, just take some yourself. Wushan didn't know what Suli was going to do but didn't mind, he was still busy teasing Hihai. Suli pulled out 2 pieces and then, carefully, using the tissue, pinched the black cat hair, wrapping it up, and quickly threw it into the trash can. Looking at this rule alone, he couldn't determine its truth, but if combined with dormitory rule number 4, the credibility of this rule being true increased a lot. After waiting for a moment, nothing happened, his body showed no abnormal reactions, and the roommates around him showed no signs of transformation. They kept playing around. This means that this rule is true. The expert team in the room and the audience in the live broadcast both breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to themselves that Suli is truly the chosen one. Heaven bless Great Xia. At this time, Hi and his friend had stopped playing around. He leaned over the edge of the bed's railing, smiling as he looked at Suli. I thought you were going to do something, but in the end, it was just to wrap up the cat hair. Suli, I didn't expect you to be so clean to the point of almost becoming a germaphobe. Wu Shan chimed in. Indeed, I didn't know you were so clean. In this aspect, you are quite similar to Senior Zhu. Suli initially didn't pay attention to Hai's words. It's for survival, being cautious is not a bad thing. But when he heard what Wu Shan said, his heart stirred. Zhu Senior? The Shu Feiyu from class 3? How do you know he has obsessive cleanliness? He probably does. Wu Shan recalled. Every time I go to the study room to study, if he just came in from outside, he always wipes the table and chair with tissues 1 or 2 times. He has obsessive cleanliness? Suli remembered the time he went to the study room to get his cup. She indeed saw Zhu Feiyu wipe the tables and chairs with tissues before putting down his books. But he didn't continue this topic, checking the dormitory again. Other than the cicada's corpse on the balcony, the dormitory was clean. Although there wasn't much garbage, Suli still followed the rules, took the bag out of the trash can, tied it up, and then walked toward the corner trash can in the hallway. The garbage needs to be thrown in before lights out every day, and there was still time now. Trash in the bin. Just as Suli was about to return, he turned back and looked into the large trash can. The garbage inside was all packed in black plastic bags. There weren't many bags, so it didn't seem too messy. The bag he threw in just now hit one of the rubbish bags, slightly loosening its opening, revealing some black hairs. At first glance, Suli thought it was the cat hair he just saw, so he leaned back to take a look. Now looking closely, he realized he misjudged. The hair sticking out of the trash bag was thicker, coarser, that was human hair. How come someone so young is already losing hair? Suli secretly mocked himself for being overly suspicious, then turned back toward the dormitory. However, he almost ran into Wu Shan, who was coming towards him. Why are you carrying so many hot water bottles? Suli saw Wu Shan holding 2 hot water bottles in each hand, getting ready to go out. I'm going to the hot water room to get some water. He shook the rattling water bottles in his hand. It's all out, I need to get some, otherwise, I won't have water to wash up today, and the dorm supervisor will scold me. Suli was shocked by this. Please remember to keep the dormitory and personal hygiene. He almost forgot, daily washing is also a must-do for personal hygiene. This seemingly simple rule actually hides so many details. If it weren't for the relatively good relationship with Wu Shan, he might have suffered greatly for not knowing this information later. He hoped there wouldn't be any more hidden points in the future. Suli concealed the emotional fluctuations inside him and looked at Wu Shan. Then you don't have to carry so many water bottles, right? Here, these 2 bottles are Hai's. He has trouble walking, so I'm helping him get some. Wu Shan said as he picked up the 2 bottles in his right hand. These 2 are yours. I didn't let you eat the steamed buns just now, and you helped me with the class. I thought I'd do something for you. No need, it's just a small matter. We're classmates, we help each other. Suli smiled as he took all 4 hot water bottles from Wu Shan. You go back, I'll get the water. It's a bit cold in this big winter, I should move around to warm up. Suli strolled leisurely with the water bottles to warm up, while experts from other countries started to face difficulties. Whether it's the cat hair under Wu Shan's bowl or needing to get water to wash up to maintain daily personal hygiene. These 2 things are very hard to know just by one's investigation. They needed Wu Shan to give hints. Although a very small number of chosen ones from various countries learned this information through coincidences and acted correctly like Suli, many chosen ones were still confused and at a loss. The experts from Sunset Country were watching the live broadcast with faces full of disappointment as they saw Brady staring silently at Hai in the dorm room. They were simply exchanging blank stares, both eyes wide open. Brady had previously lied, claiming he had a cold to refuse a study session with Wu Shan. After cleaning up with the tools that Wu Shan had brought him, he didn't realize that a cat hair was still left behind until he had dumped all the trash into the large bin. Initially, the experts had said to wait a bit longer to see if Brady could figure it out himself, but after he finished with the garbage, he seemed to want to go to sleep. And clueless about which bed was his, he thoughtlessly ran to ask Hai. He received no answer, just a puzzled look in return. Brady continued to pretend that his cold had muddled his brain, making him forget which bed was his. Yet even so, Hai still didn't respond to him. While the experts were feeling troubled, new information came in from the observers. That Suli had gone to get water, and washing up was crucial. They stared in silence at the screen showing Brady, who was holding his forehead feigning illness. And after a moment, the last glimmer of hope in their eyes vanished, as they dumbly relayed the newly received information along with Suli's actions. Bang! A young expert could no longer contain his anger and slammed his fist on the table, the sound echoing harshly in the empty conference room. Damn it! Even a single finger of that person is worth more than him. He gritted his teeth, his expression filled with rage and frustration, but no other expert blamed him. That punch hit not only the table but also their hearts. For by then, they had exhausted all 3 chances for hints, and it wasn't even lights out yet. The long night hadn't even started, and the fate of Sunset Country had already slipped away from them. Now, all they could do was silently pray, hoping that this fool Brady might be favored by fate. On the other side, Suli was walking downstairs. Earlier, when she was in the dormitory manager's rest area, she had seen students carrying water jugs towards the deepest part of the first floor, where the hot water room should be located. With just over 20 minutes left until lights out, it was certain that more strange things would appear in the darkened dormitory building. However, she still didn't know the way to pass through and needed to gather more information before the lights went out. Soon, Suli arrived at the first floor, and perhaps because it was nearing lights out, more students began to appear in the hallway carrying water jugs. Some even starting to run towards the depths of the hallway. Suli glanced at the dorm manager's room, the door still tightly shut, unsure if Anju was inside. Creak! The sound of the door opening suddenly rang out. And Suli took a few steps back, but strangely, the door in front of her remained closed. Then what was that sound? Suli instinctively looked to her left, only to see that the original lock on the tool room door had mysteriously disappeared, and now that door was slowly opening. Did the dorm manager unlock it? Suli remembered that the dorm manager had keys to that room. The hallway light spilled into the dark room, and Suli gradually discerned the scene inside, where many cleaning tools like brooms and mops were all scattered haphazardly on the floor, leaning against the wall, some already broken, exposing sharp edges. Among this pile of broken tools sat a completely black cat. It licked its paw, with a chain as thick as 2 fingers fastened around its neck. It seemed that the shadow she had seen earlier and the scratching sound she had heard at the door. It's it! Suli slowly moved forward, wanting to see more clearly, to determine if the cat fur discovered in the dorm earlier belonged to it. But in the next moment, Suli's steps froze. He saw the black cat, which had been sitting upright, stop licking itself and lean forward, emotionlessly staring at him. Because of this movement, the remaining part of the chain behind it, which was previously hidden, became visible. In that instant, Suli's eyes suddenly narrowed. The chain that had been locked had broken at some point, leaving only a short piece on it. This meant that this strange black cat was no longer chained, but was now free to move around. Chapter 11, Classmate, what you're doing is wrong. Cold sweat oozed from Suli's forehead as he slowly maintained his retreating motion. He tried his best to keep the hot water kettle he was holding silent, so as not to provoke the strange black cat in front of him. At the same time, he kept glancing around, hoping to see if he could ask someone nearby for help. But it was better not to look. Once he did, Suli's heart sank heavily. The bustling hallway that had just been full of people was now empty, leaving only him. When Suli turned his gaze back, he found that the black cat's ears were flat against its head, and its eyes had inexplicably narrowed. It was about to attack. In that instant, Suli stopped his slow retreat. Instead, he unleashed all his strength and ran toward the room at the end of the hallway that had its light on. Dormitory Rule Number 4. Pets are prohibited in the dormitory. If an animal shows signs of aggression, enter the room immediately and do not try to confront it. Although there was a dormitory supervisor's lounge nearby, the door was tightly closed, and all he could see was the room at the end, which might be the hot water room, and it was open. Though it was just a cat, he had no thoughts of fighting back. Because in that brief glimpse, Suli clearly saw that the point where the chain broke behind the cat was not a clean break, but had obvious signs of wear, very similar to the broken broom in the tool shed. This meant that the chain was not broken by someone else, but rather by the cat itself using its teeth or claws. Have you ever seen a cat that can bite through a chain as thick as 2 fingers? Well, Suli had now seen one. The sound of metal clanging against the ground echoed behind him, but Suli didn't dare to look back, as all his strength was focused on his legs, wishing he could run faster. What seemed like a short distance now felt so lone. As the sound of metal collision grew closer, the light in Suli's eyes flared brighter, and he could even hear a low growl from deep within the black cat's throat, just as he finally stepped into the hot water room. Almost at the same moment, the sound of the chain behind him came to an abrupt stop. Suli paused and turned to look back, where the black cat stood at the door, not coming in, but its tiny, narrow pupils were fixed on Suli. Hey, new classmate. Move aside, don't block the door, you're in the way. Suli turned to the voice. It was a woman in her 30s, sitting behind a table not far from the door, waving her hand impatiently as if she managed the hot water room. Suli looked back at the door, but the black cat had already disappeared without a trace. Classmate, could you please let me through? I need to go out. Oh, okay. Suli stepped aside for a classmate carrying a water kettle. But he didn't join the line, instead, he remained in place, listening intently. There were no screams, no cat sounds, and no sounds of fighting. It seems that the cat has really left. Suli finally felt relieved. He placed the kettle on the ground, using his hands to support his knees as he gasped for breath. The recent sprint had been a bit too much for someone like him, who usually did not exercise. The hot water room was crowded, with 5 lines of people waiting. At the front, someone was filling buckets or thermoses with water from the taps. Not far away, there was a table with a red handbag on it, and the woman who had just called out was sitting there, skillfully knitting with yarn. Perhaps because of the steam in the hot water room, it felt warmer than the dormitory. The woman wore only a light pink sweater, with lovely daisies on the sleeves. On the wall behind her, several papers written with a marker were posted. A pot for 50 cents, a bucket for 2 yuan. Small business, no credit. No cutting in line, no playing around while waiting for water. After resting, Suli glanced at the time and walked to the line that had the least people. If all went well, he would have enough time to fill his water and finish washing up. As Suli contemplated and organized the information he had, he slowly moved forward with the queue. Ding-dling, the sharp ringing suddenly echoed through the dormitory building. The previously orderly queue began to stir, with people starting to whisper. Suli did not know what the bell meant, but he soon got the answer from others' quiet conversations. It was the bell signaling lights out preparation. In other words, there were only 20 minutes left until lights out. Everyone likely wanted to finish washing up before the lights went out, so hearing this bell made them a bit anxious. But Suli was not in a hurry, as there was only one person in front of him. There was plenty of time. Hey, make way. A low voice came from behind. As Suli was about to turn, he was roughly shoved aside by a hand. Immediately after, 5 or 6 tall, strong individuals walked past him and directly cut to the front of the line to start filling their water. Cutting in line? Suli observed the sudden appearance of these people. From this angle, he could vaguely see their school badges on their chests. They were students too? Their physical abilities were surprisingly good. Feeling the residual force on his shoulder, Suli noticed it was not weaker than that of the mutated Wushan. He looked back at the woman sitting by the entrance. She was still quietly knitting, seemingly unaware of the situation. Suli frowned. If he quietly waited for these people to finish, he might not be able to wash up before lights out. Classmate, it's not good to cut in line like this. A student in front of Suli pushed his glasses and looked up at the short-haired student in front of him filling water. Ha! The student heavily set down his thermos and turned to look down at the glasses-wearing student. The latter wanted to say something more, but he noticed that the students cutting in line were subtly moving closer to him. Although it was winter, he could still see their strong muscles covered by t-shirts underneath their unzipped jackets. The leader of the group, a short-haired young man, first glanced discreetly toward the woman, then placed his veiny hand on the glasses-wearing student's shoulder. Classmate, if you keep quiet, we will be done soon and leave. He tightened his grip, watching the glasses-wearing student's face contort in pain. This is better for everyone, right? Don't you agree, classmate? Chapter 12. Aunt Hua. Seeing the latter nodding in panic. The short-haired student grinned, reduced his force, gently patted the student's shoulder, and then turned to continue getting water with his companions. Suli's heart skipped a beat as he watched everything. Not because of the other party's vile bullying behavior, but because when those few people came over, he saw faint black veins appearing in their eyes. These few students were also infected. Suli turned back to glance at the woman, who was still lowering her head, knitting a sweater. She didn't seem to notice this, or was it that she noticed but didn't want to intervene? If she ignored them and let them finish getting water before it was his turn, then the time left for him to wash up would become very tight. If anything else happened in between, it would be highly likely that he wouldn't finish before lights out. Suli couldn't help but recall Aunt Chu's emotionless gaze. This was not the situation he wanted to see. So should he try to cut in line? Suli looked at the rows of students beside him, sizing up their physiques. But soon, he dismissed this thought. After all, cutting in line was not a glorious thing. And just this behavior was in direct conflict with the rule that students should help each other. So now, only one method remained. Suli closed his eyes, took a deep breath. And when he opened his eyes again, a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Everyone step aside, let the big brothers who cut in line get water first. As his enthusiastic voice rang out, the previously somewhat noisy hot water room became silent, as if a needle could be heard dropping. The live stream audience, wondering how Suli would handle this, were all astonished to hear him speak. It's over, Suli is definitely going to get beaten. How could such a smart and calm person make such a mistake? Didn't he see that others didn't dare to step forward? Besides, those few people cutting in line look very strong, and Suli is alone. One fist cannot fight 4 hands. Even though cutting in line is wrong, I still don't want to see brother Suli getting hit. The student with glasses turned around in horror to look at Su Li. The short-haired student and his companions also turned around at the same time, their faces extremely grim. "You little brat." Su Li seemed not to notice their expressions, his smile almost overflowing. "Big brothers, you've worked hard cutting in line, no need to thank me, this is what I should do." He pulled the terrified student with glasses back a few steps and then shouted loudly at him. "Why are you so clueless? Don't you see that the big brothers cutting in line can't even stand in a crowd? We must leave enough space for them to cut in. I see you don't want to live anymore." The short-haired student's eyes surged with anger, his entire body radiating hostility. He gritted his teeth and forcefully pushed the glasses student aside, reaching out fiercely at Su Li. Some viewers in the livestream couldn't help but close their eyes, afraid to watch the scene of Su Li getting punched. But Su Li did not dodge, just when that strong arm was about to touch him. A woman's light cough sounded behind him. Su Li looked at the hand abruptly stopping in front of him, and the short-haired student's eyes widening in fear, he curved his lips into a shallow arc. He had guessed right. The woman hadn't looked over earlier, not because she didn't care, but simply because she hadn't noticed. Su Li still remembered that when he came in, he saw on the wall behind the woman written with a marker, "No cutting in line when getting water, no playing or messing around." Su Li was betting that this was the rule of the hot water room. The reason Su Li dared to gamble like this was because of one extremely important reason. His talent was the ability to foresee death. He had previously thought that this ability allowed him to see the death scene just before death would come, so he could try to avoid or change his actions. But just now, he suddenly realized something else: making the wrong choice could lead to foreseeing death. But what if it was the opposite? If he didn't foresee the death scene, that meant what he was doing wouldn't lead to his death. No calorie written means 0 calories, no scene means safe. This was the confidence Su Li had. The hot water room became silent after Su Li's shout, so now the woman's cough, though soft, was very clearly heard by everyone. Clang! Someone's empty bucket dropped to the ground, but they didn't go to pick it up. Instead, they lowered their head in fear, looking toward the woman's direction. Su Li watched as all the students stopped what they were doing, all turning and bowing their heads toward the door. A strange chill rose in his heart. The woman who managed the hot water room seemed to be more terrifying than he had imagined. So, was it a good thing or a bad thing to draw her attention like this? He saw that, at some point, the woman had stopped knitting her sweater. Instead, she was casually eating sunflower seeds while watching Su Li's side. When she saw that everyone was looking at her, she spat out the sunflower seed shell, put the remaining seeds on the table, clapped her hands, and casually walked over. A faint smile was on her face, but as she walked, no one dared to look directly into her eyes. Although Su Li didn't know why, he also lowered his head slightly under the reminder from the students not to look at her. "Aunt Hua." The short-haired student, who was standing in front of her, lowered his body even further, his voice trembling. The arrogance he had earlier was completely gone, like a child who had done something wrong. Aunt Hua casually glanced at his companions and then focused her gaze back on the short-haired student. "Did you cut in line just now?" "No, no." "Oh." Aunt Hua grabbed the short-haired student by the ear and lifted his head. The skin behind his ear began to tear and bleed, but he didn't dare to wipe it. His face twitched in fear, and the forced smile on his face became extremely ugly. "Really, Aunt Hua, we didn't cut in line, we were just joking around." Aunt Hua's hand stroked the short-haired student's face. "Just joking around, huh?" Seeing the smile in Aunt Hua's eyes, the short-haired student hurriedly nodded. Yes, how could we cut in line? We were just playing around." "Yes, Aunt Hua, we were all just joking." His companions behind him also awkwardly echoed with forced smiles. Aunt Hua stretched out her hand and gently rubbed the short-haired student's hair. "But it clearly says here that playing and messing around is not allowed." Aunt Hua's voice was still very gentle, but just as her words ended, a loud crash suddenly rang out. The short-haired student was violently slammed into the water station by Aunt Hua, who had grabbed his hair. The big guy, over 1.8 meters tall, looked like a trembling little chicken in front of the petite Aunt Hua. Blood streaked down his frozen smile as his body trembled uncontrollably. "Aunt Hua, I was wrong, The faucet was turned on, and hot water, steaming from being heated, poured out and directly splashed onto the short-haired student's face. A piercing scream echoed through the otherwise silent hot water room. Soon, the scream gradually weakened and then completely disappeared. Chapter 13, Whose memory was in disorder. Another dull sound rang out, and Aunt Hua casually threw the short-haired student aside as if he were trash. A big man, close to 200 pounds and over 6 feet tall, crashed against the wall like a torn rag, and then slid down softly, leaving a long trail of blood on the wall. She walked up to the few remaining people who had cut in line, stretched out her hand, the same hand that had been scalded by boiling water yet remained as tender as ever, and tossed each trembling person against the wall one by one. After doing all this, Aunt Hua walked gracefully in front of Su Li, glanced at his name tag. "You are Su Li?" Her fingers, white and tender like green onions, rested on Suli's chin, gently lifting his head. Yes, Aunt Hua. Suli felt a strange sensation, soft yet extraordinarily cold. He calmly met Aunt Hua's gaze. Before, she had either been knitting with her head down, or he had been too afraid to look up. This was the first time Suli clearly saw her face. It was a young face, so beautiful that if someone said she was in her 20s, Suli would probably believe it. But holding the position of the dormitory hot water room manager clearly required someone at least in their 30s. Suli's gaze softened slightly, not because of her looks, but because he felt that this woman looked somewhat familiar, though he could not remember where he had seen her. His gaze drifted downwards, and he saw a name tag on Aunt Hua's chest, identical to that of Aunt Zhou, the dormitory manager. Gujing Middle School Logistics Manager, Hua Yubi. Perhaps Suli's calmness pleased Aunt Hua a bit. Good. She moved a bit closer, close enough for Suli to smell the faint floral fragrance coming from her hair. You have done well in following the rules. Aunt Hua gently rubbed Suli's hair. All right, go get some water. My son's sweater isn't finished yet. She smiled slightly and turned back to her table, taking out the sweater from her handbag to continue knitting. The hot water room once again filled with the faint noise of students talking. They began to line up orderly to get water, as if nothing had ever happened. Only then did Suli feel the anger in his heart subside. Although he had kept his head down and could only hear voices, not knowing what had actually happened, the palpable sense of oppression coming from Aunt Hua had left him with his back a little damp. He glanced towards the spot on the wall where the noise had come from, wanting to know what had just happened. But just a glance made him almost vomit. That white wall was now stained red with blood, and at the corner lay 5 or 6 corpses, looking like broken toys. Each body was mangled and hardly resembled a complete human form. Did Aunt Hua do all of this? Suli felt a wave of nausea rise in his stomach, even though strange things had happened before and he had watched other Chosen Ones live streams with plenty of bloody and horrifying scenes. But watching was one thing, seeing it in front of him was entirely different. Moreover, in live streaming, if the scene was too bloody, it would be blurred out. And now, it was the first time in Suli's life that he had seen someone die right in front of him, and the murderer had touched him just seconds before with those blood-stained hands. The incredibly real aura of death made Suli feel a primal discomfort in his body. At this moment, he felt weak all over, his legs softened to the point where he nearly collapsed, but suddenly, 2 hands caught him. Classmate, are you okay? Suli looked up to see the bespectacled student who had been in front of him earlier. Oh, no, it should be Senior. Suli saw the school badge on him that read, Senior 3 Class 5, Su Feng. Thank you. Suli adjusted his breath and stood up again with Su Feng's help. It's just that it's the first time I've seen someone die in front of me, so I'm a bit unaccustomed. Su Feng's face showed a strange expression upon hearing this. Classmate, what are you talking about? Where is there someone dead? Suli's heart jumped, and he cautiously whispered. Those students who cut the line just now, weren't they killed by Ant Flower? Su Feng looked even more puzzled. No, those people were chased away by Ant Flower, no one died. Then what about the ones just thrown against the wall? Suli endured the discomfort in his heart, staring intently at the few bodies still huddled in the corner. Su Feng followed his gaze and said with even more confusion. Isn't that a thermos? Where is there someone dead? Look, the broken pieces are still there. He quietly glanced around, and seeing no one was looking, leaned closer to Suli and whispered. Just now, when you lowered your head, I secretly looked up and saw Ant Flower put a thermos under the faucet, filled it with boiling water, then threw it against the wall. With a loud bang, the thermos exploded, and water splashed everywhere. Look, the wall over there is still wet. Su Feng sighed lightly, his expression filled with admiration. I have to say, people really should not be judged by appearances. Ant Flower, being so thin, has such great strength, otherwise, those few punks wouldn't have run away. Ran away? Did you see them run out? Suli stared into Su Feng's eyes. No, I didn't. Su Feng said matter-of-factly. But since they're not here now, what else could it be but running away? Su Feng's gaze showed no signs of evasion. Suli looked around at the crowd getting water, not a single person showed any unusual expression. Even when someone glanced at the pile of bodies, their eyes revealed no fear. Just as Su Feng had said, there were only broken pieces of thermoses. Suli felt a bit uncertain. Could it be that he had just imagined the whole thing? Had he really remembered it wrong? When did this distortion of consciousness begin? Suddenly, Suli felt something wet under his feet. He looked down and saw hot water flowing down from the water station, mixed with a lot of bloodstains. A strong smell of blood filled Suli's nose, and he was immediately startled. Memories can be mistaken, but the sense of smell would never deceive him. It wasn't him with distorted memories, it was Su Feng and everyone here. Suli suddenly thought of a possibility. Before, Wu Shan couldn't see the insects in the cup and said it was just scale. Could it be that Su Feng had also been contaminated, which is why such a strange situation occurred earlier? Is memory distortion another manifestation of contamination? But if that's the case, then it means the dozens of students around him have all been contaminated? What about the remaining students in the dormitory building? Are they still themselves? Or have they already turned into them? A chill rose from the depths of his heart. What kind of existence is the strange phenomenon in this dormitory building? Chapter 14, Small Business, No Credit. Seeing Suli remain silent with suddenly pale face, Su Feng leaned closer, looking at Suli with concern. Classmate, are you feeling unwell? Should I take you to Aunt Yu to get some medicine? Aunt Yu has medicine? What illness does it treat? Before Suli had time to think, he saw Su Feng getting closer and closer, so he had to slightly lean back, pointing at the water station. Senior, your water is about to be ready. Oh, look at me, I've been talking and didn't notice this. Su Feng picked up the bucket that was filled 2/3 with water. Then classmate, you take your time, I will head back first. Okay, senior, walk slowly. Suli glanced at the time, there were still 18 minutes, plenty of time. The faucet was running quickly, and before long, 4 pots of hot water were ready. Suli carried the thermos and walked to the door, seeing Aunt Hua smiling at him. He nodded to her and prepared to leave, but heard Aunt Hua call out behind him. Hey, kid, are you planning to leave without paying? Suli turned back in confusion, only to see Aunt Hua pointing to the back with her knitting needle. 5 dimes for a pot, 2 yuan for a bucket. Small business, no credit. He actually forgot about this. Suli wanted to pat his pockets to see if he had any money, but suddenly remembered that when he first entered this world, he had already searched his clothes and had no money in his pockets at all. Aunt Hua looked at Suli, who was showing embarrassment, her eyes playful. Just praised you for being a good kid who follows the rules, and now you're ready to skip out? Suli was about to explain when he saw Su Feng, who had reached the door, put down the water bucket and come back. What's wrong? I forgot to bring money. Suli felt a bit embarrassed. I thought it was a big deal. Su Feng adjusted his glasses and cautiously asked Aunt Hua if he could pay for another person, and after receiving a positive answer from her, Su Feng took out his meal card, glanced at Suli's school badge. Suli, right? I'll help you swipe the card. Thank you, senior. Su Feng cheerfully patted Suli's shoulder. It's a small matter, you just helped me out, now it's the senior's turn to help you. He smiled and placed the meal card against the card reader. Ding, your balance is insufficient. The air fell into silence, and Aunt Hua rolled her eyes at Su Feng. Can you do it or not? If not, step aside, there are others waiting. I can, Aunt Hua, I have money in my wallet, just wait a moment, Where's my wallet? Su Feng's expression was now even more embarrassed than Su Li's before. Junior. I'm really sorry, it seems I didn't bring my wallet down. No problem, I'll leave the thermos here, senior, could you please watch it for me? I'll quickly run back to get the money. Sure, no problem at all, just go and don't worry, I'll keep an eye on it. Su Li looked at Aunt Hua again, and seeing that she didn't say anything, he dashed toward the dormitory. He felt a bit frustrated, he had graduated high school a long time ago, long enough that he actually forgot about needing to pay for hot water, not to mention that he had previously read that rule. The tragic state of the short-haired students popped back into his mind, reminding himself that he must pay attention and not make such a silly mistake again. This time Aunt Hua reminded him, but next time there might not be such good luck. Only Su Li didn't know that if others learned about his inner monologue, they would surely think he was being overly picky. Because among the chosen ones who entered this chapter, Su Li's performance could be described as the best. Most of the chosen ones were able to receive hints from the experts because of Su Li's excellent example, thus escaping from being contaminated or dying. Of course, there were exceptions. Just like the previous cutting incident. Brady from the country of sunsets was a bit unhappy because he had exhausted his 3 chances for hints. Although he suspected he couldn't defeat the group of short-haired students, he also noticed that Aunt Hua wasn't looking this way. After some deliberation, Brady decided to cut in as well. But just when he was happily filling up water at the front of another line, he suddenly felt a soft hand stroking the top of his head. Before he could turn around, a great force pressed him directly against the water table. In the next moment, scalding hot water poured over his head. In just 10 seconds, he could make no more sounds. The members of the expert group from the Sunset countryside, although they guessed that Brady's character would lead him to break the rules soon, they never expected this moment would come so quickly. Notify everyone, the whole country is entering a level 1 wartime defense status. The leader understood very clearly that their country was about to face the terrifying arrival of a strange tale. It was an odd existence that could not be completely resisted even by a defense strong enough to withstand a nuclear blast, but at least it was better than doing nothing. His gaze fell upon the livestream screen from the great summer country, his eyes radiating undeniable fervor. If only this Suli were in our country. Unaware of any danger, Suli continued to run. As he passed the tool room, he slightly slowed his pace, his body tense, ready to quicken his retreat if the black cat jumped out. To Suli's surprise, the black cat was not in sight at that moment. Moreover, strangely, the door to the opposite dormitory lounge was also open. The room was empty, Aunt Jo was not inside. Suli didn't think much of it and continued to run upstairs. As he reached the third floor, he suddenly saw a figure in red standing at the stairway entrance. Aunt Jo. Suli stopped and politely greeted her, but Aunt Jo merely looked at him coldly and didn't speak. Suli felt a bit uneasy under her gaze, suddenly remembering that his pants were still dusty and he hadn't changed. Aunt Jo, I'll change my clothes after I take a shower. Aunt Jo finally stopped staring at him and walked downstairs. Suli watched her leave, his alertness not easing for a moment. The black cat in the tool room could have been locked in by her. Now that the black cat was missing, was she coming upstairs to look for it? With this thought in mind, Suli slowed his pace slightly as he moved up, always wary of the black cat that could attack him at any moment. Suli, what are you doing? As Suli turned the corner, he heard Wu Shan's voice, seeing him holding a bucket and looking at him quizzically from the fourth floor steps. Aren't you supposed to be getting water? Where's the thermos? I forgot my wallet, I was going back to the dorm to get it. By the way, do you know where I put my wallet? Suli asked tentatively. Although he thought the other person might not tell him, he had no choice. He hadn't seen a wallet in the dorm during his earlier search and cleaning, so he could only try his luck. Wu Shan lifted the bucket in his hand. You fool, didn't you put your clothes and wallet in the washing machine? How could you find it? Had he ever taken clothes to the laundry room? Suli took a couple of steps forward and looked into the bucket. It was filled with clothes, and on top lay a black wallet. From the outside, he couldn't tell if it was his wallet. Suli picked it up, ready to open it to check for an ID or anything to verify the owner's identity. But as he opened it, several coins fell out of the wallet. As Suli bent down to pick them up, he noticed these coins were not money. They looked more like game tokens, with the word Firefly printed in the middle. Inside the wallet's compartment, there were over 100 coins and a folded piece of paper that had been soaked in water. Suli ignored the coins and carefully took out the paper. When he unfolded it and saw its contents, in his heart, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Originally, he thought it was just another set of rules, but it turned out to be an examination report from Gujiang Hospital, on which a name was written in messy, elegant script. Although the handwriting was too careless to read clearly, Suli was still able to discern that it wasn't his name. He returned the coins and the examination report to his wallet, looking helplessly at Wu Shan. This isn't mine. Ah? Wu Shan obviously didn't expect this, his head was lowered, and his voice was a bit weak. I'm sorry, I just wanted to help you. It's fine, just put the clothes back. What about the wallet? I'll hand it to the dorm manager, otherwise, it might get taken by someone else. Yeah, you're so thoughtful. Suli looked at Wu Shan, who seemed a bit downcast, and suddenly had a thought. By the way, do you have any money on you? Can I borrow $2 to pay the water bill? I'll pay you back later. Yes. Wu Shan immediately pulled out 2 coins from his pocket and stuffed them into Suli's hand. Take it, you don't have to pay me back. You've helped me with tutoring so many times, and I haven't had a chance to thank you. His face wore a sincere smile, clearly happy to finally be able to help Suli. Okay then, thanks. Suli didn't refuse, it saved him the trouble of possibly not finding the wallet later. Now that he had the money, it was time to go pay. He hadn't walked far when he turned back and added. All right, just put the clothes back and head back to the dorm. I'll grab the clothes myself later. Okay, sure. Suli didn't dare to let Wu Shan get the clothes again. If he picked the wrong ones and Suli didn't notice, it could get troublesome. Soon, Suli returned to the first floor. The door to the dorm manager's lounge was still open, but Aunt Jo hadn't returned yet. However, Suli didn't have time to worry about that now. He picked up a blank notebook from the table, tore out a page, and wrote a line of text, stating that he found this wallet in the laundry room and hoping Aunt Jo could help find the owner. Then he placed the wallet on the table, with the note tucked underneath, and rushed towards the hot water room. Suli, you're back. You really are fast, it's not even 2 minutes. Suli looked at Su Feng, who was grinning, and thought that statement sounded strange. He was just about to give the coins to Aunt Hua when he saw Zhou Feiyu holding a hot water kettle, waiting in line not far away. When Suli looked over, Zhou Feiyu happened to glance back at him. The two smiled and nodded at each other before Suli walked up to Aunt Hua, who was munching on sunflower seeds, and handed her the 2 coins. Aunt Hua took them, casually dropping them into the red handbag on the table. As the coins landed in the bag, a faint sound of metal clinking was heard. The sound of a cosmetics bottle? No wonder Aunt Hua looked so young. Speaking of which, Aunt Zhou also looked quite youthful. It seemed they both took good care of themselves. Seeing that the payment was made, Su Feng, who was nearby, casually draped his arm over Su Li's shoulder. Sorry, Su Li, I couldn't help you with the payment this time, but I'll remember this. I owe you one, and if you ever need anything, just let me know. I, Su Feng, will definitely help you. Su Li looked at Su Feng, who had a delicate appearance and seemed not very strong, yet spoke with such a strong tone, making him feel an inexplicable sense of humor. As for the favor Su Feng mentioned, Su Li didn't take it to heart, treating it as the camaraderie of a young student. It's no big deal, senior, I just helped out when I saw something unfair, that's what I should do. Su Li chuckled lightly. I should thank you for keeping an eye on the hot water kettle. Otherwise, I might have lost my wallet when I went back. Then why don't you thank me properly? Suddenly, a woman's voice came to Su Li's ear, and he saw Aunt Hua placing sunflower seeds on the table, looking at him with a smile. I just saved your life, you know. Su Li felt a chill in his heart. He was not clear whether Aunt Hua was talking about the moment when the short-haired student wanted to attack him or the time he almost left without paying. But no matter what she said was the truth. Su Li turned to Aunt Hua and slightly bowed seriously. Thank you, Aunt Hua. Alright, I was just joking. Aunt Hua chuckled softly. I just helped a little because you are about the same age as my son. You have a son? Su Li asked cautiously. Aunt Hua nodded, her tone suddenly becoming a bit sentimental. Yes, you are quite similar in some ways, both handsome, friendly to others, quite good, but that child always seems troubled. I wish he could smile more like you. Su Li looked at Aunt Hua's slightly dreamy eyes and pondered before speaking. Your son must love you very much. Aunt Hua, if you smile more and be happier, he will definitely feel happy too. Upon hearing this, a smile crept into Aunt Hua's eyes. Su Feng, who was nearby, also chimed in. Yeah, that's true. Our teacher Xiong often says to be kind to others, being friendly brings wealth. Aunt Hua, if you... His words were cut off as Su Li forcefully covered his mouth. Su Li felt like swearing. After Su Feng spoke, the smile in Aunt Hua's eyes instantly faded. A deep chill appeared in her gaze, like a venomous snake ready to strike. This guy actually wanted to educate Aunt Hua. Did he really think that the kettle she had thrown against the wall was just for show? Su Li pushed Su Feng outside and then slightly bent towards Aunt Hua. Aunt Hua, you carry on with your tasks, we won't disturb you. We're leaving now. After speaking, he picked up the kettle and hurriedly left the hot water room with the finally aware and trembling Su Feng. Aunt Hua gazed at the direction where Su Li and the others left until she could no longer hear their footsteps, before finally turning her gaze back. She glanced at the line of people and then pushed all the sunflower seeds and their shells onto the floor before picking up the unfinished sweater to continue knitting. Chapter 16, What is behind me? Alright, I've arrived, you can go back slowly. Su Feng stood at the door of a dormitory next to the second-floor study room. You live on the second floor? Su Feng rolled his eyes. Of course, all the seniors in the third year live on the first and second floors. You freshmen and sophomores are on the upper floors. Su Li noted this information and then bid farewell to Su Feng. Remember to come find your senior if you need anything at school. Su Feng shouted to the ascending Su Li. He was truly grateful to Su Li. Though Su Feng's studies weren't particularly good, it didn't mean he was a fool. Just now in the hot water room, when Su Li talked to the short-haired student, and later covered his mouth to urge him to leave. Although Su Li's tone and expression were calm, Su Feng could closely see the goosebumps rising on Su Li's hand and hear the rapid beating of his heart. Su Feng shook his head and chuckled softly. This kid, clearly scared to death, yet still comes to help a stranger he just met, what a weirdo. He mumbled quietly. Sigh. Debts are hard to repay, and favors are even harder. Then a smile returned to his face as he kicked the dormitory door open and shouted while carrying the water bucket. Boys, Daddy brought water back for you. At this moment, Su Li had already returned to the dormitory. He first placed the kettle down and then borrowed a bucket from Wu Shan and hurriedly ran to the third floor. He pushed open the door to the laundry room, where there were 7 washing machines inside. Because he didn't know which washing machine contained his clothes, Su Li had no choice but to open them one by one. Fortunately, it was almost lights out, and most of the washing machines were basically empty. Only 2 machines had clothes, one of which was mistakenly taken by Wu Shan, so the remaining one must be his. If there were more washing machines with clothes, Su Li might have had to seek help from the expert group to analyze and judge. He didn't want to waste too much time on such matters, and he had already used one hint opportunity when he high-handed him water before. Su Li didn't want to use the remaining chances so soon. He took out his clothes, checked them briefly, they smelled of laundry detergent and had no stains. After showering and changing into this clean set, Aunt Zhou probably wouldn't say much. Soon, Su Li returned to the dorm with his clothes. He found He Hai still playing on his phone on the bed, while Wu Shan was sitting at the desk reading. Was the last person in the dorm still not back? Suli was somewhat surprised but didn't think much of it. Anyway, they would definitely return before lights out. Aunt Jo still had her deterrent effect. His current primary task was to take a shower first. It was now 10:17 p.m., only 13 minutes remained until lights out. He should have time if he hurried. Did you see my bucket and soap? Suli casually asked Wu Shan. They're all outside on the balcony. Wu Shan replied without turning his head, not suspecting anything. Great. Suli went to the balcony to grab his toiletries, took 2 jugs of hot water, and left towards the public restroom at the end of the floor. Suli was very cautious. Although he had seen these things outside, he wouldn't use them without confirmation. The viewers in the live stream saw Suli enter the restroom, and the chat room instantly became lively. Is Suli going to take a shower? Will I get to see his figure? Hey hee hee hee. Big fool Chun, what are you going to do? Relax, as an old viewer, I can responsibly tell you, you won't see anything you'd want to see, there will be mosaics. Ah. That's so annoying. Instead of discussing this, why not worry about how Suli is going to wash? Don't forget, there could be bugs in the water, and the rules clearly say not to touch bugs. Damn, I almost forgot about that. Look, Suli poured the water from the kettle into the bucket. He got some cold water from the faucet. Damn, the steam is too heavy, I can't see if there are bugs on top. I see. The surface of the bucket is full of white bugs. Just like the ones in the previous cup. So what about my Suli? He can't touch the bugs, but he can't not wash either. My ICU is going to burn. Wait, what is he doing? OMG, he tilted the bucket and poured all the bugs off the surface. Sugo is impressive, he thought of this. Suli looked at the now clean surface of the water, then reached in to check the water temperature. Satisfied, he began to wash. Perhaps it was a bit late. At that moment, he was the only one in the public restroom. Although the winter air was very cold, when the warm water poured over him, Suli still felt a sense of comfort in body and mind, greatly relieving his tense nerves. After a brief relaxation, Suli continued to think and sort out the events that had just occurred. There was one thing he had always cared about. Aunt Hua said her son was about his age, but judging by Aunt Hua's age, she looked to be in her early 30s at most. If she had a son, he should be of elementary school age. However, seeing her somewhat dazed eyes back then, it seemed like she was in an unconscious state reminiscent of past memories. The likelihood of her lying was not high. This left Suli very confused. Because no matter how he calculated, Aunt Hua and her son's ages didn't match up at all. It was impossible for Aunt Hua to have had a child when she was only a teenager, right? Suli dismissed this absurd thought, and then began to ponder another question. Aunt Hua's sudden change in attitude must have been triggered by something that Su Feng said. What was it? That tone of unsolicited preaching that slipped out unknowingly? Yo, man. Suli's thoughts were interrupted by a cheerful voice. He Jian came in with a bucket, limping slightly. As he filled the bucket with cold water to adjust the temperature, he joked with Suli. Isn't there a special joy in taking a shower alone? Seeing Suli say nothing, just looking at him, he Jian leaned in closer and flexed his arms to show off his muscles. How about it? Are you shocked by my physique? Suli stepped back 2 paces, looking at the naked He Jian with a face full of disgust. Don't come over here. I'm not interested in men at all. If you come any closer, that instant noodle promise won't count anymore. Come on, bro. He Jian's expression changed, and he retreated, then tentatively called out a title. Foster father? Alright, I'll buy it for you. Only then did He Jian show a satisfied expression. He dipped his hand into the bucket filled with wriggling bugs to check the water temperature, then turned off the faucet and happily began to wash. Amid the steamy mist, Suli's smile gradually faded. He had indeed been startled by He Jian, but not because of his approaching movement. It was because at the moment He Jian turned, Suli saw his leg's injury. He had thought it was just a minor injury, at most a bruise. But only at that moment did Suli realize how absurd his thinking had been. A wound extended from He Jian's left hip down to the middle of his thigh. The cut was not wide but extremely deep. Suli had even seen white tendons through the gash. Not only was the injury bizarrely not bleeding, but more disturbing was that if a regular person had such an injury, they would have long since collapsed from the pain. Yet, He Jian seemed just like a normal person, aside from his awkward walking posture. Just now, he was still playfully calling him foster father. Did those who were tainted have their pain perception dulled too? Suli glanced at He Jian, who was still happily lathering himself with shower gel and whistling, then turned his gaze away. Unable to help but imagine the scenario of those little white bugs in the water flowing into his injured leg, a chill suddenly rose from the soles of his feet. Suddenly, Suli noticed that the whistling sound coming from He Jian's mouth had stopped. He looked up in confusion, only to see He Jian halting his washing, looking at him with a face full of terror. No! It was behind him. Chapter 17. That night of the full moon, someone fell from the building. Sully felt an even harsher chill spreading through the bathroom. He stiffly turned around, mentally preparing himself for whatever he was about to see. But when he fully turned, he saw nothing at all, only the empty wall behind him and the bright moonlight shining outside. Sully stared at Hee-jian, who had resumed bathing. "What did you just see?" "Nothing." Hee-jian said this, but his voice was no longer cheerful. Even the speed at which he applied shower gel had increased greatly, as if he wanted to finish washing up and leave quickly. Sully didn't ask again, speeding up his own showering a little while quietly observing Hee-jian's movements. Before long, Sully noticed something odd. Hee-jian was stealing glances at the window behind him almost every few seconds. His gaze moved quickly, as if afraid of being discovered by something invisible there. Sully followed his gaze but still saw nothing. "What exactly are you looking at?" "Nothing." Seeing Hee-hai still unwilling to speak, Sully began to think of ways to make Hee-hai open up. "Ah!" Hee-hai's scream and the sound of the window banging occurred simultaneously. Sully quickly turned to look, but still saw nothing outside the window. The banging sound was just a branch hitting the window due to the wind. Sully turned back to Hee-hai, who had collapsed in fear on the ground, his features distorted by terror, dark veins gradually emerging beneath his eyes. "What did you just see?" Sully asked again, but Hee-hai still didn't answer, only trembling. "If you don't speak, I'll leave." Sully frowned. "Leaving you here all alone?" "No, no, no." Hee-hai suddenly jumped up from the ground, instinctively moving closer to Sully. "Stop. Step back." Sully raised his hand to signal Hee-hai not to come closer. Why are two grown men standing so close? Though he said this, Sully was actually worried that if Hee-hai came over, the white little bugs on him might accidentally run onto himself. Hee-hai's expression gradually calmed down. "Did you not see there was a person outside the window?" "What person?" "The student who jumped from the building." Sully's expression suddenly turned serious, sensing that what he was about to hear would be extremely important. "There is no one there." Sully walked to the window, opened it, and shook the branch. It was just this thing that hit the window. To soothe Hee-hai's emotions, Sully even leaned out of the window to look around. This action had a clear effect. Hee-hai's breathing gradually calmed down, and the veins beneath his eyes slowly faded. "Tell me about the student you mentioned earlier." "You don't know? If you don't speak soon, the lights will go out." As Sully thought, Hee-hai was indeed afraid of Aunt Jo. He shuddered, swallowed, and with a hint of lingering fear, began to speak. "I'm not too clear on this matter, just heard others say. That day was just like today, the moonlight was beautiful, someone was taking a shower in the bathroom. Then suddenly saw a shadow flash by outside the window, he hesitated for a moment, opened the window, and looked down. Although it was night, with the bright moonlight, he could roughly make out that someone was lying by the river below the dormitory building. After calling the police, the identity of the student who jumped was quickly investigated. But it was not made public. After that incident, the rooftop of the dormitory was completely locked. I don't know if what I heard later is true or not." Seeing Sully signal that he was okay, Hee-hai continued. "I heard that the student who died had no family, or at least no close family. His dad divorced his mom when he was very young, and no one knows where he went or cared about them. A few years later, his mom also died. I heard she accidentally fell into the river and drowned." Hee-hai sighed regretfully. He was a very pitiful guy. What's impressive is that his family was so not good. Yet he worked hard. From elementary school to high school, his grades were always excellent, never made his mom worry. When he came to our school, I heard he was first in his class, and he was good to everyone around him. He looked good too. So his teachers from primary to secondary school all liked him a lot. Later, I heard that one teacher was so sad to know he jumped that he took several days off. When I came back to class, I had lost a lot of hair, and it was all white." Hee-hai's expression was somewhat confused. "Hey, Sully," you said, "how could such a strong guy, who has been tough since childhood, commit suicide?" Sully caught the hint in Hee-hai's words. "You mean, he didn't commit suicide?" "Shoo." Hee-hai first glanced towards the bathroom door, then took a few steps forward. "Stop, if you come any closer, I'll leave." "Fine." Hee-hai helplessly stopped in place, lowering his voice to a level that only Sully could hear clearly with utmost seriousness. "I feel like someone pushed him." Hee-hai made a forward-pushing gesture. "That rooftop isn't someplace just anyone can go. Before the incident, it was often locked. If you didn't have the key, you couldn't open it. So, who has the key? Do I even need to ask? It must be with the person managing the dormitory." "You mean Joe?" I said nothing. Hee-hai hurriedly interrupted Sully, glancing at the bathroom door again, hesitating before continuing. "I've heard she wasn't like this before. She was very nice to everyone, always smiling when she saw people, let alone hitting anyone. He seemed to recall his own experience, his lips twitching involuntarily. A few nights ago, after the lights went out, I accidentally went to the first floor and found her room door open.
What day was that?
Oh, that's not important. What's important is that it was already 2 in the morning, and she wasn't asleep. She was sitting at the desk, with the light off.
The moon was really bright that night. Guess what I saw?
What did you see? He raised his eyebrows with satisfaction and spoke mysteriously. I saw her take out a big glass jar from the cupboard, filled with bugs.
Just like the ones you saw on the balcony earlier, the ones she told us to stay away from.
A whole jar full, and they were all dead. After finishing, he looked at Suli proudly, as if waiting to see his shocked expression, but instead, he saw Suli's face turn puzzled.
You weren't asleep at 2 in the morning, so why were you on the first floor? Did she hurt you that night?
Hi's expression froze on his face, then he angrily shouted.
Sue! Lee! Suli seemed oblivious to Hi's changing demeanor. Enough, stop shouting.
If you call her over now, it's only 3 minutes until lights out. Hi's imposing aura suddenly deflated, awkwardly picking up the bucket and pouring the remaining hot water over himself, then he dashed out of the bathroom without even drying off. Leaving Suli alone here. His face hidden in the lingering steam, making his expression hard to see. Chapter 18: The Brush with the Crisis of Death. From the previous conversation, Suli vaguely guessed that this student was most likely the eerie figure in this storyline. But who he was, how he got to the rooftop, and why he jumped, remained unknown. Moreover, Hi's mention of Zhou Yi's cupboard and the glass jar was also very noteworthy. In addition, Suli later deliberately brought up the incident of Hi being hit. The other party's reaction was still quite intense, but even with this level of provocation, upon hearing the name Zhou Yi and the mention of lights out, he did not continue to change. Which suggests that both Zhou Yi and the violation of rules exert a significant pressure on them. And his strong reaction to being hit was quite large, yet when I suddenly interrupted to ask what day it was, he still didn't say.
Was he unwilling to say?
No, that doesn't make sense. So the only possibility left is, like Wu Shan, he remembers what happened but can't recall what day it was. Finally, combining Zhou Yi's change in behavior before and after the incident of jumping off the building, it can be concluded that the student who jumped from the building definitely had a great connection with Aunt Zhou. As for Hi's final guess, Suli did not completely believe it. He poured the remaining water onto his body, walked out of the bathroom, and headed toward the dormitory. Now, there was less than a minute until lights out. It was time to go and see who the last member of dorm 5 to 8 really was. But as soon as he stepped into the dormitory, Suli's pupils suddenly shrank. Hi was lying on the bed, and Wu Shan was organizing books at the desk. Now, there were only 3 people in the dormitory, with no 4th person.
Suli looked at the remaining 3 beds, his scalp tingling. Ding-ling-ling.
The lights-out bell rang, and the dormitory was plunged into darkness. However, because tonight was a full moon night, Suli quickly saw things clearly again.
Why are you standing there in a daze? Aren't you cold? Hurry up and put on your clothes, let's go to study.
Wu Shan looked at Suli, who was standing at the door, with curiosity.
There are only 3 of us in the dorm?
Suli asked casually while putting on the clothes he had brought back from the laundry room, but Wu Shan seemed not to have heard, giving no response. He switched topics and asked again.
Why didn't I see you wash up earlier?
This time, Wu Shan answered clearly.
I washed up when you went to get water.
Suli immediately understood, realizing that he would not get an answer from Wu Shan about why there was an extra bed in the dorm. After putting on his clothes, Suli and Wu Shan prepared to leave. As they reached the door, he curiously glanced at Hi.
Aren't you going to study too?
Forget it, letting him go to study is worse than killing him.
Asking him to go online would be better.
Wu Shan picked up the neatly arranged books and papers, holding his water cup while shaking his head and sighing.
People like him, ignorant and unaware, we shouldn't bother with.
Before Suli could say anything, he saw Hi suddenly sit up.
Cute girl? Where?
Wu Shan laughed in anger.
Alright, let's go quickly, staying with him too long will lower our IQ.
Soon, the two arrived at the second-floor study room. The surrounding noise and the bright lights made Suli pause for a moment before realizing. The dormitory safety regulations stated that for first and second-year students, lights out is at 10:30 p.m., while for third-year students, it is at 11 p.m. It was only 10:31, so the lights were still on, and the third-year students had not yet rested. He exhaled into his stiff, cold hands, then pushed open the closed door of the study room. As he entered, Suli immediately felt a wave of warmth hit him. Apparently, there was heating inside. The study room is still comfortable, much warmer than the dorm. Wu Shan closed the door and couldn't help but express his thoughts aloud. But the next second, he realized someone was staring at him.
Zhu Feiyu?
Suli wanted to greet him, but saw that Zhu Feiyu had his brows tightly furrowed and said nothing. The bad feeling Suli had just sensed rose again when he saw the pen in Zhu Feiyu's hand suddenly thrown toward them without warning. Zing! The pen tip, turning into a shadow, skimmed past Wushan, leaving a long bloody scratch on his face. Suli instinctively turned around to look, only to see the pencil deeply embedded in the study room's door, with an A4 paper stuck underneath it. Study room rules. 1. The study room is for student use only, no loud talking or laughing. 2. Sitting for long periods is bad for your health, get up and move often. Below the printed rules, there was another line of cursive handwriting. Only with wings that can dance can you reach the place closest to the sky. Wushan, who had just narrowly escaped death, looked terrified. He didn't care about the blood still flowing from the wound on his face, silently bowing to Zhu Feiyu in apology. Then, he grabbed Suli and pulled him to 2 desks farther away from Zhu Feiyu. After a quick wipe of the wound, Wushan began to do his problems as if nothing had happened, and after a while, Suli finally regained his senses. If Wushan hadn't spoken first, but instead, if he had greeted Zhu Feiyu first, maybe he would be the one injured now. Although thinking this way isn't quite right, Suli still felt a bit fortunate in his heart. Is this the saying, death to a friend, but not to a Taoist? However, he was also quite helpless. When he went down to get the cup earlier, the door was open, and he couldn't see the note leaning against the wall at all, so he never thought such a rule would exist, and naturally, he couldn't avoid it just now. Suli quietly glanced back and then looked at Wushan beside him. Both of them were buried in their studies as if nothing was wrong. If it were usual times, Suli might marvel at their incredible willpower, transitioning from seeing blood 1 second to studying intensely the next. But now, Suli only felt scared. Had they experienced similar events too many times, allowing them to calm down quickly? Or was it, as night deepened, was something strange quietly happening in the entire dormitory building? In order to blend into this atmosphere of hard work, Suli also had no choice but to open the exam paper he got from Wushan and began to do it. Because when he entered this side world, the massive amount of high school knowledge that filled his mind made it surprisingly easy for him to tackle this freshman test paper, so much so that he even had the energy to think about other things. The first and second rules of the self-study room were quite normal and understandable. What just happened also proved that the first rule was correct and needed to be strictly followed. Although he didn't know whether the second rule was true or false, Suli tended to believe it was correct. The key point lay in the small line of text at the bottom of the rules, which was clearly added later. It looked just like the most common inspirational quotes found in high schools. But its position was oddly placed on the paper that also held the rules, which made Suli catch a hint of something unusual. It was as if someone deliberately used this method to subtly express some information. But who added it? And what was it meant to convey? Not knowing if it was due to multitasking, Suli felt his head getting a bit hazy, and the air was becoming somewhat hot. He picked up his cup and took a sip, but this discomfort didn't lessen. Moreover, it wasn't just him who felt the heat. Wushan next to him was also sweating slightly, but he seemed not to notice. Suli scrutinized the surrounding environment and his gaze fell on the radiator by the wall and the closed window. Was the heating turned up too high? Fourth rule of the dormitory safety code. Keep the room air circulating, do not stay in a closed room for a long time. He stood up and walked over. Seeing that the two in the self-study room didn't look at him, he reached out and opened the window. The cold air of winter blew in, and Suli felt his mind become a little clearer. However, listening to the cicadas chirping outside, he frowned. Before, he had only heard the sound of one cicada when he first entered the side world, but now the noise sounded like many cicadas were screeching together. Was it coincidence, or was it because the lights were out? Suli withdrew his hand from the window frame and walked back to his seat. But at that moment, the team leader of the expert group of the Great Xia Kingdom suddenly had a sharp gaze. Quickly replay the footage of Suli leaving the window. The recording team, which was responsible for recording the live broadcast for pause or replay at any time, immediately sprang into action. The leader stood up closely watching the screen. Yes, this is the place. Stop, zoom in again. In the next moment, the other members of the expert group all gasped in surprise. Before, they did not know what made the leader so excited, but now, after pausing the high-definition image, they understood. On the screen before them, when Suli left the window, a note suddenly appeared in the palm of his left hand. Chapter 19, The Way to Clear the Game and the Midnight Black Cat Murder Case. The members admired the leader's observation skills. At his age, his eyesight was even better than that of these vigorous young people. At the same time, they felt a bit more respect for Suli. That note was very likely another set of rules. But Suli's expression and movements were completely calm. If not for the leader speaking, they might have really missed this anomaly. At this moment, all their attention was on the live broadcast, wanting to see what was written on the note that was hidden in the gap of the study room window frame. Soon, they saw Suli confirming that Wushan and Zhu Feiyu were not looking his way. Then he took out the note from his left hand, quickly opened it under the cover of his test paper, and squeezed it back into his pocket. The time was very short, only 2 or 3 seconds. If they had not been deliberately watching Su Li's movements, they might not have even noticed this tiny action, let alone the engrossed Wuxian and Zhu Feiyu. But fortunately, they had the recording replay. And when they clearly saw the content of the note, everyone's eyes brightened. What was written was not rules, but a way to clear the game that they had never seen before. Way to clear the game. 1. Investigate the truth of the 4th dormitory building, obtain the key to the dormitory building's main door, and leave the dormitory building before dawn. 2. Escape from the dormitory building before dawn. 3. Stay inside the dormitory building and safely survive until dawn. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became heated. Experts from various fields began to passionately discuss the implementation difficulty and feasibility of the 3 ways to clear the game. The Great Xia nation had a dedicated recording team, and other countries would certainly have one too. Some observers who also noticed Su Li's subtle movements quickly reported the information back, and the expert groups of their respective countries began to get busy. Of course, because Su Li's movements were too concealed, some countries did not notice, and the way to clear the game could only be explored by their chosen ones themselves. Soon, the expert group of the Great Xia nation reached a consensus. Among the 3 ways to clear the game, the first was the most difficult, but of course, the final reward would be the most generous. The second was slightly less challenging, while the third was the easiest. Although they did not know what kind of reward they would receive if they cleared the game using the first method. At least it would guarantee absolute safety for the Great Xia nation within the 7 days before the next scary tale arrived. This level of reward was extremely tempting for any country in the world. Because since the arrival of the rule-based scary tales, the global population had sharply decreased from 9 billion to 4.2 billion. It took 56 years to grow to the scale of 4.8 billion people. But it only took 7 months for the population to vanish. However, even though they longed for the 7 days of safety, no one spoke it out. In the world of rule-based scary tales, the most important thing to clear the game was to maintain inner calm and clarity. The purpose of establishing their expert group was to provide full assistance to the chosen ones, rather than to impose pressure of people's survival upon them. After all, before being randomly selected to enter the copy world, they may have been just an extremely ordinary wage earner, just like Su Li this time. Moreover, although Su Li is currently performing exceptionally well. Over the past 7 months, the Great Xia Kingdom has a total of 27 chosen ones, among whom are many elites and high-end talents from society. Yet among these 27, only 1 person has cleared the 2nd level of difficulty, and 2 others have cleared the 3rd level of difficulty. Unfortunately, all 3 of them perished in their respective 2nd copies. Clearing the copy of the rule-bending world in the most difficult way has yet to be accomplished by any country worldwide. This cruel reality leaves them hoping that Su Li can clear it in the final way, which would be excellent for the Great Xia Kingdom. Meanwhile, as Su Li works on the math problems on the exam paper, he rapidly thinks in his mind. He comes to the same conclusion about the ease of clearing the game as the expert group. But regarding which option to choose, Su Li has a different opinion. This isn't because he is arrogant, but because the note contains a crucial piece of information. That is, as night deepens, the dormitory building becomes increasingly terrifying. And the peak of this terror occurs at dawn. The exact time of dawn is not indicated on the note, but Su Li guesses it should be when the lights in the senior high 1 and 2 zones of the dormitory building come on again, which is around 6 in the morning. Now, he doesn't know what will happen next. If he wants to avoid it, he needs to gather more information. And during the process of collecting information, he will inevitably get closer to the truth of the dormitory building. And he currently has no idea who has the key to the dormitory building's door, even if it's most likely with Aunt Zhou. How to get it remains a big challenge. Stealing it is certainly impossible, because the 2nd rule of the dormitory safety guidelines clearly states: do not take others' things without permission. This is also why Su Li would always ask if something was his own even when taking a shower. As for directly asking Aunt Zhou for the key, Su Li hasn't even considered that. In their 2 brief encounters, Aunt Zhou has always maintained an icy distance of no entry for strangers. With such a level of relationship, Su Li knows very well that even if she really has the key, she wouldn't give it to him. From the information previously obtained from Mihai, he also learns that Aunt Zhou has some connection to the student who jumped off the building. So no matter what, he must investigate the truth of the jumping incident as much as possible. All deductions lead him toward the first method of clearing the game. The more information he grasps, the greater his chances of clearing the game will be. After realizing this, Su Li decides to temporarily not think about which way to clear it in the end and focus on gathering more information first. On the other side, in the live broadcast room of the Cosmic Kingdom, Zhang Shengxian, who is pretending to sleep on the bed, is also contemplating how to clear the game. A fitness enthusiast, he is not adept in mental tasks, so shortly after entering the copy, he has already exhausted his 3 hint opportunities. Although he was lucky enough to guess his bed position correctly, everything else after that must rely entirely on himself. Unable to obtain information from the expert group, he can only infer based on his own assumptions. But after pondering for half a day with no clue, Zhang Shengxian inexplicably begins to feel annoyed, and for some reason, he even starts to miss his family's spicy pickled cabbage. At that moment, sharp scratching sounds suddenly echo at the door, and then instantaneously return to silence. Zhang Shengxian's body trembles, and he immediately listens intently, but there is no sound outside the door anymore. He left in the dormitory, showed no reaction, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. He nervously listened for a while, confirming that there was really no sound, and couldn't help but start to doubt if what he heard earlier was just his imagination. Lying down again, Zhang Shengxian closed his eyes and began to long for the fried chicken shop downstairs again. He smacked his lips, suddenly realizing his face felt a bit itchy, and unconsciously wanted to lift his hand to scratch it. However, he felt as if something was pinning his hand down, making it impossible to lift. The harsh sound of cicadas rang out, and Zhang Shengxian suddenly opened his eyes wide. With the bright moonlight coming in through the window, he saw a completely black cat sitting on his arm, its crimson tongue licking its paw incessantly. Seeing Zhang Shengxian open his eyes, the black cat took 2 steps forward and nestled quietly beside his shivering face. Zhang Shengxian usually loved cats, but now his heart was filled with fear. In that moment when the black cat pressed against his skin, he felt his face getting itchier and itchier. He wanted to push the black cat away, but the little cat felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds at this moment. Zhang Shengxian could hardly stand it and had to use his other hand to scratch his face, but he still couldn't stop that bone-deep itch. His movements became faster, his force greater. But the itch spread to his chest, sinking deep into his body, as if he had to dig out his heart to completely stop this strange itch. He thought so and acted on it. Moments later, the black cat glanced at the body beside it that had started to grow cold, its gaze revealing a strong sense of human-like disdain. It jumped lightly onto Wu Shan's table, then leapt out of the window in a single bound. With a clang, the bowl of rice placed on the table by Wu Shan was knocked over, revealing a black cat hair that had gone unnoticed at the bottom of the bowl. Chapter 20, Caught in a Dilemma and the Way to Break Free. The viewers watching the livestream from the Cosmic Kingdom were incredibly shocked, and only now did they realize. If Suli hadn't built a good relationship with Wu Shan earlier, leading to Wu Shan not reminding Suli about the cat hair, what a serious consequence that would have been. By the time Suli finished his self-study and returned to the dorm, the black cat would have come looking for him. The bizarre and frenzied state of Zhang Shengxian before his death, where he felt no pain at all, made them shudder just looking at it through the screen. But now they had little mind to pay attention to that, as Suli was equally trapped in an extremely dangerous situation. A minute ago, Suli was still thinking and working on problems when a sudden exclamation rang in his ears. "Wow, Suli, you're amazing. You're doing it so fast?" He stared at Suli, who had completed almost half of the math test paper in just 10 minutes, his eyes full of shock. But at this moment, Suli was clearly even more shocked than Wu Shan. "Are you looking for death? You almost died just now, and you're still speaking so loudly. Doesn't that wound on your face hurt?" "Oh, maybe it really doesn't hurt that much anymore." Suli looked at Wu Shan's wound, now completely devoid of blood. He also remembered that he had that terrifying gash earlier, as he flexed his muscles at him. He almost forgot that those who were tainted were not as sensitive to pain. But Suli slightly turned his head, a chill rising in his heart. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Zhu Feiyu behind him, raising his head, twirling a new pencil in his hand, and staring fixedly at him. "Suli, why did you choose A for this problem? I feel like C is the right answer." Wu Shan completely noticed nothing of the gaze coming from behind, looking at the pale-faced Suli with curiosity. "This seems to be yesterday's knowledge point. Tell me more." Suli slowly picked up the cup and sipped water, moving at a pace that was almost agonizingly slow. Zhu Feiyu, however, twisted his pencil faster and faster, as if he was about to move at any second. Suli believed that Zhu Feiyu's second strike would definitely not be just a scratch on the cheek like the last time. His mind was racing faster than the pencil in Zhu Feiyu's hand. If he didn't answer, he would break the second rule of the dormitory. Students must help each other, treat others kindly, and should not directly refuse others' goodwill. But if he opened his mouth to answer, he would violate the first rule of the study room. Should he be killed by Zhu Feiyu or by Wu Shan? This was a question worth pondering. Suli's gaze drifted past the cup at his lips to Wu Shan, whose facial muscles were beginning to twitch unnaturally because he had remained silent. What to do? What to do? What to do? Leader, should we use the second hint opportunity? An anxious team member from the Xia country expert group looked at the leader. His message was ready, and with a nod from the leader, he could send the hint to Suli immediately. "Let's wait 10 seconds, if he hasn't found the key to solving it by then, we'll send the hint." "Understood." The leader's voice was calm, but his gaze was fixed tightly on Suli on the screen. The fleeting 10 seconds felt like a lifetime at this moment. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just as the leader was about to say the word send, he saw Suli move. Suli put down the cup, pointed at a question on the exam paper, and softly said, It's normal if you can't solve this question, it's a bit beyond the syllabus. The solution is actually quite simple, you just need to draw a total of 5 auxiliary lines here, here, and here.
Come, let me draw it for you.
The pencil spinning in Zhu Feiyu's hand came to a halt, as he continued to look at his book as if nothing had happened. A wave of exhalation filled the combat analysis room.
This kid is doing it on purpose, right? He did the same last time, pushing it to the limit. If this keeps up, my heart can't take it.
The previous expert who spoke removed his hand from the hint sending button, watching Suli explain the questions to Wu Shan with a laughing scold. The leader said nothing, a look of contentment on his face. Only then did he realize that his bony palm holding the armrest was already soaked with sweat. The viewers in the live broadcast room were somewhat confused.
They couldn't figure out why Su Li, who clearly spoke and broke the rules, was not noticed by Zhu Feiyu.
Wu Shan had his face mutilated for merely saying one sentence, but now Suli had been explaining the question for a long time and nothing happened to him.
Was it because he was handsome that he received special treatment? Observers from other countries sent the information back.
Some countries still had hint opportunities, and though they were puzzled, they reported Su Li's actions without omission to their chosen ones. They didn't understand the principle, but following what Su Li did was no problem, and after taking the same action, Zhu Feiyu behind them also put down his pencil.
I understand.
An expert from the bear country suddenly slapped the table and shouted with excitement.
It's learning, Su Li is teaching.
Some people around had puzzled looks, while others' eyes lit up as they understood the key point. The study room is a place for students to learn, loud talking and laughing is prohibited.
This rule has 2 key points, place for learning and loud talking and laughing. The reason Wu Shan was attacked by Zhu Feiyu earlier was that the moment he entered the room, he spoke that sentence. The study room is so much more comfortable than the dormitory.
His voice was loud, and the content had nothing to do with studying, violating both key points.
And when Su Li first came down to get the cup of water, Once, I had spoken with Guo Feiyu inside the study room.
At that time, although the conversation was unrelated to studying, their voices were not loud. They didn't violate the no loud talking and laughing rule, so no immediate consequences occurred. But later, after Yef from Qinhu country finished drinking water, he shouted, "Ah, that's refreshing," and was immediately killed by Zhu Feiyu, who stabbed him with a pencil. At the time, everyone thought Yef had violated the rule of if you need to drink, bring your own container. But now it seems that the cause of his death was a combination of both violations, meaning he broke 2 rules at once. Returning to the previous scene, Wu Shan was amazed by Su Li's problem-solving speed. Although he was loud, the content was related to studying, so it only violated 1 rule.
Therefore, Zhu Feiyu just stared at them and took no action.
In other words, the real meaning of the rule wasn't that you couldn't speak in the study room. It was that you couldn't break both of the 2 key rules at the same time. And now, as Su Li explained the problem to Wu Shan, he spoke in a gentle and soft voice.
Both conditions were satisfied, and thus, the crisis was resolved. He's amazing.
An expert from the Grey Bear country stared at the screen, his eyes glowing. Although he could trace the result back to the cause, if he reversed the process, the difficulty would be worlds apart. Even now, he still couldn't figure out how Su Li had deduced the solution.
It's high.
The team leader smiled as he looked at a young team member who had asked a question. He raised his hand, signaling the video team to start playing the previous live broadcast. It was the moment when Su Li had just entered the world of creepy stories and met He-Hai while returning to the dorm. In the video, He-Hai handed Su Li a cup of water, but Su Li didn't take it. Feeling embarrassed, He-Hai scratched his head and said, "I know you're a bit of a neat freak, but you left your cup in the study room yesterday while explaining problems to Wu Shan.
Just make do with mine for now."
The video paused, and the young team members still looked confused.
Isn't this the beginning? What's, oh. I get it now.
His eyes lit up. He-Hai said Su Li left his cup in the study room yesterday while explaining problems to Wu Shan, which means they were talking in the study room yesterday.
That's when Su Li deduced the 2 key points of the study room rule and broke the case, right? Look at you getting all excited.
A middle-aged team member laughed and tapped the young team member's head with some documents.
This time, our chosen one is different from the others. Watch closely and learn well.
The young team member didn't mind, grinning widely, his first real smile since joining the expert team 3 months ago. But soon, everyone in the operations analysis room turned their attention back to the live broadcast screen. On the screen, Su Li had finished explaining the problem and walked to the water dispenser at the door to get a cup of water. Holding the cup in his left hand, his right hand was tucked into his coat pocket as he walked out of the study room. He leaned against the wall and took a sip of water, and Wu Shan followed him out with his own cup. The two briefly exchanged a few words, and Wu Shan went back to the study room, closing the door. But Su Li didn't return. Instead, he stood quietly, as if waiting for something.
2300 hours.
The lights in the dormitory on both the first and second floors went out. At the same time, Su Li slowly took his right hand out of his coat pocket.
In his hand, he held a crumpled ball of paper.
Chapter 21, The Bugs Will Kill You. A few minutes ago.
Suli had finished explaining the problem to Wu Shan and sighed in relief. As for the first rule of the study room, his deduction was indeed what the experts from the Dasha country and Grey Bear country had speculated. Although he appeared calm just now, in reality, before speaking, he had been quite anxious. There was still some uncertainty in his heart. But fortunately, he had the gift of foresight about death, so Suli dared to act this way. Wu Shan was digesting the knowledge Suli had shared with him. Suli glanced at the time, and it was already 22:55. According to the rules, sitting for a long time is bad for the body, one should often stand up and move around. Therefore, Suli walked over to the water dispenser to get some hot water, preparing to go outside for a breath of fresh air. But just as he went out, Wu Shan followed him out. "Suli, how come you study so well?" He was a bit emotional, and Suli just smiled without speaking. Wu Shan didn't mind, took a sip of the hot water in his cup, and then looked at Suli's cup with confusion.
"Doesn't drinking this give you a stomach ache?" "What?" "The water you got from the dispenser. That water seems to have problems."
"I'm not sure if it's expired or something. Anyway, I've had stomach aches after drinking it several times before."
Suli's pupils slightly constricted. "Has it always been like that?" Wu Shan thought for a moment.
"I can't remember clearly, but drinking hot water from the study room has no issues. Moreover, whenever I feel tired while solving problems, drinking this feels even more effective than coffee at keeping me alert." Suli smiled, but in his heart, he felt a bit on guard. He knew that the refreshing effect Wu Shan mentioned wasn't real, it was because of contamination that the body's perception had weakened. He had previously thought it would only weaken pain perception, but unexpectedly, even drowsiness was affected. He felt a chill rising in his body and instinctively stuffed his right hand into his jacket pocket, trying to gather some warmth. But the next moment, his body stiffened slightly. His fingertips touched something in his pocket. It seemed to be a crumpled piece of paper. Suli clearly remembered that he had placed the note about the exit strategy in the left pocket of his clothing.
So where did this paper ball come from?
Earlier, he had been in a hurry while grabbing his clothes and hadn't checked carefully, so he only noticed its existence at this moment. Judging by the touch, the paper ball was dry, which meant it hadn't been there all along but had been placed inside later. Who was it? But no matter who it was, he was about to gain some information, which would increase his chances of success significantly. These thoughts appeared in Suli's mind in an instant and then vanished. He pretended to be nonchalant, blowing at the steam rising from his cup, and then continued the topic initiated by Wu Shan.
"What kind of water is so magical that it can keep you alert?"
"I don't know why it has this effect."
Wu Shan shrugged. "It's just tap water from the river outside the school."
Suli nodded. He remembered that when he was inspecting the dormitory, he saw that there was indeed a river below their dormitory building.
"Wait a minute."
He had mentioned that the student who jumped had his body discovered by the river. This meant that after the student died, he turned into something eerie, and the river became contaminated as well. This led to the breeding of those white little worms, which flowed down the river into the hot water room, where unsuspecting students collected it. And because the third rule, which originally served as a warning, was altered, students came into contact with those worms during their washing and drinking processes, resulting in their own contamination. Disordered fragments of information pieced together a complete picture. Suli felt a surge of joy in his heart. It seemed he was getting closer to successfully passing the level again.
"I haven't finished my exercises yet, so I'm going in first."
Wu Shan bid farewell and turned back to the study room, casually shutting the door behind him. And Suli leaned against the wall. Soon, the time hit 2300 hours, and the lights-out time for the Senior 3 dormitory arrived. Suli took a look at the darkened Senior 3 dormitory next to him and slowly pulled out the paper ball from his right hand out of his pocket. He waited until the lights went out to take a look. Because the 8th rule of the dormitory states, "No wandering in the dormitory after lights out." At this time, taking out the paper ball could minimize the risk of being discovered. The corridor lights were already off, but through the light from the study room's door, Suli discovered this was not a complete piece of paper, but seemed to be torn from somewhere. The handwriting on it was very sloppy, as if the person who wrote this note was in a hurry. 1. If you want to leave here, you can check the tool room.
2. Do not enter someone else's room without permission.
3. The key can unlock the locked areas of the dormitory building. The people entering and leaving the dormitory every day have the keys. 4. If you experience chest tightness, hallucinations, or delusions at any time, please go to the dormitory manager's lounge. There are medicines there.
5. Insects are good, they won't bite people, and they will glow.
6. Insects can kill people. After reading the content, Suli put the paper ball back into his clothes pocket, looking at the locked front door of the dormitory below. The joy that had just surged vanished suddenly, replaced by a cold chill. Although the initial handwriting on the paper ball was sloppy, it was still somewhat legible, but the farther he read, the harder it became to recognize. And the letters and pressure of the writing grew stronger, even piercing the paper at the sixth point. The content on it was even more chilling. Suli remembered that the fifth rule of the dormitory said, "After lights out, the dormitory's main door will be locked, and it cannot be opened without a key." But the paper ball stated there is a way to leave in the tool room. There is a key to the main door? Suli didn't think so. Because the third rule on the paper said that the keys are with the people who come in and out of the dormitory every day. If he wanted to go to the tool room, it could only be during a certain period after this. But the eighth rule of the dormitory does not allow students to wander in the building after lights out. These two hidden conflicts made Suli remain doubtful about the authenticity of this rule. Even if there really was something in the tool room that could help him get through, it would definitely come with huge risks. So if he really chose to go, it wasn't now, he needed to wait for a suitable moment. And in the fourth rule, the symptoms described looked very similar to those after being contaminated. Did Aunt Jo have the antidote for contamination? Suli wasn't very convinced, not to mention Aunt Jo's cold attitude and the fear others had of her. If she really had an antidote, why would there still be so many contaminated people in this dormitory? But Suli also remembered, back in the hot water room, Su Feng had asked him if he felt unwell and wanted to take him to Aunt Jo for medicine, which indicated that Aunt Jo did have medicine. But it surely wasn't the antidote for contamination. Then, what kind of medicine was it? As for the last two rules, he knew that contact with those white insects would lead to contamination, but what did it mean that the insects would glow? Moreover, the fifth rule said insects were good, while the sixth rule stated insects could kill people. These were completely conflicting messages. Before seeing this note, having passed through all the encountered events without danger, Suli still believed he could successfully get through this level. But at this moment, reflecting on the barely believable rule information on the paper ball, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. Even the previously lively military analysis room of the Great Xia nation fell silent at this time. Chapter 22. When did I get contaminated? After a while, Suli patted his stiff face, turned around, and pushed open the door to the study room. He had been out for a considerable amount of time. Sitting back down, Suli picked up a test paper and started working on it. But his mind was entirely focused on organizing information. He wanted to find the end of the tangled mess of yarn that led to the right direction. The expert groups of the Great Xia Kingdom had also started to get busy. The current situation could not afford to waste even a second. However, the situation among expert groups from other countries was quite different. A strange situation had arisen. Some countries' chosen ones also discovered that crumpled paper ball in their pockets, while others did not. This included one Tower Kingdom. After receiving the information relayed by the observers, their expert group hesitated for a long time before deciding to use their last hint opportunity. They informed their chosen one, Godanwai, about this information and the previously discovered way to pass, along with their speculations about the rules. Godanwai, like Zheng Shengxian, guessed correctly which bed was his, but the difference was that while cleaning, he had accidentally discovered the cat hair hidden at the bottom of the Wushan bowl. So he did not meet the same fate as Zheng Shengxian. At this moment, he was lying on his bed, bored, staring at the ceiling, cursing this damned dormitory building and his damned roommate in his heart. He did not get along well with his two roommates like Suli did. He merely put on a facade and already felt quite impatient. When he received the information passed on by the expert group, his expression first showed joy, then it quickly changed between dark and bright. The expert groups informed him that the rule regarding clues to leave the tool room might have issues. But soon enough, he rolled out of bed, got dressed, and headed downstairs. He had had enough of this place. Even if there might be danger, in a world filled with strange rules and tales, where could there be absolute safety? Now that there was hope of leaving, how could he not give it a try? Not knowing if it was because of multitasking or overthinking, Suli felt his head a bit swollen, the previous heat sensation rising again. Looking at the window, Suli noticed it had been closed by someone at some point. He wanted to walk over and open it, but felt his body weaken, almost falling off the chair. Thankfully, Wushan had noticed and caught him in time. Seeing Wushan looking at him with concern, Suli wanted to say something but was afraid of breaking the study room's rules. The previous discomfort from lack of water surged in his throat again. He weakly pointed to the water cup on the table. Wushan understood and quickly brought it over to feed him a sip. The feeling of thirst was slightly alleviated, but the heat and dizziness did not ease. Suli sensed something was wrong, but with his mind in chaos, he didn't know what the problem was. The rustling of paper sounded as Wushan packed up the test papers and books, helping Suli toward the study room door. As they left, he didn't forget to nod apologetically at Zhu Feiyu, who was curiously observing the two. "What's wrong with you? Do you need to go to Aunt Zhu for some medicine?" Wushan stood in the corridor, worriedly looking at Suli's pale face. Suli weakly shook his head. "Let's head back to the dorm. Lying down for a while should make it better." Suli temporarily did not want to go try, he needed some time to think about whether the rules on the paper ball were accurate or not. Why don't you go back to studying? Didn't you say your study time is until midnight? It's not time yet. It's okay, learning can happen any time, it doesn't matter. Suli glanced apologetically at Wu Shan, who was supporting him. Sorry for bothering you. If you keep being so polite to me, I might get angry. Suli managed a difficult smile and followed Wu Shan towards the dormitory. But Suli, not feeling well, did not notice that Wu Shan's stomach was strangely swelling beside him. Soon, they returned to the dorm. You go ahead and sleep, I need to catch my breath. Suli's voice was weak. After waiting for a few seconds without hearing Wu Shan's reply, he turned to look. Only to discover something was wrong with him. At that moment, Wu Shan's belly had swollen like a balloon, as if something was trying to break free from inside. Aren't you feeling bad? Why don't you go back to your bed and sleep? Wu Shan's voice became sharp, as if he had suddenly turned into a different person. The viewers in the live stream were somewhat shocked to see this. What happened to Wu Shan? Did something possess him? In my opinion, it shouldn't be that, maybe the pollution has worsened after nightfall. But this is really bad for Suli. He still doesn't know which bed is his. If Wu Shan sleeps first, Suli will have to choose from 2 instead of 3. Yeah, and he's not in a good state. It's harder for him to make the right choice. The audience was very worried about Suli. They remembered the first rule of the dormitory: each dorm room has 4 beds, and you can't sleep in someone else's bed without permission. I believe in Suli. Chosen ones from other countries have people who can guess right, Suli can definitely do it too. The girl who sent this message seemed quite determined. But her trembling pupils revealed her inner anxiety. However, her eyes soon widened. She saw Suli helplessly say okay, then slowly walked towards the bed with a Wang Lufei poster on it, lying down fully clothed. He showed no hesitation or doubt, as if he had known where his bed was from the very beginning. The girl was both surprised and delighted. Just a moment ago, she was so anxious that she was about to cry. She quickly sent a message. I knew Suli would be able to do it. Suli lay on the bed, watching Wu Shan walk to his own bed to close the window. Don't close it too tightly, I think some fresh air will help me feel better. Wu Shan's hand, which was reaching out, pulled back. Those eyes, now devoid of whites, stared at Suli for a long time, until Suli felt a chill in his heart. Then he climbed into the bed next to Suli's. The cool winter breeze, along with the sound of cicadas, flowed into the dorm. Lying in bed, Suli felt that although his physical discomfort hadn't lessened, his mind became a bit clearer. He didn't know that so many people in the livestream were worried that he couldn't find his bed, which indeed was something he had known long ago. Each of the 4 beds in the dorm had 3 different posters attached. One of Wang Lufei. One of a girl with a quirky hairstyle. One motivational poster. And one bed was completely empty. When he first saw them, he guessed this should correspond to the personalities of each bed's owners. Later, when he came back to the dorm to get water, Suli saw a cartoon character printed on his cup. Then, when he grabbed his own cup from the study room, he noticed it had a straw hat design. At this point, Suli basically deduced that his bed should be the one with the Wang Lufei poster on it. Not to mention that another event had occurred later. When preparing to study, he, sleeping on the bed with the poster of the cute-haired girl, suddenly sat up in shock after mistakenly hearing cute girl instead of ignorant, which further confirmed Suli's previous speculation. Upon arriving here, the remaining bed with the inspirational slogan poster "How many chances do we have to fight in life? If not now, when," undoubtedly belonged to Wu Shan, who often went to study at night. If Suli couldn't analyze even this, he likely wouldn't have survived until now. So, his mind was not on this, nor on Wu Shan, who had suddenly become strange, but was solemnly pondering another issue. This sudden physical discomfort he was experiencing likely was not a coincidence, but rather that he had already been contaminated. However, there was a deadly question among all this. Up until now, everything he had done followed the rules, and he had not come into contact with the white bugs in the water, so when exactly had he been contaminated? Meanwhile, on the other side, Godanwei from Wantagwo had quietly reached the 2nd floor. He crouched down and moved forward, avoiding being seen by those in the study room through the window on the door. Carefully, he made his way to the 1st floor, where he first listened for a while at the closed dormitory supervisor's lounge door, confirming that there was no sound coming from inside, before gently pushing open the slightly ajar toolroom door. Although the room was not lit, he could still see things clearly in the bright light of the full moon, and he skillfully searched through the items. Soon, it seemed he had discovered something, and his eyes lit up as he reached to grab it. But then, a cold woman's voice suddenly came from behind him. It's so late, why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing here? Chapter 23, the clue in the tool room is actually this? Experts from Wantagwo watched the live stream room go dark, filled with sorrow. A horror was about to descend that they could not resist. However, at this moment, there were others suffering as well. Upon learning that Godanwai had gone to the tool room, all countries immediately ordered their observers to sync the livestream from Lantagwo back, eager to see what Godanwai could discover in the tool room. But unfortunately, just as they were about to witness Godanwai getting excited over something he had found, Aunt Jo arrived, carrying a bloodied stick and leaving. So close. They could have known what he had discovered. The experts from the Opportunity Nations fell into hesitation, as Godanwai's reaction indicated he must have found something advantageous in the tool room. Yet at that time, the livestream footage, due to the angle, made it impossible for anyone to see what it actually was. Thus, they had to carefully discuss and research to decide whether to explore the tool room before notifying their chosen ones of this information, as this involved a significant risk of being struck down by Aunt Jo. The Xia country felt the same way. Suli did not know any of this, he was just feeling very irritable. His body still felt uncomfortable, and the sound of cicadas outside the window grew louder and louder. Even as he covered his head with the quilt, the high-pitched, piercing noise forced its way into his brain. Suli suddenly threw off the quilt, intending to get out of bed to close the window, but then he heard a faint sound of footsteps coming from the hallway outside the window. He immediately lay back down, pretending to be asleep, with only a small crack in his eyes, staring intently at the window by the door. Soon, the footsteps stopped at the door, and two heads appeared outside the window. Suli was startled, he clearly had only heard one set of footsteps, why were there now two heads? Who else does that head belong to besides Aunt Jo? Before he could think it through, one face suddenly pressed against the window, staring fiercely in Suli's direction, accompanied by the unpleasant sound of glass scraping. A man's urgent voice rang out. "What are you doing? Why aren't you asleep? Caught?" Suli's heart leaped. He instinctively wanted to reply, but the words stuck in his throat. Although the moonlight outside was bright, the man couldn't possibly see his slightly opened eyes from such a distance. He remained silent, and the man outside didn't speak again, only staring intensely in his direction. The room was dead silent, only the cicadas seemed to grow louder. After waiting for what felt like 10 seconds, the face pulled away from the window, disappearing with another head from Suli's sight. Suli let out a breath. It seemed that the sixth rule of the dormitory safety regulations was correct. After lights out, the inspection staff wouldn't enter the dormitory. But who was that man? Suli felt he should know, but his discomfort was eating away at him, and he couldn't remember now. Painful time stretched on. After an unknown period, Suli suddenly heard someone calling his name. The voice seemed distant, yet felt like it was right next to his ear. He snapped his eyes open, the sound abruptly vanished, and there was nothing in front of him. Hallucination? The fourth rule of the paper ball regulations. If at any time you experience chest tightness, hallucinations, or illusions, please go to the dormitory manager's lounge. There are medicines there. Although lying back down in his dorm made his mind slightly clearer, the uncomfortable symptoms hadn't eased much. Moreover, as the night deepened, he had even begun to experience hallucinations. Suli didn't know what would happen if time continued to pass. However, he felt he couldn't wait any longer, and could only try to follow the rules. He struggled to get up from the bed and walked downstairs. If the rules were wrong, he could at least rely on the remaining 2 chances of foreseeing death to save himself. He knocked on the dormitory manager's lounge door, just like Wu Shan had done before. "Aunt Jo, I'm feeling unwell. I came to get some medicine." There was no response from inside. Had she gone out for inspection and not returned? Just as Suli was about to knock again, the door creaked open, and a face emerged from the darkness. The moment he saw clearly, Suli almost turned and ran. Aunt Jo's face, pale to an abnormal degree, had several streaks of blood on it. The blood appeared fresh, as if she had just clashed with something. "What's wrong with you?" She spoke in her usual cold voice. Suli recounted his symptoms again, and Aunt Jo then fully opened the door, retreating back into the darkness. "Come in." Upon entering, Suli noticed that Aunt Jo had drawn the curtains, and the room was nearly pitch black. He could only hear the sound of a cabinet opening and glass bottles clinking. Then came Aunt Jo's voice. "I'm out of medicine. Wait here. I'll go get some for you." Suli replied softly, and then he heard the sound of the door opening as Aunt Jo left the room. Suli quietly waited for a few seconds. Once he could no longer hear Aunt Jo's footsteps, he suddenly moved swiftly to the door, glanced around, and then plunged into the slightly ajar tool room across from him. The live stream audience was dumbfounded. No one could have imagined that the Suli, who had earlier appeared so weak that even walking downstairs left him gasping, could move so quickly into the tool room, and just when Aunt Jo had just left. Now they were worried about Suli's safety, but also a bit excited, wanting to see what he could find in the tool room. Suli did not disappoint them. In less than 10 seconds, the barrage in the livestream suddenly exploded with a flood of wow. Suli is amazing. There were so many that some had to be blocked just to see the screen clearly. Because they already knew what the thing inside was, a key. And now, it was in Suli's hands. Everyone became extremely excited. The Great Xia Kingdom had found the key. And they were the first. The observers lurking in the livestream couldn't care less about their shock. They quickly transmitted this footage back, knowing that every second counted for their own chosen one to clear this instance 1 second earlier. At this moment, Sully had returned to the dormitory lounge, gasping for breath. He was indeed still very weak. His earlier agility was just a brief forced outburst of energy. The reason he could find the object so quickly was that he had simulated this scene countless times in his mind upon seeing the rules. Earlier, when he went to get water, he saw the black cat in the tool room and also got a good look at its layout. Later, when he went back to grab money, he carefully observed it again. This was merely a room for cleaning tools, so the space wasn't very big. Sully had calculated during his simulation that only a few places could possibly hide something. After entering, he didn't need to search everywhere, he only had to check those few spots, and that process wouldn't take long. As for entering the tool room right after Aunt Jo left, that wasn't something he had planned in advance. After all, he couldn't have known that Aunt Jo would leave him here to get medicine. It was just that the opportunity was too rare. If he missed it, he might never get another chance. So, Sully made that very risky decision. Creak. While Sully was desperately trying to adjust his breathing, the sound of the door opening suddenly rang out, followed by footsteps behind him. Aunt Jo is back? The room was too dark, Sully couldn't tell who had come in. But soon, he heard Aunt Jo's voice, though this time it carried a colder tone. I can hear you, it sounds like you're out of breath? Chapter 24, Did Sully give up on clearing the instance? Of course. Can anyone not be out of breath? He was currently ill. Not only was his physical burden heavy, but his mental stress was immense too. Who knew if that damned black cat would sneak back into the tool room to hide again? Sully thought this in his heart but did not speak it out loud. He tried to smile to ease the atmosphere but soon realized that it was too dark for Aunt Jo to see his expression, so he weakly admitted. Aunt Jo, I feel a bit tightness in my chest, it's hard to breathe. His words sank into the darkness, but there was no response. A few seconds later, he heard Aunt Jo walk in front of him. First, there was the sound of a drawer opening, then the sound of water pouring into a container, followed by Aunt Jo's voice. I understand. Here, drink this. She really has medicine? And it's some kind of liquid? Sully felt puzzled, but the darkness of the room prevented him from seeing anything clearly. Aunt Jo, could you please turn on the light? I can't see the medicine. With a swish, the curtain was drawn open, and moonlight poured into the room, suddenly illuminating Sully's view. He saw a pale-faced woman holding a glass, filled with some unknown transparent liquid. Sully smiled and took the cup from the woman's hand, then suddenly remembered something. All right, Aunt Jo, I found a wallet in the laundry room earlier and put it on the table for you. Did you see it? Aunt Jo stared into Sully's eyes for a moment. No. No? Then where did the wallet go? Sully looked at the empty table beside Aunt Jo. Stop dragging it out, hurry up and take the medicine, then go to sleep. Sully gazed at the cup in his hand, feeling slightly hesitant. Instinctively, he thought of the third rule in the dormitory. If you need to drink, please bring your own container. But soon, Sully realized that this rule probably only limited the pure water in the study room or the water in the electric kettle that could cause pollution. He gulped down the liquid in the cup. It tasted very strange, not quite like medicine, rather more similar to the pure water he had once drunk from a water dispenser. Sully frowned and returned the cup to Aunt Jo. How do you feel? A bit better, but still somewhat uncomfortable. It's okay, the medicine will take a while to fully take effect. Aunt Jo pulled the curtains closed again, and the room fell back into darkness. You should go back to sleep. Okay, thank you, Aunt Jo. Sully left the room, and just as the door closed behind him, a rustling sound came from within, as if Aunt Jo was writing something. Sully didn't think much of it, his expression now seemed very serious. He hadn't lied. After drinking that strange liquid, although his discomfort still lingered, it had indeed eased a little. Was his earlier guess wrong? Did Aunt Jo really have medicine that could suppress the pollution? Sully halted, looking at the tightly shut door of the dormitory building next to him, his hand unconsciously tightening around the key hidden in his pocket. He didn't know that the livestream room of Great Xia was now flooded with countless viewers. At this moment, almost everyone in the world was watching him. As long as Sully took out the key, inserted it into the lock, and gently turned it, he could unlock the cold iron door and leave this building filled with strange occurrences. Is Great Xia going to be the first country to clear the instance? I'm so excited. I wish this livestream could be accelerated. I feel like I want to see the results right away. I couldn't agree more. What is Sully waiting for? Why isn't he going to open the door? The expert group was also watching Sully in the livestream, but they weren't as optimistic as the audience. Their rich experiences and insights led them to maintain a certain level of skepticism, but they lacked enough evidence and information to support their doubts, so they could only wait for Sully's decision. Soon, Sully took a step towards the upper floors. Some viewers expressed understanding, believing that Suli should be cautious in this strange world. However, other viewers were confused and disappointed. They couldn't understand why Suli would give up such an opportunity to clear the instance that was so close at hand. This dissatisfaction even led some to start cursing, berating Suli as a coward who let Great Xia miss the chance to clear the instance because of his personal reasons. His words were extremely harsh, but soon his comments vanished, and a few minutes later, the door to the room was violently broken open, and he was taken away in terrified astonishment to an unknown place. Someone was risking their life, fighting for the fate of their country. No matter what his choice was, he shouldn't have to endure such vicious insults from behind a screen. Suli had actually thought about whether to take out the key and unlock the dormitory door right now, but in the end, he gave up. Because in that moment when his heart moved and he was about to step closer, he saw the curtain in the dormitory manager's break room move slightly. Although he couldn't see what was inside, Suli knew that Aunt Jo was very likely watching him from the darkness. If he tried to open the door, he believed that Aunt Jo's bloodstained stick would reach his head faster than he could escape. Moreover, was this key that was so easily obtained truly the key to leave the dormitory building? Suli thought this way because, during the brief moment when Aunt Jo opened the curtains earlier in the room, in addition to the medicine she gave him to drink, he had also seen other things. Under the bed in the room, there was a broken wooden stick placed there, stained with blood. What was most unsettling was, the blood hadn't dried or coagulated, it was still fresh. Suli thought about the few wounds on Aunt Jo's face he had seen when opening the door. Before he arrived, had Aunt Jo gotten into a fight with someone? What happened to that person? Was he killed by her? Suli felt a shiver run down his spine. And besides that, he had later looked over Aunt Jo's shoulder and saw a large glass bottle behind her, not properly closed, inside a cabinet. It was the same glass bottle that Hai had told him about before. The one that contained the dead cicadas. The cicadas inside were severely damaged, but there weren't as many as Hai had said, probably only about 1/10 of the bottle's size. Did Aunt Jo kill all these? But what was she collecting these corpses for? Suli didn't know the answer. With a creak, the door in front of him was opened, and someone walked out, curiously looking at Suli. Suli looked at Zhu Feiyu, standing at the door of the study room. His bright smile made it impossible to tell that just a while ago, this person had nearly brought him life and death danger with nothing more than a pencil. Suli turned his head and glanced downstairs, then smiled back. How are you feeling now? Then hurry back and rest. I'm just heading to the bathroom and then I'll go back. Zhu Feiyu smiled as he patted Suli's shoulder and started walking toward the restroom at the end of the second floor. Before Suli could react, two more sounds appeared at the same time. Suli suddenly turned to look in the direction of the sound. It arched its back, fur bristling, its yellow eyes fixed intently on a middle-aged man on the ground in front of it. However, he wasn't looking at the black cat in front of him. Instead, he was looking at Aunt Jo, who was standing behind the cat. The livestream viewers watched the sudden scene unfold. They felt an uncontrollable sense of fear, realizing that Aunt Jo hadn't been asleep earlier. Who is the man on the ground? Why did the black cat attack him? Suli glanced at Aunt Jo, whose face was like ice. Could it be that she was the one behind this? At that moment, he saw Zhu Feiyu walking downstairs. From his expression, he seemed a bit surprised by what was happening and wanted to ask about the situation. But Suli was even more shocked. Zhu Feiyu seemed unaware of the danger the black cat posed. He reached out to stop him, but couldn't grab him in time and could only shout. Senior, don't go over there, come back. Huh? Zhu Feiyu looked back in confusion, but Suli felt a chill all over, because he saw that the moment his words fell, the black cat suddenly turned to look at them. Then it leaped towards them at an incredible speed. Suli could not think any longer. He pushed off the ground and lunged towards Zhu Feiyu. Just as he managed to lower Zhu Feiyu's head, the black cat flew over them. Suli's muscles were tense, but he saw the black cat push off the wall with its paw, and then it vanished from sight. Phew! Suli let out a long sigh. In that moment, escape was impossible, fighting was futile. He could only try to help Zhu Feiyu evade the cat's attack and rely on his strength to face it. After all, despite Zhu Feiyu always having a cheerful smile, he was strong enough to stab a fragile pencil directly into the door. Although there was a certain risk in this, it was the only way Suli could think of to save himself at the moment. You're not hurt, are you? Suli looked at Zhu Feiyu. I'm fine, but I didn't know you were so afraid of cats. Zhu Feiyu, however, didn't seem to realize the danger he had just been in. Instead, he smiled and teased Suli. It's very dangerous. Seeing that Zhu Feiyu seemed unaware of the black cat, Suli directly told him, but Zhu Feiyu looked a bit puzzled after hearing it. Huh? No way, it was always very well behaved before. Suli's heart stirred. Very well behaved? Could it be that this black cat only became like this after being contaminated? Before Suli could think further, he saw Aunt Jo cast a cold glance at them, then returned to her room and slammed the door shut. The man on the ground also stood up, holding his neck with one hand, and then took out a handkerchief from his pocket to carefully wipe his wound and do a simple bandage. Suli could see 3 claw marks on his neck, although blood was flowing steadily. Thankfully, it wasn't too deep and not life-threatening. He must have dodged when the black cat attacked him. After he quickly tended to his wound, he walked over to them. The man looked to be in his 40s, his skin appeared flawless, and even his hair was pitch black, with not a single gray hair. How do these people take care of themselves so well? Suli couldn't help but think to himself. The man first glanced at the well-lit study room and then kindly looked at Zhu Feiyu. It's Zhu Feiyu, right? Are you studying again tonight? Seeing that Zhu Feiyu didn't answer, the man didn't mind. You're already in your 3rd year, your grades are improving quickly. Actually, there's no need to study so late every night. It will affect your daytime studies. Don't bother. Zhu Feiyu's expression was calm. I think you should pay more attention to your wound. The man laughed heartily. It's nothing, the small injury is no big deal. I'll just take care of it later. Zhu Feiyu didn't say anything further and turned back to the study room. The man then turned his gaze to Su Li, observing him for a moment before speaking in confusion. Is it Su Li from class 7 in the 1st year? Why aren't you sleeping? Are you studying here too? Seeing that Su Li remained silent and just looked at him, the man seemed to recall something. He reached out to pat Su Li's shoulder, chuckling. Oh, look at my head. You just enrolled not long ago, so you probably don't know me. Let me introduce myself. I am a teacher at Gujiang High School, and I am also the homeroom teacher for class 1 in the 3rd year, Xiaonida. Hearing this, Su Li remembered that there was indeed a staff lounge next to the dorm supervisor's lounge. However, he had always overlooked it before because the door was closed every time he saw it. Moreover, when the man reached out, Su Li noticed the thick calluses on his thumb, probably due to long-term pen holding. Although the man's chest did not have a name tag, his claimed identity should be true. Hello, Teacher Xion. I am Su Li from class 7 in the 1st year. I wasn't studying just now, I am a bit unwell and came down to ask Aunt Jo for medicine. Hearing Su Li's words, the teacher named Xiaonida became concerned. You're not feeling well? Are you feeling any better now? Yes, thank you for your concern, teacher. Xiaonida nodded. Alright, since you've taken the medicine, hurry back to bed and get some sleep. Su Li responded with an and then turned to walk upstairs, but he heard Xiaonida add another sentence. Since you've taken the medicine, close your eyes and sleep well when you get back. Make sure not to wander around. Su Li turned back to see Xiaonida looking at him with a kind expression. He nodded in acknowledgement and continued toward his dormitory. This duty teacher, though, seemed far more complicated than he appeared. He looked very nice, but Su Li could tell from his first words. He was the same man who had suddenly pressed his face against the window, loudly questioning him during a dorm check. But the black cat would attack him, and Aunt Jo also seemed to dislike him. When he left, he even specifically warned Su Li not to wander around after lights out. Does this mean he is part of the good guy camp? Su Li felt a bit lost, he wasn't sure who the strange person was, and now suddenly there was another one, complicating the whole situation further. Su Li thought for a moment but didn't come to a clear answer, so he set this aside and considered another matter. That was, when the man stood up, Su Li saw a few cicada bodies next to his feet. Were they the ones from Aunt Jo's bottle? But why were they there? Su Li pondered these questions while his eyes scanned the surrounding environment. He remembered that the black cat had run over their heads toward the upstairs, it could be hiding in some corner, ready to attack him at any moment. However, when Su Li returned to the dormitory, he did not see the black cat at all. Lying on his bed, Su Li felt that the clues in his mind were increasing yet becoming more chaotic. He always felt he had overlooked something but couldn't recall what it was. Suddenly, a sharp cramp shot through his abdomen, like a bad stomachache. Su Li's heart sank. Since entering this world, he hadn't eaten anything strange, even the things he drank were just purified water from the study room. Aside from that, it was only the unknown medicine he had just taken from Aunt Jo. Chapter 26, The Cry of the Winter Cicada. Could it be that the rules were wrong? That the strange one intentionally altered the rules to mislead and contaminate him? Just as Su Li thought of this, the abdominal cramp suddenly intensified. It felt like a sharp knife was inserted into his intestines. And it kept spinning. The intense pain made Su Li lose his ability to think in an instant. Sweat beads as big as soybeans seeped out, and his body began to twitch unconsciously. The viewers in the livestream room were extremely anxious, constantly mentioning the combat analysis team of the Great Xia Nation, hoping they could help Su Li. Since he entered this dungeon world, it was the first time they had seen Su Li in such pain. At that moment, in the combat analysis room, the experts were also very worried. The team leader furrowed his brow tightly, because Su Li was the fastest in progress among all the chosen ones. So, they didn't have much more information about the current situation than Su Li did.
According to previous analysis, the liquid Sully had drunk, they concluded, was something that could suppress pollution, just as Sully had judged, so they did not relay information to stop him from drinking it. But now, Sully's reaction was beyond their expectations. Unfortunately, they had no way to solve it now. Suddenly, the team leader's eyes lit up. He saw on the screen that Sully stopped twitching and was lying flat on the bed, breathing heavily.
This kid seems to have made it through.
Sully glanced at his watch and smiled self-deprecatingly. Only 1 minute had passed since the pain started, but it felt like he had endured decades of suffering. The back of his shirt had already soaked with sweat, but his eyes shone like stars in the night sky, bright and dazzling. The bizarre abdominal cramp came suddenly and disappeared just as quickly, and with the disappearance of the cramp, he found that all the discomfort he had felt earlier also completely faded away. Ancho's medicine really can suppress pollution. But the taste of this medicine is truly strange, as bland as plain boiled water. You just took water from the water dispenser. That water seems to have a problem. I don't know if it's expired from sitting too long, but I've had stomach aches after drinking it a few times before. Wu Shan's words at the entrance of the study room suddenly resurfaced in Sully's mind.
Wait. He had stomach pain after drinking this water following the pollution. Dormitory rule number 3.
The water from the hot water room is sterilized at high temperatures, can be used for washing, and can also be drunk.
Moreover, the study room is also prepared with pure water for students. If the altered part is changed to the correct one,
then it should be that the water from the hot water room cannot be drunk, it would be polluted, only the pure water from the study room can be drunk. And earlier in the study room, after his body felt unwell, Wu Shan had given him some pure water from the cup, and the discomfort in his throat indeed diminished. That means, this dormitory rule is actually hinting to those who see it, that pure water can suppress the degree of pollution to a certain extent. Thinking of this, Sully suddenly wanted to laugh. When pollution had become a norm, cleanliness would instead make one feel pain. But since Wu Shan had said he had stomach pain before, he should have also returned to normal, like he was now with pollution suppressed. But what he saw now was that Wu Shan was still in a polluted state, and was even drinking hot water from the thermos, and had even begun to show signs of mutation. Why was that? As for the liquid Anjo made him drink earlier, Sully recalled its taste. Although very similar to pure water, it had some subtle differences. Anjo must have added something to it, but he didn't know what it was. Suddenly, Sully heard strange sounds coming from the dormitory.
A rustling sound, like something crawling on the ground.
He looked down but saw nothing unusual.
Not on the ground? That is.
He suddenly looked up, only to see a crack in the corner of the ceiling near the door that had opened at some point, and something was crawling out of it. The moonlight was bright, but the strange thing was too small and too dark for Sully to see clearly what it was. But soon, Sully realized they seemed to be coming towards him. Sully wanted to get out of bed, but he found that the previously empty floor was now crawling with those strange things, leaving him with nowhere to step. He could only keep retreating toward the edge of the bed. The number of things crawling out of the crack was increasing rapidly. Soon, the ceiling and walls were covered in black, with only the wall near Sully remaining blank. As the distance shrank, Sully could see clearly that these black things were small bugs, the size of fingernails. They huddled together, and although their speed was slow, bugs continued to crawl out from that crack, pushing the ones in front and shortening the distance between them and Sully. Sully's scalp tingled. This was his first time seeing so many bugs, and even more terrifying was that they did not seem like ordinary bugs. Just by hearing their chirping, he felt a slight heaviness in his chest. These bugs could bring contamination. Now, even with some distance between them, he was already feeling the effects. Sully couldn't imagine what would happen if they touched him. But now there were many bugs on the ground, and he couldn't get down. He could only keep retreating, but the bed was only so big, where could he retreat to? Sully was now pressed against the wall, with only a few books around him and no means of defense. How could he break this situation? Suddenly, Sully noticed that the strange black bugs had slowed down their crawling, as if they were afraid of him and did not dare to come too close. His brain raced. What were they afraid of? The chirping sound rose from the dense mass of black bugs before him, combined with the noisy chirping of cicadas outside, which invaded his ears and made his mood somewhat restless. He felt that the cicadas' sound was louder and more piercing than before. Suddenly, Sully thought of something and slowly looked outside, glancing at the winter cicadas hidden in the dark. His gaze then returned to the black bugs before him that were pushing and shoving but dared not approach. An incredibly unbelievable thought suddenly appeared in Sully's mind. Could it be that they weren't afraid of him, but of those winter cicadas? Once this thought emerged, fragments of his past rushed into Sully's mind, then faded away, leaving only a few images. When he first entered the copy, he heard the cicadas, then he awakened. In the self-study room, because of the heat, he opened the window and heard the cicadas, then he became clearer. Lying in bed after being contaminated, he heard the cicadas, and then his thoughts were no longer chaotic. Every time he heard the cicadas, his mind became clear. He had always wondered why cicadas, tiny creatures born in summer that could live for only 60 or 70 days, would appear on a cold winter day when they breathed out fog.
Now he had a bold guess in his heart. It is not just the medicine that Aunt Jo drinks to suppress pollution, but also the winter cicadas chirping. Suli took a deep breath, closed his eyes. As the images in his mind faded, new images appeared. When Wu Shan saw the corpse of a cicada during cleaning, his fear. In the study room, the window that he had opened, only to find out later had been closed by someone else. After returning to the dormitory, the transformed Wu Shan wanting to close the window. And the fourth rule of the dormitory safety code, finding insect corpses in the dormitory is a normal phenomenon. With this thought, Suli opened his eyes, kicked the book by his pillow down, and at the moment it landed on the black bug on the floor, Suli jumped down without any hesitation, his feet landing on those books. The black bugs on the ceiling seemed triggered by Suli's sudden movement. They let out a terrible screech, and then, like a wave of black, all surged towards Suli. But Suli did not look back even once. As he leaped to the ground, he pushed open the half-open window with all his strength. The last puzzle piece in his mind had already formed. These pollution-carrying things, not only humans but also these black bugs, all feared the winter cicada's cry. Chapter 27, The Strangeness of Knocking and the Glowing Bugs. The black bugs behind Suli were now so close that with just a tiny step back, Suli could touch them. But as Suli forcefully pushed open the previously half-open window, an incomparable sound wave surged in through the wide-open window. The sound was so loud that Suli had to cover his ears just to bear it. The crawling movements of the black bugs suddenly stopped, their bodies trembling. A heart-wrenching screech came from their mouths, seemingly hit by some strong, invisible mental attack. In just a moment, the rustling crawling sounds once again filled the small dormitory. But this time, the direction wasn't towards Suli, but was gradually moving away. Suli lowered his hands from his ears, watching the last black bug crawl into the crevice of the ceiling, feeling an indescribable shock in his heart. Originally thinking that the cicada's chirping could push these black bugs back was already great, but he never expected it could be restrained to this extent. But this time the commotion was a bit loud. To prevent Aunt Jo from coming over again to check the dorm, Suli returned to his bed to lie down. The second puzzle was complete, and he began to organize and search through the remaining bits of information. So far, 3 types of bugs had appeared. The white small bugs in the water, the black bugs on the ceiling, and the cicadas outside the window. It can be confirmed that the first 2 types are harmful to the chosen ones, while the cicadas not only help the chosen ones restore their clarity of mind but also have a restraining effect on these pollutants. But where do they come from? And although he knows that the white small bugs come from the polluted river outside the dorm, he does not know where the remaining black bugs come from. More importantly, Aunt Jo's position now becomes perplexing. Initially, because she really had medicine to suppress pollution, he inferred she belonged to the good side. But now it seems there is room for discussion, as there were cicada carcasses appearing at her place, broken and numerous. Knock knock, the sudden knocking sound startled Suli, who was deep in thought, as he instinctively shuddered and looked towards the dormitory door. Someone is knocking? Is it another check on the dorm? Is it Aunt Jo or the duty teacher, Mr. Xiong? Knock knock knock. The knocking continued, and Suli had no intention of opening the door. Like last time, he kept his body still and slightly opened his eyes to look at the door. Soon, his tense body relaxed, and the knocking outside disappeared. Just as expected. Just like before, as long as he did not make any sound, the inspectors would leave on their own. Knock 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 knock. The knocking suddenly started again, and it was louder than before. The frequency also became faster. Suli's body went stiff. Something was wrong. The ones outside were not Aunt Jo and her group. Last time when they came to check, they only pressed their faces against the window and didn't knock. Suli's gaze subconsciously fell on the empty bed in the dormitory, the one without any posters on it. Could the one outside be the last member of the dormitory? Immediately, the 6th rule of the dormitory safety regulations flashed in Suli's mind. After lights out, inspectors will not enter the dormitory. If something tries to enter the dormitory, do not let it in, and remain silent. The one knocking outside, whether it was the last member or not, was very likely the thing mentioned in the rule. Or perhaps it was that strange entity from the game. Suli dared not make any noise, he even suppressed his breathing. Bang 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 bang. The knocking grew faster again, and the force suddenly increased. Even the door started to tremble slightly. It seemed like the thing outside was going berserk. Why? He had clearly followed the rules, not opening the door, and remained absolutely silent, but the situation was worsening? Was there something he did wrong? Wait a minute. Suli stiffly looked towards the open window beside him. It was the sound of cicadas. Earlier, due to that black bug, he had opened all the windows, so now the dormitory, although silent otherwise, was filled with the loud sound of cicadas. The knocking grew violently again, so intense that even while lying on the bed, Suli could feel the bedboard tremble uncontrollably beneath him. One could imagine how incredible the strength of the thing standing outside had become. Suli believed that if he gave it just one more minute, no, perhaps only tens of seconds, It could smash the door down and directly enter the room. No, he had to quickly close the window, stop the cicadas from chirping, and restore silence to the dormitory. Sully flipped off the bed again and quickly walked to the window, but just as his hands were about to touch it, the anxious viewers in the livestream were surprised to find that Sully's outstretched hand had stopped. In the next moment, a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Sully turned and walked towards the back door of the dormitory balcony that was originally closed, then suddenly yanked it open. Almost at the instant he pulled open the large door, the loud cicada sounds outside suddenly vanished without any warning, as if they had never existed at all. The dormitory became extremely quiet, except for the banging knocking on the door. Cold sweat trickled down Sully's forehead. Had he misjudged? Was the latter half of that rule correct instead of wrong? Did he really need to maintain absolute silence? And because he was a moment too slow, was it already too late? A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Sully's mouth but quickly vanished. There was no point in regret, he still had 2 chances to foresee death left. Next, he would just take it one step at a time. He walked to the balcony and grabbed a broom, then turned to look at the dormitory door that was about to be smashed to pieces. But then, he suddenly turned back. Looking out at the silent night wrapped in moonlight, Sully saw a weak light point flicker in the distance, then a second, third, fourth. In almost a breath, these tiny lights spread across Sully's entire field of vision, then flew towards him. This scene was too dreamlike, resembling a sea of light covering the sky, gently flowing towards him. Sully instinctively lowered his head, letting them fly over his head, filling the dormitory with brightness, then darting through the crack in the door and out of the dorm. Sully's pupils trembled, he saw what those tiny lights were. They were the wings of cicadas. Insects are good, insects won't bite, insects can glow. That was the so-called glowing insects from the paper ball rule? Outside the door, a piercing cicada song suddenly erupted, and at the same time, the knocking sound disappeared. Moments later, Sully could no longer hear any sound. He cautiously stepped over the black corpses of the tiny bugs killed by the cicada's song, walking to the door, pressing his ear against it, listening to the commotion outside. There was no sound. Did that strange thing get scared away? Sully's gaze fell on the table by the door. In his sight, a cicada settled near Wu Shan's bowl, its glowing wings reflected the white tiny bugs on the water's surface, but they were now motionless, as if they were dead. Sully stared at them for a long while, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He realized one thing he had overlooked. The white tiny bugs came from the river, then entered the hot water room, but he had forgotten one detail. In the dormitory building, besides the hot water room, there was also the laundry room that needed tap water. And this place, he had only visited once before, without inspecting it carefully. Sully's gaze turned to the dark crack in the ceiling. Perhaps the sudden appearance of those black bugs was related to the laundry room. Chapter 28, Sully's first initiative to seek help. The previous knocking sound still lingered in his ears, Sully couldn't be sure if it would come again. But since staying in the dormitory was unsafe, it was better to take the initiative and search for more clues. He had a strong premonition that the laundry room, this common area, must hold something extremely important. He first went to the table, took a few books, and strapped them to his chest and back as a simple defense measure. Then he opened the dormitory door, but just as he stepped out, he immediately pulled back. The ground at the dormitory entrance was covered with broken cicada corpses. Sully glanced at the deformed door he had knocked, wanting to properly deal with these cicada corpses that protected him through crises, but doing so would violate the 5th rule of dormitory safety. Sully sighed silently and returned to the dormitory, looking at the cicada resting by Wu Shan's bowl. The audience in the livestream had been immersed in the sea of light formed by cicada wings, but now, seeing Sully's actions, they suddenly realized something and an absurd thought rose in their hearts. No way, Sully isn't really thinking about taking that cicada away, is he? Though these cicadas have helped him through several crises, the rules say not to touch the insects. If he really takes it away, wouldn't that be directly violating the rules? Oh no! Sully really picked up the cicada. Ah! It's over, I can't watch. Sully carefully picked up the last remaining cicada and placed it into his pocket inside his clothes. Throughout the process, the cicada showed no resistance and made no sound at all. Then, Sully glanced at his still sleeping 2 roommates, who showed no reaction even after all that noise, and stepped out of the door of dormitory 5-8. The viewers were on the verge of collapse, feeling their worldview had been shaken. Could watching a live stream really be this polluted? Someone, please tell me what I'm seeing isn't an illusion. Not just them, even experts from other countries felt the same way. Dorm rule number 8, do not roam around the dormitory building after lights out. Dorm safety rule number 1, do not touch bugs. These rules had been verified before, but Sully had not only broken them, but he had broken both at the same time. However, there was no immediate fatal consequence, and looking at his light steps, he didn't seem tainted. How did he do it? I report, Sully is cheating. He must be using hacks. Some spies from other countries stirred up trouble in the Great Xia's livestream, but were quickly shot down by the viewers.
Get lost. Playing well means he's hacking, right? If you can't make it, don't blame the road. Do you think Suli is as smart as you imagine?
No, you're wrong, his cleverness is beyond your imagination. Although they also didn't know why Suli could walk down safely after breaking 2 rules, his performance so far had been outstanding enough to earn him unconditional support from some people. Not to mention, just now they thought Suli was going to shut the window, but instead, he opened the door, letting them witness a rare sight of an ocean of light. This astonishing action raised Suli's status in their hearts to another level. The spies cursed quietly, ready to send another barrage to stir up trouble, but they found someone knocking on the door behind them.
Hello, your takeout has arrived.
Meanwhile, in the battle analysis room of Great Xia, the team leader had a satisfied smile on his face. He knew exactly why Suli could do this. The rules of not roaming after lights out and not touching bugs were indeed verified. The former happened when Hai was attacked, the latter involved someone being tainted. This gave everyone the illusion that these 2 rules were absolutely correct.
Even he initially thought so.
But it wasn't until Suli reached for that cicada that he suddenly realized these rules, while seeming correct, weren't entirely so in a certain sense. First, Hai was attacked in the presence of the dorm manager.
If he hadn't been discovered, did it mean there wouldn't be a problem?
Second, the rule against touching bugs can mean 2 things: do not touch all bugs, or do not touch certain types of bugs. Now that Suli was unharmed, it meant the meaning of this rule was the second.
Cicadas could be touched, while those tainted bugs must not.
The team leader felt somewhat emotional. Previously, when Suli stood at the dormitory door and didn't open it, he thought he was fundamentally cautious, but now his actions changed his view of Suli a bit. This little guy still had the drive and boldness that only youth could bring. Suli walked carefully, as a long time had passed since lights out. The hallway had no lights, but the bright moonlight still allowed him to see the path.
Suddenly, Suli saw something moving in the shadow at the end of the 4th floor corridor. Was it that thing that had been standing outside his dorm door knocking? Suli wasn't certain and didn't want to investigate. Just as he was about to leave quietly, the thing stepped out from the shadows into the moonlight. It was the eerie black cat. In its mouth, it was clutching a cicada that was struggling feebly. What a devilish creature. How has it been so elusive all this time?
Wait. Suli suddenly thought of something, feeling a mix of doubt and fear, but now was not the time to think too deeply about it. He hoped the black cat hadn't noticed him, carefully moving his feet, slowly getting closer to the stairs, but the cicada in his pocket seemed to sense the black cat's presence and suddenly emitted a sharp cry.
Oh no!
Suli felt his scalp tingle as he saw the black cat at the end of the corridor turn to look at him, its eyes shimmering with a haunting yellow glow. It spat out the cicada and sprang towards Suli. Suli could no longer worry about staying quiet. His hurried footsteps echoed in the dormitory building as he desperately ran downstairs, while also trying to think of a way to shake off the black cat. Although there were 10 dorm rooms on each floor, Suli couldn't enter one right now. The second rule on the paper ball stated, no entering others' rooms without permission.
So how could he evade the black cat that was following him?
Got it. Suli didn't hesitate, he accelerated and dashed into the nearby laundry room, quickly slamming the door shut.
Bang!
It seemed the black cat couldn't slow down and crashed into the door. Immediately, eerie cries and sharp scratching sounds came from outside the door. At this moment, Suli pressed his body against the door, using his weight to hold it shut, yet his expression showed no panic at all.
Upon closer inspection, one could even see a faint glimmer of determination in his eyes.
I need to know more about this black cat, whether it has polluted or killed any chosen ones before. The more detailed the information, the better. The viewers in the livestream were anxiously watching Suli. Suddenly, they heard him utter this low statement, leaving them somewhat confused.
But in this laundry room, there appeared to be no one but him. Who was Suli talking to? Could it be that there was something invisible to them in the laundry room?
The audience all felt goosebumps creeping up their arms. But the expert team from Xia country slightly paused, quickly realizing that Suli was speaking to them.
Leader. An expert looked to the elder for advice. The leader nodded without hesitation.
This was the first time Suli actively sought their help after entering the instance, and although they didn't know the reason, the leader chose to trust Suli and activate this precious second hint opportunity. With the hint button pressed, the earlier death information of Zheng Shengxian from the Cosmic Country, along with details of other chosen ones killed by the Black Cat using strange methods, flooded into Suli's mind. Soon, uncertain voices began to rise in the combat analysis room as they noticed Suli's lips curling into a slight smile.
Was he actually smiling?
Before they could piece together the reason, they saw Suli stop holding the door, take 2 steps back, take a deep breath, grasp the handle of the laundry room door, and then twist.
Chapter 29, Verification of Speculations and 2 Puzzles. The moment Suli turned the doorknob,
the cat's cries and scratching sounds outside vanished, and his heart stopped beating. A scene, like a movie screen, appeared before Suli's eyes. He saw himself opening the laundry room door, and his shadow leapt towards him, with blood spurting from his neck. The vision vanished, and experiencing death again, even though Sully was mentally prepared this time, he still couldn't help but bend down, gasping for breath to ease the intense turmoil deep inside. Originally, the experts from the Great Xia kingdom were shocked to see Sully turning the doorknob, and they were ready to use their third hint to forcibly advise Sully against it. But in the end, they saw he merely turned it and then stopped moving, bizarrely starting to gasp for air. What was even stranger was that after regulating his breathing, the smile at the corner of his mouth became even more pronounced. He can't be contaminated, can he? An expert tentatively asked the leader, not believing Sully was toying with them, but rather a bit worried. The leader was equally baffled by this. Let's not rush, let's observe for a bit. The leader felt a little shocked. If he could predict Sully's actions before or after, he now found himself unable to see through this little guy. He didn't know how long it had been, but the scratching sound outside finally disappeared. It seemed the black cat realized it couldn't enter the laundry room no matter what, and thus gave up and left. Sully stared intently at the door, his thoughts confirmed. The second rule of the paper ball: no entering someone else's room without permission. This rule applied not only to the chosen ones but also to those contaminated things in this strange world. The initial form of this idea emerged when he learned that Wushan, He-Hai, and others also needed to follow the rules. Later, when that seemingly bizarre thing was knocking frantically, Sully initially believed it was those glowing cicadas chasing away the entity outside the door. But after seeing the state of the door, he realized that given the force of that thing, it could have easily forced its way into the dorm. This meant that even such terrifying beings needed to abide by the rules, and the room mentioned in the rules did not merely refer to dorms, but any room where someone existed. Just like in the laundry room he was currently in, as long as he didn't actively open the door, the things outside could not enter at all. To verify his hypothesis and further understand the trigger mechanism of his foreseeing death talent, Sully even took the initiative to open the door. At that moment, he constantly reminded himself that this wasn't a test, it was indeed time to open the door, aligning his heart and actions completely. Moreover, this would prepare him for some possible action he might take later. Ultimately, the test result was just like the initial concept. The moment he turned the doorknob, he faced death directly. However, if it was just that, though the conjecture was confirmed, there was still a gap. Thus he used one precious hint opportunity before opening the door, actively seeking information from the expert group. Upon receiving the results, the gap was filled, and the inference was completely formed. The black cat must follow the rules. When someone is in the room, if the other party doesn't allow or actively open the door, it cannot enter the room, with one exception. That is, if there is fur belonging to it in the room, it can enter without permission. Thus, the third piece of the puzzle was completed. Though the cost was great, Sully knew it was worth it. Because the value of this puzzle was far greater than that. He turned around to look at the empty laundry room. Moonlight poured through the window, illuminating the 7 washing machines. Although he had checked them before when taking clothes, Sully still opened all 7 washing machines for inspection once more. Like before, apart from the few pieces of clothing mistakenly taken by Wushan, there was nothing inside. He observed the surrounding walls as well. The surface was white and smooth, and no suspicious places were found. Sully frowned, thought for a moment, and then walked to the first washing machine. He squatted down and moved the washing machine a bit, only to find it completely empty. Sully didn't pay much attention and walked over to the second washing machine, continuing to move it, still nothing. He went to the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth machines. Huff! Sully stood in front of the last washing machine against the wall, breathing slightly heavily. Then he squatted down and shifted the machine aside. As soon as the space behind the washing machine was revealed, the audience in the livestream erupted in an uproar. The experts were stunned at first, quickly enlarged the image, and couldn't help but shake their heads in mock anger. This little brat guessed right again. Looking at that area, Sully's pupils slightly contracted. That was the position of the floor drain in this room, covered with dense white insect eggs. Many eggs, the size of a pinhead, had already burst open, exposing those white little worms he had seen before, which seemed to have already died completely, not moving at all. Sully leaned in a little closer, noticing that some of the small worms had grown a bit larger, with several bulges appearing around their bodies, as if legs were about to grow out of them. Moreover, the color of the worm corpses was not that pure white, they leaned more towards black. Sully felt that he had seen this kind of worm form somewhere before. That's right. It was the black worms that crawled out from the cracks in the dormitory ceiling before. Sully took a few steps back, moving the washing machine again. Sure enough, on a newly revealed section of the wall, Sully saw a dozen dead black worms, and a dark, bottomless crack. Fragments piecing together, information reassembling. The water from the polluted river outside, with insect eggs entering the dorm building, some flowed into the hot water room. High temperatures couldn't kill them, but instead prompted them to hatch into larvae, taken away by unsuspecting students. Some flowed into the laundry room. Over time, insect eggs hatched into larvae, and the larvae gradually grew into adults, which were the black worm forms he had encountered, crawling into the students' dormitories through this crack behind the washing machine. This meant that students in this dormitory would be contaminated if they drank the hot water from the hot water room. If they didn't drink it, but fell into a deep sleep at night, and didn't fully open the windows to let the sound of cicadas fill the dorm, they would be contaminated by the blackworms crawling out from the cracks while sleeping unconsciously. For the unaware students, it was almost an irresistible invasion. So, there were so many contaminated people in this dormitory. So many that every person he had seen so far could not escape. Thus, another piece of the puzzle was completed. As for why these worms hadn't entered the crack and died here. Chapter 30, Escape means death and a safe room in the dormitory. Sully glanced at the open window and the pile of cicada corpses not far away, sighed with a complex expression. Although unable to know the specific scene at that time, Sully could roughly guess that it was these cicadas that caused the death of those worms. And as a cost, they themselves had also fallen asleep here. The cold wind blew in from the window, tossing the broken bodies in the pile of cicadas around, like the unyielding souls of the dead. Suddenly, Sully's gaze sharpened. He saw a bloody note emerging from the pile of cicadas, lifted by the biting cold wind, fluttering in the air. Everyone's attention was instantly focused on that note. No one could have imagined that there was a piece of paper here that seemed to have rules. Even Sully felt the same way. He reached out, grasped the paper, and unfolded it. I hid this piece of paper here. If you found it, that proves you must be a human whose awareness has not been polluted. Please remember what I am about to say. 1. The key that is smudged is fake. 2. There is no way to escape. No way to escape. Escape also means death. 3. There is no one here, only bugs. Bugs are everywhere. 4. If you experience severe auditory hallucinations and hair loss, enter the balcony at the back of the dormitory and close the door until you hear the bell ring. Do not open the door, do not open the door. Do not open the door. The content was not much, but it was extremely shocking. So far, Sully had seen 3 handwritten rule reminders. The small print at the bottom of the self-study room rules, the paper ball in his right pocket, and this one in his hand. Not only were the handwriting styles of the 3 rules different, but looking at the content, the 3 people who wrote the rules held different positions. However, Sully now did not know the identity of any other person. He looked at the paper in his hand. The writer must be a person who had not been polluted or someone who remained clear-headed at that time. But the hasty handwriting indicated that he was extremely flustered while writing this content. Combined with the already dried bloodstains on the note, Sully could already imagine the scene at that time. That person must have clashed with something, then stumbled, injured, and rushed in here. He wanted to tell those who came later something, but due to certain rules, he could not speak directly, only managed to write down this information as best as he could and hid it among the cicada piles that had a restraining effect on pollution. Then, Sully let out a low sigh, unwilling to think further. The audience in the live room began to discuss the information on this newly appeared piece of paper, and observers from other countries sent the scenes they saw back to their own countries. Those expert groups, after their discussions, immediately relayed the information and their conclusions to their chosen ones. Because the content of those rules revealed a huge amount of information and was extremely useful. From then on, apart from the Great Xia country using it once, all countries had exhausted their hint opportunities, their expert groups had reached their limits, and the rest would rely on the chosen ones themselves. Sully looked at the paper in his hand, filled with admiration for the writer. He had almost used his life to convey extremely important information to himself. The first few words of the first rule, although covered by blood, could be judged to originally be around 2 to 4 characters, based on the range. Which means that the fake key is very likely to be only one. Is it the key on Ancho, or is it the key I obtained earlier? The second rule reveals a kind of extremely despairing emotion. It seems that the person had tried to escape from this dormitory building, but why did he say that escaping means death? Is it because he saw his companions being killed by some existence just as they were about to escape? In the third rule, the person said there are bugs everywhere here. Sully knew this, but what did the first half mean when he said there are no people? Does it mean that all humans have already been infected? Sully couldn't help but think of the dozens of students in the hot water room, looking at the corpse in the corner with a seemingly ordinary expression. His body felt a bit cold. And the last rule had the most words, but the information revealed was also the most critical. Severe hallucinations and hair loss symptoms. Sully knew that the former was a symptom caused by pollution, something he had experienced before. But hair loss. Sully suddenly remembered the hair he had seen in the trash bin when he was throwing away garbage before. At the time, he was puzzled why young students were experiencing such severe hair loss. Now it seemed it was also a symptom of pollution. And the middle part was easier to understand. When symptoms are severe, one needs to enter the balcony, because there, they can withstand the loud sounds of pollution. The next phrase, until you hear the bell, means to stay there until dawn, until the wake-up bell rings. Sully remembered that among the 3 ways to clear, the last one was stay in the dormitory and survive safely until dawn. He looked somewhat excited, as this last rule revealed information that far exceeded what Suli had imagined before. Because it very likely pointed to a feasible way to clear the game. And this is why other countries were willing to use their last hint opportunity. Even the viewers in the livestream were extremely excited, even though they also knew those ways to clear. But the dormitory building was so big, who knows where to hide to survive safely until dawn. But now, the last rule hint on the bloody note directly told them that the safe place was the balcony behind the dormitory. The long-standing oppression and panic were released at this moment, and some even began to hug and cry. However, Suli still did not completely relax, because in the end, the person wrote 3 times, "Do not open the door," with emotions growing stronger each time. What does this mean? Could there be something that would disregard the cicada's calls and ignore the rules, forcing its way through the balcony door? Creak. In the quiet room, the sound of the door being pushed open suddenly rang out. Suli, deep in thought, was startled. All the hairs on his body stood on end. He turned around to see under the moonlight, Zhu Feiyu, wearing a black and white coat, leaning against the laundry room door, looking at him with a smile. What were you looking at just now? Suli suddenly grasped the note in his palm, taking a step back. Zhu Feiyu looked a bit confused. Are you afraid of me? Suli stopped retreating, adjusting his panicked breath. He said nothing, only quietly gazing at the smiling Zhu Feiyu in front of him. Chapter 31, The Fifth Puzzle, Strange. It's you. The laundry room fell into a strange silence. The viewers were somewhat puzzled, not understanding why the two, who had been talking and laughing before, now had such a strange atmosphere between them. I got it. Dorm rule number 8, no wandering in the dormitory after lights out. The reason Suli hadn't gotten into trouble before was that he hadn't been discovered. But now Zhu Feiyu came and discovered that Suli was not sleeping in the dorm. What the heck? He wouldn't go directly to tell Aunt Jo, right? No. I feel like he might take action himself. Did you forget about the pencil stuck in the door? Oh no. Isn't Suli going to get into trouble? Ah. No, my Suli brother. The viewers became anxious, but the next moment, their expressions shifted to extreme confusion. In the screen, Suli not only remained calm but also said something that puzzled them greatly. Is it you? It's me. Zhu Feiyu still kept his bright smile. Confused, very confused, the audience had no idea what this conversation between the two meant. They had no understanding of "is it you?" It's me. A boy suddenly realized. Oh no. Whoa. Extreme surprise surged in his heart. He suppressed his inner excitement and tremblingly sent a message. Brothers. I think I understand what they mean now. Hurry and tell us. The boy gulped hard and then shakily typed a few words. If I'm not mistaken, Suli is saying. Zhu Feiyu is that anomaly. The moment the message appeared, the viewers in the live stream who were making various guesses fell silent, all looking at the two standing facing each other on the screen. If Zhu Feiyu really is, as the message said, the anomaly in this copy world, then with him blocking the door, how could Suli have a way out? But soon they saw that Suli's expression had returned to calm. He was smiling as he looked towards the door. Senior, aren't you coming in? Before Zhu Feiyu could reply, Suli continued to speak. Oh, I forgot, even if you are the anomaly, you cannot break the rules. No unauthorized entry into others' rooms. The audience was in an uproar. That message was indeed correct. But isn't Suli being too bold right now? The anomaly was right in front of him, and he could still smile. Zhu Feiyu did not pay attention to Suli's words, he just looked at him curiously. From your expression, it seems you already knew my identity, so, when did you find out? Not long ago. Huh? This time not only the audience but even Zhu Feiyu looked puzzled. Suli did not lie, he indeed had confirmed Zhu Feiyu's identity not long ago, specifically when the black cat left the laundry room. When he first encountered the black cat, it chased Suli to the hot water room, then vanished. Later, when Suli went back to get money, he still did not see the black cat's trace until the 4th floor, and this continued to happen several times, as if the black cat had disappeared in this dormitory building. But that was impossible. So during those times, it had to be hiding in some room. However, Suli had deduced that the black cat must also follow the rules, and could not enter if there were people in the room. If it was uninvited, it couldn't enter unless its fur was present in that room. This was the information Suli obtained by using a hint opportunity once. Moreover, a crucial piece of information from the expert group's report from Daxia country mentioned that all rooms containing black cat fur were the rooms of the chosen ones. This meant that in this dormitory building, the rooms that the black cat could enter were only room 5 to 8. Because all chosen ones were in the same room when they entered the copy. But in this copy world, the chosen one was only one person, and the cat fur in room 5 to 8 had also been discovered by himself, meaning the black cat couldn't enter any dorm room. When he first encountered the black cat on the 4th floor, it was only in the corridor and not in any room. This indicated that when the black cat had disappeared previously, its location was not in a dorm but in another place. And the only public area it could enter at that time was the laundry room and the study room. The laundry room was accessible when no one was there, yet when Sully passed by several times prior, the laundry room door was wide open, and he hadn't seen the black cat inside. As for the study room, it had always been occupied, and one could only enter with the person's consent inside. This meant it was Zhu Feiyu, who was always in the study room, that allowed it to enter. However, the black cat was not an ordinary cat, it had strong contamination and aggressiveness, yet Zhu Feiyu had no injuries at all. This means that his relationship with the black cat is extremely harmonious. Moreover, earlier, when Sully hinted to Zhu Feiyu that the black cat was very dangerous, the latter also said that the black cat was very well behaved. What kind of person could avoid being harmed by a severely polluted black cat and still think it is very well behaved? Only someone whose power far surpassed it and whose level of pollution was at the top of this building's strange hierarchy could achieve this. At first, Sully thought the black cat was raised by Aunt Zhou, but now it seems that its owner should be Zhu Feiyu. So, when he pieced together this puzzle at that time, it was understandable that he had that self-deprecating smile. That leftover chain around its neck was also taken off by you, right? Sully looked at Zhu Feiyu in front of him and remembered that when he first saw the black cat, there was still a part of a chain on its neck. But the next time he saw it, he only saw its glossy, jet-black fur. That part of the chain could not have been removed by the black cat, it must have been someone helping it. Interesting. Zhu Feiyu did not answer this question and looked at Sully with great interest. I think, judging by your character, there should be more than just this point, right? What else? Sully was slightly startled, he did not expect that Zhu Feiyu understood him so deeply, and he had been observing him all along? Yes, besides this, there was another detail. That was when he went to the self-study room, after studying for a while, because of the heating in the closed window, the room was exceptionally hot, even Wu Shan beside him was sweating. But when he opened the window, he caught a glimpse of Zhu Feiyu's forehead, which had no trace of sweat at all. It should be noted that Sully had only stayed in the self-study room for less than half an hour, while Zhu Feiyu had been there since before he arrived. Of course, this was not particularly important, at most, it only confirmed that Zhu Feiyu's level of pollution was extremely deep. But on the bloodstained note he had just discovered, it indicated that hair loss was a manifestation of pollution, yet Zhu Feiyu showed no symptoms of hair loss at all. This means that Zhu Feiyu's situation cannot be simply explained by severe pollution. This special case strongly suggests that Zhu Feiyu is that weird one. And the most critical point is the last one, when he first went to the self-study room, it was just past 9:30, and Zhu Feiyu was already there. However, according to reason, he should not be there at that time. Because the dormitory safety rules state, freshmen and sophomores finish class at 21:30, lights out time is 22:30 to 6 o'clock. Juniors finish class at 22:10, lights out time is 23 to 5:30. Zhu Feiyu appeared there half an hour early, in a place he should not have been. Chapter 32, A Narrow Escape from Death. Wonderful. Zhu Feiyu clapped his hands with a smile, but the applause sounded rather eerie in the currently silent dormitory building. She really did not misjudge you. Sully's eyes narrowed slightly. Who are you talking about? This time Zhu Feiyu did not answer. Sully took 2 steps forward, sensing that the other party did not seem to have much malice towards him right now. Was the student who jumped off the building you? He tried to make his voice calm and gentle. Can you tell me if there were any others beside you at that time? Zhu Feiyu remained silent, and Sully did not rush him, just standing there quietly waiting. A sigh was heard, and Sully immediately perked up. Was he going to speak? But he saw Zhu Feiyu look deeply at him. Some things cannot be said by me. Then he looked up at the window of the laundry room. Tonight, the moonlight is really beautiful. His voice was not as bright as before, instead, it carried a faint sadness. Sully instinctively turned to look, the full moon hung high in the sky, like the eye of a deity. Gazing quietly at himself. When he turned back again, Zhu Feiyu was already gone from the door. Sully stood still, pondering a question. He had prepared himself to face the strange entity, but unexpectedly, Zhu Feiyu not only did not attack him but seemed quite friendly. Why? And why was he still here after his death? Generally speaking, based on the live broadcasts he had seen before, if it were a mindless or low-intelligence being, it would stay where it died based on life's habitual patterns. But Zhu Feiyu's situation was clearly different. What was his purpose in staying here? And what did his last words mean? Why couldn't he tell him? Also, when he mentioned the moonlight, his expression faintly carried a hint of loneliness and solitude? Sully couldn't draw a conclusion for now, but at least from the current situation, he was getting closer to the truth. He left the laundry room and walked downstairs. Now that night had fallen, perhaps he could test if the key in his hand really couldn't open the dormitory building's door. In the silent hallway, Sully cautiously moved forward alone. When he reached the second floor, just as he was about to turn the corner, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps coming from the direction of the first floor. Accompanied by the sound of keys clashing, someone was approaching. Someone was coming up. At this time, how could anyone still be awake? Could it be that the cats meowing from the laundry room attracted someone? Is it Aunt Jo or Teacher Xiong? But no matter who it was, Suli was in trouble now. He couldn't go upstairs. Because judging by the footsteps, he wouldn't be able to outrun the person at this distance. If he was discovered wandering in the dormitory, the consequences would definitely be severe. Although the door to the study room was right in front of him, he couldn't hide inside. It wasn't that Zhu Feiyu was likely inside, but the study room faced the first floor's dormitory door. If he appeared there, he would definitely be seen by the owner of the footsteps. And while the second floor had many dormitories, without permission from the occupants, he couldn't enter. Suli was stuck in place, unable to find any hiding spots. Just as the footsteps drew closer, he suddenly heard a faint sound of a door opening behind him. A hand reached out from the darkness, covering Suli's mouth, pulling him into the pitch-black room. Suli was startled. Instinctively, he was about to elbow the person, but he found that the hand covering his mouth had released him. Shoo! Someone quietly gestured in his ear. By the moonlight, Suli clearly saw the person's face. Su Feng. Before he could say anything, Su Feng pointed to a bed behind him. That's my bed, you get on and lie down, quick. Suli didn't hesitate, quickly moved to the bed, reached out to grab the bed railing. With a gentle push, his whole body gracefully flipped up. The first rule of dormitory etiquette. You can't sleep in someone else's bed without permission. But since Su Feng was letting Suli go, he wasn't violating the rules. Almost as soon as Suli flipped onto the bed, the hurried footsteps stopped right outside their door. Immediately after, two heads pressed tightly against the window. Suli tried hard to keep his breathing steady, pretending to be fully asleep. Time passed by second. Soon, it seemed that the two heads discovered that there were people in all three beds in the dormitory, which was somewhat unexpected for them. They exchanged a glance and then directly left. Until there were no more footsteps, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. I almost peed myself just now. Who knew Suli could survive such a crisis? I feel the same way. I'm scared out of my mind, but Suli is calm. I'm not saying this lightly, but that move Suli made to get into bed was really cool. Watching Su Ji's livestream is exciting, but I'm scared to keep this up. My heart can't take it. Suli quietly got out of bed and came to Xue Feng, who was hiding in the corner behind the door, avoiding the dorm check. Thank you so much for what you did earlier. He felt a bit emotional. Before, Xue Feng said he would help him when the chance came, and he hadn't taken it seriously at the time, but he never expected he would really save him. Xue Feng waved his hand casually. Oh, don't mention it, it's no big deal. He stepped out from the corner, brought a chair for Suli, and then pointed out his roommates. This is Shi Hua, and this is Ma Min. Suli followed his gaze and felt a chill run down his spine. He saw that Xue Feng's two roommates were sitting cross-legged on their beds, looking at him with unfriendly expressions. One of them had a bloated belly and a bulge at his side that looked like something was trying to break free. The other was extremely skinny, as if a gust of wind could blow him against the wall, and his hair was so sparse that he looked like he was in his 40s or 50s. Suli's heart tightened. They had already been infected, and their condition seemed much worse than He Hai and Wu Shan's. However, Xue Feng looked perfectly normal, showing no signs of anything unusual, but Suli didn't let his guard down because being normal here was the biggest oddity. Xue Feng had no reaction to their strange behavior, but seemed to notice the unfriendly looks directed at Suli. I told you before that the one who helped me out in the hot water room is Suli here. If it weren't for him, neither of you would have finished washing up before lights out tonight. Hey! I mean, stop staring at him like that, or you might scare him. Suli was a bit surprised. He had seen many people speak ill of others behind their backs, but this was the first time someone spoke well of someone else. After hearing Xue Feng's introduction, the aggressiveness in the other two's eyes faded, but they still silently stared at Suli. Xue Feng didn't bother with them anymore, sitting down on a chair himself and looking curiously at Suli. Why are you still out this late? Aren't you afraid Aunt Jo will catch you? Suli smiled, looking very natural. I just woke up, and I remembered I left my book in the study room, so I came down to get it. As he spoke, he pulled down the zipper of his jacket, and Xue Feng, who initially seemed skeptical, was taken aback when he saw the books tied to Suli's chest. He couldn't help but exclaim. Junior, you really are a studious person. Suli zipped up his jacket again, showing a shy smile. Sorry for making you laugh, I just like to arm myself with knowledge. Chapter 33, The Key. Not just one. Then, Suli casually asked. From what the senior said, someone was wandering outside and got caught by Aunt Jo? Hearing this, Xue Feng became interested and leaned forward. Yes. Let me tell you, there was this kid who seemed like he had an internet addiction or something. He tried to sneak out to go online and ended up getting caught by Aunt Jo. Wow. She grabbed him by the neck and dragged him back to the dorm for a good beating. It was brutal, even from the second floor, I could hear everything. I heard they even broke their broom. The more Suli listened, the stranger his expression became. You mean that person, is he called He Hai? Ah, yes, that's the one. Shui Feng slapped his thigh. What? You know this unlucky kid? Su Li awkwardly nodded. Yes, he's my roommate. Shui Feng was momentarily at a loss for words, and Su Li continued to ask. Senior. Do you remember what day it was? Seeing Su Feng deep in thought, but seemingly unable to remember, and not answering, Su Li changed the subject. Even if he wasn't discovered, he couldn't have gone out, right? After all, he doesn't have the key to the main door. That's for sure, and even if he wanted to get the key, it would be impossible. Why not? Isn't it with Aunt Jo? He could just secretly take it while she's asleep. Seeing Su Li looking at him with confusion, Su Feng felt a bit proud. He looked around and then leaned closer to Su Li, whispering. The key to the dormitory building is indeed with Aunt Jo, but it's hanging closely around her neck. Even if Aunt Jo is asleep at night, it would be very difficult to take it. Su Li's eyes gleamed imperceptibly. He had indeed gathered valuable information that Aunt Jo had the key to the dormitory building. But as Su Feng explained, getting the key from Aunt Jo was still a very challenging task. He thought to himself, his expression displaying some disbelief. No way, senior, how do you know this? Cough, cough, cough. Su Feng coughed a few times, shifting his gaze to another place. Just know that your senior is not lying to you. You don't need to ask how I know. Su Li looked at Su Feng with a strange expression, suddenly remembering something. Senior, you said the key is hanging on Aunt Jo's neck, so it shouldn't make a sound, right? But just now, when the people came to check the dorm, I heard the sound of keys clinking. Su Feng turned around, snorting disdainfully. Junior, although you're smart, you're still too young. When did I ever tell you that there is only one key to the dormitory building? Su Li was taken aback, then quickly realized. The key can open the locked places in the dormitory building, and people who enter and exit the dormitory building every day possess the key to the main door. This rule indeed didn't say there was only one key. He had made a mistake due to his own habitual thinking. He looked at Su Feng with bright eyes, realizing that the help he gave earlier was just for self-preservation, yet now he could gain so much valuable information in return. Seeing Su Li staring at him, Su Feng thought the junior was stunned by him, so he smugly crossed his arms in front of his chest. Since we are in this together, let me tell you, Teacher Xiong also has a key. Sure enough. Su Li secretly noted this information, and at this moment, the experts from other countries looked exceptionally frustrated. They had run out of hints, and even though they learned this extremely important information through observers, they couldn't communicate it to their chosen ones. They looked at their chosen ones, some still lying in bed, others running around the dormitory like headless flies, and then glanced at Su Li, who was sitting safely, subtly obtaining important information through conversation. With a long sigh, they truly realized that without comparison, there would be no pain. Su Li looked at the spirited Su Feng in front of him and the two others beside him still staring at him, pondering a question. It had been long after lights out, but why were the three still wearing their outer garments? Senior, it looks like none of you has gone to sleep? Su Feng's expression changed, first muttering a curse, then realizing something and explaining to Su Li. Don't misunderstand, Junior, I'm not cursing at you. Earlier in the hot water room, didn't I mention that I didn't have my wallet? Aha. When I came back and looked again, it was still missing. I asked them, and they all said they hadn't seen it. That's when I realized my wallet must have been stolen. There's a thief? Yeah, probably. I suspect the thief must have acted at night. So we several people came together and decided not to sleep tonight, lurking here for a while, but unexpectedly, the thief didn't come. Instead, the junior student did. Su Feng sighed. Actually, it's not much about the wallet, but it's a pity about the few game coins inside. Su Li looked at Su Feng with a strange gaze. No wonder he knew Aunt Jo's keys were hard to grab. It turned out he was just like He Hai, a guy who liked to play games. However, what kind of game coins could be more important than a wallet? Game coins. Su Li suddenly remembered that in the bucket of clothes Wushan mistakenly took, there was a wallet on top that contained a few game coins. Senior, is your wallet black? Yes. Is there a check report from Ancient River Hospital and more than $100 inside? That's right. The game coin you're talking about, does it have the word Firefly on it? Su Feng jumped up, looking extremely excited, shaking Su Li's arm vigorously. Su Li, have you seen my wallet? Su Li was just about to speak when he suddenly felt a bit congested in his chest. His heart sank sharply. Hadn't he taken medicine already? When did he become polluted again? Su Feng was still shaking him, but soon he noticed that Su Li's complexion had turned a bit unpleasant. Sorry, Su Li. Did I shake you too hard? He let go of Su Li's arm, smiling awkwardly. Su Li was breathing lightly. When the discomfort in his chest appeared, he felt that cicada he had placed on his chest vibrate slightly, and then the discomfort faded away. He didn't think about why the pollution appeared again, though it was safe for now. No one knew if Aunt Jo and the others would suddenly appear at the dormitory door next moment. He needed to hurry and get more information from Su Feng. Su Li waved his hand, signaling that he was okay, then continued the previous topic. I have indeed seen your wallet. You must have put it in the laundry room together with your clothes. I saw it at that time, but I didn't know whose it was, worrying that someone would take it, so I put it with Aunt Jo. Su Feng patted Su Li's shoulder. Indeed, you are thoughtful, Junior. Su Li hesitated a little and continued. But when I went to take medicine earlier, Aunt Jo said she hadn't seen that wallet. What? Su Feng sprang up. Senior, don't get agitated, wait until tomorrow morning, you can ask again. Perhaps Aunt Jo just remembered it wrong? All right. Su Feng sat down helplessly. He didn't blame Su Li, just looking a bit troubled, resting his chin on his hand. If it really can't be found, that would be troublesome. Not only are there game coins in the wallet, but also the class materials fee. That more than $100? Yes, the teacher asked me to collect it. If it really can't be found, will the teacher punish you? Probably not. Teacher Xiong is a very nice person. If he finds out, he might even help me look for it. Teacher Xiong? Su Li thought of that middle-aged man, over 40, who had been attacked by the black cat. The teacher Xiong you're talking about. Is he called Xiong Ida? Junior, you know him too? Su Feng seemed a bit surprised. Yes, I've seen him once. Su Li suddenly remembered something else. Earlier in the hot water room, Su Feng also mentioned this teacher Xiong, with a tone just as respectful and admiring as now. He tried to ask. Is teacher Xiong really that good? Of course. Su Feng seemed a bit discontented with the hint of doubt in Su Li's tone. Who in Ancient River Middle School doesn't know teacher Xiong is a great person? He leaned forward. Before, a student of his jumped off a building and died. Teacher Xiong was heartbroken, as if his own son had died. In the end, he couldn't bear it and specifically took several days off. Su Li's heart trembled. Previously, He Hai had told him a similar story, but he did not expect that the teacher mentioned then was actually this teacher Xiong. Su Feng was quite pleased with Su Li's expression. Surprised, right? But this is the first time I've seen a teacher who treats students like their own children. After speaking, Su Feng's expression turned a bit regretful. He glanced back, confirming that no one was behind him, then lowered his voice even more. Actually, Aunt Jo was very nice before. Whenever we had issues, we would go to her. Sometimes, if we came back late, we would act a little spoiled and say some good words, and Aunt Jo wouldn't scold us. She would directly open the main door of the dormitory. But later, for some unknown reason, Aunt Jo seemed to have changed into a different person, always wearing a serious face, looking unhappy. And she became extremely strict with us. If there was even a slight violation of the rules, we would get a good beating from her. Look at this is from Aunt Jo. Su Feng rolled up his clothes as he spoke. Su Li's pupils shrank. He saw a large dent where Su Feng's chest was exposed. This guy was indeed infected. Such an injury would make it hard for a normal person to even breathe, yet Su Feng was still bouncing around in front of him. Su Feng seemed a bit cold, shivering and letting his clothes down, then continued to speak. But teacher Xiong is different. If he was there when rules were violated, he would speak up for us. Because of this, he has had several conflicts with Aunt Jo. Su Li's gaze sharpened. They fought? Su Feng recalled for a moment. Not really. Teacher Xiong is very kind and shouldn't fight. He would just shield us behind him and argue with Aunt Jo. Sometimes Aunt Jo would just tell us not to do it again and wouldn't raise her hands, but sometimes when we were more serious in our violations, she would be very unhappy, and during those times, teacher Xiong couldn't persuade her at all. Su Feng seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, instinctively gasping for breath, then expressed some sentiment. Teacher Xiong is still a good person. Sometimes when we returned late at night and the cafeteria was closed, leaving us without supper, teacher Xiong would share his own packed lunch with us. Though it wasn't much, at least we wouldn't be so hungry. Su Li fell silent, realizing there was indeed a conflict between teacher Xiong and Aunt Jo. If the key in his hand was fake, he could only get the key from Aunt Jo, but from the current situation, it seemed nearly impossible for Aunt Jo to give him the key. Did that mean he had to go find teacher Xiong? He could indeed feel the kindness from teacher Xiong when he first saw him. Su Feng's words just now confirmed that he seemed to be a good person. However, Su Li always felt that something was not quite right. Brother. Suddenly, Su Li heard someone calling him. The voice was extremely familiar, but now Su Li only felt a chill run through him. Because that voice couldn't possibly appear here. He abruptly looked up. Besides himself, there were only Su Feng and the three others in the room. Brother, where are you? I'm so cold. The voice appeared again, and a frail little girl walked out from the wall. She was soaking wet, trembling as she reached out her hands to Su Li. How could she appear here?
Suli's heart panicked. The next moment, a harsh cicada chirping sounded in his arms. The sound stopped, the girl disappeared. Only then did Suli suddenly realize. That was just an illusion and a mistake. The extent of my pollution seems to have become even more serious. He looked at Su Feng, who wore a concerned expression, ready to explain that he was fine, but suddenly he heard a grinding sound of teeth coming from behind him. He turned around and saw the two seniors who had been sitting on the bed, tilting their heads with strange expressions while looking at him. Panic, fear, anger, confusion, and disbelief. Various emotions constantly changed on their faces. Why, is there a sound of bugs on you? As the intermittent questioning rang out, the two seniors jumped down from the bed, causing a tremor beneath their feet. They were twitching strangely, walking towards Suli. Aunt Jo said, "No contact with bugs, you violated the rules." Did they hear the cicada's sound, triggering their transformation? But before, wasn't the cicada's cry supposed to suppress the pollution? Why is it having the opposite effect now? Suli wanted to explain something, but he heard someone gasping for air behind him, followed by Su Feng's slow and heavy voice. "Suli, get out of here. I'm feeling really bad, you need to leave." Suli turned around and saw that Su Feng's eyes had almost completely turned a strange black color. Only a little bit of white remained. His hands were swollen with bulging veins, trembling as he gripped the bed railing next to him. Creak! The iron railing bent painfully under Su Feng's grip, creating an unpleasant screeching sound. Su Feng suddenly looked up, grabbed Suli's collar, and flung him towards the dormitory door. With a loud bang, Suli was thrown to the ground, his whole body aching from the sudden impact. He struggled to get up and saw that the chair he had been sitting on had been smashed to pieces by Su Feng's roommate, named Hua, using a piece of railing. If it weren't for Su Feng's shove, Suli felt a wave of fear wash over him. At that moment, Su Feng faced his two completely transformed roommates, teeth clenched as he uttered the final word. "Leave." Suli took a deep look at this senior's back, then turned to leave the dormitory. He knew that his fighting power couldn't be of any use in this situation, so he could only choose to leave. What he didn't expect was that Su Feng, who was so severely polluted, could still remain conscious at such a moment. The sounds of fierce fighting and inhuman roars came from behind, making Suli quicken his pace. He couldn't let Su Feng's kindness go to waste. With 2 hours left until dawn, he wanted to check the teacher's lounge before he was completely polluted. However, he had barely taken a few steps before stopping, his breath held along with the viewers in the livestream. Not far ahead, Aunt Jo stood at the door of the dormitory manager's lounge, holding a bloody stick and looking coldly at Suli. Chapter 35, Aunt Jo's Attack, the Notebook Recording Pollution. At this moment, Aunt Jo had already changed from before. One of her eyes had turned pitch black, while the other eye remained normal. Aunt Jo was indeed contaminated. If before Aunt Jo had given Suli a feeling of icy pressure, now after her transformation, it brought an eerie sensation. Suli's heart sank. Su Feng had mentioned that Aunt Jo had a near-zero tolerance for those who violated the rules, and now his presence here clearly violated the rule of not wandering around after lights out. Worse yet, she had caught him. Suli could guess that the result would undoubtedly be bad. He could only try to explain, but before he could speak, Aunt Jo's cold voice rang out first. "Come in." After saying that, Aunt Jo turned and walked into the room. Suli had no thoughts of escaping, the dormitory building was so small, and Aunt Jo was not that black cat. Since she had already seen him, where could he run? Feeling anxious, he walked into the dormitory lounge. This time, the curtains in the room were pulled back, and Aunt Jo was standing with her back to Suli. "Aunt Jo, actually I'm starting to feel a bit unwell." Suli tried to convey a message to Aunt Jo, that he was not loitering but had come down to take medicine due to illness. But before he could finish his words, he suddenly saw Aunt Jo turn around, and in her hand was a blood-stained wooden stick, slicing through the air with a howling sound as it swung toward his head. Suli instinctively wanted to dodge, but the speed was simply too fast. So fast that his body didn't have time to react, the wooden stick struck down. The livestream viewers let out a sharp scream, covering their eyes, too scared to look at the screen in front of them. Suli's breath halted instantly, cold sweat soaking his back. Just now, that wooden stick had almost brushed against his body as it slammed down hard onto the ground. Even his ears stung slightly from the wind created by the stick. Was it a miss? Suli looked to the side, and then suddenly realized something, a surge of extreme fear rising in his heart. He saw the ground next to him had been smashed into a pit by the stick, and in the center of the pit, where the stick pointed, was a small cluster of white insect eggs. Some had already cracked open, revealing tiny white worms inside, but they were all now dead under the stick. Just now, Aunt Jo wasn't attacking him, she was targeting those insects? They had just tried to ambush him? Suli's gaze suddenly fell on his pant leg. He remembered that spot was folded before, but now it had turned over. He suddenly realized something, bent down to roll up his pant hem, and saw a very tiny red dot had appeared on his calf. It looked like a mark left by an insect bite.
I remember telling you to pay attention to your personal hygiene. Aunt Jo glanced at Su Li, setting the wooden stick aside. Su Li then realized why he had been contaminated twice. It was because when he went to the laundry room to get his clothes, he had not carefully checked due to being in a hurry, so he didn't notice that there were white insect eggs stuck to the folded pant leg. At that time, they didn't contact him because of the pant barrier, but as time went by, the eggs hatched, and the tiny white worms crawled into his pant leg, touching him and contaminating him. And the contaminated person would have weakened bodily perception, leading him to not discover them at all. So after taking medicine earlier, he had once again been contaminated. Because they had been on him until just now. Aunt Jo had just been helping him? As Su Li was still in disbelief, a glass cup, just like the one before, was handed to him. Having the previous experience, Su Li took it directly and drank it all. But this time, after finishing the potion, Su Li felt no relief from his discomfort. Aunt Jo was watching him closely, seemingly able to tell from his expression that this batch of potion was not very effective. She turned and opened the cupboard by her feet. With your current situation, just drinking the potion isn't going to do much. Su Li tentatively asked. Is there any other medicine besides the one I took before? Aunt Jo ignored him, lost in her own searching in the cupboard. Soon, she straightened up. The medicine is gone. I will get a little bit, you stay here this time and don't run around. She walked up to Su Li and looked into his eyes seriously. Do you understand? Looking into those black and white eyes, Su Li felt a chill creeping over him and could only nod in agreement. Aunt Jo said nothing more and took the wooden stick before leaving the room. Su Li turned around and took a glance, then walked to the cabinet. Earlier, Aunt Jo had blocked his view, so he couldn't see what was inside. Now was a good time to check. Su Li bent down and was about to look inside, but then stopped, straightened up, and focused his gaze on the table. There was a black notebook there. Su Li opened it, and the densely packed words made his pupils tremble. December 30th, dormitory 5-1, Chu Wengguan, level 1, times taken 2. December 30th, dormitory 6-3, Fan Mingzhi, level 1, times taken 1. December 30th, dormitory 2-2, Shihua, level 3, times taken 2. December 30th, dormitory 2-2, Ma Min, level 3, times taken 3. December 30th, dormitory 2-2, Su Feng, level 3, times taken 5. Su Li's gaze fell on the name Su Feng, paused for a moment, and then, as if searching for something, quickly flipped through the notebook. His movements soon came to a stop. December 30th, dormitory 5-8, He Hai, level 1, times taken 2. December 30th, dormitory 5-8, Wu Shan, level 1, times taken 3. December 30th, dormitory 5-8, Su Li, level 1, times taken 1. Su Li lowered his head, and his expression was somewhat unclear. The last time he took the medicine and left, he heard rustling sounds of something being written. Now it seemed she must have been writing this record at that time. Su Li silently stared at his name at the end of the record list. The recorded number of times he took the medicine, although not explicitly stated, clearly referred to the instances when students felt unwell and came to Aunt Jo for medication. As for the usage level listed before that, it corresponded to the degree of contamination. Higher numbers indicated deeper levels of contamination. Su Li still remembered that after Su Feng's transformation, his contamination level and power were clearly much higher than that of He Hai and Wu Shan. Yet in the notebook, his recorded usage level was 3. Su Li closed the notebook, staring blankly at its black cover. He had just finished reading all the contents of the notebook. Dozens of pages were filled with similar records. This meant that nearly everyone in this building had been contaminated. Now, Su Li finally understood why, after coming here twice, Aunt Jo's medicine was never enough and she always needed to go out to get more. The number of contaminated people was just too many. Chapter 36, White Candy, Aunt Jo in Rage. At this moment, there was a slight sound of footsteps behind him. Su Li turned around and saw Teacher Xiong, whose neck was wrapped in a bandage, standing at the door, smiling at him. Su Li, why are you still not sleeping so late? Teacher Xiong, I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I came to find Aunt Jo for some medicine. Taking medicine? The man's expression turned odd. Is it a kind of flavorless transparent liquid? Does he know about this medicine too? Su Li hid his doubts and smiled, eager to hear what the man would say. That's not medicine. Su Li was taken aback. But after I took it last time, I really did feel much better. Teacher Xiong sighed. Do you really think that what you drank would actually help you? Think carefully, did you feel worse after taking it at any point? Like, sudden pain? Su Li frowned. He actually knew that? Could it be that he meant the relief from contamination wasn't because of the medicine from Aunt Jo but due to something else entirely? So why didn't he feel significant relief this time like he did last time after taking the medicine? But Su Li's gaze fell on the small cluster of bug corpses on the ground. Aunt Jo had just helped him swat these bugs away, clearly trying to assist him. Teacher Xiong followed Su Li's gaze and saw what was on the floor. He smiled slightly. How do you know that these bugs weren't placed here by someone? Suli's expression suddenly turned cold. In the livestream, an audience member gasped, as he remembered something. Aunt Joe had always been absent from the break room, and before Suli went to get his clothes, he had also run into Aunt Joe on the third floor. Could it really be as Teacher Xiong said, that Aunt Joe had intentionally released the bugs? At that moment? Teacher Xiong continued to ask, did she just give you that potion again? Suli nodded. Teacher Xiong's brows furrowed. What nonsense! He looked at Suli again. Child, come with me. He turned and walked to the right, the sound of jangling keys following. Suli hesitated slightly but then followed him. The faculty lounge was not far, right next to the dormitory lounge. The room was also unlit, but with the moonlight and the light from the hallway outside, Suli could still see the layout of the room. It was similar to Aunt Joe's room, also very tidy, not even a strand of hair on the floor. On the table, there was a lunchbox and a pair of tool pliers, while Teacher Xiong was crouched down, searching for something in the cabinet. Suli looked at his keyring hanging at his waist, contemplating how he could get the keys from Teacher Xiong if he couldn't get them from Aunt Joe's place. Finally found it. Teacher Xiong stood up with a smile, holding an iron box. He opened the lid and carefully took out a candy-like white sphere, smiling as he handed it to Suli. Here, kid, eat this, and you won't feel that pain anymore. Although Suli could sense the sincerity in his smile, looking at the unknown candy in front of him made Suli hesitate. Even though it was now confirmed that a strange identity was involved, he still had not unraveled the truth of this scenario. As dawn approached, the pollution in this building also grew more severe. Even standing there, he could faintly hear a low roar from outside the door, the unconscious growls of the transformed, polluted students. So, Suli was not too sure about directly eating this white candy. Seeing that Suli seemed hesitant, Teacher Xiong sighed. Child, you need to know that the teacher will not harm you. You have to trust the teacher. He pushed the candy forward again, but Suli was still uncertain. Should he try it? First, take the candy, pretend to eat it but not put it in his mouth, see how he reacts, and maybe build a good relationship with him to later try and get the keys from him? Just as Suli was about to reach out for it, he felt a chill creeping up behind him. Teacher Xiong also withdrew the smile from his face and looked toward his back. Suli realized something and stiffly turned around. Aunt Joe was back. Her right hand was holding a wooden stick, fresh blood dripping from it, while her left hand clutched a few seemingly dead, mangled cicada bodies. She stood there, her expression icy as she looked at Teacher Xiong and Suli. Come back with me. Saying this, she reached out to grab Suli, but Teacher Xiong blocked her. Aunt Joe's eyes were swirling with darkness. Don't go too far. Xiong Ida. Teacher Xiong put the candy away, seemingly amused by Aunt Joe's words. He pulled Suli behind him, staring angrily at Aunt Joe. Today in front of the students, I don't want to say much, but don't think I don't know what you added to the medicine you give those kids. Teacher Xiong's expression looked even angrier than Aunt Joe's. Is that thing in your hand something these children can eat? Suli was taken aback and instinctively glanced at Aunt Joe's left hand, which was holding the cicada corpse. No wonder he felt that the medicine he drank earlier tasted very much like purified water but was slightly different. It turned out to be. Thinking of this, he felt a slight churn in his stomach. Aunt Joe seemed unwilling to say more to Xiong Ida. She put the cicada corpse into her pocket, stepped forward, and directly pulled Suli's arm. She wanted to drag Suli back, but found that Suli's other arm was tightly held by Teacher Xiong. She suddenly turned her head, and her eyes stared at the other person with even more coldness as she said word by word. Let go, hand. Seeing that Teacher Xiong let go, Aunt Joe directly pulled Suli back to the dormitory lounge nearby. As the door closed, Suli looked outside and saw Teacher Xiong following them, standing at the door looking at him, her eyes filled with concern. The audience in the live stream room was somewhat dazed at this moment. I said, why does this scene feel so weird, like I've seen it somewhere before? Upstairs, I know. In TV dramas, those girls who were forcefully taken away by rich men looked just like this. The old father could only follow behind, helplessly watching his child with tears. Wow. Now that you mention it, it really feels quite similar. Unlike the joyful atmosphere in the livestream, Suli only felt a bit numb on his scalp. His arm hurt badly from being pulled earlier, but he didn't dare rub it. Aunt Joe had told him to stay put and not run around, but he ended up following Teacher Xiong next door and was dragged back. Next, nothing bad will happen, right? Chapter 37, Incomplete Puzzle, Places of Rule Violation. However, Suli quickly relaxed when he realized that Aunt Joe didn't seem to pursue the matter. As soon as they returned to the room, she sat down at the table, tore off a page from the last part of her notebook, took out the cicada corpse from her pocket, and cautiously placed it on the paper. Then she took out a sharp little knife from the drawer and very gently scraped something off the cicada corpse's wings. Soon, Suli saw a small pile of white powdery fragments on the paper. Aunt Joe bent down and reached into the cabinet. Suli focused his gaze to see what was inside the cabinet. A big bottle was taken out by Aunt Jo, the very glass bottle that contained insect corpses that Suli had seen before. But this time, the bottle was empty. Aunt Jo carefully placed several cicada corpses into the bottle, then moved the remaining cicada corpses to the side. Suli remembered that those moved to the side were the ones that had been scraped for powder, while the ones put into the bottle had not been used. But why did she scrape out so much powder? Aunt Jo put the glass bottle back in the cabinet and took out a large bottle of water and a glass. She first poured a cup of water into the glass, then handed the glass and the paper with the white powder to Suli. "Do you want me to drink this thing with water?" Suli looked at the powder that had been scraped from the cicada corpse. Although he knew cicada cries could suppress pollution, eating this was still somewhat hard to accept. He looked forward to Aunt Jo's meaning not being what he thought, but unfortunately, Aunt Jo expressionlessly nodded. Suli could only take the things, first taking a sip of water, but soon discovered. The current taste is exactly the same as the pure water in the self-study room. Recalling what Teacher Xiong had just said, Suli's gaze towards the powder in his hand became strange. Could the difference in taste earlier really be due to this stuff scraped off the cicada wings? The level 2 dosage mentioned on the record sheet before refers to this? However, when he thought of the cicada corpse that had seemingly committed suicide at the dormitory door to save him, Suli felt somewhat reluctant to swallow it. He struggled to gulp down his saliva. "Aunt Jo, I feel like I'm doing a bit better. Can I just drink water and not eat this?" Suli was not lying, although the severe abdominal pain he had experienced before had not returned. For some reason, his discomfort had indeed lessened a lot. "No." Aunt Jo's gaze was fixed on Suli, as if he would not leave this room today if he did not eat. Suli sighed inwardly, preparing to swallow the powder in one gulp, but just as he raised the paper, a cold hand gripped his wrist. "Aunt Jo, what are you?" Aunt Jo's gaze paused for a moment at Suli's chest before looking back at him. "Drink the water, then put down the paper, and just go back." Suli did not notice the brief pause in Aunt Jo's gaze, but he felt for a moment that he seemed to see Aunt Jo smiling. Was it an illusion? Though he did not know why she suddenly changed her attitude, this was a result Suli was more than happy to accept. After finishing the water in the cup, Suli carefully placed the paper back on the table, slightly bowed to Aunt Jo, and then left the room. Aunt Jo watched Suli until the door closed before turning her gaze to the full moon outside, remaining silent for a long time. Suli shut the door and prepared to leave, but found Teacher Xiong standing at the door of the staff lounge, looking at him with concern. He opened his mouth, seeming to want to say something, but ultimately gave up, a kind smile appearing on his face. "Suli, if you ever need my help with anything, feel free to come find me at any time." He paused for a moment, his expression very serious. "Any time." Suli was silent for a moment, nodded, and turned to walk upstairs. Walking alone in the hallway, Suli's thoughts surged. Among the people he had encountered, he knew that He Hai and Wu Shan were lightly contaminated, Su Feng should be heavily contaminated, Aunt Jo was definitely contaminated too, and the level was probably worse than Su Feng's. Ji Feiyu went without saying. As for the remaining Teacher Xiong, Suli was still doubtful about his stance. Not only did he show no signs of hair loss, but he had also been very kind to Suli. However, there was some unknown conflict between him and Aunt Jo, who had been helping Suli all along. Suli felt a vague sense that if he could know what this conflict was, then he would be able to touch the truth of this copy. It might even include why the strange events lingered here after death. Suddenly, fragments of information in Suli's mind unintentionally collided together, presenting a picture he had never imagined, but was entirely reasonable. A faint curve appeared at the corner of Suli's mouth. He stopped, standing in the fourth-floor corridor, starting to piece together this new puzzle. After careful thought, Suli still felt it was incomplete, needing one more small piece of information to complete the final assembly. He temporarily set this aside, took out the key from his pocket, carefully examining it. When he had previously asked for hints, the expert group had not only sent him information about the Black Cat murder but had also mentioned one thing at the end. Someone did not find the key in the tool room. Suli frowned, which meant that this key had not always been present in that place. And very likely, it was later placed there by someone. Who was it? Suli did not know. That place was the only way to the hot water room, with people coming and going in great numbers. And why would that person put the key there? Could it be that this really was the key to the dormitory building's main door? Did that person want me to leave here? Suli quickly dismissed this guess. Because if that was really the case, then the difficulty of this level would be far too simple, completely inconsistent with the strange situation he was facing. But if the key in hand cannot let me leave here, then what is the real way to escape? Could it really be the thing I was supposed to do? Suli had his suspicions, but he did not choose to act on them now. He still remembered, the bloody note clearly informed him of one thing: escaping meant death. Even though he had suspicions now, he had not confirmed its true meaning. Suli would not risk his life to gamble. A faint itching sensation came from his chest. Suli did not panic. He knew it was not a symptom of contamination, but the cicada on him was moving. Perhaps it had been in his pocket for too long and was not getting enough air, so Suli stopped and prepared to let it out to breathe for a while. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. Every time he came down, all the rooms were completely dark, even the dormitory manager's lounge and faculty lounge were the same, only the study room on the second floor was lit. This complied with the second rule of the dormitory safety guidelines: after lights out, except for the study room, no other places should have light. But besides the study room, there was another place that was also lit when he came down after lights out. At the end of the first floor corridor, the place where the white little insect flows into the dormitory building, the hot water room. The cicada in his chest moved again, and vaguely there was a buzzing sound coming.
Okay, no rush, I'll let you out to breathe now. Sully said softly. He reached into his clothes and turned to head downstairs, ready to check the hot water room now. He remembered, it was like the laundry room, he had been there but had never done a thorough investigation. But just as Sully turned around, his movement stopped. A strong tremor spread throughout his entire body. A black cat was quietly approaching him from a few steps behind. He didn't know when it appeared or how long it had been following him, but now it was very close to him. With just one leap, it could pounce on him. His hair stood on end. The black cat was already this close, and he hadn't heard a single sound. Wait a minute. Could it be that the cicada on him, which had been acting strangely earlier, wasn't uncomfortable, but was reminding him that there was something behind him? The black cat seemed not to expect Sully to turn around suddenly. It was first stunned, then no longer crept, letting out a chilling screech, turning into a shadow and leaping towards Sully. At the same time, Sully kicked forward with all his might. The instant he felt his toes touch something soft, he crazily ran upstairs. This damned black cat, do you know your owner just called me Junior? Even after exposing its strange identity, we still enjoyed chatting under the moonlight together? You actually want to sneak attack me? You really are a rebellious child. Sully put the key in his pocket, to avoid accidentally losing it while running. The audience in the live stream gripped their fists tightly, as if it was not Sully being chased by the black cat in the corridor, but themselves. They didn't dare to divert their attention to send a single bullet message. The laundry room that had been avoided before is on the third floor, and in this situation, there is absolutely no way to enter. Now, all that can be hoped for is that Sully can quickly run back to his dormitory, as it is the only place he can hide from the black cat. With just one floor in between, Sully almost arrived in a breath. The audience's palms began to sweat because, even here, danger could not be completely ruled out. Sully's dormitory is at 5 to 8, almost at the end of the hallway. And given the current speeds of both, he is very likely to be caught up by the black cat that is closely following him. But at that moment, gasps of astonishment suddenly echoed throughout the lands of Daxia. On the screen, Sully did not run towards the 5 to 8 dormitory but directly grabbed the handrail in the hallway, using its strength to sharply adjust his body and continue running upwards. Why doesn't Sully return to the dormitory? What is he going upstairs for? Is there any place to hide upstairs? Is Sully frightened? Running upstairs now could only lead to a dead end. Countless doubts arose in people's hearts, but soon their pupils enlarged again. They realized why Sully acted this way. Moments before, as Sully put the key into his pocket, fragmented information surged once more. He realized that since the key exists, it must correspond to some locked place. The rules in the note also hinted at this. The key can unlock the locked spaces in the dormitory building, and those who enter and exit the dormitory building daily possess the key to the main door. But due to the existence of the second half of the sentence, Sully had always subconsciously believed that what the rule meant referred only to the main door of the dormitory building. But in reality, it is not so. There are many locked spaces in this dormitory building. Besides the main door, there are tool room doors, dormitory managers' restrooms, staff lounge rooms, and the rooftop that is permanently sealed off due to the jumping incident. The reason this key was later placed into the tool room by someone was to let him retrieve it and head to the rooftop. That such an obscure hint indicates that in that place, there must be some unwritten, crucial clue about the truth of this scenario. These thoughts emerged extremely quickly. So after arriving at the 5th floor, Sully did not head to his dormitory, but instead accelerated upwards. Now, Sully stood at the very top of the stairs, leaning against the rooftop door, his chest heaving, watching the black cat standing on the 6th floor. For some reason, it did not continue to chase forward. The yellowing vertical pupils fixed on Sully for a moment, then unexpectedly turned around and darted into the darkness below. Could it be that it wishes for him to enter the rooftop? Sully recalled its deeply human-like gaze as it left, pondering. Turning to the rusted, worn-out door, he took out the key again and inserted it into the iron lock on the door. Click, the door opened. The audience was astonished. They finally understood that what was said on the bloody note, "The key is fake," referred to the key in Sully's hand, not the key to the dormitory building's main door, but the key to this rooftop door. But as the rooftop door opened, a deep chill also surged forth, revealing countless bug eggs on the ground outside the door, piled together, not only extraordinarily numerous, but even larger in size than those seen before. And now, under the light of the full moon, one could even see those bug eggs wriggling. As if the unborn insects within were breathing unconsciously.
This extremely terrifying scene made the audience a little reluctant for Suli to enter, because anyone could see that. Once you step in, the possibility of contamination will greatly increase. However, they saw that Suli only stood at the doorway for a moment, then directly stepped onto the rooftop. Suli was not fearless, but he had no choice. He had come this far and spent so much energy that if he turned back out of fear now, he might not just fail to pass through, but also struggle to make it to dawn. The feeling of dizziness almost struck him the instant he stepped onto the rooftop. Suli shook his head and cautiously avoided the insect eggs, quickly searching the rooftop. But even so, before long, Suli felt his head swelling more and more, and his consciousness became a bit unclear. He reached up to support his forehead. Although the moonlight was bright, there were too many cluttered items on the rooftop, making it impossible to find what he wanted in a short time. And judging by his current physical state, it seemed he wouldn't last until that time. A faint stir came from his chest, accompanied by a slight chirping sound. Did this little guy want to come out? Suli opened his clothes, carefully took out the cicada from his pocket, and placed it in his palm. Sorry for keeping you cooped up for so long, you can finally get some fresh air. Looking at the still cicada, a bitter smile appeared on his lips. If you're uncomfortable, just leave this place, otherwise, you might have to stay here with me forever. Suli gently raised his hand, wanting to toss the cicada into the air, but found it tightly clinging to his palm. You don't want to go? Perhaps it understood Suli's words. As the cicada turned in his hand, facing Suli's eyes, its weak chirping suddenly increased. It was as if someone was playing an instrument, or responding to Suli's words. Then, it spread its wings and flew into the air, with a faint light gathering on its wings, like stars suddenly shining bright in the night. Suli's pupils trembled in an instant. The discomfort in his body vanished at that moment. Even the strange wriggling of the insect eggs at his feet and on the wall temporarily stopped under the cicada's chirping in faint light. Only by having wings that dance can one reach the closest place to the sky. Suli looked at the faintly glowing wings that fluttered as if dancing, murmuring softly to himself. This phrase that he had struggled to understand before, now he finally grasped its true meaning. Chapter 39, Clues on the Rooftop, the second person at the crime scene. Watching this magical scene, the audience sighed in admiration of Suli's foresight. Before, they didn't know why Suli had kept that cicada with him. It turned out he had long known it could help him resist contamination here. However, only Suli knew that he had taken the cicada from the dormitory without much thought at the time. At that moment, all the cicadas entering the dormitory had died outside the door, leaving just this last one. Worried that the strange figure might come again, and knowing that Wushan and He-Hai, who had been contaminated, were also in the dormitory, he thought it might pose a threat to the cicada, hence, he kept it by his side. Its companions had saved him, and he hoped to lower the chances of it getting harmed a bit. Even when the cicada's chirping alerted the black cat on the fourth floor, which discovered him, Suli still didn't abandon it but kept it with him. He never expected that it would not only help him several times later but also lead him out of the predicament of contamination once again. The faint light danced, guiding Suli's gaze toward a direction not far behind him. Then, it fell from the sky and stopped somewhere. Suli took a few steps forward, then froze in place. Under the glowing cicada wings, there was a pile of discarded wooden sticks, and lying quietly in the gap below was a black notebook. Is this the clue on the rooftop? Suli carefully pulled the notebook out from under the pile of sticks, gently blowing away the dust on it, and then opened it. This is a diary. Suli's eyes brightened slightly, but as he read on, he became increasingly silent. September 1st, 2018, today I finally entered high school. Mom, did you see? I finally got into the best high school here, and I even gave a speech at the new student orientation. Let me tell you secretly, I got first place. October 20th, 2018, why do the people around me look at me with such pitying eyes? Is there something about me that deserves their pity? I don't like that kind of look. November 2nd, 2018, I know. It's because you didn't come to the parent meeting before, that's why they looked at me with those strange eyes. November 5th, 2018, Mom, do you think ghosts and spirits exist in this world? If they really do, can you come back to see me? January 1st, 2019, today is New Year's Day, all my classmates went home, and I am all alone in the dormitory. Anyway, there's no one to celebrate with if I went back. But don't worry, tonight I had hot and steamy tang yuan. It's very delicious. But it's still not quite as good as what you make, ha. March 8th, 2019, Happy Women's Day, Mom. I got first place in my grade again. I wonder if you would be very happy if you knew, Mom. I miss you so much. May 19th, 2019, Mom, today the police came to school to find me. They told me that the incident of you falling into the river might not have been an accident, there was a second person at the scene. March 8th, 2020, I'm sorry, Mom, my grades have dropped, but I really have no energy to study well. That second person they mentioned before still hasn't been found. I don't blame them, I know it's difficult, after all, it has been 8 years, but Mom, don't worry. I will keep searching.
July 18, 2020, Mom, the money you left has been used up, but you don't need to worry, I'm working part-time at the supermarket downstairs now, and on weekends I sell little frogs in the square. The money isn't much, but if I save a bit, what I earn this summer will be enough for my living for a while, and the neighbors are really nice, they take good care of me.
July 19, 2020, Mom, have you come back? I woke up today and found an extra cup of water on the table. It must be you coming back to see me. Right? September 6, 2020, Mom. Long time no see.
I'm in my third year of high school now, and I've grown to 1.8 meters.
Didn't expect that, huh? By the way, let me tell you something.
I recently heard that if your grades are good, you can get a bonus for getting into a good university, and you can apply for scholarships. You can also tutor others to make money. The money saved before is enough to last for some time, so I decided to stop working part-time for now, focus on my grades, and then get into a good university to earn a bonus.
Although my grades aren't great right now, my scores will go up.
Mom, believe me, after all, I'm your son. November 8, 2020, Mom, in the exam a few days ago, I scored close to 500. My grades have returned to the middle of the school. It's worth it for me to study alone in the study room until dawn every day, even though it's still a bit far from my previous grades, but I'm making progress. You see, your son is smart as for the matter about you. I'm still looking for relevant clues, don't worry, I will keep trying.
November 10, 2020, I clearly got this score by myself, I studied it myself. Why do they say I cheated? Even the people I helped with their studies said this. Will such people not be punished by the heavens? On November 25, 2020, Mom, do you know what I heard today?
I heard someone say, XX still hasn't admitted to cheating, really stubborn, just like his mother. At that moment, I went crazy, grabbed that person and asked if they knew you, but unfortunately, someone pulled me away.
However, after so many years, I finally have a little clue. This is something to be happy about, right?
On December 3, 2020, Mom.
I know who the second person from back then was. I heard it again today.
That person got drunk and, seeing me, thought they saw you and got scared. After I kept pressing, they finally said that they had a dispute with you by the river and accidentally pushed you down. They said they were very scared and saw no one around, so they just ran away.
That damned bastard.
The doctor clearly told me that if they had called for help sooner, you might have been saved.
If that bastard had called an ambulance back then, you wouldn't have left me.
On December 20, 2020, I'm sorry, Mom, I reported it to the police. They found that damned guy, but he wouldn't admit it.
In Chapter 40, Mom. I can finally see you.
And, back then, there were no cameras where you had the accident. In the end, because of insufficient evidence, they released that guy.
I know it's hard to convict in situations like this, but Mom, do you know?
That guy smiled at me when he was leaving.
What a damn bastard.
On December 23, 2020, tell me, what does it feel like when a knife pierces the chest?
What does it feel like when a knife cuts the throat? Wouldn't it be instant death? Not feeling too much pain?
On December 25, 2020, I stepped out for a while during self-study today and came back to find my coffee gone, replaced with a glass of milk.
I was the only one in the study room. Mom, did you come back to see me again? On December 28, 2020, the fruit knife I kept under my bed is gone. I searched for a long time but couldn't find it. Mom, did you take it? Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Here, aside from that damned bastard, I have still met good people who treat me well.
On December 30, 2020, this should be my last diary entry. I'm sorry, Mom.
I originally planned not to think about that incident anymore, but I saw that person again today.
They falsely accused me of someone losing their wallet in the dorm, and I'm the only suspect.
Then, in the drawer I sit at, they pulled out that wallet and said it was what I stole. I had stepped out once in between and didn't check the drawer when I came back. I had no idea whose wallet it was.
Why was it even in my drawer?
Then that person smiled and said that as long as I don't pursue the matter from back then, my stealing the wallet can be considered as if it never happened.
What the hell? How could I possibly steal someone else's wallet? I am your son, Mom. But... Mom, do you know?
I wasn't angry at that moment, just dazed. When I first entered the school, that person even made me glutinous rice balls. For a moment, I actually thought I was back home with you, laughing, eating glutinous rice balls, and watching TV. The diary content in the notebook ends here. Suli looked at the bright full moon hanging high in the sky. It seemed extraordinarily beautiful at this moment.
Tonight, the moonlight is truly beautiful.
He subconsciously murmured, his inner emotions very complex.
Until now, Suli vaguely understood what Yufeiyu meant when he left back then.
At that time, when he jumped from the building, it must have been like the moonlight now. Suli quietly stared at the full moon until he heard faint roars from downstairs. He then put the notebook into his clothes, crouched down, and prepared to take the cicada away from here.
But when he reached out, he found that the cicada no longer glowed and had completely stopped chirping, just lying there motionless and quietly. This was something he should have thought of long ago. He had noticed that the cicada's movement had weakened before. Perhaps the chirping and faint light had already exhausted its last strength. Sully gently stroked its small body. Perhaps Aunt Jo had sensed this little guy's existence earlier, thinking it could help him against pollution, so she didn't let him take that powder. Sully stood up and walked to the edge of the rooftop, standing by the railing and looking down. Second way to escape the dormitory building before dawn. The rules didn't specify how to escape, so if he jumped down from here, shouldn't that also count as an escape? This was another reason Sully had tested the Foresee death trigger mechanism before by opening the door in the laundry room. He wanted to see if jumping down from here would count as escaping the dormitory, because with Foresee death, he wouldn't really die, at most he would just see a scene of death. This was a backup plan he prepared for himself. If he really couldn't achieve other escape methods, then this would be his final choice. But now, Sully temporarily abandoned this thought. Because after reading the contents of the notebook, many things he hadn't figured out before, along with everyone he had seen in this building, had already formed complete puzzles in his mind. His smile faded. Sully turned and walked downstairs. It was now close to 5 in the morning, with just over an hour left until dawn, as mentioned in the escape method. And there was still much for him to do. Hey, brothers and sisters, did anyone understand that diary we just saw? Tell me about it. Someone typed a line in the Dacia livestream's comments. Members of the expert group picked up a walkie-talkie, wanting to send someone to stop it. Because if someone really spoke the truth and it was reported back by the observers hidden among the audience from other countries, that wouldn't be a good thing. However, he quickly put the walkie-talkie down again, because now besides their Dacia country, there was one more hint opportunity left, and other countries had none. This meant that even if they found out the truth, it would be of no use. The audience was also very curious about the content revealed in the diary. Because they all noticed one thing: if Sully's previous actions were like groping in the dark, then now Sully was like an archer aiming at a target. His expression and movements showed no hesitation, extremely firm and clear. It was as if he had already seen through everything. Therefore, in this exciting atmosphere, more and more people wanted to know the answer. Since you sincerely asked, I will kindly tell you. First, the original owner of this diary is definitely Zhu Feiyu. The content on it as well as personality events can all correspond to the current information about Zhu Feiyu. Second, we can basically confirm that the content written there is real and accurate. There is no falsehood or fabrication here, because it matches the information he told Sully in the bathroom. A boy put down a paper filled with information and looked at the positive feedback on the screen after sending his message. Appearing very satisfied, he continued typing on the keyboard. Third, the diary mentioned a person. Although there was not much information about this person, not even their gender, I am sure of one thing: this person is not only the culprit behind Zhu Feiyu's mother's death, but also framed Zhu Feiyu for stealing a wallet. Even the issue mentioned in the first half of the diary, where Zhu Feiyu made progress in his exams only to be accused of cheating, was likely done by that person. Chapter 41, The Sound of Wind Howling Rises. The boy glanced at his summarized information again. But at first, Zhu Feiyu did not know the true identity of that person. He even believed in them and thought they treated him well, until he finally discovered the ugly face of that person, and then, when threatened, he ended that bastard's life with a knife. When the boy reached this point, he seemed to empathize and became excited. After that, Zhu Feiyu felt unsatisfied, so after killing that jerk, he jumped directly from the rooftop, turning into a strange being, and continued to endlessly torture that person. After reading the boy's message, some expressed confusion. Doesn't that mean Zhu Feiyu wasn't pushed but jumped off himself? But how did he know he would turn into a strange being after he died? Speaking of this, I have to admire his courage. Do you remember in the diary when Zhu Feiyu mentioned a cup of water beside his bed and that his knife was missing? Yes, wasn't it made by his mother? Could it be, you think Zhu Feiyu determined he would become a strange being just based on this? I think that might be it, even though it's unbelievable. Some in the audience gasped. Death is a great terror for anyone. But Zhu Feiyu, only about 10 years old, was utterly fearless in this matter. Then, others realized a problem. Doesn't that mean that bastard is also here? In this dormitory building? Zhu Feiyu stayed here for that person? It's very likely like that. Then who is that person? The boy was silent for a moment. I don't know that, perhaps only Sully knows the final truth. The audience's interest was piqued, but hearing the boy say he didn't know made them a bit impatient. Tisk. I thought it was some big shot, but it seems we still have to wait for our Sully. Alright, brothers, let's disperse and focus on the livestream. The boy did not expect such a reaction, and his face turned a bit red. Although I don't know the exact identity of that person, I do know an extremely important clue. Quick, tell us. The bullet comments quickly increased again. The diary mentioned something very important: the Tang Yuan, sweet rice balls, for the Lantern Festival. In fact, the boy wasn't very certain about this matter, but to prove himself, he still expressed this inference. Moreover, Zhu Feiyu also said in the diary that he had found a feeling similar to that with his mother on that person. Immediately, someone in the audience reacted. "Are you talking about Aunt Zhou?" The bullet comments suddenly erupted in noise. At this time, someone noticed Suli on the screen, walking swiftly downstairs, completely unlike before when he was so cautious. Is Suli not afraid of being discovered now? He doesn't have to worry about that at all now. Why? The rules say that you can't wander around the dorm building after lights out. At first, I thought it was just about avoiding Aunt Zhou's sight, but after seeing Suli's actions, I realized I was wrong. This rule isn't about forbidding students from being outside after lights out, it's because a black cat appears in the dorm after lights out. If students are out at that time, they might run into it. Think about it, Suli has basically been outside since lights out, and he ran into Su Feng, Aunt Zhou, Teacher Xiong, and even the creepy Zhu Feiyu, yet nothing happened. Only the black cat shows extreme aggression whenever it's encountered. The boy looked at Suli on the screen, his gaze filled with amazement. I'm just analyzing from the sidelines now. If I were thrown into that strange world, even if I figured this out, I wouldn't dare act as confidently as Suli does now. But didn't he try to escape to go online before and got caught by Aunt Zhou? He got beaten up, and that injury still makes me shudder when I think about it. Yes, as you mentioned, he just got beaten up, but he didn't die, right? If he encountered the black cat, it would be a different story. Besides, he was already tainted, and that level of injury isn't a big deal for him. Holy crap! So this rule isn't a punishment? It's protecting the students. Yes. Then where is Suli going now? The boy hesitated for a moment. I don't know. Personally, I guess Suli should have figured out the truth of this scenario by now, and he should be going to find Teacher Xiong or Aunt Zhou, hoping to get the key to leave from them. As he said this, the boy's eyes suddenly brightened. Look! Suli is already on the first floor. As soon as he said this, the viewers in the live stream immediately fell silent, watching Suli on the screen with utmost seriousness, wanting to see if he really was going to find Aunt Zhou or Teacher Xiong as the boy mentioned. Suli stood next to the entrance of the dormitory building. He was about to walk forward when he frowned. He had come down to find the hot water room at the end of the first floor. But strangely, even though he had seen the lights on before, it was now completely dark. Where did the people go? Could it be? Suli realized something and turned to head upstairs. But when he looked up, he found that the black cat had appeared like a ghost, standing on the second floor and looking at him. This guy. Suli weakly shook his head. Why does it keep staring at me? The sound of a door opening came from behind him, and Aunt Zhou appeared at the entrance. Didn't I tell you to go back to sleep? Suli felt a bit dazed, this situation seemed a bit hard to handle. He pointed at the black cat on the stairs, indicating that he was left with no choice and that it was that creature blocking his way. Aunt Zhou followed Suli's gesture and looked over, then she silently walked back to her room and closed the door with a bang, leaving Suli and that black cat to silently stare at each other. The sound of water flowing came from the rooftop, accompanied by the creaking sounds of the beds in the dormitory. Suli knew this was due to dawn approaching, as the mutation began to spread in this dormitory building. Even the black cat in front of him, which had originally had dim yellow pupils, was now starting to glow slightly red. Suddenly, a strange cry, like a baby's wail, echoed, and the black cat lunged at Suli. Suli tensed up, preparing to dodge to the side, when he suddenly heard a dull thump of footsteps beside him. Dust flew up, and he saw a shadow pass by, blocking in front of oneself. At the same time, the sound of the wind howled. Chapter 42, A Biting Cat Will Be Punished. Bang! The black cat that had approached Suli was knocked away, violently crashing into the wall. At the same time, Suli's body was forcefully pushed back by someone. Aren't you going to hurry up and get lost? Standing here is waiting for death? It was still that merciless, cold tone. Suli looked at Aunt Zhou in front of her, holding the blood-stained wooden stick. She no longer looked the way she did before. Though Suli could not see her front, the figure was at least a head taller than before. The clothes behind her were bulging high, as if something was trying to drill out from underneath. Suli felt no fear, she only whispered, "Be careful," and then took a few steps back. The black cat stood up from the ground, shook its head, and let out a low growl full of strong threat toward Aunt Zhou. It seemed to realize that the woman standing in front of it was a great threat. Aunt Zhou showed no signs of retreat, standing firm and glaring at the black cat. The black cat arched its body and then pounced at Aunt Zhou with incredible speed. The wooden stick was swung down but hit only air. Suli was shocked because the trajectory the black cat leapt toward was not Aunt Zhou herself, but the wall beside her. At the moment the black cat touched the wall, its soft paws pushed off, and its body climbed high, heading straight for Aunt Zhou's face. At that moment, Aunt Zhou was exhausted from her missed swing and could not dodge in time. Rip! The clothes were torn, and blood instantly flowed from Aunt Joe's neck. Seeing the black cat leap toward her, back facing her, Suli kicked out with her foot. But the black cat sensed it keenly, and with a light jump, it dodged Suli's attack. Just as it showed a contemptuous smile at Suli, the heavy wooden stick came crashing down on it, and a crisp sound of bones cracking immediately rang out. The black cat did not expect that this woman, who had just been clawed open on her neck artery, could seizing this fleeting opportunity. The red glow in its eyes surged, and a terrifying scream erupted from its mouth. The intense pain made it speed up again toward Aunt Joe. But the next second, the scream suddenly stopped, its body midair was caught, and its fragile throat was brutally grasped by Aunt Joe, slamming it hard against the wall. The force was so violent that even the hard wall could not withstand it, creating a large dent centered on the black cat. The black cat screamed in pain, desperately struggling, leaving deep claw marks on Aunt Joe's smooth skin. However, no matter how it struggled, it could not escape Aunt Joe's iron-like grip. Aunt Joe snorted coldly. "A biting cat will be punished." As the words fell, her arm suddenly swelled. With a crisp crack, the black cat's neck in her hand was twisted, its body stiffened, and then it completely stopped moving. Aunt Joe casually threw the limp corpse aside and turned to walk toward Suli. At that moment, Suli finally got a clear look at Aunt Joe's appearance. Her eyes had turned completely black, as if she were staring into a deep well. The clothes on her chest were torn by the cat's claws, exposing a long horrifying wound that extended from her chest to her neck. Suli could even see the chilling white bones underneath, and blood continuously flowed out, dyeing her originally light red coat deep red. Aunt Joe, however, seemed to feel no pain at all, only raising that swollen, completely unrecognizable hand towards Suli. The muscles on her face twitched, madness and tenderness intertwining and shifting endlessly, as if she was desperately resisting the bodily instincts caused by severe pollution. In the face of this terrifying scene, Suli remained silent, showing no intention to dodge. Cold fingertips touched his face, Aunt Joe gently caressing him. "You already know, don't you?" In response to this strange question, Suli seemed to know what she was asking and nodded gently. Aunt Joe's lips struggled to reveal a faint smile. This was the first time Suli truly saw her smile. Aunt Joe looked at Suli softly, the darkness in her eyes gradually fading away. "You really are very much like him, so very smart." Her voice gradually grew lower. With a crash, the wooden stick in her hand fell to the ground, and Aunt Joe could no longer support herself, collapsing heavily to the ground, motionless, just like the black cat not far away. Yet the corners of her mouth remained slightly raised, as if the moment Suli nodded, she no longer had any regrets. Suli stood in the pool of blood, silently watching the black cat and Aunt Joe's body. A sudden shout echoed from above the stairs, breaking the silence here. Suli looked up and saw Teacher Xiong standing on the second floor, his face filled with panic. When he saw Suli looking at him, he realized something, rushing over clumsily, stepping over the bodies of the black cat and Aunt Joe, reaching Suli and grasping his hand, constantly inspecting him up and down. "Suli, are you all right? Did you get hurt anywhere?" Suli looked seriously into his eyes, the concern radiating from them was extremely sincere, with no hint of pretense. He nodded. "I'm fine." Teacher Xiong let out a long sigh of relief. That's good, you really scared the teacher to death." He turned around to glance at the bodies behind him, letting out a heavy sigh. "I just went to check the dormitory, how could such a thing happen?" Drip. A drop of water fell from the railing in the corridor, hitting the ground near Suli, and soon after came the second and third drops. Suli looked up towards the source of the water. It should be the laundry room on the third floor. It was already 5:10, with 50 minutes left until dawn. The water in the laundry room had begun to leak uncontrollably, and no one knew what level of mutation this building would reach if time continued. "Oh no, how could such a big issue happen at school? How can I report this to the principal?" Teacher Xiong murmured in frustration. Suddenly, a banging sound came from a nearby dormitory. Teacher Xiong's body trembled in fear. He cautiously walked over, and the moment he saw the scene inside, his body instinctively took a few steps back in fright. Then, as if recalling something, he quickly ran back to Suli's side, his expression extremely serious. "Kid, you need to leave here quickly." Teacher Xiong looked up again at the corridor where water continued to drip down. "It seems that there are other dangers in this building now, it's very unsafe to stay here. You hurry and go call the police." Seeing Suli remain silent, Teacher Xiong slapped his forehead. "Look at me, I actually forgot this." He bent down to take the key from Aunt Joe's chest and handed it to Suli. "Suli, take this and hurry up. Although your Aunt Joe didn't treat you well, she was very capable. But she is gone now. If you don't leave and something else happens, the teacher can't protect you." The audience in the live stream room watched the screen intently. The key from the tool room earlier had been fake. But now the key in Teacher Xiong's hand must be real. It was taken from Aunt Joe. As long as Suli accepts it now, the Great Xia Kingdom can definitely pass this level. But soon, a wave of confusion erupted in the live broadcast room. Suli looked at the bloody key and gently shook his head. I can't take this key. Chapter 43, Only Self-Rescue. Ruthless Self-Rescue. Why? Teacher Xiong was obviously not expecting Suli to respond this way. He was momentarily stunned. I'm sorry, but I still have some things to do. Suli glanced at the dark corridor on the right side, then looked at Aunt Zhou lying in a pool of blood not far away. He sighed slightly and walked past the dazed Teacher Xiong, heading upstairs. Teacher Xiong stood there in a daze, until Suli's figure disappeared into the hallway. He finally let out a heavy sigh, his face showing more wrinkles, as if Suli's departure had aged him 10 years in an instant. The chat room and the live broadcast had exploded. Many people were frantically typing question marks, confused about why Suli would refuse Teacher Xiong and give up the easily attainable clearance. Although Teacher Xiong didn't seem to behave normally, based on the rules, the more serious the contamination, the more severe the hair loss. Teacher Xiong's hair looked very healthy, which meant he was a person who had not been contaminated. Did Suli not even trust a normal person? And where was he going now? What could be more important than leaving this place and clearing the level? More importantly, not long after Suli left, someone else had obtained the key in the same way and left this place. In the live broadcast room of the Garden Kingdom, their chosen one, Li Jiaming, also faced the same situation as Suli just did. But unlike Suli, Li Jiaming bowed to Teacher Xiong, then picked up the key and walked directly to the dormitory building's front door. Click. The door lock opened. Tears immediately filled his eyes. Li Jiaming couldn't describe the excitement in his heart. This was his first time being chosen to enter this bizarre copy world. A few short hours felt longer than the combined struggles of his previous 20-plus years of life. With great difficulty and a little luck, he had survived to this point. Just when he thought he could not hold on any longer, Teacher Xiong appeared. He even gave him a key. He stood at the doorway and looked back at Teacher Xiong, who was looking at him kindly, like a parent seeing their child. Teacher Xiong smiled and waved at Li Jiaming. Go on, child. Li Jiaming wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, nodded heavily, then stepped out of the dormitory building without looking back. In the Garden Kingdom, the whole country was in jubilation. People were celebrating madly, expressing their inner excitement. Team leader, should we hint to Suli and let him go back to get that key? An expert in the Great Xia Kingdom cautiously suggested, but his expression was not so certain. The team leader hesitated for a moment before ultimately rejecting the proposal. The expert group had previously conducted long and heated discussions about this. Although they reached a conclusion, they were not sure if it was absolutely correct. And even though the chosen one from the Garden Kingdom had exited the dormitory building, he still felt that something was off. Because after Li Jiaming left the dormitory, their live broadcast room fell into a black screen, but the clearance prompt message from the Ghost Tale world did not come. Although similar delayed prompt situations had occurred before, this time, the team leader always felt that something was wrong. I must have overlooked something. And at this point, Suli, who was steadily moving upward on the screen, seemed to have grasped it. At 5:18. Suli returned to the rooftop once more, but he did not go inside. At this moment, the rooftop was no longer the same as before. One by one, bugs the size of fists hatched out of the previous eggs. Their wings were sticky with thick saliva, not fully opened. Some were gnawing at their own shells, making a spine-chilling, low-crunching sound. Others squirmed their bodies, crawling incessantly toward the door. Suli watched from a distance for a while, then headed downstairs. Before long, he returned to the front of dormitory 5-8. The deep fist imprint on the door was still there, but the cicada carcass at the entrance had vanished. It seemed to have disappeared into thin air, or perhaps someone had quietly taken it during the time he was away. Li. Faint sounds came from within the dormitory. Suli looked up through the window. He saw Ti still on the bed, but his body was twisting into a grotesque shape. Wu Shan had sat up. The wound on his face, previously marked by Zhu Feiyu with a pencil, had grown larger and was bleeding continuously. He seemed unaffected by the injury, merely staring at his own direction with his whiteless eyes. Suli did not respond, leaving the window and continuing down the corridor. After checking all the dormitories on the 4th floor, Suli arrived at the 3rd floor, where the laundry room was empty. But bizarrely, it continuously emitted the sound of washing clothes, with a large amount of water flowing out. Suli carefully avoided the water's surface where those eggs lay, moving toward the deepest part of the hallway. After a little while, Suli appeared on the 2nd floor. He stood outside Su Feng's dormitory, wanting to see what was happening inside. But the window was blocked haphazardly by several turned-over beds. His view was obstructed. He could only see all the tables and chairs scattered chaotically in the dormitory, but not a single shadow nor sound came from within. Suli remained silent as he checked all the dormitories in the building. Then he confirmed one thing: although each dormitory had the same layout, all being 4-person rooms. The number of people now varied greatly, ranging from 1 to 4 individuals, but the largest proportion was 0. That is to say, more than half of the rooms he just checked had no one in them.
only the neatly made beds, as if no one had ever lain on them. The unusual movements behind him in the building grew increasingly apparent, as if at this brink of dawn, those still alive in the dormitories began to undergo complete alienation.
Of course, if they could still be called human. At this moment, the remaining chosen ones in the instance world were few. But everyone sensed the increasingly terrifying changes in this dormitory building.
They had exhausted their chances for hints from the expert group, and now could only face the impending Great Terror alone.
Waiting for death is always more debilitating to one's will than confronting it.
Among these people, besides Suli, no one could discover the diary on the rooftop. Even though some chosen ones had gone onto the rooftop, they forever fell among those eggs due to not carrying a cicada on them. At this time, all remaining chosen ones, though at different stages,
unanimously realized the same thing under such isolated and helpless conditions. Only self-rescue. Desperately self-rescue
was the only way to seize that scant glimmer of hope for survival.
Chapter 44. What are you here for? To get the key, and wait for someone. Some people returned to their dorms, trying to persuade their transformed roommates to help them.
Some went to find Su Feng, hoping to see if there was any chance of being saved. Some went directly to find teacher Xiong, because he had said that he could be approached whenever there was a difficulty. Some arrived at the rooftop, enduring the discomfort of pollution, trembling as they approached the edge, seemingly wanting to jump off. Some knocked fiercely on the dorm manager's lounge door, seizing the moment when Aunt Jo wasn't paying attention, tearing the key from her chest and running wildly out of the dormitory building. Others fled back to their dorms, avoiding the outstretched hands of their roommates, hiding on the balcony, sealing the windows and back door tightly, curling up in the corner and shivering. No one knew what their fate would be next, not even themselves.
But everyone was desperately taking action. To win that invisible, unknown hope.
That hope of successfully surviving.
This intense urgency even infected the viewers watching the live stream from outside.
Originally, they were nearing exhaustion from staying up all night. Yet now, everyone was completely focused on the screen in front of them, no one dared to lose concentration. But soon, viewers from other countries noticed a very special contestant among the chosen ones. He not only did not attempt to escape, but instead casually inspected all the dormitories from above.
That leisurely stroll felt completely different from the frantic efforts of other chosen ones.
It was as if he was not in a world filled with eerie tales, but casually wandering around his own home.
Had he completely given up, or had he found a way to pass? No one knew the answer, but they remembered the name of this person, Suli from Great Xia country.
More and more viewers discovered this unusual chosen one, and they curiously flocked into Great Xia country's livestream, wanting to see what Suli would do next.
Suli, unaware of the many eyes watching him outside, remained outside Su Feng's dormitory. Is this real or just an illusion?
No one could understand his low muttering. Then the viewers were astonished to see Suli take a few steps forward and push open the closed study room door.
Inside, there was no escape passage, only the eerie Zhu Feiyu.
The Great Xia country viewers watched as bewildered comments poured in from audiences of other countries. Although they could not understand Suli's actions either, a strange sense of joy rose within them. Just like during an exam, when you realize you can't solve many problems, initially a frustrating state. But then you discover others are just as lost, even worse.
That feeling suddenly makes your mood improve.
As the door was pushed open, Zhu Feiyu's seemingly harmless bright smile appeared again before the viewers.
Good evening, it's nice to see you again. Good evening, senior. Zhu Feiyu saw Suli stroll over to the open window as if he was home, casually finding a chair to sit on. Daylight is about to break, aren't you going to find a way out? No rush, there are 37 minutes left.
Zhu Feiyu was a bit surprised by Suli's calmness.
Did you find the key to leave here? No. Then why are you here? To get the key, and wait for someone. Looking for me to get the key? Zhu Feiyu was somewhat puzzled. Was this sophomore named Suli scared silly? I have the key? How come I didn't know?
Then he thought of something, a wicked smile appearing on his lips.
Aren't you afraid that I might just kill you right here?
Suli didn't even glance at the pencil in Zhu Feiyu's hand, which was suddenly aimed at his forehead.
I haven't broken any rules. You wouldn't make a move.
He paused, then looked up at the small, elegant writing on the door behind the study room.
Besides, you don't actually have any malice toward me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have written that sentence, right? Zhu Feiyu clicked his tongue. Didn't expect you to notice that.
He continued to twirl the pencil in his hand.
So, who are you waiting for? Suli gave him a direct eye roll. Pretending you don't know.
Then he closed his eyes and stopped speaking.
Zhu Feiyu didn't continue asking.
The study room fell silent again, only the pencil in his fingers spinning faster and faster. The viewers in the live stream stared blankly at the screen.
Wait a minute, did Suli just say that the small writing on the hint was written by Zhu Feiyu? But the handwriting in the diary looks different. Holy crap. Now that you mention it, I went back and checked. The handwriting is different. But if you look carefully, you'll see many of the strokes are very similar. It really seems to be the work of the same person. Suli, no, Subro. He's really freaking detailed. Forget about the handwriting. Now I have a reason to suspect that I must be too sleep deprived, and my mind is starting to go crazy. Can someone tell me, did Suli just give Zhu Feiyu an eye roll? Bro, although I really don't want to admit it, I have to tell you, what you saw is true because I saw it too. Ridiculous. Zhu Feiyu is creepy. He's the type who can tear people apart alive. He's not some reasonable senior. How dare Suli do that? Although I don't know where Suli's confidence comes from, I know that among all the chosen ones, Suli is the only one who would dare do that. Subro is awesome, voice crack. Subro is awesome. By the way, just a quick question, why is Suli back now? Looking at Zhu Feiyu's expression, he really doesn't seem to have the key? I also think so, but so far, Suli has never let me down. No wonder he's the man I chose. Hey, when did Suli become yours? Get in line. Audiences from other countries were confused, not understanding why, at such a tense moment, while chosen ones from other countries were fighting desperately, Suli from the Great Xia kingdom was sitting here chatting with someone creepy. And the bullet comments from the people in Great Xia were so. Had they all completely given up like Suli? Or did they firmly believe their chosen one could successfully pass the trial? The bullet comments kept going, and time didn't stop for a second. A soft click sound was heard. The lights in the hallways in dormitory suddenly turned on. 5:30. The lights out time in Area 3 had ended. Then, a hurried sound of footsteps came from outside the door, as if someone was quickly walking toward the study room. Suli slowly opened his closed eyes, his gaze turning toward the door with a slight curve at the corner of his eyes. The person he was waiting for had arrived. Creak. The door to the study room was quietly pushed open, and Teacher Xiong's face appeared at the door. He paused, seemingly not expecting anyone to be in the study room at this time. Then, he looked at Suli, who was calmly sitting by the window, his expression turning extremely anxious. Why aren't you leaving yet? Kid, you need to trust me. If you don't leave now, it will really be too late. Why should I leave? Silly child, didn't I tell you? It's dangerous here. Teacher Xiong became anxious, pointing to the side. On the hallway wall, which had already lit up, shadowy figures began to appear, swaying, and gradually growing larger. Can't you see? There are monsters in the dormitory building. And they are getting closer to here. Suli stood up. Leave here? Do you have the key? I do. Didn't I just try to give it to you? Suli paced over to Teacher Xiong at the door. Then why don't you walk with me? Why do you have to stay here? The roar outside grew louder, and Teacher Xiong looked increasingly anxious. You are a student, and I am a teacher. It is the teacher's duty to protect students. But I feel safer here. Seeing that Suli refused to agree, Teacher Xiong clearly became a bit angry. You silly child, how can you not understand what your teacher is saying? You are in danger now, there is. He did not continue, only casting a worried glance towards Zhu Feiyu. Zhu Feiyu's expression was calm, just quietly watching the two beside him. Teacher Xiong wanted to say more, but was interrupted directly by Suli. Are you trying to say that the senior is dangerous? Teacher Xiong's expression froze, he seemed not to expect Suli to say such a thing. Since you already know, then why? He is a very good person, just a danger to certain people. Suli did not look at Zhu Feiyu, he only stared seriously into Teacher Xiong's eyes. You have been deceived by him. Teacher Xiong's emotions were a bit agitated, filled with a sense of disappointment. You only see the surface, you don't know his true nature, or what he has done. What has he done? Suli interrupted Teacher Xiong again. By now, he had stepped in front of Teacher Xiong. Cheating or stealing a wallet? As soon as he finished speaking, Teacher Xiong's face was filled with shock. How do you know? As he spoke, Suli suddenly reached out, grabbing behind Teacher Xiong with incredible speed. When he pulled his hand back, he held a black wallet. Is this the wallet you were talking about? The audience gasped as they recognized the wallet in Suli's hand, the very one that Su Feng had lost. But how did it end up with Teacher Xiong? Wasn't it given to Aunt Zhou and then lost again? Could it be that it wasn't lost at all, but that Teacher Xiong had taken it? Teacher Xiong instinctively touched his now empty lower back, his expression turning ugly. Give it back to me. He reached out to grab it, but Suli easily dodged. Taking someone else's things is not something a teacher should do. Suli looked up at the person in front of him. The one who should return it is not you, but its owner. Saying this, he tossed the wallet into the air. Everyone instinctively followed the movement of their gaze, and then they saw A bloody hand reached out from the side behind Teacher Xiong, catching the black wallet skillfully. Su Li looked at the suddenly appeared person, a sincere smile on his face. I'm so happy to see you again, Senior Su Feng. Su Feng is actually still alive? The audience was both shocked and delighted at this moment. Su Feng's clothes were barely intact, and his exposed upper body was covered in wounds. Though he had just appeared moments ago, he was now eerily no longer bleeding. His eyes, with only a hint of white showing, were fixed on Teacher Xiong. Teacher, why is my wallet with you? Teacher Xiong's expression froze. So this wallet belongs to you, Su Feng? Haha, I was afraid it wouldn't be safe there, so I helped you keep it. Su Li scoffed. Not telling Aunt Zhou, secretly going in to take the wallet, and not returning it to the owner, is this your so-called keeping it safe? He pointed sharply towards Zhu Feiyu. Even wanting to quietly put the wallet into his desk drawer when no one was around in the study room, then framing him as the one who took it. Is this also your so-called keeping it safe? Faced with Su Li's continuous questioning, cold sweat began to bead on Teacher Xiong's forehead. He hesitated, wanting to say something, but it seemed he could find no reason to refute, his face changing as he angrily shouted at Su Li. Is this your attitude towards your teacher? After so many years of studying, have you forgotten to respect your elders? Respect your elders? You respect good teachers and cherish the right path. Su Li stared directly at the man before him. You ask yourself, do you deserve it? He stepped forward. Using pliers to forcibly damage the lock of the tool room and deliberately releasing the black cat to pollute the students. During the room checks, asking loudly to disturb the students' minds, so they can be more easily polluted by the black bugs after. Stealing a student's wallet, trying to frame someone who has done nothing wrong. Tell me to go back and sleep well with my eyes closed, wanting me to be unable to sense the approach of those bugs. When students break the rules, pretending to protect them, wanting them to go further down the wrong path, making it easier for them to be polluted. You even added disgusting bug eggs into their lunch and candy. Just now, you even misled me, making me take Aunt Zhou's key and leave this dormitory building. If I had been fooled by your hypocritical facade, I might have truly believed your words and taken the key to leave here. Su Li's voice was fierce, as he took the final step, his aura reaching its peak. But little did you know, escaping means death. At this moment, Teacher Xiong was already sweating like rain, fumbling for words. Nonsense, everything you said is false. It's slander. It's defamation. Then he looked at the confused Su Feng behind him. Su Feng, you must believe the teacher, this Su Li is lying. Just like that Zhu Feiyu, none of them are good kids. Coldness appeared in Su Li's eyes. Lying? Slander? Let me tell you, people are doing, and heavens are watching. Whatever is done will leave traces. In the beginning, Su Li found the lock of the tool room was broken, and the black cat was released. The marks on it looked very much like those made by pliers. At that time, he thought it was Aunt Zhou's doing, but after checking Aunt Zhou's room several times, he found no similar tools. However, later, in the staff lounge, Su Li saw a pair of pliers on the man's desk. Such size and shape were just right to create traces that matched the lock of the tool room. Chapter 46, A Demon Hiding Beneath the Surface. Later, when he went back to sleep, the man came to check the rooms, pressing his face against the glass window, loudly questioning him while he remained still. At the time, he didn't realize anything, but later he thought clearly that this was to disturb his mind. In a strange world, maintaining the stability of one's mind is the most important thing. Once the mind is lost, it is easy to make wrong judgments, and when facing pollution, one will be more easily influenced. After that, when he went down to get medicine, he saw several terrifying blood marks appeared on Aunt Zhou's face. Initially thinking they were from the black cat's claws, but later realized that those marks looked more like human fingerprints made by fingers. All the students in the dormitory feared Aunt Zhou. So the owner of those fingerprints could only be Teacher Xiong, who was also heavily polluted. Su Li speculated that it must have been during the man's questioning at the room check when his sinister intentions were discovered by Aunt Zhou, leading to a conflict between them. Afterward, Su Li didn't find the bug eggs on his pants legs and was polluted again, so he went to Aunt Zhou for medicine, and the man appeared once more. After following him into the room, Su Li found the floor was clean, with not a single hair. You see, according to the rules stated on the bloody note, the severity of hair loss indicates the level of pollution. Even while Su Li was cleaning their dormitory, he found quite a few hairs under the bed. And this was still in the case where his two roommates had not caused too much pollution. How could a man, who could leave scars on Aunt Zhou's face, still have a full head of black hair in his middle age, and not even have a single hair fallen in the room? Moreover, he had once said that the teacher who took a leave of absence came back with much whiter hair. And Su Feng told Su Li that the teacher was Xiong Ida. And their information had a clear difference from what Su Li had seen of Xiong Ida. Putting all these pieces of information together, Su Li got a complete puzzle. Xiong Ida, who stood opposite Aunt Zhou, was also someone heavily polluted, and his black hair was a disguise. What was the purpose of this disguise? Suli had always found it hard to understand, but soon, Xiong himself revealed the answer to him. When he handed Suli that thing that looked like a white candy. Although he didn't see it clearly at the time. Later, as the other party put it back in the box and the candy rolled around, Suli caught a glimpse of the truth of that candy in the hazy moonlight. There were actually some white eggs mixed in. So that's why Aunt Jo was so angry back then, and said, "Don't go too far, Xiong." Xiong probably didn't expect that due to carrying a cicada, Suli's pollution state was effectively restrained at that time. So he did not become like Wu Shan and the others, having a distorted perception that mistook the white eggs for water stains or something else. But instead clearly saw its real appearance. This was the reason why Xiong disguised himself as a nice guy. To use various means to lure normally healthy students step by step into the abyss of pollution. Su Feng once said that Xiong would share the lunch he made with others. Perhaps among those, he also mixed in eggs, just like that white candy. So this building would have so many polluted people. Even if Aunt Jo's notebook was densely packed with medication records, there would still be so many polluted people. Even if they were lucky enough not to be directly polluted by the bugs, they would unknowingly eat food mixed with those eggs. You can dodge the bugs, but how do you guard against the human heart? Who would believe that behind a friendly teacher's facade hides a grinning devil? But as Suli deduced that teacher Xiong was luring students to be polluted, another new question arose: what was his purpose? What benefits did he gain? However, this question was quickly resolved. Because Suli found that black notebook on the rooftop. Just as that previous boy analyzed, the owner of the notebook was obviously Zhu Feiyu. But regarding the identity of the person who framed him for stealing the wallet to exchange for Zhu Feiyu not pursuing the river incident regarding his mother, Suli had a different view. The boy thought that it was Aunt Jo because she made Tang Yuan, and Zhu Feiyu found a feeling of his mother in her. But Suli didn't think so. He was sure that person was Xiong. Firstly, about the cheating matter, before the jumping incident happened, He and Su Feng both said that Aunt Jo was very nice to them, always smiling. Such a person would not secretly instigate others to speak badly about cheating. And as a dorm supervisor, the people she could influence were also very limited. The only one capable of doing this, whom Suli had seen in this scenario, was just one. That is, among the student community, the highly esteemed teacher Xiong. Next, it is about making Tang Yuan. Most people, when it comes to cooking, first think of women, which falls into a subconscious misconception. Suli had previously noticed that when he saw Xiong, there was a callus on the inner side of his right thumb. At first, Suli thought it was formed from being a teacher, holding a pen and writing for a long time. But when he saw the diary, he realized another possibility. Long-term cooking and flipping a wok could also cause calluses in that spot. However, on Aunt Jo's hands, there were no such calluses. This indicates that the person who made Tang Yuan for Zhu Feiyu was likely not Aunt Jo, but Xiong. Su Feng also mentioned later that Xiong had once shared his lunch with them, which also showed that Xiong could indeed cook. As for the feeling at the end of the diary, where they ate and watched TV with mom, Suli believed that when Zhu Feiyu wrote that sentence, he was not literally referring to a mom, but to a kind of warm feeling similar to that between family. Zhu Feiyu's father left him and his mother when he was very young. For Zhu Feiyu, who had lacked a father's love since childhood, a gentleman who could cook and was even his class teacher, was more likely to fill the emotional void in the heart of the young Zhu Feiyu than Aunt Jo. And that always cold Aunt Jo, Suli also found relevant descriptions in the diary. In the second-to-last entry, Zhu Feiyu wrote, "Don't worry, I won't do anything foolish. Here, besides the damn jerk, I still met kind people." What kind of person can pull a nearly broken child, who even thought about doing foolish things, back from the edge of the abyss? Suli recalled the people he met in this dormitory building, and the only one who met that condition was Aunt Jo. Before the suicide incident happened, she was regarded as a gentle and kind person by the students. Even though later she became tainted, turning violent and cold, her innate goodness would not change. Although Suli did not know if Aunt Jo had communicated with Zhu Feiyu, he knew. Given the rules and the strange unmentionables facing those rule-breaking children, Aunt Jo could only attempt to use punishment to avoid the situation, hoping they wouldn't make the same mistakes again, not to be tainted like herself. Chapter 47. Did the senior handle this matter well? In the diary, there were even a few mentions of strange events, such as finding a glass of water by the bedside after waking up, the coffee in the study room being replaced with milk, and a knife hidden under the bed being taken away. Zhu Feiyu believed that this was his mother coming to see him. Suli wasn't sure if it was really the case, but he tended to think that these things were all done by Aunt Jo. She had been silently watching over this poor child, hoping he could live normally and happily. This formed a stark contrast with Xiong. Even though both were heavily polluted, the things they did were completely different. Some had a kind face yet deceitfully led others to the abyss, while others, with a cold demeanor, used their lives to rescue people from hell. flowers bloom with two sides, life exists between Buddha and demon. Why does Shionida, who has experienced the pain of death himself, still put on a smiling facade, constantly luring students into darkness, even while trapped in this building and suffering from severe pollution? Suli gazed at the bright moon, pondering deeply for a long time. Finally, he arrived at a helpless and absurd answer. Some people are born as demons. The thing that makes demons happiest is not redemption, but turning others into demons like themselves. So not long ago, Shionida held Aunt Jo's key to leave himself. Suli believed that this key could really open the dormitory's big door, and he could really walk out. But what about once he was outside? Suli did not think that this would mean passing the level. Do not take others' belongings without permission. You can't escape. There's no way to escape. To flee also means death. The key belonged to Aunt Jo, but Aunt Jo was already dead. The dead cannot express consent. So if Suli took that key, then going out would likely bring about the pollution caused by breaking the rules. And this forced escape might also mean death. Thus, Suli directly rejected it at that moment. He no longer chose a polite refusal like he did when he first entered the copy. Not just because Shionida was not the kindness referred to in the rules at that time. But Suli also understood that among those who enforced the punishment rules, Aunt Jo had already fallen in a pool of blood. And the other one, for some reason, wouldn't pose a threat to him for now. Everything unfolded as Suli spoke, and the self-study room fell into silence. Before long, Su Feng awkwardly looked up at the silent Shionida. Xiong. Teacher, what Suli said, is it true? As the alienation grew more severe, Su Feng struggled to slow down his words. But his human consciousness was still disappearing irretrievably. Since Suli began to speak, Shionida had his head down. Suddenly, he burst into a loud laugh. Then, the laughter stopped, and his head lifted. The kind, gentle face he had was now completely gone, replaced with a fierce gaze. Suli, can't you pretend you don't know anything? You are just a student. Why not just study well and not get involved in these matters? At the end, his right hand suddenly lunged towards Suli, who was close by. At such a close distance, Suli had no way to dodge with his fighting ability. But Suli saw a shadow flash before him, and Su Feng blocked in front of him. Shonida's hand sank into Su Feng's shoulder but was firmly gripped by the latter. Drip. Blood dripped as Su Feng, with his pitch-black eyes, looked seriously at the furious Shionida. You haven't answered my question. You can't kill him. I still owe my junior a favor. The fatal blow was blocked by Su Feng's body, which was clearly something Shionida had not expected. Su Feng. He glared fiercely at the person before him. Is this how you treat your teacher? Su Feng's expression turned a little confused, then he slowly shook his head. You are not the teacher I know, you are a bad person. Shionida, extreme in anger, laughed instead. Dark bloodlines appeared in his eyes. The strength of his right hand suddenly increased. He broke free from Su Feng's grip in an instant. Then he transformed his fist into a palm and struck down towards Su Feng's head. A dull thud followed, and Su Feng was struck hard, his body weakly falling down. Shionida's lips curled up. But the next moment, he let out an angry and agonizing roar. Because Su Feng, who was about to fall, unexpectedly grabbed Shionida's right hand back. He let out a hoarse roar, pulling forcefully. He actually yanked Shionida's right hand right off at the shoulder. The intense pain caused Shionida to lose his sanity in an instant. His eyes turned completely black, and his clothes ripped apart. His left hand moved eerily like flowing water. In an instant, it turned into a bug leg identical to the ones piercing out from both sides of his body. Now, Shionida looked like a giant bug with a human body. A bug leg stabbed into Su Feng's abdomen, then violently threw him against the wall. Suli rushed over and gently helped Su Feng up. He saw the darkness in Su Feng's eyes gradually fading. Suli's emotions were very complex, because this did not mean Su Feng was returning to normal. But rather that his life, just like Aunt Jo's before, was slowly slipping away, and there was no way to stop it. Suli, Jr., cough cough. Su Feng seemed to want to smile, but as he opened his mouth, blood surged out, causing him to cough. I ripped that bastard's arm off. How about it, Senior, did I do well? Seeing Suli struggle to smile, Su Feng groped to hold Suli's hand. Once this is over, Senior, you won't owe me a favor anymore. Suli nodded heavily. He did not expect that, at that moment, when he thought it was just a matter of brotherly loyalty, Su Feng would go to such lengths. Don't talk anymore, just close your eyes and sleep well. Suli said softly, slowly laying him on the ground. Soon, Su Feng's chest stopped rising and falling. Suli got up and walked to Zhu Feiyu, who was still twirling a pencil, and snatched the pencil from his hand. Hey, Junior, why are you grabbing my pencil? Zhu Feiyu seemed a bit unhappy, seeing that Suli had no intention of returning it, just quietly staring at him. He sighed. Don't blame me for not stepping in earlier. You saw Su Feng like that, he was already seriously injured when he came over. Whether I helped or not, he wasn't going to survive. Suli didn't say anything more. He could also see the situation Zhu Feiyu described. But after all, he had never personally experienced such a thing. There's a big difference between knowing something in your heart and accepting it calmly. What Suli said in front of Shiomida was because he knew that if Shiomida attacked him, someone would definitely intervene. Even if his judgment was wrong, he would still have one chance at seeing death coming, protecting his safety. But he did not expect that at that moment, the one who came to help him was actually Su Feng. Suli turned and kicked aside a clump of black object on the ground. It was a wig. Dropped from Shiomida's scalp when he completely mutated and his body swelled. That's why it looked different from the white hair mentioned by He-Hai. And that's why there wasn't a single hair in his room. Suli walked towards the door, no one could see his current expression. Shiomida, who had changed beyond recognition, looked at Suli walking toward him with a sneering smile. Are you already scared, silly? You actually came over by yourself? Chapter 48. The bug leg stabbing into Suli's chest. Seeing Suli silent, Shiomida's smile grew wider. Even if your analysis is correct, you are still just a school kid. It's normal to be scared. The bug leg supported his body as his ugly bald head lowered, his greedy gaze fixated on Suli. Join me, Suli. You don't have to lift a finger, just help me cover up the little flaws I didn't notice in the darkness. With your cleverness, I can imagine our upcoming time will be very joyful. Suli's brow furrowed, his voice calm to the point of being frightening. Joy, what does it mean to you? Shionida was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Kid, is there anything more pleasurable in this world than seeing the twisted faces of others suffering? Suli raised his gaze to Shionida. I'm sorry, but such things. It will not bring me any happiness, only disgust. Shionida's face instantly twisted with rage. But Suli, as if not seeing it, spoke in an even lower and colder voice. Shionida, everyone has their corresponding place, humans belong in the human realm, and beasts belong in the beast realm. Before Suli could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a nearly manic laugh. Shionida pushed his head towards the already lowered Suli, his eyes filled with intense hatred. I listened to you speak so much because I appreciated your talent. Since you're unwilling, then I will send you to meet your senior Su Fengxue. The livestream audience stared in shock at the screen. They looked at the sharp bug leg sticking into Suli's chest. Their faces full of disbelief. Suli is dead? The one with the fastest progress among all the chosen ones. The only one who could touch the truth of this side quest. The one who always had a smile on his face. The one who gave Great Xia hope for clearing the game. Is dead just like this? But at that moment, exclamations filled the air. The seemingly dead Suli slowly raised his head. Then he continued the unfinished words, speaking indifferently. And the only place that can hold you, this demon, is hell. Accompanying his cold voice was the pencil in his right hand, which he had been gripping tightly, stabbing forward at incredible speed. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed. Shionida let out a painful roar, instinctively reaching out his bug leg, wanting to stab Suli's body again. But Suli, already prepared, easily dodged by stepping back. The pencil, piercing through his throat, caused immense pain for Shionida. He tried to reach out and pull the pencil out, but his right hand was yanked away by Su Feng, leaving only the sharp, black bug legs. No matter how hard he tried, all he could do was slice his own skin, worsening his injury. Shionida's face was full of fear, pain, confusion, and disbelief. He couldn't understand why, despite feeling his bug leg stab into Suli's chest, an attack that even severely mutated beings couldn't withstand. Suli had no injuries at all now. He was clearly just an ordinary person. Shionida, unwilling, looked at Suli and saw the latter take off the coat with a large hole torn in it. His eyes widened in shock. Finally, he understood why Suli was still alive. Because what he had just stabbed wasn't Suli's chest, but the thick books tied to his chest. Among them was even the black notebook of Zhu Feiyu that Suli had just obtained on the rooftop. Shionida could never have imagined someone would tie such things to themselves, and even tie so many. Extreme unwillingness and frustration surged in his heart. Li. Shionida reached out his bug leg, wanting to say something. But the pencil pierced his windpipe, making it almost impossible for him to make a sound. The black bug leg stopped shaking in front of Suli. With a loud crash, Shionida's bloated, mutated body fell to the ground. Piled up at the door of the study room, like a collapsed small mountain. Shionida is dead. The audience stared blankly at the screen. They didn't expect that the books tied to Suli's chest earlier would play such a huge role. Could this be the power of knowledge? Those who were extremely worried earlier, looking at Shionida's corpse, began to laugh and cry at the same time. No matter what, as long as Suli was okay, and he had turned the tables on this hypocritical teacher. The calmness and coldness with which he acted made the audience see a new side of Suli. But there were also some people who looked at the screen with some worry. Although they had previously been shocked by Suli's actions and couldn't help but praise the remarkable courage of the other party, now a very serious problem had arisen. There were 2 keys to the dormitory building's front door. One was with Aunt Jo, and the other was with Xiongida. But both of them were already dead, so how could Suli get consent from the dead to obtain the keys and leave this place? At this moment, a comment appeared in the live broadcast room. Brothers, hurry up and check out the live stream of the remaining country's chosen ones. Everyone realized that while Suli was assassinating Xiongida, the previously active chosen one seemed to also have encountered something. In the Johor live streaming room, Zhu Shiqing escaped back to his dormitory. On the way back, he heard countless low growls, as if they would rush out and tear him to pieces at any moment. He could only try to seek help from his roommates, but no matter how he persuaded and how he demonstrated their already scarce friendship, Wu Shan and He Hai did not respond. They just stared blankly at Zhu Shiqing. Zhu Shiqing felt a bit uneasy under their gaze, and as he turned in fear to leave and look for other ways, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Had his persuasion finally worked? Were they finally willing to help him? Zhu Shiqing was overjoyed and immediately turned around. The next second, a sharp iron pipe rapidly magnified in his pupils. Johor, black screen. On the side of Qianbao country. Charles hesitated for a moment but still knocked on Su Feng's dormitory door. The low growls inside stopped, and the door opened. Su Feng curiously stuck his head out to look at Charles. Charles was extremely nervous now. Because previously, when they were at the hot water room, he and Su Feng were jumped in line. Charles had initially wanted to speak up, but upon seeing the strong physiques of those people, he felt cowardly and gave up. So his relationship with Su Feng wasn't that strong. At most, they merely shared similar experiences of being persecuted. However, prompted by the expert group, he chose to come here, trying to cling tightly to this last possible straw for survival. Chapter 49, Cat Whiskers Under the Moon. Seeing Su Feng's non-mutated face, Charles finally had a bit more courage in his heart. He, as a junior, asked Su Feng for help to get the key from Aunt Jo. Su Feng shook his head, indicating unwillingness, suggesting that if he must get it, he could go to Teacher Xiong. Charles showed a terrified expression and said it was not possible because Teacher Xiong was likely not a good person. This was what their expert group had told him, and Charles believed it without doubt. But unexpectedly, after Su Feng heard this, the smile on his face suddenly faded. He turned to look at his 2 roommates behind him. Brothers, this guy actually spoke ill of Teacher Xiong. It seems we need to teach him a lesson. Charles sensed something was wrong and hurriedly took a few steps back. But the next moment, he was pulled into the dormitory by Su Feng, and a piercing scream suddenly rang out. Qianbao country, black screen. On the other side, in the Yan'an country live streaming room, Zhou Anwen was tiptoeing, quietly walking past the dormitory manager's restroom. Just as he was about to knock on the adjacent faculty restroom door, it silently opened. Looking at the amiable-looking Teacher Xiong in front of him, Zhou Anwen felt that the tension in his heart finally eased. He told the other party that he wanted to go out now. While hesitating over his reasons, he unexpectedly saw Teacher Xiong nodding. Teacher Xiong allowed Zhou Anwen to enter the dormitory, opened the food box from the table and handed it to him, and also took the keys from his waist and placed them on the table. Teacher Xiong said that today's meal was a bit too much, and throwing it away would be a waste. If Zhou Anwen could help eat all this food, he would give him the key to leave here. Zhou Anwen, without suspicion, was also hungry after staying up all night. But just as he finished the meal in the box, bowed to thank Teacher Xiong, and was about to grab the key on the table, he suddenly felt dizzy, and his vision began to blur. In a daze, it seemed like his hands were gradually getting longer and thinner. He didn't know what was happening, but the audience in the livestream looked terrified. On the screen, Xiongida still wore a kind smile, while Zhou Anwen in front of him was slowly turning into a bug after eating food with worm eggs. On the side of the Pigeon Kingdom, Cornell was curled up behind the dormitory balcony, trembling all over, clutching his knees tightly and burying his head deep within them, not daring to look up at all. The main door of the balcony was being knocked loudly, and He Hai's face was pressed tightly against the balcony window. His dark eyes stared at Cornell, who had almost completely mutated, and breaking this window was now a piece of cake for him. However, the rising cicada chirps outside made both him and Wu Shan feel a strange aversion to entering the balcony. Yet, everyone could hear the knocking from Wu Shan growing louder and louder. Similar to the shivering Cornell in the Pigeon Kingdom, Andre from the Grey Bear Kingdom was also trembling all over. He was standing on the rooftop, enduring the pain and discomfort brought on by pollution, looking at the river below, dozens of meters away from him. He had been standing there for a long time but still couldn't make that difficult decision. Among the 3 ways to clear the level, one stated, escape from the dormitory building before dawn. After trying and failing to get the key from Aunt Jo, He didn't go to find teacher Xion because he instinctively felt uneasy about that always kind-looking teacher. So how could he escape? He pondered this question and unknowingly walked to the rooftop. To his astonishment, the door that had always been locked was mysteriously opened. Then a bizarre thought arose in his mind. What if he jumped from the rooftop? Would that be considered escaping the dormitory building? Would that also be a way to clear the level? He didn't know that in a previous livestream in the Great Xia Kingdom, Suli had made the same conjecture but did not act on it. Because the price for verification might be his own life. Andre stared hard at the darkness below, his eyes bloodshot from prolonged strain, but he still couldn't entirely make up his mind. From behind, there came a creaking sound, and several black bugs, shaking their ugly, sharp mouthparts, began to crawl slowly towards Andre. This seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Andre let out an angry shout towards the full moon. Then spread his arms, leaned forward, and fell from the rooftop. In the Ice and Fire Kingdom's livestream, Kirky was standing at the door of the dorm supervisor's lounge. He restrained the malice in his eyes, then knocked on the door. Aunt Jo, with a frosty expression, opened the door. Before she could speak, Kirky quickly interrupted, saying he felt unwell and wanted to get some medicine. Aunt Jo glanced at him and went inside to get the medicine. Kirky took the water cup Aunt Jo handed him, pretending to drink. But then, at the moment of raising the cup, he threw it directly at Aunt Jo's face. Taking advantage of the moment when the other party reached out to block, Helki moved swiftly, reaching for the key hanging from Aunt Yu's neck and forcefully yanking it down. Then, he burst forth with all his speed, not looking back as he tore out of the door, twisting the key in the dormitory building's lock, and madly escaped from the place. But this time, Helki's live stream screen did not disappear like it did in the Garden Kingdom before. The crowd saw him stumbling out of the dormitory building, and when he realized nothing was chasing him from behind, he collapsed weakly onto the ground. His recent actions had drained all his spirit and strength, but escaping made him lie on the ground, staring at the bright moon in the sky, bursting into an ecstatic and crazy laughter. However, he didn't stay excited for long, the laughter gradually faded. Because he discovered that he hadn't received any system notification about clearing the game. Helki had watched quite a few live streams before, but he had never seen a chosen one encounter anything like this. Could it be that he hadn't cleared the game yet? Just as he realized this question, shock registered on his face as he prepared to get up. He saw, beneath the full moon in his field of vision, the head of a black cat suddenly appeared. Soft and long cat whiskers brushed against his face, making him feel a bit ticklish. Though he was terrified, he didn't dare to move, as the expert group had warned him about the strangeness and terror of this black cat. Helki forcibly showed a smile, wanting to fool the black cat and get past it. But in the next moment, he felt a chill around his neck. He struggled with all his might, but he soon lost consciousness. The black cat licked the blood off its claws, walked to Helki's side, took the key from his hand, and turned to walk slowly back toward the dormitory building. At that moment, an audience member suddenly gasped. Not because of Helki's death, but because they noticed that, in the Garden Kingdom where they first saw Helki escape the dormitory, the livestream, which had eerily gone dark for a while, suddenly flickered. Then, the chosen one, Li Jiaming, reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 50, Why do I feel that Suli seems more like a mystery? He was the first person to leave the dormitory building. However, Li Jiaming didn't lie on the ground outside to rest like Helki did. At this moment, although his energy had also been significantly drained, he still wobbled forward, running. Li Jiaming, too, realized that he had exited the dormitory building, but the absence of a clearing notification in the world of the strange stories was unusual. So he speculated that perhaps it was only by leaving this school that one could truly clear the game. However, this school was too large, he had been running for about 10 minutes and still hadn't found the exit. But soon, a smile revealed in his eyes, for in the hazy moonlight, he finally saw the school gates. The words Gujiang Middle School hung above, but above the word Zhang, there was a shadow, as if something was crouching on top of it. Li Jiaming squinted, trying to see what it really was. In the next moment, that shadow moved, it jumped down from the gate, accompanied by a cry resembling that of a baby. Li Jiaming's eyes instantly lost their sparkle. His taut nerves snapped completely, he stopped running and collapsed on the spot. He completely gave up on fleeing or resisting, just quietly waiting for the black cat to gradually approach him. Soon, the live stream from the Garden Kingdom fell back into a black screen. The audience of the Garden Kingdom, who was initially immersed in the joy of the chosen one clearing the game, were suddenly hit by this turn of events, like a heavy blow to the head. The wineglass fell to the ground, the celebration came to an end. All the people in the Garden Kingdom were in a daze, the only thing left in their minds was the death of their chosen one. The other spectators stared blankly at the screen of the last chosen one. The one who drank the hot water handed over by He first among all the chosen ones. Mockingly saying this copy was nothing, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's chosen one, Sakamoto. Now, he had completely lost consciousness and his normal human appearance. Dragging his swollen body, he wandered mindlessly in the corridor, screaming with the mutated students beside him. The spectators were momentarily stunned. So far, not a single person had successfully cleared the game. The chosen ones were either completely corrupted, forever lost in the strange world, or they violated the rules, killed by the various twisted corruptions. Now, only 2 chosen ones were left alive. The one who just killed Barida, Suli from the Great Xia Kingdom, and the trembling Cornell from the Dove Kingdom hidden on the balcony. But their current situations did not look particularly good. The knocking on Cornell's side was getting louder, uncertain if he could really hold on until dawn. And the one who was originally the most hopeful, Suli, had just killed the one with the key, Barida, cutting off his only way to obtain the exit key. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. Could it be that this strange world copy would result in a total team wipe with no one clearing it? Extreme feelings of despair spread out, engulfing the entire live stream room. But there was a portion of the audience who remained uninfected by despair. From the start of this strange world livestream, they had been watching and analyzing seriously. All the way, they believed Suli was not the kind of person who didn't consider this issue before killing Barida. But how exactly would Suli obtain the key to leave this place? It was already 5:47, with only 13 minutes left until dawn, as stated in the clearing method. However, before they could properly sort out their thoughts, an unexpected change occurred in the livestream. The lights in the self-study room flickered continuously. In the alternating light and shadow, Zhu Feiyu's face was no longer calm. A tangible black gas surged from behind him, like ghosts constantly swaying. He stared fiercely at Suli. Who allowed you to kill him? The audience's hearts jumped. Could it be that Zhu Feiyu was going to take action against Suli? The strange is indeed strange. Even though he had previously chatted delightfully with Suli, it could not deny the fact that he was a non-human existence. But Suli seemed to have not heard Zhu Feiyu's questioning. He walked up to Barida's body, stepped on the ugly head of the other, then pulled out the pencil. The reason Suli chose to use the pencil as a surprise attack weapon was that when he previously inspected the dormitory building, he found a wound on Wu Shan's face, which had been cut in the self-study room, had started to inexplicably ooze blood again. This was a very abnormal thing. Because in this place, once the contaminated were injured, their wounds would stop bleeding in a short time. Only Wu Shan's face was an exception. So Suli speculated it was the pencil in Zhu Feiyu's hand, which possibly had some kind of damage enhancement effect against the strange creatures. And the fact also proved his guess was correct. Not only did it kill Barida in one hit, but even this weak pencil showed no signs of damage. Suli took out some tissue and carefully wiped the blood off the pencil. Then walked up to Zhu Feiyu, ignoring the terrifying change in him. He handed over the pencil, seemingly wanting to return it. But seeing the instinctive disdain on Zhu Feiyu's face, Suli chuckled lightly and withdrew his hand. Almost forgot, you are a person who has a cleanliness obsession. He placed the pencil on the table. Do you know? Actually, I could have chosen not to do this. If I wanted to leave here, Aunt Jo would probably agree to just hand me the key. Zhu Feiyu scoffed. You might be misunderstanding something. A person who is eroded, as long as they have not completely merged with it, their consciousness and perception will suffer serious confusion. He looked at Suli with some disdain. The Aunt Jo you see may have done some things to help you, but those actions were made under the influence of corruption, in a state of ideological chaos. They do not represent her true self, it's just an illusion. Illusion? Suli suddenly jabbed the pencil into the table. His eyes firmly locked onto Zhu Feiyu. Cannot represent the true self? The audience's hearts skipped a beat again. Suli, oh Suli, your attitude makes you seem even more bizarre than Zhu Feiyu. Faced with Suli's question, Zhu Feiyu's expression grew somewhat unpleasant. He realized that the Suli in front of him seemed to be gaining more courage. Not only did he snatch away his pencil earlier, but now he was interrupting him directly. Behind him, dark energy surged, a pitch-black hand slowly reaching towards Suli's neck. Suli did not make any evasive movements. He merely stared quietly at Zhu Feiyu. Here, apart from that damned bastard, I have also met people who were really good to me. Have you forgotten the words you wrote? Zhu Feiyu's gaze flickered. He knew that the person Suli mentioned was Aunt Jo. No need for you to remind me, I know what you want to say. He naturally would not forget. How could he possibly forget? That was the only person who truly treated him well during that difficult time. Suli saw that although Zhu Feiyu didn't speak, the handmaid of dark energy had stopped midair, not advancing further. He sighed and sat in front of him. But there are some things you don't know. Some people, even when trapped, do not think about themselves, but about you. Suli's eyes began to lose focus. The first time he learned about Aunt Jo was from He-Hai and the others. At that time, Suli's first impression was that she was particularly harsh, showing no mercy to students who broke the rules. And she was able to suppress He-Hai and his group, meaning her level of corruption must be very high. But later, when he went to get the broom, he saw Aunt Jo for the first time. At that time, because he got dirt on his pants, Aunt Jo warned him. But it was just a warning, he wasn't beaten up like Wu Shan and the others. At that moment, Suli did not understand. Later, he deduced that what Aunt Zhou referred to as maintaining hygiene did not only mean cleanliness in the literal sense, but had two meanings. One referred to keeping personal and dorm hygiene, avoiding contact with those bugs. The other was that Aunt Zhou knew about Zhu Feiyu's current strength, so she wanted everyone to be clean. Otherwise, if the cleanliness-obsessed Zhu Feiyu encountered someone dirty, there was a chance he could simply kill them if he were in a bad mood. Chapter 51, The Reason Behind Aunt Zhou's Dramatic Change in Personality. This was not Su Li's baseless guess. He still remembered that just before he left, Aunt Zhou specifically reminded him to change his clothes after he washed up. According to common sense, after washing, he should have gone to sleep. Changing was something that should have happened the next day. She made him change at that moment for one reason. She did not want him to encounter someone intolerant of dirt and disorder after washing up. And the place he was headed to after washing up was the study room where Zhu Feiyu was. The reason she reminded herself, Su Li guessed, is probably because, at that time, she and Wu Shan went to report their self-study. Aunt Zhou had asked her why she wanted to help Wu Shan. Su Li's answer was that classmates should help each other. After that, Aunt Zhou kept an eye on her, confirming whether she said this from the heart. When Aunt Zhou found no unusual behavior, she developed a fondness for Su Li, thinking she was a calm and cool-headed person who was willing to help her classmates. So even after noticing the dust on her knee from the investigation, she didn't hold it against her. However, at that time, it was just a fondness, with no further action taken. Later, Aunt Zhou probably learned about Su Li standing up for Su Feng in the hot water room, and her fondness grew again. Which is why she encountered Aunt Zhou on the third floor when she rushed back to get her wallet because she had no money to pay. At that time, Aunt Zhou had once again reminded her with her eyes to remember to change clothes. But Su Li thought Aunt Zhou was chasing a black cat that had run off somewhere. However, later, after seeing the pollution record book in Aunt Zhou's room, she realized that Aunt Zhou appeared in that place to go to the laundry room. Because she found that paper ball she discovered in the newly changed clothes had the same handwriting as the pollution record book. At that moment, Su Li realized that even though Aunt Zhou had been severely polluted, she could still maintain a brief period of clear consciousness at times. But due to the severe pollution, her cognition had become chaotic, so the handwriting on the paper ball became messy towards the end. Which is why it wrote, "The bugs are good, the bugs won't bite people, the bugs will blow. The bugs will kill people." These two seemingly contradictory statements. At that point, her consciousness must have been severely disordered, confusing cicadas with those bugs that cause pollution. After understanding this, the other rule message on the paper ball was easy to comprehend. If you want to leave here, you can check the tool room. What is in the tool room? There is a key to the rooftop. And the person who placed the key there is Aunt Zhou. At first, Su Li wasn't very sure of this speculation, but later, when she went to the dormitory management room to take medicine, Aunt Zhou had stared at her with those already starting to deform eyes before leaving, saying not to run around this time. Su Li remembered those two characters, she had slightly emphasized them when she said them. This means Aunt Zhou was aware that she had left here last time. Because that key was intentionally placed there for Su Li to take. So some chosen ones did not find the key in the tool room because their performance did not earn Aunt Zhou's recognition at all. Su Li still remembered that when she hesitated at the door after leaving the dormitory management room for the second time after taking medicine, she saw the curtain in Aunt Zhou's room move, thinking at that time that Aunt Zhou was watching her. But now she realized that should have been Aunt Zhou's final test for Su Li, to see if she could determine that the key was not the key to open the dormitory building's main door. If she had tried to open it then, Aunt Zhou might have been very disappointed and would not have continued to help her later. And why Aunt Zhou would go to such lengths to help her, Su Li combined the second rule message from the paper ball. Without permission, one must not enter another person's room. With the intelligence from He Hai and Su Feng, as well as later findings in the diary on the rooftop, to draw a conclusion. Zhu Feiyu had committed suicide back then, but the rooftop door was often locked before that. If Zhu Feiyu didn't have the key, he couldn't get in. So he must have taken Aunt Zhou's rooftop key when she was not in the room or when she was not paying attention. By the time Aunt Zhou realized the key was missing, Zhu Feiyu was already lying by the small river outside. She believed that all the mistakes were because she hadn't kept an eye on the key. So after being heartbroken, her entire personality underwent a drastic change. From a kind and friendly smile, it turned into a cold and frosty demeanor. Perhaps she thought that if she acted this way, the students would not get too close to her like before. Then when she was not paying attention, they would take the key and a tragedy like Zhu Feiyu's would happen again. Zhu Feiyu became increasingly silent. He never thought Aunt Zhou's change would be for such a reason. He always believed it was just a change in character caused by pollution. Su Li glanced at him, his expression somewhat complicated. After that, he came down from the rooftop and went to the first floor. At that time, besides wanting to check the hot water room, he also wanted to directly ask Aunt Zhou if she would be willing to give him the key. If she was willing, that would be best, if not, he had other ways. But he didn't expect to see that black cat again in that place, nor did he expect Aunt Jo to die with it. At that moment, Suli's heart was deeply shocked. He never thought someone would go to such lengths for another person. As for whether she would give him the key if he asked, that answer was already clear at that moment, but it no longer mattered. Suli still remembered the cold touch of Aunt Jo's fingers on his face, the intensity of emotion when she spoke those words. You already know, right? What she meant was whether Suli had uncovered the truth of this scenario and was willing to continue what she couldn't finish. That was saving her favorite child, Zhu Feiyu. This was Aunt Jo's greatest wish, so her attitude towards Suli was always different from others. Not only because Suli's helpfulness and wisdom reminded her of Zhu Feiyu before he became strange, but also because Aunt Jo believed Suli had the ability to accomplish this. As for the fact that the person who drove Zhu Feiyu to death was Shionida, Suli guessed Aunt Jo must have known this long ago. But because Shionida was also someone deeply contaminated and had strong combat power, Aunt Jo did not dare to confront him head-on. She wasn't afraid of death, she was worried that if she lost, in this lonely dormitory building, there would be no one left to watch over those students or Zhu Feiyu. Chapter 52, The Truth Unveiled, a pair of wings as thin as cicada wings. So she didn't dare. That's why, when she held Suli's hand in the staff lounge, she only glared fiercely at Shionida and said, "Don't go too far, Shionida." And didn't choose to directly attack him. Because she couldn't be sure if she could defeat Shionida. Aunt Jo had deep feelings for Zhu Feiyu. So deep that when she was alone in her room, she would pull the curtains down. Because the full moon in the sky always reminded her of the night Zhu Feiyu jumped. So deep that even though she hadn't spent much time with Suli, just because of the character and ability he had shown, she had placed all her hopes on him. So deep that even if she died herself and became a cicada, she would still protect Suli. Because she deeply hoped and believed that Suli can rescue Zhu Feiyu from that endless cycle of pain. Yes, when Suli finally left that place, he finally saw what was behind Aunt Jo's back. It was a pair of wings, as thin as a cicada's, transparent. In that instant, the last puzzle piece snapped into place. Suli understood in his heart that kind-hearted people, after death, would reappear in the form of cicadas in the dormitory building. Aunt Jo was one of them, and so was the person who wrote bloody notes in the laundry room. So even in this winter, outside the dormitory building, there would be so many cicadas. That's why they resisted pollution so fiercely. That's why they appeared at the dorm manager's lounge door, proactively attacking the demon like Shionida. That's why time and again, they tirelessly helped the polluted regain clarity. The cold of winter may freeze the body, but it can never freeze the burning kindness. When Suli reached this point in his tale, a mechanical and cold notification sound appeared in his mind, and at the top of the Daxia Country livestream screen simultaneously. Congratulations to the chosen one of Daxia, Suli, for uncovering the hidden truth of Dormitory Building 4. Wow! Brother Su is awesome! The audience of Daxia erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Even the experts in the operation analysis room were clenching their fists in excitement. The most difficult part of this instance was finding the truth. Even with so many experts from various fields gathered together, they had expended great effort just to clarify it. Yet Suli, relying solely on his own strength, had unraveled such a complicated event so clearly. All while facing extreme pressure and multiple instances of pollution along the way. This kid is really a genius. However, after the excitement, the experts did not completely relax. Because Suli had not yet obtained the key to leave this place. And there were only 7 minutes until dawn. On the screen, Zhu Feiyu, who had been silent while listening to Suli, suddenly began to tremble slightly as he reached the end. Suli turned to look, and could not see his expression as he looked down, only noticing his shaking shoulders. The next moment, he suddenly raised his head, and the black energy behind him took form, transforming into a pitch-black giant hand that unexpectedly grabbed Suli's neck, lifting him into the air. Amidst the audience's gasps, Suli's expression showed no sign of fear, nor did he struggle, simply staring quietly at Zhu Feiyu, who wore a fierce look yet had tears on his face. He was confident that there was no immediate life danger because the vision of death had not been triggered. Suli sighed inwardly, realizing that saving this guy was indeed a troublesome matter, if it weren't for having come this far. Zhu Feiyu looked up at Suli. "Thank you for telling me about Aunt Jo, for letting me know things I didn't know before." His pupils began to darken as he glanced at the corpse of Shionida at the door. "But I don't need saving, I'm very happy right now. Every day, watching that bastard act like a clown in front of me, I feel joy in my heart." Perhaps it was nearly dawn, or the swirling dark energy around Zhu Feiyu. Suli heard more and more roars and the sounds of footsteps scraping from the direction of the door behind him, as if those mutated beings were gathering en masse towards this place. Yet he remained unmoved, looking at Zhu Feiyu as if educating a child. "No, you aren't truly happy." Zhu Feiyu was taken aback, followed by a surge of anger within him. "Suli!" His hand, formed from the black mist, was about to exert force when Suli's voice echoed again. Every time I see you, you always have a smile on your face, just like a sunny boy, but only on 2 occasions did your attitude change. People are always curious, even the bizarre Zhu Feiyu is no exception. When? Suli hung in midair, raising a finger. The first time was when we encountered the black cat attacking Shionida at the door of the study room. The second time was just now when Shionida appeared and told me to leave. Since Anchu said you are very smart, let me test you. What is the common point of these 2 times? Seeing Zhu Feiyu fall silent again, Suli continued. Words may lie, but subconscious reactions do not. Perhaps in your eyes now, Shionida does seem like a clown, but his existence will make your mindset painful, and this is an undeniable fact. I think the first time the black cat appeared there was because you deliberately let it out to toy with Shionida, right? And as you walked downstairs, it wasn't out of concern for whether Shionida was hurt, you just wanted to see if it had bitten him to death, right? Suli was so certain because that black cat clearly pounced towards them but did not attack, instead, it left directly. This was the only exception among Suli's encounters with the black cat. Zhu Feiyu still did not retreat, snorting coldly. You, an outsider who doesn't understand the situation, how would you know anything? People have already died, and you're still stubborn, right? Suli sighed heavily in helplessness. In that case, I can only invite someone from inside to come and have a good talk with you. The audience in the live stream room was shocked to hear this. They looked around, surrounded by corpses, where was there anyone? But Suli, being grabbed by the neck by a pitch-black hand, turned his head with difficulty to look at the always open window of the study room. Hey! If you don't come out now, I might really die. Is there someone there? Everyone outside turned their gaze instantly to that dark window. The next moment, a pair of long legs appeared above the window, and with a gentle swing, a figure gracefully leaped into the study room. With a snap of fingers, Zhu Feiyu's giant hand formed from black mist instantly dissipated. Suli fell to the ground, rubbing his slightly sore neck and looking at this suddenly appeared person. I thought you really would just watch, ignoring me. With a slight upturn of his lips, Suli reached out his hand. But in the end, we meet again, Aunt Hua. No, maybe I should call you Zhu Feiyu's mom. Chapter 53, A Family of Villains. The audience stared in disbelief at Aunt Hua, who entered the study room from the window. How could she be here? And Suli even called her Zhu Feiyu's mom? She looked to be only around 30 years old, the age simply didn't match. Aunt Hua smiled as she walked in front of Suli, gently brushing aside his outstretched hand, then tapped his head. You little rascal, when did you discover me? Son chokes my neck, mom taps my head, what a family of villains. Suli covered his head and murmured softly. What did you just say? Aunt Hua leaned closer to Suli, her eyes squinting in laughter. Suli chuckled and took a few steps back. The time I discovered you was relatively early, but to confirm, it was only half an hour ago. He knew that when Aunt Hua spoke of discovery, it wasn't just about her hiding outside the study room window, it also included her identity. At first, Suli was chased by the black cat while going to get hot water. Until he reached the hot water room, the black cat left. At that time, Suli thought it was because the cat needed to follow the rules. But in the later laundry room test, Suli discovered that the black cat, even though it could not enter the rooms with people, would still scratch the door and make strange noises outside. And would not just quietly leave as it did in the hot water room. So there were only 2 possibilities. One was that there was a presence in the laundry room stronger than it. The other was that it had received some sort of command, prompting it to leave directly. Later, during the cutting-in incident, Aunt Hua demonstrated terrifying, inhuman strength. So Suli began to doubt Aunt Hua's true identity at that moment. And later, he noticed that the place where Aunt Hua was sitting had a lot of sunflower seed shells on the ground. Which was the only place in the dormitory building he saw that wasn't kept clean. This obvious violation of rules made Suli's suspicions grow stronger. And then, after the lights went out, Suli once again discovered this violation of rules. Which was that when he came down, the lights in the hot water room were still on, except for the self-study room. After the lights go out, there shouldn't be any lights in other places except the self-study room. If the rules were violated, the person would certainly be affected to some extent. But in the hot water room, Aunt Hua had been very close to him. So Suli was very certain that Aunt Hua's black hair, which carried a fragrance, was not a wig like Shonida's, but her real hair. This meant that Aunt Hua was a person who had not been contaminated. What kind of person could have powerful strength while violating the rules and still remain unpolluted? Suli couldn't imagine it at that time. But then, what happened with Aunt Jo gave him a vague suspicion. Because there were many people in the dormitory building who were contaminated, and Shionida was constantly deceiving students, making them get better only to be contaminated again. So every time he went to take medicine, Aunt Jo's stock was insufficient, and she needed to go out to get more. Then the question arose, where did Aunt Jo go to get the medicine? Or rather, from which person did she get the medicine? And every time she went out for a short while? Zhu Feiyu could be ruled out first, and Shonita was also impossible, not to mention the students. So the only answer left was one. Aunt Jo was going to get medicine from Aunt Hua, who managed the hot water room on the same floor. Then Suli thought of another thing. The badge that Aunt Hua wore clearly indicated her position was not the hot water room manager, but the logistics administrator of Gujiang Middle School. In this dormitory building, the only places that could be called logistics, apart from the hot water room, were the laundry room. Both of these places were sources where contaminating bugs could originate. But Aunt Hua was in charge of the cicada corpses that could suppress the contamination. Two completely opposing existences controlled by the same person. And she completely ignored the students' alienation, and wouldn't interfere in the conflict between Aunt Jo and Shonita. Not even that black cat, who might have initially been locked in the tool room by Aunt Hua. What kind of person could possess such conditions? By ruling out all impossible situations, the final answer, although extremely unbelievable, had already exceeded Su Li's understanding, and had never been seen in previous Chosen One's live broadcasts. But Su Li still had to accept this fact. Aunt Hua's identity in this building was a kind of neutral existence. Her role here was to maintain the operation of this bizarre world copy as it originally was, and to correct those who violated the rules. At that moment, the people in the hot water room cutting in line, with Aunt Hua's ability, could not have gone unnoticed. But her intervention came only after Su Li shouted that sentence. Because if more people break the rules, then this copy world will no longer be stable. And the bloody note implied a piece of information about this. There are no people here, only bugs. Everywhere are bugs. When it says there are no people, Aunt Hua is naturally included. However, in order to ensure the correctness of his speculation, Su Li verified it again half an hour ago. He walked through the severely mutated corridor, observing every dormitory's conditions inside. In addition to verifying that the vacant beds were because the students, as their owners, had transformed into cicadas, he also wanted to confirm another thing, that is, Aunt Hua was not in any dormitory at that time. Before he started moving, he had confirmed that the light in the hot water room, which had always been lit, had gone out, which could only mean the owner within had left here. So where did she go? The missing cicada corpse at Su Li's dormitory door told him the answer. Aunt Hua went to deal with those cicada corpses, because she needed to collect them together to provide Aunt Jo with medicine that could suppress pollution. The last rule of the dormitory safety regulations. The garbage bins in the corridor will be dealt with by a special person every day, but not the dormitory manager. This person refers to Aunt Hua. And on this up and down journey, Su Li did not find any place with Aunt Hua's figure. So where did she go after dealing with the cicada corpses? There was only one choice, the study room. Although Su Li did not find any trace of Aunt Hua after entering, he found that the window, which had been tightly closed while Zhu Feiyu was here, was now open. There was no one in the room, so Aunt Hua was very likely outside the window, and with her strength, she could also do that. As for Zhu Feiyu, being strange, the most hated sound is the cicada calls that counter him. The reason the window could be open must have been due to some need that surpassed his dislike for cicada calls. Combining the reason why Aunt Hua came here, Su Li verified an equally incredible inference. That is because Aunt Hua's other identity is Zhu Feiyu's mother. Chapter 54, Not Failing the Mission, Su Li's Backup. In the hot water room, Su Li noticed that Aunt Hua resembled someone a bit, but he didn't recall at that time. Later, Aunt Hua told him that she had a son about the same age as Su Li. Equally handsome, equally kind to others. Su Li had speculated it was Zhu Feiyu, but felt the age didn't match and didn't think it through. Moreover, since Su Feng upset Aunt Hua, he hurriedly left and overlooked an important detail that he later remembered. That is, Aunt Hua was wearing a light pink sweater with a beautifully embroidered daisy on the sleeve. Its pattern was exactly the same as the small flower on the cup when he first met Zhu Feiyu. Although Zhu Feiyu has a strange identity, in a situation where no one breaks the rules, he also fits the sun image Aunt Hua talked about, handsome and kind. Even finding the water cup earlier was thanks to Zhu Feiyu's hint. However, when the inference reached this point, Su Li still could not be completely sure. He could not rule out that this could just be a coincidence, because he still couldn't explain the most important question, the age difference between Aunt Hua and Zhu Feiyu. But later, when Su Li found the diary on the rooftop with the key Aunt Jo gave him, this question was easily solved. Because the diary mentioned that Zhu Feiyu's mother had been dead for 8 years. If it is said that age would solidify after death, if we don't continue to age, then it means that Aunt Hua is now around 40 years old. But her appearance still looks like it did in her younger years. So she now looks only in her 20s, at most around 30. With a thud, Su Li's head was knocked again by Aunt Hua. Talking about a woman's age is not a polite thing to do. Su Li's eyes widened. Didn't you ask me how I knew? Now that I've said it, you're hitting me again? Fine, I won't say anything. A cold huff was heard. And Suli put down the hand covering his head, looking at the slightly displeased Zhu Feiyu, not knowing why he suddenly looked unhappy again. Oomph, be a bit more polite to the junior student. Anhua walked over and knocked Zhu Feiyu on the head as well. Suli was stunned. How come the knock on his head sounded different from his own? He quickly adjusted his expression and walked over to Zhu Feiyu. I know you've kept Xiongida here, watching him suffer endlessly. Not to venture inner pain, but because he caused Anhua's death, right? Zhu Feiyu did not admit it, only covering his head and turning his face away. You hope to make up for the harm he once caused to Anhua in this way. Suli's voice was very gentle now, he didn't want to provoke the other party again. But some people will never realize the mistakes they've made. He sighed softly. That's why I would kill Xiongida, the pain he suffers may never make up for his sins. But if this continues, you will gradually lose yourself, and this is not the future Anhua would like to see. Perhaps hearing Suli mention his mother, Zhu Feiyu slowly turned his head and looked seriously at Suli. How do you know it's not the future she would want to see? Before, Anhua once told me that she had a son who looked a lot like me. Good at everything, but that child always seemed troubled, if only he could smile more like me. Suli's gaze became softer. There are some things she may be too shy to say directly to you. But she knows that whenever you see Xiongida, your smile disappears. No mother wants to see her child live forever in the pain of revenge. What she hopes for is that you can be happy every day and be a joyful child. She has no other expectations, as long as you are happy, her face will also show a smile. Suli took a step forward. Someone like Xiongida, no matter how you punish him, will never change his demonic nature. Continuing like this will only turn you from a demon hunter into a demon, and it brings no benefit. He glanced at the cup of water on Zhu Feiyu's table. If I'm not mistaken, this cup should be a gift from Anhua to you, but you probably don't know what the little white flowers on it are. Those are white daisies, and their language is simple, eternal happiness. Zhu Feiyu shivered all over and looked at Anhua beside him. She didn't say anything, just kept looking at him with her favorite eyes. Zhu Feiyu lowered his head and was silent for a moment, then he seemed to deflate like a balloon, slumping weakly onto the chair, burying his head deeply into his arms. Seeing this, Suli finally breathed a long sigh of relief. After all his efforts, he had successfully persuaded him. He turned his gaze to Anhua. As promised, can you give me what you owe? Anhua shook her head and laughed scoldingly. You little guy, you really don't miss a thing. She gently raised her hand, and a shadow was thrown out. As soon as the audience realized what it was, a huge wave of commotion erupted in their hearts. That was actually a key. Could this be the key to open the dormitory building's door? No wonder Suli killed Xiongida. Because whether he could get the key from the ladder was not important at all. He had planned a backup. But when did Suli find out? Suli caught the thrown key steadily, his heart finally at ease. At first, Suli thought there was only one key, but Su Feng reminded him that there might not just be one key. And the first rule on the bloody note. The painted key is fake. The fake key referred to was not the one to the tool room. Otherwise it wouldn't have described it with the word fake. And the key on Aunt Zhou definitely is real, so the only remaining option must be the key on Xiongida. So when Xiongida told Suli to leave quickly, he didn't take out his own key, but took Aunt Zhou's key instead. Now, if there is a second key, where would it be? The answer is in the 8th rule of the dormitory safety regulations, and the 3rd rule on Aunt Zhou's note. The trash cans in the hallway are handled by special personnel every day, but not by the dormitory manager. The keys can open locked areas of the dormitory building, and the people who come in and out of the dormitory building every day possess the key to the main door. First, the rules state that it is only the people who come in and out of the dormitory every day who would have the key to the main door. And Xiongida is only a duty teacher, staying in the dormitory only when he is on duty, not every day. So again, it proves that he does not have the key to open the main door. Even if he had one, it would be fake. Then, every place in the dormitory is kept clean, and there is no sign of overflowing garbage, indicating that the trash is taken out and dealt with every day. And the person handling it is Anhua, the logistics manager. So, Suli deduces that the second key must be on Anhua. And the evidence is the metallic clink that Suli heard when he handed a coin to Anhua in the hot water room as she placed it in her bag. That was definitely not the sound of cosmetic bottles clinking together, but rather the sound of coins hitting keys. Chapter 55 Leaving and Escaping. In the laundry room, Zhu Feiyu once said, "She wasn't mistaken about you." Suli was confused at the time and took a long time to understand that the she Zhu Feiyu referred to was Anhua. As a neutral figure, maintaining the dormitory building's stability, Anhua likely knows about everything that happens here. So all of his actions didn't escape her gaze, and thus she developed a good feeling towards him. Believing that he could help her rescue Zhu Feiyu from his unawareness of suffering. Even the hint that Zhu Feiyu wrote in the self-study room was likely because of Aunt Hua. So when Su Li faced Xiongita and Zhu Feiyu, he could be calm and fearless. Because he knew that until he completed Aunt Hua's assignment, she would never let him be in life-threatening danger. And now, after receiving the key, Su Li did not leave immediately, but smiled at the woman in front of him. Aunt Hua, I've solved the problem for you, can you help me out too? Aunt Hua was taken aback, then nodded with a smile. You really aren't willing to take any loss at all. She stretched out her fair hand and snapped her fingers in front of her. All right, you can go. Su Li responded with a smile but suddenly thought of something, hesitated for a moment, and still spoke up. Aunt Hua, could I ask you for one more favor? Speak. If there is a tomorrow, could you treat my roommates to 2 buckets of instant noodles? One in mushroom chicken flavor and one in old vinegar pickled cabbage flavor. This time Aunt Hua did not answer directly like before but looked deeply at Su Li. Seeing this, Su Li did not say anything more, sighed inwardly, then turned and left. With a swoosh, a shadow flew past Su Li's side and embedded itself in the wall in front of him. Su Li looked back and saw Zhu Feiyu still helplessly slumped on the table, nearly raising a hand that was slightly shaking. The things you used, you have to take away yourself. Su Li smiled helplessly, almost forgetting that this guy was a neat freak. He pulled out the pencil that was not deeply embedded in the wall, placed it in his pocket, and walked towards the study room's door. At this moment, there was less than a minute until dawn, as mentioned in the way to clear the level. And at the door had gathered countless mutated students, their confused minds driving them to madness. Even the corpse that Xiongita had piled up there was already torn to shreds by them. By common sense, with Su Li's mortal body, it was absolutely impossible to safely leave in such pollution. Let alone the water that had completely covered the first floor, teeming with countless insects swimming about. Yet Su Li was not the slightest bit afraid, instead, he quickened his pace. Countless distorted hands reaching out towards Su Li's body, as if they were about to tear him to pieces in the next moment. The audience felt extremely tense in their hearts. But they saw points of light suddenly appearing on Su Li's surface, wrapping him entirely, just like the faint glow on the cicada wings before. People instantly reacted in surprise. Could this be the effect of Aunt Hua's last snap of her fingers? The mutated students roared in madness, yet the hands that were about to touch Su Li still unwillingly retracted. Even though their consciousness was completely confused, they still instinctively dared not touch the faint light on Su Li. Even the insects in the water that were rapidly approaching Su Li also turned away from him at a speed faster than before under the glow of the light. All the way, Su Li simply walked briskly towards the dormitory building's entrance, showing no signs of dodging, for the strange beings would naturally avoid him. He took out his keys and unlocked the door. Under the crowd of countless monsters, Su Li stepped out of this dormitory building full of death, yet not a single monster chased after him. The audience excitedly watched the screen where Su Li radiated faint light. At this moment, he seemed to shine even brighter than the full moon in the sky. In the battle analysis room, an expert wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, helplessly staring at Su Li on the screen. This kid loves to do these extreme timing points? Not just him, many others in the analysis room also shared similar fears. Now, there was less than 10 seconds until dawn at 6 o'clock. Su Li is really bold. A middle-aged expert who had not spoken up until now could not help but voice his thoughts at this moment. Earlier, when they were discussing the way to clear the level, they had discovered a very small difference. In the second way of clearing, it mentioned escaping the dormitory building before dawn. But in the first way, it was expressed as leaving the dormitory building. Did this mean that if the precondition of the first way was met, which is to uncover the truth of the fourth dormitory building and obtain the key to the dormitory door, there would be no more danger, and it would not be necessary to escape? After intense discussions among several experts, they still could not fully confirm. Because, although there was this possibility, the idea had no evidence to support it, and they could not directly tell Su Li. But unexpectedly, looking at Su Li's recent actions, he seemed to have arrived at the same conclusion and successfully verified it. Successfully received the help of that special neutral figure, Aunt Hua, and safely left the dormitory building. The audience in the live stream room now watched Su Li walk out to the empty space outside the building, feeling not just excitement but also a subtle worry in their hearts. This was because the two chosen ones from the Garden Nation and the Icefire Nation had also left the dorm building before, but were later killed by that strange black cat. Although the black cat had been killed by Aunt Jo in Su Li's world, there was no guarantee something else strange would not appear. As long as the clearance prompt did not appear on the screen, they would not be able to completely relax. At this moment, Su Li had no idea he had become the center of attention. He simply stood in the empty space, blankly looking back at the dorm building shrouded in darkness. He understood very well why his last request, though a trivial matter to Aunt Hua, had not received a straightforward response from her. Because, as he had mentioned before, the building before him perhaps did not hold the concept of tomorrow. In Zhu Feiyu's diary, the last entry recorded the time stopping on the night he jumped, which was December 30th. And the pollution record that Suli had seen in the dorm manager's break room also showed December 30th. This was not merely a record of time, but all the entries in that notebook, countless records, were also dated December 30th. It was as if everyone here was trapped on the day Zhu Feiyu jumped. Chapter 56, The Unseen Bonus Reward. He Hai, Wu Shan, Su Feng. The people he met all remembered things that had happened, but none remembered the specific date. It was as if they were forever stuck in a cycle of the same day, endlessly repeating a reality built on falsehood. And being polluted, their cognition had already twisted. They not only could not perceive this issue but also had developed some confused memories. That was why Su Feng and the other students mistook the bodies of those line-cutting students in the corner of the hot water room for shattered pieces of a broken kettle. So, Xiaomida, who had already been killed by Zhu Feiyu on the night of December 30th, existed in Su Feng and the others' memories in disarray. He formed an image of a false teacher who, upon hearing about the students' deaths, was heartbroken enough to take leave and even turned gray-haired. Even Xiaomida himself might have been killed by Zhu Feiyu countless times already. But he still retained the memory of that day, completely unaware of Zhu Feiyu's true identity. Looking at the building already swarmed with insects, Suli felt a bit lost. He was unsure whether the people inside would still exist when the next night came. Or, in fact, whether this dorm building would still exist after he left. And everything he had experienced, was it really just a game world instance? Ding-dling! The piercing loud bell rang out. The dorm building was illuminated by lights, and the horrifying roar within reached a peak at that moment. Even Suli, standing there, could feel the ground beneath his feet subtly shaking. He turned away and walked forward, leaving behind this strange dorm building, moving toward the place where the sky gradually began to brighten. The confusion in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a touch of determination and resolution. Since he had already embarked on this path, he could only keep going until the moment he died. No! He would never die. The livestream screen vanished, and then a line of text lit up. The instance has closed. Thank you to the 252 participating players. Unfortunately, in this instance, 249 players failed to clear it, and the bizarre tale will randomly descend upon a city in their respective countries after 59:59 minutes. In front of the live streaming room, some people were filled with sorrow, others were pounding the table in pain. They knew they were one of the countries that failed to clear the level. And in 1 hour, the city they were in might become one that was enveloped by terrifying and mysterious creatures. But some people's eyes suddenly brightened. They realized that the recent hint meant there were 3 countries that had cleared the level this time. Congratulations to Cornell, the contestant from Pigeon Country, for clearing the level in the 3rd way. Everyone in Pigeon Country instantly leapt with joy. They never expected Cornell would really succeed. Just as Suli stepped out of the dormitory building, Cornell, who had been trembling behind the balcony, suddenly heard the scream of his favorite girl from outside the door. He looked up and saw that the dormitory was now filled with transformed students, and his girl was among them. She was covered in blood, looking extremely painful. Cornell's eyes reddened, and he reached out to open the balcony door. But at the moment he twisted the doorknob, a sharp pain shot through his palm. It was the wire wrapped around the doorknob that had pierced his hand, a precaution he had taken to prevent himself from being contaminated when he subconsciously opened the door. The pain in his palm made his mind slightly clear, reminding him of the rule warning not to open the door. So, he returned to his original position, plugged his ears to block out the girl's screams outside. With his red eyes wide open, he repeated to himself over and over that it was just a hallucination and an illusion. And so, he managed to hold on until the sound of the bell rang. The people of Pigeon Country were ecstatic, but the next prompt on the screen instantly plunged them from the clouds into the abyss. Pigeon Country's reward for clearing the level this time, a 3-day safe period. A safe period meant that the cursed creatures wouldn't invade any city in their country. This was something to celebrate, but the problem was, the interval between each invasion wasn't 3 days, but 7. So, during the time between the start of the next cursed world instance, they weren't absolutely safe, and still faced a full 4 days of possible invasion by the creatures. Another line of cold text appeared on the screen. Congratulations to Andre, the contestant from Grizzly Bear Country, for clearing the level in the 2nd way. Grizzly Bear Country's reward for clearing the level this time, a 5-day safe period. The people of Grizzly Bear Country were stunned. They had seen with their own eyes their chosen one, Andre, jump off the rooftop, and then the live stream screen had gone black. They remembered how Suli had also stood on the rooftop earlier, staring down for a while. Could it be that the contestant from Daxia Country had considered this method of clearing the level back then? Originally, they had thought that after Andre's death, there would be no hope left, but they hadn't expected that he could still clear the level. But now, even though the level was cleared, they didn't feel any excitement. Even though the invasion of the creatures only lasted for 2 days, that kind of irresistible force could sometimes destroy a city in less than 2 days. And this was a result that their chosen one had paid for with his life. Pigeon Country and Grizzly Bear Country, although they had cleared the level, the mood of the people in both countries was extremely sorrowful, with no joy after clearing the level.
And all the remaining countries stared at the screen seriously, waiting for the announcement of the last contestant who had cleared the level. Congratulations to Suli, the contestant from Daxia country, for clearing the level in the first way. Daxia country's reward for clearing the level this time, a 7-day safe period. As soon as the subtitles appeared, an exclamation broke out. A 7-day safe period. This meant that from this moment until the next cursed world instance begins, the Great Xia kingdom will not see any deaths caused by trickery. Alive. What a common word it was 7 months ago, but now it's something the whole world dreams of. People from other countries look at the cold words on the screen, their envious eyes filled with tears. But inside the Great Xia, everyone is embracing each other, cheering with joy. At that moment, another line of subtitles appears on the screen. Due to player Suli discovering the hidden truth about this instance, an additional reward is granted, randomly evacuating one city where the ghost event has occurred. The cheers stop. Everyone stares blankly at the screen, completely unable to believe what they see is real. Since the rules of the ghost event descended, no one has ever completed the mission at the highest difficulty. So no one knows, after meeting such a condition, there would still be an additional reward. And this reward is so dreamlike. The Great Xia has a vast population. No matter which city is evacuated this time, millions of lives will be saved, and even possibly tens of millions. Chapter 57, I Want It All. In the operations analysis room, everyone holds their breath, their eyes fixed on a middle-aged man who is on the phone. The moment the subtitles appeared, his phone started ringing. Yes. I got it. Arrange to transfer the disaster-stricken people as quickly as possible and ensure their proper resettlement. Thank you for your hard work. The man hung up the phone, first calming his extremely excited heart, then looking at the eager eyes around him. The ghost evacuation city has been confirmed. It is Jiang City. As the words fell, some people raised their fists and shouted, some had tears in their eyes, and others covered their mouths, weeping quietly. Jiang City is a near first-tier city in the Great Xia, where their wives, husbands, parents, children, friends, and loved ones live. But after a ghost event last month, this city with a population of over 10 million welcomed a bizarre nightmare. And now, Jiang City is finally freed from that endless despair. The team leader looked at the darkening screen, stood up holding onto the armrest of his seat, and someone hurriedly moved forward, wanting to assist him. Team leader, are you going to rest? Staying up all night, still engaged in analysis and judgment, this is a considerable burden for these young men, not to mention for this elderly man before them. But the leader waved his hand. Prepare a vehicle for me, I'm going to see Suli. How about I go get him? Though it's not far, you have worked so hard for so long, I'm afraid your body won't withstand the back and forth. The old man glared at him angrily, pointing forcefully at the screen. Suli has gone back and forth on the edge of life and death several times. What is so tough about me just sitting here and watching television? And he saved his city, he is a hero of the entire Great Xia. What's wrong with me struggling a bit? People around were too afraid to speak. This was the first time they saw this usually calm elder so emotional. Seeing no one act, the old man slammed his cane on the ground. What? Are you all deaf? Then I'll walk over myself. At this moment, those nearby came to their senses and hurriedly took out their phones. Team leader, don't worry, we'll prepare the vehicle for you right away. Meanwhile, Suli did not return directly to the real world, instead appearing in a room like a movie theater. He did not panic, as he knew that after clearing the instance, the chosen one would appear in a new place. The location might be different, but there would be no danger at all, as this was the place to receive rewards for clearing the instance. Previously, 3 chosen ones from the Great Xia successfully cleared the instance. Having had a similar experience, they reported relevant information to the combat analysis room after returning to the real world. Because the selection of the chosen one was random each time, related information was soon published on the newly established National Rules Creepy Tales official website, allowing the entire nation to verify their identity and check the information anytime, anywhere. This way, people of the Great Xia country could increase their chances of survival or success after being luckily selected to enter the creepy tale world. And Suli learned this information there. At that moment, a huge silver screen lit up in front of him, revealing a line of text. Congratulations! You have completed this quest. Now, please choose one of the 3 options for your reward. Option 1, Strength +1. Option 2, Speed +1. Option 3, Pollution Resistance +1. Suli looked at the 3 options on the screen, starting to think seriously. The first option, Strength, could enhance his physical power, allowing him to confront sources of danger directly at times. It was a good choice for both survival and escape. The second option, Speed, would allow him to run faster. If another situation like being chased by the black cat happened, he wouldn't appear so strained. Moreover, besides leg speed, other movements controlled by the body, such as hand speed and dodging speed, would also increase.
The third option, pollution resistance, would lessen the impact of the pervasive pollution in the eerie world on him, reducing the chance of being contaminated or slowing down the cognitive disarray after being polluted. To some extent, this option could increase the tolerance of the chosen one in the creepy tale world, as sometimes it was hard to notice the pollution happening to oneself. Su Li's eyes flickered, and then he tried to speak. I want them all. After waiting a few seconds, the subtitles did not change, and the room was silent. All right then. Su Li felt a bit disappointed but quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, it was just a trial to see if uncovering the truth of the quest would earn him some favor from the creepy tale world. Then I choose the first one, strength. Are you sure? Sure. Having compared the three options after just experiencing that quest, Su Li believed that what he needed the most right now was strength. For example, if he faced another situation like being chased by the black cat, choosing speed would only allow him to flee, but with strength, he could kick it away, or if he had enough strength, he could snap its neck like Ancho. Although pollution resistance was also very important, Su Li could use analysis and judgment to avoid contamination and had the innate talent to foresee death as a safety net. Strength, on the other hand, was different. It was applicable in various situations and could only be slowly enhanced through long-term training and innate physical talent. As Su Li finished speaking, the last two options on the screen vanished, and the first one flew out from the screen, turning into dots of starlight that entered Su Li's body. His eyes sparkled as he clenched his fist, feeling the changes in his body. Then, he grabbed the chair beside him, and with a forceful pull, the sturdy chair surprisingly creaked loudly. This increase of 1 point in strength seemed to be more powerful than he had imagined. Su Li now felt a strong sense of confidence. If he were to encounter that black cat again, even if he couldn't directly snap its neck, he definitely had the strength to fight. At this moment, his gaze solidified as he looked back at the screen, where another line of text appeared. Considering you have perfectly uncovered the hidden truth of this quest, and with the highest difficulty cleared, an additional reward was granted, stamina +1. Then, just like last time, the subtitles turned into light dots and merged into Su Li's body. Su Li felt his body change again, and there was a trace of unexpected joy in his eyes. He hadn't expected that there would really be an extra reward. This was information he had never seen on the Ghost Talk website, because before this, no one had ever met this condition. Chapter 58, You no longer have a reason to stay here. Moreover, this reward's attribute was something Su Li really needed right now. In the recent instance, although it was only 8.5 short hours, the stamina he used up was considerable, and by the end, he had already felt significant fatigue in his body. Now, this added 1 stamina point would perfectly solve this problem. Suddenly, a cold laugh echoed in the empty room, and Su Li looked up at the screen. Great Xia Kingdom Su Li, looking forward to your performance in the next instance. The next moment, the laugh disappeared, and everything in the room shattered like glass, leaving nothing but endless darkness, with a slightly ajar door not far in front of him, emitting the only light in this space. Su Li walked forward. He knew that was the door to the real world. In the dormitory building number 4 of Guhua Middle School, Aunt Hua, dressed in a light pink sweater, sat in the study room, gently stroking the head of Zhu Feiyu, who was still lying on the desk. Mom, the coal ball is dead. Aren't you sad? I remember you raised it for a long time. Zhu Feiyu's weak voice sounded. If Su Li had heard this, he would have been surprised, because he always thought that the black cat was raised by Zhu Feiyu. But Su Li didn't know that he had made another mistake. Back on the rooftop, the black cat didn't continue to chase him. It only glanced at him before turning around and leaving. At the time, Su Li thought the black cat also wanted him to enter the rooftop to find the diary, but in fact, the black cat had received Aunt Hua's command. Aunt Hua gently rubbed Zhu Feiyu's head. Silly child, what's there to be sad about? As long as you're happy, Mom is happy. And who says the coal ball is dead? As her words fell, the black cat's corpse on the first floor eerily turned into mist, flowed to her side, and then reformed. Meow. Zhu Feiyu looked up at the black cat, now lying on the desk, licking its paw, and with joy, he immediately hugged it tightly. Mom, how did you do that? Aunt Hua didn't answer this question, only smiling as she watched the playful scene between the boy and the cat. Then, she took out the cicada carcasses she had collected from her handbag and gently blew on them in her palm. The cicada carcasses instantly turned into tiny glimmers, carried by the breeze, and spread throughout the whole dormitory building. The flowing water stopped and then strangely reversed, flowing back to the laundry room. The students' mutations faded away, and they wandered back to their dorms with dazed expressions, lying down. The cicadas' cries abruptly stopped, and the blood flowed back into their bodies. Aunt Jo stood up from the ground and walked back to the dormitory manager's restroom. But this time, her face no longer held the coldness, instead, she wore a faint smile. The whole dormitory building returned to peace, as if everything that had happened before was just an illusion. And Aunt Hua, as if she had done something insignificant, looked down and rubbed the black cat called Coalball. Feiyu, you no longer have a reason to stay here. Zhu Feiyu's smile froze on his face. Mom, are you driving me away? Silly child, which mother would drive her own son away? Aunt Hua smiled and pinched Zhu Feiyu's face. It's just that you've stayed here too long. It's time to go out and see the world. Oh, by the way, take Cole Bull with you. What about you? Are you coming with me? I still have a little matter to attend to. She gently stroked her son's face. Mom promises you, once everything is over, I will go find you. Zhu Feiyu remained silent for a long time, ultimately picking up the black cat and slowly walking towards the study room door. Only after his figure disappeared did Aunt Hua retract her gaze, looking towards the nearby spot. Su Feng's corpse was still there, but the wallet in his pants pocket had disappeared without a trace. Will it be successful? Aunt Hua murmured softly, seeming a bit lost. Su Li walked towards the large door in the darkness. The moment he stepped out, the light before him vanished, revealing a slightly pale sky. Before he could make sense of the scene in front of him, he heard a crisp voice tinged with tears. Brother! Then he saw a white figure running towards him. Su Li's expression showed surprise. How did she end up here? But in a moment, Su Li understood, instinctively reaching out to embrace the girl who was rushing towards him. This was the owner of the voice he heard when he was contaminated, his little sister Su Qian, who had relied on each other for more than 10 years. At first, Su Li was astonished by Su Qian's actions, as she usually wouldn't be like this, but he soon realized that perhaps becoming the chosen one made her emotions a bit out of control. Gently stroking the girl's head, trembling from crying or fear, Su Li raised his eyes to look ahead. An old man stood not far away, smiling and leaning on a cane, and behind him and around him were dozens of fully armed personnel on guard. Of course, Su Li knew that there were surely more powerful guards hidden from his view. Because this old man was Zhao Goen, whom he had only seen on television news and on the official website of the Great Xia Kingdom's bizarre tales. He wanted to walk towards the old man, but the girl beside him held onto him tightly and wouldn't let go. Just as he was helpless, he saw the old man take the initiative to walk towards him. Old Zhao. Su Li spoke a bit awkwardly. No worries. Old Zhao waved his hand with a smile. After you entered the bizarre tale world, I brought your sister from Rongqing to Yuzhou, is that okay? It's fine, but I should thank you, old Zhao. Su Li glanced at Su Qian, his expression sincere. This was the truth. In the early days of the bizarre tales, a tragedy occurred in the Great Xia Kingdom. One chosen one, faced with terrifying strangeness, was frightened to the point of cowardice and voluntarily stopped exploring, giving up on clearing the level. This was uncontrollable. The tremendous fear between life and death was not something everyone could simply endure, especially not in the face of bizarre events never seen before. Later, when the bizarre tales descended, cities fell, countless people died. In extreme anger, someone actually incited a crowd to burn down the chosen one's home. Fortunately, the fire was extinguished in time, preventing any casualties. Although the suspect was later caught and proven to be a wandering 500,000, this incident sounded alarm bells for the officials. From then on, each time the bizarre tales opened, they would obtain the chosen one's information immediately and protect their family to avoid irretrievable tragedies. We initially planned to carry out protection in Rongqing as before, but this little girl insisted on coming to Yuzhou so she could see you at the first moment. The old man continued. So we had to bring her here overnight. It seems that her bond with you is deep, and she believes you can clear the level. Su Li was taken aback, gripping Su Qian's head a little tighter. This little girl truly knows how to create trouble. She actually rushed to Yuzhou 1,000 miles away overnight, and even made old Zhao personally bring her here. Su Li was very clear that when he was looking at the Strange Talk official website, Su Qian was also with him, so she naturally knew the identity and status of the old man in front of them. He felt a bit helpless. His sister seemed to be even bolder than he was. Chapter 59, Su Li. You are Su Li. The girl in his arms seemed to be in pain, letting out a discontented hum. Su Li ignored her and looked at old Zhao with a hint of apology. I really trouble you. Old Zhao smiled even more broadly. Oh, not a trouble at all, I should be thanking you. Su Li, this time you cleared the game at the highest difficulty. Do you know what extra reward it brought to the Great Xia country? Su Li was a bit puzzled. What is it? He couldn't see the live stream screen, so he naturally didn't think about the extra reward given to the Great Xia country aside from himself. In addition to the 7-day safety period, the strange talk that descended on Jiang City last time has been evacuated. Jiang City? Su Li was startled. That was a city with a population of tens of millions. If the strange talk evacuated, even though some people had already suffered, it could still save hundreds of thousands of lives. To have such a generous extra reward for clearing at the highest difficulty? However, Su Li didn't feel proud about it. After the surprise, his expression became serious. Then may I ask why you came personally to find me this time? Old Zhao was very pleased with Su Li's humble attitude and not taking credit. Nothing special, I just wanted to come and see what our hero, who saved the Great Xia country, looks like. Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms to achieve feats that no one else in the world can accomplish? Su Li sensed that old Zhao was joking, but he didn't know how to respond. He certainly couldn't joke back with this high-ranking elder, so he could only smile awkwardly. Old Zhao seemed to notice it too. Alright, now that I've seen him, you can go back and rest with your sister. A young man ran up from behind him, first nodding at a few people, then smiling at Su Li. Your accommodation has been arranged for you and classmate Su Qian. Please come with me. Su Li patted Su Qian's head, gently pried her from his arms, and turned to look at old Zhao. Then shall we head back now? Old Zhao nodded with a smile. Yes, go ahead. We can talk more when you wake up. Seeing Su Li and Su Qian leave in a car led by the young man, the elder's smile gradually faded. He stared at a huge stone tablet in front of him, from which Su Li had just walked out. The stone tablet, about a story high, had no text on it. It appeared so eerily and abruptly when the rules of the strange talk came 7 months ago. He immediately ordered that a 100-mile radius be marked as a restricted area, prohibiting any unrelated personnel from entering, and dispatched a large number of experts for research, but nothing was found. At first, they thought only the Great Xia country had it. After exchanging intelligence, they learned that this stone tablet would appear in suburban areas of all capital cities worldwide, but people from other countries also did not know its purpose. It wasn't until someone cleared the Strange Talk World dungeon for the first time that old Zhao realized this stone tablet was the channel for the chosen ones to return to the real world. There were a total of 252 such stone tablets in the world. Oh, no, according to the newly acquired information, there was a small country that failed to clear the game, and only their capital remained untouched by the strange talk. But just a few minutes ago, the dungeon ended, and the strange invasion occurred in their capital, causing their stone tablet to disappear into thin air. A middle-aged man approached cautiously and asked, Old Zhao, did you come all this way just to meet Su Li? Seeing old Zhao nod, the middle-aged man was a bit shocked. I thought you would explain something to him. Old Zhao was somewhat dissatisfied. Xiao-sun, is there anything that must be explained right now? To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. If we don't let him rest well first, what if his body isn't in the best state? He struck his cane heavily on the ground. Next time the strange talk begins, are you going, or am I, this old man? Called Xiao-sun, the middle-aged man hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to speak again. Then, he saw the figure in front of him walking backward and quickly raised his head to jog after him. Old Zhao, where are you going now? The old man replied in a bad mood. Where else can I go? I'm going back to sleep. At 4 in the afternoon. Su Li woke up after sleeping for about 10 hours, and after washing up, he walked to the living room and took an apple from the table to eat. This was a rare experience. There was no need to worry about danger, nor to worry about being contaminated after eating something. This state of complete relaxation made Su Li feel a bit dizzy. The place they were living in was only a 10-minute drive from the stone tablet. The room wasn't very large, just over 100 square meters, but Su Li was very satisfied. A larger space would feel wasteful, and it had all the necessary facilities. Compared to their dozens of square meters apartment in Rong City, this was already much better. Brother, you're up. The door opened, and Su Qian, yawning, came out with messy hair and sleepy eyes. Go tidy yourself up first. A few minutes later, Su Qian sat next to Su Li, hugging his arm and resting her head on his shoulder. Brother, do you know? I really thought I wouldn't be able to see you again. Su Li chuckled and tugged at her cheek, shoving a peeled apple into Su Qian's mouth. Okay, I'm back safe and sound, aren't I? Then he picked up a phone from the table and dialed the first number. This was what the young man who brought them over had told Su Li, to contact him this way after resting well. 3 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Su Li got up to open the door and saw the young man named Jianan standing there in a crisp suit, with a little boy he hadn't seen yesterday behind him. Su Li. You are Su Li. The boy had been hiding behind Jianan, but as the door opened, he jumped out, eyes shining, pointing at Su Li and shouting. Jianan, a bit flustered, gave the boy a gentle hit on the back of the head and said apologetically, I'm really sorry, this is my younger brother Jiabei. He admires you a lot. As soon as he heard I was coming to meet you, he insisted on tagging along, which delayed us a bit on the way out. Jianan! You are lying. Jiabei interrupted his brother's words discontentedly. Clearly it was you who took so long to change into some suit. Before the boy could finish his sentence, Jianan, looking quite embarrassed, covered his mouth to stop him from continuing. Su Li looked at the two of them, both amusing and helpless, then squatted down to look at the boy who was struggling. Did you come to see me for something? Chapter 60 Brief Moments of Joy. The boy bit Jianan's hand, breaking free from his brother's control, looking excitedly at Su Li. I want to know why you could still smile in that dormitory building, facing so many scary things, just like a born actor. And your analysis and judgment skills are so strong. Jia was extremely excited. He was the boy who had specifically jotted down various information at that time and analyzed it through the bullet screen. Although he had made some deductions, he had been wrong about a crucial part, which made him very much admire Suli after learning the truth of the scenario. Faced with Jia direct praise, Suli felt a bit embarrassed. He thought for a moment. Maybe it's because I am an orphan? Orphan? The boy tilted his head in confusion, but standing next to him, Jianan was taken aback. He was also curious about this question because the information showed that Suli had looked like an ordinary worker and hardly participated in company social activities. Logically, he shouldn't have exhibited the outstanding performance seen in the copy. Although he also knew that Suli and Su Qian were both orphans, hearing Suli say it himself suddenly made him realize. Perhaps only someone who has tasted the sweetness and bitterness of life since they were young could have such a strong will like Suli's. And that perfect acting, which buried his true thoughts deep inside, must have been cultivated during those tough days. For an orphan without anyone to rely on, like wild grass, only by constantly interacting with different people could they earn just enough to barely survive. Even adults find this kind of life difficult, let alone a child like Suli, not to mention he had to take care of his younger sister, who was 3 years younger than him. The hardship involved was something people like them could hardly understand. Jianan glanced at his younger brother beside him, silently sighing. He had initially held a glimmer of hope to see if his brother could learn something from Suli, but it now seemed almost impossible. A flower grown in a greenhouse will never be as resilient as wild grass on a mountain. At this moment, Jia still hadn't figured out what Suli meant, looking at Suli in confusion. You're so great because you're an orphan? Maybe so. Jia hesitated for a moment, then seemed to make a certain decision. Then I want to be an orphan too, brother. Why are you hitting me? The boy yelped in pain, holding his head and looking back discontentedly, only to see Jianan staring at him with a darkened face. Jia words were too shocking, and Suli took a while to recover. Jianan, you want me to contact you now to go to old Zhao? Although old Zhao had only told him to rest and come back yesterday, Suli knew that with that person's status and identity, personally coming to find him definitely meant there was something else. Jianan retracted his fierce gaze from his younger brother, apologizing as he looked at Suli. I'm really sorry, this kid wasted your time. Old Zhao indeed has something to discuss with you, but he specifically instructed that everything waits until you and classmate Su Qian finish your meal. You don't need to address me like that, just call me by my name. Suli felt a bit awkward about Jianan's form of address. Alright, then I'll call you Brother Su. Jianan readily agreed, feeling a bit excited, thinking the distance between him and Suli seemed to have narrowed. Then please come with Su Qian. Suli nodded and led the already finished Su Qian out the door. A few minutes later, they arrived at a place that looked like a cafeteria. Then I won't disturb you too, I'll be over there. Brother Su, just call me when you're done eating. Jianan pushed his eager brother, wanting to eat with Suli, to the side. Rather than a cafeteria, it was more like a huge buffet restaurant with various foods that Su Qian had only seen before but never tasted. Su Qian cheerfully picked out her food, while Suli laid his head on the table, laughing and listening to her exclamations. Though the food wasn't luxurious, for the two of them, it was indeed a rare delicious meal. Before long, they finished the last bit of food on their plates. Under Jianan's lead, they arrived at the door of a conference room. Suli pushed the door open and Su Qian quietly sat in the waiting area outside. About 2 hours later, the gate opened again, and Su Qian immediately got up and ran over to Suli. Brother, what did they say to you? It's nothing, just recorded the events encountered in the copy world, and discussed future training matters. Training? Su Qian was a bit surprised. What kind of training? A lot, various knowledge and skills are needed. Su Qian was stunned at first, then quickly realized. Because before the next Ghost Story World copy opened, no one knew what events the Chosen Ones would encounter. So theoretically, the more knowledge and information Suli mastered, the better he would be able to cope with the unknown copy starting in 7 days. Suli looked at Su Qian with gentle eyes. During the conversation with old Zhao just now, he mentioned Su Qian, saying that if he didn't return later, he hoped old Zhao could ensure Su Qian would have a good life. However, he did not tell Su Qian about this matter. Training would start at 6 a.m. the next day, and right now was their leisure time. The two first toured the entire base, then went to the city of Yuzhou, visited the amusement park, bought some nice new clothes, and enjoyed some delicious food. Suli didn't pay for anything, he just focused on eating, drinking, playing, and enjoying this last moment of relaxation, while the bill was handled by Jianan, who was always following at a distance. Handing a piece of cake to his younger brother beside him, Jianan looked at Suli with a bit more respect. Before, watching Suli's performance, Jianan always unconsciously compared him to his predecessors or even old Zhao. But now looking at the bright smiles of the two in front, he suddenly realized, it turned out Suli was just like him, merely a young man in his 20s. Happy times are always short, and soon it was 10 o'clock at night. Suli brought Su Qian back to the base in the suburbs after their outing. Although Su Qian felt a bit unsatisfied, she didn't complain. She understood that training was extremely important for Su Li. The next day at 6, Su Li had finished breakfast and arrived at the training ground on time. The training content was combat skills, which Su Li had suggested during the discussion yesterday. Because for him, who had just received copy rewards, improving combat power quickly in a short time was all about combat skills. Chapter 61, Countdown to the opening of the copy. The training began. But less than an hour had passed, and the Special Forces instructor responsible for training him had a somewhat ugly expression. It wasn't because he was dissatisfied with Su Li, but as a sparring partner, he felt quite uncomfortable being hit by Su Li. Although someone high up had told him earlier that this young man named Su Li should not be underestimated, the instructor didn't expect Su Li could still hit him hard even through the protective pads. Moreover, even after all this training, Su Li maintained the same intensity, showing no sign of fatigue at all. This young man, who appeared slender and seemingly malnourished, actually contained energy that was not inferior to that of his elite Special Forces team. What surprised him even more was Su Li's speed in mastering combat skills. Among the people he had trained, only a few could compare. The instructor's gaze became heated. If Su Li wasn't about to participate in the rules of the ghost story again, he couldn't help but want to recruit this kid into his unit. At noon, training ended. Su Li, drenched in sweat, rushed to take a shower and then encountered Su Qian, who had also just finished showering and was coming to eat in the cafeteria. Su Li wasn't surprised by this, just a bit helpless, as he knew Su Qian had just finished training as well. Originally, Su Qian didn't need training, and Su Li didn't want her to go, but Su Qian said that she had nothing to do while idle, so she asked Jian An to arrange the same course for her, just that her intensity wasn't as high. Su Li couldn't argue with this little girl and had to let her go. After all, she was already a senior and her coursework wasn't heavy. After lunch, they rested for 10 minutes. Because they needed to ensure they had enough stamina for entering the world of strange tales later and couldn't engage in physical training for too long, so the two went to another conference room, where they began today's learning of theoretical knowledge related to strange tales under the guidance of the best teachers in the country. This time, like the instructor in the morning, the theory teacher quickly noticed the special abilities of the students in front of him. He was certain that Su Li had never encountered some professional knowledge before. But the ability of the other party to learn and digest was astonishing. Basically, as long as he had heard it once, he could accurately repeat it, and after hearing it twice, he could raise critical questions regarding some details. By the third time, Su Li could basically grasp the knowledge point, and sometimes, he could even provide a few relevant correct examples. Even his sister Su Qian, although not as terrifyingly fast as Su Li, could basically understand the principles by the third time. The corners of the instructor's mouth twitched a bit, but soon a heartfelt smile appeared on his face. For a teacher, what could be more delightful than encountering a smart student? That is to encounter two. And Su Li's stunning performance undoubtedly increased the probability of successfully clearing the Strange Tales quest next time a bit. It wasn't until 9 in the evening that today's class ended, and Su Li and Su Qian went to the cafeteria to have dinner. Then they walked leisurely back to their accommodation, chatting about trivial matters along the way, occasionally bursting into knowing laughter, and just like that, they returned home. 7 days flew by in this repetitive time. At 5:30 in the morning, Old Zhao and his middle-aged assistant Xiaosun arrived at Su Li's residence with simple breakfast items like steamed buns, soybean milk, and fried dough sticks. The few of them slowly ate while chatting about their recent experiences at the base. It seemed like a peaceful and healthy scene, but everyone present knew that their minds were not on this at all. Before long, the screen of the Strange Tales World Live broadcast room suddenly lit up again, displaying a huge 1-minute countdown. The laughter stopped, and everyone fell silent. The exact time when Strange Tales would begin was never certain. They all knew this, so Old Zhao personally came to help Su Li feel a bit more secure during the waiting process. And now, the appearance of this countdown meant that this time's rule-based Strange Tale was about to start. When the time reached 0, the chosen ones would go to another world. Su Li put down his chopsticks, stood up to say something, but found Su Qian gripping his clothes tightly. "Bro, you must come back," she murmured quietly. Su Li gently patted her back. "I will, I definitely will." He then looked at Old Zhao in front of him, who nodded solemnly at him. Su Li felt a bit reassured. He understood this was Old Zhao telling him that he would fulfill the previous promise. Suddenly, Su Qian hugged Su Li tightly. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. She was very worried about whether she would be able to see Su Li again after this time. After all, no chosen one had ever managed to clear the quest twice in a row. Su Qian really wanted to say something more, but just as she was about to speak, her hands suddenly went empty. Su Li's figure had mysteriously vanished into thin air, and at that moment, the countdown on the livestream screen also hit 0. Welcome to the world of Rule Horror Tales. Please maintain a good mental state and find a way to clear the game, or you will lose not just yourself, but also your country. As the familiar mechanical voice ended, it was as if the play button for a movie had been pressed, and the scenery around, along with the noise, abruptly appeared. Buns for sale, delicious, fragrant buns, thin skin and thick filling big buns. A vendor calling out about buns came from behind, and Su Li stood there dazed.
This was a crossroads, with pedestrians and vehicles coming and going, looking just like a normal world in reality.
Damn it, I'm going to be late for work.
Urgent footsteps rang out, and Sully felt his body being bumped by someone. He then saw a person hurriedly rushing past him. At that moment, the shouting from behind changed into a questioning voice.
Young man, do you want 2 buns?
Sully instinctively turned around to look at the bun shop owner, who was smiling at him, and then opened a steamer, the steaming hot air carrying a bit of fragrance. Even though Sully had already eaten breakfast in the real world, he couldn't help but feel his mouth watering a bit, but he still held back, needing to first figure out the current situation. He surveyed the surrounding environment and noticed nothing unusual. Then what about this time's dungeon? Suddenly, Sully's gaze landed on a spot, and his pupils shrank sharply. He saw across the road a broad building with a sign that had several bright red characters, Firefly Game Arcade.
Chapter 62, isn't the game just beginning? Why does it feel like it's already over? Had he seen this building before?
Sully couldn't quite remember, but he clearly recalled that on the few game coins he had seen in Su Feng's wallet, the mark of Firefly was engraved.
Did it refer to the arcade in front of him?
No, Sully self-mockingly shook his head. How could 2 different dungeon things possibly be connected? This had never happened in the previous 7 months of Rule Horror Tales. But no matter what, he had to check it out in person. Just as Sully was about to take a step, he suddenly froze, feeling something in his pants pocket. He reached in to pull out the item, and the hair all over his body stood on end. Because in his hand was the black wallet that he clearly had returned to Su Feng, and the pencil that Zhu Feiyu had asked him to take with him.
Why are these things with me? Aren't the items in the dungeon unable to be taken away? Wait a minute. If the wallet and pencil are here, then what's the relationship between Su Feng and the arcade in front of me? Is he not dead? Who are Zhu Feiyu from Dormitory Building 4 and Aunt Hua anyway?
Before Sully could think more carefully, he suddenly heard a text message alert coming from his clothing pocket. Taking it out, he saw it was a black mobile phone.
Congratulations! You passed the interview and successfully got the position of front desk attendant at Firefly Game Arcade.
The key to the door is under the flower pot at the entrance, feel free to take it.
Wishing you a pleasant work experience.
The incoming events left Sully somewhat confused.
Calm down. Calm down. Calm down.
Sully closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and then walked towards the other side of the road. The recent text message was clearly the signal for this horror tale dungeon to begin. He could deal with the matters of Dormitory Building 4 later. The most important thing now was to first get a grasp on the situation of this dungeon. Soon, Sully found a key covered in dirt under a flower pot. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed something in the dirt beneath the key that seemed to be a piece of paper.
Could it be the rules?
Sully's heart stirred as he dug away the dirt and pulled out the paper.
Clearing method.
1. Unravel the hidden truth of the mission and help the investigator complete the recovery work.
2. Find the source of pollution and destroy it completely.
3. Spend all your game coins and survive safely until 4:44 a.m. on the 4th day. The audience in the live stream was shocked. They didn't expect Sully to discover the clearing method so quickly.
However, after reading the content, Sully furrowed his brow.
The clearing method this time did not require discovering anything during the mission. Instead, it was given before any events occurred. And it was found so easily, as if a hint was handed to him for free. But this did not mean that the difficulty of this mission was lowered. In Sully's view, it actually increased significantly. Because there were 2 extremely critical points: investigator and source of pollution. Generally speaking, pollution in the world of strange tales is caused by oddities, but the description of the clearing method in his hand conveyed another message, that this mission had the pollution source separated from the oddities.
Not only did he have to find it, but he also had to completely destroy it.
This not only increased the difficulty out of thin air, but it could also very likely lead to severe pollution during the destruction process. Facing the horror of the pollution source was something even Sully could not withstand, even if he chose the reward of pollution resistance. And that unfamiliar investigator seemed very troublesome. He didn't know what they were investigating, whether they were male or female, or even if they were human. Not only did he have to find the oddities, but now he had another target, the investigator. Oh, not to mention that he needed to recover something he didn't even know what it was. In other words, in this mission, he had to find 4 people or 4 things. On the first day of working at the Firefly Arcade, Sully hadn't even started his shift yet and was already thinking about getting off work. The pressure was really high. If it really doesn't work out, I'll just choose the 3rd clearing method. Spending game coins is just playing a game, right? Isn't that simple? Sully joked with himself. This was something he learned from his teacher a few days ago to relieve pressure. However, he understood very well that in the world of rule-based strange tales, there was no easy clearing method. Sully looked through the glass to check the situation inside the arcade and confirmed that there were no abnormalities for the time being. He then used the key he had just obtained to open the door of the arcade. Carefully closing the door, he found the light switch nearby and pressed it.
The dim hall was instantly lit up, revealing the dazzling colorful lights and various game machines filling the entire room. His heart sank, just estimating, there were at least nearly 100 machines visible now. If the source of pollution was one of them, it would be really difficult for him to distinguish. In the center of the hall, there were a few coin pusher machines glowing red, behind which stood a massive table filled with various toys, figurines, and models, while the front desk was right behind that table. Sully quickly walked over to see if he could find anything in the place where he would be working. Sure enough, on the desk at the front desk, Sully saw an A4 paper pasted on it. Firefly Arcade Staff Code of Conduct. 1. The arcade is open from 8 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. It can open later, but the doors must definitely close before 11:30 p.m., and confirm that it is closed by 12 a.m. In the arcade, there was no one else but you. After just finishing reading the first rule, Sully immediately stopped his gaze and quickly took out his phone to check the time, then breathed a slight sigh of relief. It's 7:50, 10 minutes away from the earliest opening time mentioned in the rules. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound at the door behind him, and Sully turned around sharply. He saw that several people were already standing at the door, expressionless, knocking on the glass, seemingly wanting to come in. He felt a slight fear in his heart, thankful that he had closed the door right after entering. Otherwise, what would happen now? Although Sully didn't know what would happen, the viewers in the live broadcast outside could see everything clearly. Most of the chosen ones either, like Sully, closed the door immediately after entering, or acted quickly, shutting the door as soon as they saw the rules, successfully avoiding the unknown risks. Yet, nearly 10 chosen ones failed to close the door in time, and while still reading the rules, they were silently touched by those things that entered the arcade, resulting in the live broadcast going black. The viewers from their country were somewhat stunned. Didn't the game just start? How could it already be over? Chapter 63, A Stab in the Back. Sully didn't know about the situation in other countries. After confirming that those people outside could not come in for now, he ignored the eerie knocking sound and continued reading. 2. You are merely a front desk clerk, responsible for welcoming customers, exchanging game coins, and providing card services. You must not expel customers from the arcade. As for other matters, others will handle them. 3. The exchange rate for cash to game coins is 1:1. Please do not exceed this. If a customer comes to you for game coin exchange, regardless of how much cash they offer, please give them a satisfactory amount based on their needs. 4. If you find that some game machines have no one in front of them but are working on their own, do not panic. This is just a machine malfunction. Call a technician, and they will handle it properly. 5. There is only one trash can in the arcade. If a customer or staff member throws trash on the ground, whether intentionally or unintentionally, there is no need to worry about it. A special cleaning staff will come to clean it up. 6. Don't worry about meals. You can use the red phone at the front desk to order takeout anytime from 8 to 8:30 in the morning, 12 to 12:30 at noon, or 18 to 18:30 in the evening. You do not need to pay for any number of meals. The boss will handle the payment. 7. Promise me, no matter how hungry you are, do not eat food from the casual dining area. 8. Please remember that the game machines in the arcade are just machines. They have no life and will not move on their own. According to the rules, what he needed to do seemed very simple, just like an ordinary front desk clerk who only needed to do his part, while others would manage the rest. Additionally, from the current information gathered, it can be determined that there are at least 3 other people in this arcade, one who is responsible for fixing machine malfunctions, one cleaner, and the boss who sent Sully the job application message. Sully narrowed his eyes slightly. Could one of them be the anomaly or the boss he was looking for? If the anomaly was among them, then the game machines in front of him could be ruled out as being a facade of the anomaly. Could it mean that the source of pollution he was looking for was among them? Sully shook his head and immediately abandoned this thought. This was merely a subconscious guess. Facing the unknown meant having too little information, and having preconceived notions was a dangerous thing. He looked at the third point in the rules, which mentioned, as a front desk clerk, one specific job requirement was to exchange game currency at a set ratio. However, this was a rule filled with conflict. Because if he followed the rule, no matter how much money the customer presented, he had to give out game currency according to their stated amount. Otherwise, he would be violating the rule, but if he actually did that, he would very likely break the earlier note of "please do not exceed." This seemed to be an unsolvable problem, and Sully pondered for a moment, then his gaze landed on the last rule. It seemed to simply state a fact, something completely normal in the real world, but in the world of strange tales, it made Sully sense an eerie atmosphere. Bang bang bang. At first, Sully thought it was someone knocking on the door, but then he realized the sound felt different, and it wasn't coming from behind him, but from ahead. The front desk was circular, with no obstructions, offering a good view of most of the area inside. So when he looked up, he could clearly see not far ahead, a rather unusual arcade machine. There was clearly no one beside it, yet its body was shaking back and forth continuously. As Sully continued to look, the shaking grew larger, as if it was conveying some sort of message. It seemed like a living person dancing solo in the empty hall. Somewhere in the Great Xia country, a woman returned home, hurriedly putting down the breakfast she bought, and noticed the live stream of the strange tale had already started.
She slapped the man, who was still asleep, on the face in annoyance. The live stream has started, and you're still asleep. The man rubbed his eyes in a daze, looking at the live stream screen, just in time to see that arcade machine moving erratically. He froze for a moment, then rubbed his eyes again to look. That's right. He saw an arcade machine dancing? The man fell silent for a moment, then turned back to lie down again. It must be an illusion. For sure it was an illusion. Most likely, that woman's slap was too hard, and he woke up too abruptly. He could sleep a little more. Meanwhile, in the beautiful country's livestream, Matt also saw that arcade machine shaking continuously. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, but his expression shifted from brief shock to excitement. The first rule stated that business hours began at 8 a.m., and they could open a little later, indicating he needed to arrive a bit later. This rule felt abnormal, like it was hinting at some message. Could it be that the strangeness of this instance was hiding something? It had intentionally altered the rules to prevent him from discovering something it didn't want him to find. Combining the information from the previous completion hints, Matt drew an exhilarating conclusion. The bizarre, shaking arcade machine before him was the hidden source of contamination in this instance. Muscles tensed, Matt grabbed a stool from the front desk and bent down slowly towards the machine, then suddenly slammed it down with a fierce expression. Bang! The stool immediately fell apart, and the arcade machine was opened up with a large hole. Eerie twisting stopped instantly, and black smoke poured out from the opening. Matt's expression turned to extreme excitement. The source of contamination was destroyed, and he would surpass Sully from the Great Xia country, becoming the first to complete this instance. The viewers from the beautiful country, watching Matt with a beaming smile after smashing the machine, saw that he did not leave the spot but slowly stretched his hand towards the ground, then picked up a broken stool leg to stand in front of himself. What does he want to do? Could it be that strange machine hasn't been completely destroyed? Yes. It must be that way. Look how happy he is. Truly worthy of being the chosen one. He even knows the phrase, to add insult to injury. They eagerly anticipated Matt delivering the final blow to the machine, but they didn't notice the sheer terror in Matt's eyes, despite the smile on his face on the screen. Chapter 64 Boss, I want to buy tokens. Because right now, he really didn't want to grab that leg of the stool, though his mind was desperately resisting. It was completely useless. His body was no longer under his control, as if a demon had taken residence inside. He couldn't even control the expression on his face. He could only use his eyes to signal his expert team. I am facing something extremely terrifying. The situation is not right. Hurry and help me. Fortunately, the expert team noticed the abnormality in Matt's eyes. Unfortunately, just as they realized it, they saw Matt swing the sharp leg of the stool sideways and then stab it into his own stomach with force. The bullet comments in the live stream from the beautiful country suddenly stopped, and the audience stared blankly at the Matt who had collapsed in a pool of blood, still smiling, along with the reflection of their own terrified faces on the now blackened screen. On the other side, Sully watched the increasingly crazed arcade machine, his eyes flickering. The person who wrote this rule would have been slapped by Sully if he were in front of him. He wanted to pull him over and show him well. Is this just a game machine? Is this lifeless? Is this thing not going to act up? The knocking outside the door grew louder, as if those people were already impatient to come in. But Sully still chose not to act. Though the arcade machine was crazy, nothing harmful had happened to him so far, and it wasn't even time for business yet. He forcefully ignored the strange happenings around him and opened the drawer in front of him. If he wanted to be a qualified waiter, he naturally had to understand the contents of his forthcoming work. Inside the drawer were 3 boxes. The one on the left was filled with tokens, the one in the middle held a stack of membership cards. Sully's gaze settled on the smallest box on the right. It was empty, but what had it originally contained? Without thinking too much, he took a game token from the left box to observe. This token was the same as the one in Su Feng's wallet, both imprinted with the firefly mark. The only difference was that Su Feng's token had a picture of a firefly on the back. So it seemed that the drawer was filled with the ordinary game tokens from the arcade. But what was that token from Su Feng? Was it a token for playing special machines? Or was it some kind of special coin, like a souvenir? Sully was unclear. He closed the drawer and directed his attention to the red telephone on the table, quietly pondering. Thus, he waited until 8 o'clock before walking over to open the big door. The crowd surged in like hungry wolves. However, the previously restless ones didn't blame Sully for not opening the door on time, nor did they even glance at him as they rushed inside. Some headed for the hall, while others moved towards the front desk, seemingly unaware of the unusual arcade machine. Sully's eyes flickered and then returned to the front desk, preparing to start his work for the day. At that moment, he heard a sound of a door closing behind him, not from the main door, but from directly behind the front desk. He saw a middle-aged man wearing a brown coat, with a beard on his chin, walking out from a room marked with a warehouse sign. Sully had seen him before. The man had just entered the room with the crowd. At first, Sully thought he was just a customer, but now it seemed he was also a staff member here.
The middle-aged man held a bottle of wine in one hand and a box in the other, striding directly towards the shaking arcade machine.
Drinking early in the morning?
Looks like this colleague of mine is a true drunkard. Sully raised an eyebrow slightly. The man stopped in front of the machine, kicked it once, took a swig from the bottle, and then placed it on the machine next to him. Then, with practiced ease, he reached behind the strange arcade machine and pulled hard. With a loud swish, a huge black covering cloth was yanked out, wrapping both the man and the machine like a tent.
Is he repairing that machine? But why is there a covering cloth behind the machine? Is it to hide something he doesn't want me or anyone else to see?
For, if you find that some arcade machines are operating without anyone playing them, please do not panic.
This is just a machine malfunction. Call a technician, he will sort it out.
Sully felt a bit uncertain.
Was that strange, chaotic movement considered as operating by itself?
He wanted to keep watching but heard a loud bang from the table in front of him. A small child's hand slapped down on the table, and a childish voice rang out, "Boss, I want to buy some tokens." Sully stood up and saw a small boy about 1 meter tall, probably around 5 or 6 years old, looking up at him.
How could such a small child come in here? Are his parents not watching him?
And looking at his faint dark circles, he probably spent quite a bit of time playing games. Although a bit surprised, Sully still flashed a professional smile.
Okay, how many tokens do you need?
I want 6 tokens. Sully opened the drawer and took out 6 tokens. Just as he was about to hand them to the little boy, his smile suddenly froze. Because he saw the boy's hand that had slapped the table pull back, revealing a crumpled bill underneath.
It was a 5 yuan bill.
Just as he had imagined, the very situation had come true. But he still hadn't found a solution. Sully did not give the tokens to the child. Instead, he sat back down and subconsciously started to spin his pencil, thinking rapidly about how to respond.
3. The exchange rate between paper money and game tokens is 1:1. Please do not exceed this.
If a customer asks you to exchange tokens, regardless of the amount of money given, please provide him with a satisfactory number. The little boy provided 5 yuan, but wanted 6 tokens. If the rule is right, then no matter how many tokens he gives, whether 5 or 6, it wouldn't work.
Either the amount is wrong, or the little boy wouldn't be satisfied.
Wait. The spinning pencil stopped.
Sully suddenly thought of something. He stood up, smiling at the little boy. Little friend, do you have a membership card?
Sully remembered he had seen a paper in the card holder just now. Member benefits: by 5 get 1, by 10 get 3, by 20 get 7, by 50 get 20. If this child had a membership card, then the number would align correctly, following the rules, and it would make him happy. Chapter 65. First of all, I don't call myself little friend, I have a name. The little boy tilted his head in disdain and crossed his arms over his chest, speaking in a babyish voice. First, I don't call myself little friend.
I have a name, Gu Xianfeng.
Third, I don't have a membership card, nor will I get one.
Who the hell asked for your name? Is not having a membership card such a big deal?
Sully's mouth twitched as he looked at the little brat gazing up at him.
Starting to think of another way. Should I just hit him? Hit him until he is satisfied?
Sully's gaze fell on the boy's bottom, making the latter instinctively step back a few paces. But soon, Sully forcefully held back his impulse to hit him. Although from a size perspective, he could beat this child, who knows if this seemingly small body hides something huge and strange inside? And if something similar happens later, how would he deal with it? Surely he can't beat everyone, right? Sully looked at the dozens of people in the arcade, cupping his forehead. This wouldn't help at all. At that moment, the little boy seemed a bit impatient. He took a few steps forward, and a faint trace of black appeared in his eyes as he stared at Sully.
In the live room of the Sunset Nation,
Owen faced a similar dilemma as Sully, but different people had different ideas, and the choices they made were varied. He strictly followed the ratio and handed 5 game tokens to the little boy. Not right, one is missing. Owen waved his hand in dissatisfaction, signaling the child to hurry along, but the latter remained persistent, even jumping up and shouting with his hands on the counter.
One is missing. One is missing.
Owen grew impatient. Standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, he single-handedly pulled the child in front of him and raised his hand to hit the child's bottom. The child's cries rang out, but Owen did not stop, coldly sneering, thinking it was just a disobedient child. A beating would do. Hiss. A sharp pain shot through his arm, and Owen instinctively threw the child off, looking at his bitten arm. This little rascal, but just one glance, and his heart sank. On his arm appeared a row of bite marks, the wounds shallow and barely bleeding. But Owen clearly saw several thin black lines drilling into his body from the wound. He frantically tried to pull out the black lines, but it was already too late. As the lines entered his body, the boy in front of him vanished. Owen sat down in despair, realizing he had already been contaminated, now left to see how long he could last.
In the live room of the Great Xia Nation,
Suli noticed the little boy coming closer and felt a jolt of surprise. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly found the child halting again, eyes showing a clear hint of fear, then turned his head away. "Hey, hurry up and give me my tokens." Is he afraid? Afraid of what? The faint blackness in the boy's eyes was sharp as Suli caught on. The other was a contaminator, but if that's the case, what would he fear? Suli recalled the direction of the boy's last gaze and suddenly gasped, looking at the pencil in his hand. Zhu Feiyu's pencil had a special effect against contaminators. It could continuously stop wounds from healing. This pencil was not only brought over from the last chapter, could it have retained the same effect? Filled with joy, Suli quickly calmed down. While he might force the boy to be satisfied with the pencil, doing so all the time could lead to situations later on that he couldn't control. Though the pencil was tough, he wasn't sure how many times it could still be used. It should be saved for a crucial moment, not wasted in the initial phases of the chapter. Suddenly, Suli remembered something. There was something off about what the little boy had said earlier. First, I am not a little friend, I have a name, Gu Xianfeng. Third, I don't have a membership card nor will I get one. At first, Suli thought it was because the boy was young, so he accidentally skipped the second point. But now it seems there is another possibility. Looking at Suli suddenly smiling at him, the little boy felt a bad premonition in his heart, and he took 2 steps back, his eyes fixed tightly on Suli. What are you going to do? Let's play a little question and answer game. If you answer correctly, I'll give you game coins. What a hassle. The little boy wanted to refuse, but then he glanced at the pencil in Suli's hand. Alright, then hurry up and ask. Suli held out 5 fingers. How many is this? Look carefully. 5. Wrong. Without waiting for the little boy to speak, Suli shook his hand, then lowered it, took it back, and after retracting 1 finger, he asked again. How many is this? Don't get it wrong. 4. Still wrong. Suli shook his hand again, then returned to 5 fingers. How many is this? You must get it right this time. 6. Suli placed 5 coins in the boy's palm, and the latter said nothing, but instead happily laughed. Suli smiled, just as he had guessed. This little boy did not accidentally miss the second point. He was confused in his understanding because he was a polluter. Although most of the time he could clearly distinguish the correct amounts, as long as Suli asked a few more questions and slightly disturbed his brain during the inquiry, he could lead his already unstable cognition to chaos again, thus mixing up the amounts. This not only achieved the rule of proportional redemption without excess, but also made the customer satisfied. The viewers in the live broadcast room stared in daze at the little boys departing back. What did I just see? Was that really Suli? I can't look. Suli just tricked a child. He is just a 5 or 6-year-old kid. This must not be what Brother Su wanted to do. Yes. It must be a strange possession. It must be. When Suli came back before, he said he was going to hold a commendation meeting. I was looking forward to it for a long time, but then the announcement said it was cancelled, saying he requested it himself to go participate in training and learning, and even brought in the best teachers in the country. I never expected. Our Great Xia country's top teachers are actually teaching Suli to trick children. What's wrong with tricking children? If it were me, I would hang that little brat up and beat him. Come on, who knows who would end up being hung? You think you are Suli? The audience was complaining verbally, but in their hearts, they felt a lot more relaxed. The continuous deaths and pollution incidents in other countries had made them really worried about Suli. Now seeing Suli safely get through the ordeal, they finally felt a bit reassured. Chapter 66, Head of the Leisure Dining Area? Meanwhile, the expert groups from other countries, after receiving information relayed by their observers, had no time for complaints, immediately utilizing the first hint opportunity in this instance. Seeing their chosen one pressed against the back counter by the little boy, after receiving the hint, they got through the ordeal in the same way. They finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not to mention Suli tricking a child, even if he had taken the child's toy. As long as he could break the traps set by the rules, that was an excellent method. And over here, after sending off the little boy, Suli looked again at the earlier moving machine. His pupils contracted slightly. The tent-like covering had been removed, and the middle-aged man was nowhere to be seen. The arcade machine returned to its quiet state with no changes, and there were even people sitting there playing the game. Everything looked normal as if the earlier strangeness had never happened at all. Is that man the one who fixed it? Suli frowned. It seems that he indeed is the technician mentioned in the rules, but where has he gone now? Hey, newbie, how are you feeling? A somewhat rough voice, accompanied by a faint smell of alcohol, came from behind him. Suli turned around and saw the man who had appeared behind him, leaning against the counter and looking at him. Who are you? The man took a sip of his drink before speaking. He Xuanming, I'm older than you. You can call me He Gong or Brother He. I'm the technician here. Hello, He Gong.
Suli's expression looked very much like that of a new colleague facing a senior, full of humility.
He gone, I saw you just fixed that machine in a couple of moves. Such amazing skills, you must have many years of experience, right?
He Xueming grinned at Suli's compliment.
Of course. Without a solid skill, you can't handle such delicate work. So, did you come over to find me for something?
He Xueming smiled. It's nothing big, just came to meet our new colleague and order breakfast by the way.
Suli glanced at the time, it was 8:13, just the time mentioned in the server rules. 6, don't worry about meals, from 8 to 8:30 in the morning, 12 to 12:30 at noon, and 18 to 18:30 in the evening, you can use the red phone at the front desk to order takeout. No matter how many you order, you won't have to pay, the boss will handle the bill. Alright, he gone, what do you want to eat?
I'll help you order. Suli picked up the receiver of the red phone on the table, his expression becoming somewhat awkward.
He gone, I just arrived and don't know the takeout number. Just press the redial button.
Order me 2 servings of half a pound of noodles and 3 baskets of dumplings.
You can just tell them what you want yourself.
Suli was a bit surprised.
He gone, are you really going to eat that much this early?
Repair work, although it requires some skill, is still manual labor.
How can I not eat more? Besides, it's not just me eating, there are others.
Suli was about to ask who the others were when he Xueming continued.
Alright, you go ahead and make the call. I'll check on the other machines. Just call me when the takeout arrives.
After saying that, he picked up the bottle of alcohol in his toolbox and walked towards the hall. Suli watched his departing figure, and the humility on his face disappeared, leaving only calmness. In the earlier conversation, he gained a few pieces of information. First, the man named He Xueming, upon seeing him, a new colleague, showed no signs of surprise, as if he knew in advance that a new server would arrive today. Secondly, even though Suli deliberately praised him to learn how many years he had worked here and gain some other information about the arcade, He Xueming seemed happy but did not give a direct answer, suggesting he was hiding something.
Was he on guard against him beneath that smiling face?
Next, when he mentioned ordering takeout, Suli had carefully observed his facial expression. He looked completely certain, as if he was extremely familiar with the process, which suggested he had been ordering from that takeout place for a long time.
Does this indicate that the rule in the server's guidelines, number 7, no matter how hungry you are, do not eat food from the leisure dining area, is indeed correct?
Finally, Suli pretended to be surprised when asking why he would eat so much, and He Xueming replied there were others eating together with him.
Who were they? Could it be the cleaner mentioned in the rules?
Suli looked around the hall but did not see anyone resembling a cleaner. He set aside the analysis he just made in his mind and pressed the redial button on the red phone. Just then, Suli's brows slightly furrowed. On the phone, what appeared was not a specific number, but a row of asterisk 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 asterisk.
Hello, may I ask what you would like to eat?
A young man's voice came from the receiver, accompanied by some indistinct chatter and subtle noise, as if the man on the other end was busy cooking.
2 half-kilogram noodles, then add 4 trays of dumplings, and a bowl of porridge. Alright, please wait a moment, it will be delivered to you soon.
After the call ended, Suli looked back at the hall ahead.
He Xueming was sitting in front of a machine, but this time he didn't pull down a curtain, instead, he was operating something, seemingly checking whether the game machine was functioning normally, looking just like an ordinary technician.
The other customers appeared to have no issues, but many of them had dark circles under their eyes, looking somewhat exhausted. At that moment, Suli saw a girl in a light blue coat walking in through the door. As she passed by, she glanced in his direction, paused slightly, then continued walking toward the northern area of the arcade.
Was she looking at him?
But why did her gaze seem so hollow, as if she had lost her soul? Suli stared at the girl ahead, and suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He saw the girl walk past the VR game area in the northern zone, walk past several sofas, then take out a key and open a door to enter. Because it was a bit far away, he hadn't seen it clearly before.
Now realizing that this place had a counter and product price tags, could it be the leisure dining area mentioned in the rules? Was this girl also a staff member of the arcade? Then she went in now, is she going to prepare food? Chapter 67, A New Arrival, please take care.
Soon, Suli saw the girl coming out with a plate, on which were some simple foods, like burgers and pancakes. She carried the plate and walked towards the customers who were playing games, slightly bending down to say something, seemingly asking those players if they wanted to eat. The first few people took food from the plate, and the girl left directly. But soon, Suli noticed a player who seemed angry because his game character had died. He hit the game machine with his fist, and at that moment, the girl also walked up beside him with her plate. The player was still lost in his anger, having no desire to eat. Faced with the inquiry, he impatiently pushed the girl away, causing her to fall to the ground, and some of the food on the plate spilled out. Suli's pupils contracted slightly as he saw something moving among the food that had fallen to the ground.
He wanted to stand up to see clearly, but then he heard hurried footsteps rushing past him. And a man appeared beside the player, followed by a fierce kick to the latter's knee. Crack! The crisp sound of a bone breaking echoed, and the player immediately clutched his thigh, screaming in pain. Was it because the player did not take the food from the girl's hand? Sully frowned, then he noticed something else. There were quite a few players nearby, and he could hear the painful screams clearly, yet almost no one else shifted their attention at all. Even if one or two people turned to look, they went back to playing their games after just a glance, showing no further reaction. Had they become accustomed to such scenes? Or were they all polluters? So what they saw was completely different from what was actually happening? A chill crawled up Sully's heart, and he involuntarily recalled how some classmates mistook the corpse in the hot water room for broken pieces of a thermos in dormitory building 4. But he wasn't very sure, as the behavior of the contaminants in each paranormal copy could vary. At this moment, the girl had stood up again, not bothering to pick up the food that had fallen to the ground, just standing there in a daze, looking around with her vacant eyes. Suddenly, her gaze met Sully's, and then she approached the front desk, holding the plate. Even though Sully quickly looked away the moment their eyes met, soon after, her footsteps stopped right in front of him. "Do you want to eat something?" Her soft voice rang out, and Sully stiffly looked up. He saw the girl standing at the front desk, offering him the plate in her hands. Now Sully could finally see clearly that the wriggling things on the food he had just seen were not anything else but the food itself. They were like living creatures, constantly squirming on the plate, squeezing out their juices and making the plate messy. No matter how hungry you are, do not eat food from the leisure dining area. No wonder this rule exists, no wonder there was a leisure dining area in the arcade, but Schwemming still had to call for takeout to eat. Who would be able to eat such moving food? No one would dare to. But looking at the girl's unfocused eyes in front of him, Sully couldn't bring himself to refuse. Because he saw behind the girl, that man who had just kicked and bent a player's knee was staring intently at him. The audience in the live broadcast room watched the two of them in a tense standoff, and the bizarre food made many people secretly glad that they did not have a habit of eating breakfast, otherwise, seeing such a scene would definitely make them vomit. But what could Sully do? He couldn't gently refuse like he did last time. Suddenly, they saw the smoking man starting to walk towards the front desk, seemingly because of Sully's prolonged silence, and Sully seemed to sense this change as well. He hesitated for a moment and then quickly grabbed a hamburger from the plate. "Thank you." Sully's smile was bright, looking anything but forced. But after taking the food, he placed his hand with the food in a spot where the girl couldn't see, showing no intention of taking a bite, just smiling at her. "You're welcome, it's what I should do." The girl turned away expressionlessly, not caring whether Sully had eaten or not even asking for money, like a machine simply responsible for distributing food. The audience and Sully both let out a sigh of relief, and then they saw the girl carry the plate to a claw machine in the east zone, bending down. There, a little boy was constantly shaking the joystick. When asked by the girl, the boy turned around with an impatient look. But before he could say anything, the girl pinched his mouth with one hand and forcibly stuffed a crepe into his mouth. The boy's eyes filled with darkness, but he couldn't break free. A faint smell of smoke entered Sully's nostrils, making him tense all over. Turning his head, he saw that the young man in his 20s was standing in front of him with a cold expression. What was he here for? Hadn't he already taken the food from the girl? Sully looked at the man warily, tightly gripping the pencil in his hand, ready to act if the man made a move. "You must be the new front desk attendant." "Hello, my name is Yan Hua, and I am the game counselor here." The man's cold face suddenly broke into a smile as he extended his hand to Sully. Sully felt a bit surprised. At first, he thought his colleagues were only the technical repairman and the cleaner. But now it seemed like there were two more, a girl in charge of the leisure dining area and the game counselor in front of him. With so many people, finding the goal of his current side quest became much more difficult. And he didn't know if any new people would appear later. Thoughts flashed quickly, and Sully smiled as he reached out to shake hands with Yan Hua. "Hello, my name is Sully. You can call me Xiao Su, brother Yan. I am new here, please take care of me." Yan Hua nodded with a smile, then pulled out a crumpled cigarette pack from his pocket and shook out a cigarette, offering it to Sully. "Thank you, brother Yan, but I don't smoke." Yan Hua didn't mind and lit one up for himself, then leaned closer to Sully, giving him a strange look as he turned to glance at the leisure dining area. "So, what do you think of that girl just now?" Chapter 68, Eat, Why Aren't You Eating? Sully looked into Yan Hua's smiling eyes. They were normal eyes, not the strange black ones. "Ha ha ha, really? I didn't notice her, I was only focused on the food on her plate." He paused, then his expression turned quite puzzled. "Is she also one of us? Is she specifically in charge of the leisure dining area?" "Yeah, but she came a few days earlier than you." "Oh, brother Yan, do you have a crush on her? Should I help you set up a match?" Upon hearing this, Yan Hua suddenly turned his head, took a step back, and sized up Sully from head to toe. Then he flashed a grin with his yellowed teeth, giving Suli a thumbs up. Xiao Su, I have high hopes for you. You have good insight. Work hard. Who knows, one day the owner of the Firefly Game Hall might be you. Yanhua stepped forward, patting Suli's shoulder heavily before turning to leave. Alright, you keep busy. I need to go to work too. Suli kept a smile on his face, but at this moment, it was genuine happiness, not the kind he had forced before. This colleague named Yanhua clearly did not have the same deep intentions as Yi Shueming. He approached Suli not to greet a new colleague but because he noticed Suli had been staring at the girl. Suli was certain that if he had answered the question about how good-looking the girl was differently, by saying, yes, she is indeed beautiful, it could have led to some troublesome events. He had noticed that although Yanhua's gaze wasn't on him but directed at the girl's leaving figure, his fists were tightly clenched. Only after Suli answered did Yanhua relax his fists. Moreover, the previous conversation revealed that Yanhua did not have a close relationship with the girl, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so insecure to ask Suli just because he stared at her a bit more. And when Suli offered to play matchmaker, Yanhua appeared so happy. A bold idea suddenly emerged in Suli's mind. Since the employees in this game hall weren't united, did that mean he could choose one side to gradually explore the secrets of the arcade? As for which side to choose? Hello, your takeaway has arrived. A sudden voice beside him broke Suli's train of thought. He turned to see a young man in black clothing holding a bag, smiling at him. The voice was the same as the one he had heard on the phone. Was this the owner of the takeaway shop? Did the boss come personally to deliver the takeout? The delivery guy saw Suli just staring at him without moving and reminded him. This is the noodles, buns, and porridge you just ordered. Suli reached out to take it and casually asked. Have you been delivering takeout here all along? Yes, I've been delivering for a long time. The delivery guy answered naturally, then suddenly remembered something and felt a bit embarrassed. Sorry. You must be the new waitress, right? I haven't seen you before, so it's normal that you wouldn't know this. Have you always been the one delivering from your restaurant? Yeah, it's just me in the shop. It's a small business, so I haven't hired anyone. Gulp. The delivery guy shyly touched his belly. You see, I've been so busy that I haven't had time to eat. I'm really sorry to waste your time, you can head back now. Then, handsome, you take your time eating, I'm off to get busy. Suli watched the delivery guy jog out the door, then looked at the food on the table. He opened his porridge box, and a subtle warm steam and fragrance wafted towards him. It seemed freshly made, and from the looks of it, there was no issue, it appeared to be safe to eat. Suli stood up and looked around the hall, then shouted towards a covered area. Mr. He! The takeout has arrived. Come eat. Seeing He Shueming walk out from behind the curtain towards the front desk, Suli's eyes flickered slightly. He Shueming ordered 2 portions of half a pound of noodles. At first, he thought it was for the cleaner, but now it was clear it wasn't, as Suli hadn't seen anyone resembling a cleaner so far. So now the key point is, who is this extra portion of noodles for? Once this point is clear, he could catch glimpses of the relationships among the employees in this arcade. Yanhua! Come eat! He Shueming shouted loudly across the hall, not caring whether Yanhua heard, and pushed open the front desk door to enter. He took off his slightly dirty gloves and tossed them on the table, then sat down directly and moved a bowl of noodles closer to eat a few bites before looking up at Suli. Eat! Why aren't you eating? He, I was waiting for you, Mr. He, and Yengu. Yengu. Oh, you mean that guy Yanhua? Looks like you've seen him already, that's great, saves me from having to introduce him again later. He Shueming slurped a couple of bites before inviting Suli to sit down and eat. Don't wait for that guy, quickly eat your food. As he said this, he opened the box with the buns, looking surprised at Suli. You're really something. Knowing I might not be full, you ordered extra, not bad, not bad. Suli smiled on the outside but was shocked on the inside. He initially thought that He Shueming ordered 3 trays of buns, which were soup dumplings, so Suli also ordered a tray. But he didn't expect the boxes contained fist-sized large buns, and counting the quantity, there must be 20 or 30 in total across 4 boxes. Could the 2 of them eat this much in one meal? And there was also a bowl of half a pound of noodles? Such portions are no longer something a normal person could finish for breakfast. Or, are the foods in the boxes the ones that aren't normal? Yo! Mr. He, you started eating without waiting for me. Yanhua also walked in, skillfully carrying a stool to sit down. It's still Su being kind, always waiting for me. Since we're all here, let's not stand on ceremony, let's eat. However, he didn't start eating right away. Instead, he turned his head to quietly watch Suli, as if he wanted to see Suli eat the things on the table before he would begin to use his chopsticks. Alright, let me try and see how this tastes. Suli didn't hesitate any longer, smiling as he brought the porridge to his mouth. Although he couldn't be sure if it was truly safe. But now, this situation can only be this way, because not only is Yanhua watching me, but even Yi Shueming, who always seemed to be focused on his noodles, also appears to be glancing at me with the corner of his eye. Chapter 69K.0. So, I can only drink this bowl of porridge, even if there really is a problem. I have the foresight of death as a safety net. I took a gentle sip, the taste was very light, and my body felt no strange sensations for now. Tasty? Looking at the smiling Yanhua, Suli also turned around and smiled back with an But the next moment, his gaze slightly paused and then quickly shifted away. Because from the angle just now, he could clearly see that on the gloves Yi Shueming had taken off on the table, besides the dark oil stains, there was also some very faint fresh red liquid on it. Yanhua suddenly put down his chopsticks, his expression cold as he leaned closer to Suli, then turned his head to look at the gloves, his low and cold voice ringing in Suli's ear. What do you think that is, or should be? A chill surged in Suli's heart. He never expected that his gaze had lingered just for that brief moment and was still caught by Yanhua. While he was thinking about how to answer, he suddenly heard Yanhua burst into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. Brother did you see how he looked just now? It's so funny, he must have been scared. Bang! A pair of chopsticks abruptly stabbed into Yanhua's hand resting on the table, blood gushing, and there was Yanhua's astonished face. Brother you. Yi Shueming calmly pulled out another pair of chopsticks. Without raising his head, he chewed on 2 more bites of noodles before slowly speaking. I remember telling you, you need to change that bad habit of yours, did you forget? Yanhua lowered his head, his voice noticeably deep. I understand, brother Expressionless, he pulled the chopsticks out of his left hand, then continued to quietly eat his noodles. Suli's pupils constricted, then suddenly saw the gloves thrown toward him. Instinctively, he caught them and looked at Yi Shueming. Is it what you thought? Just smell it and you'll know. He brought them close to his nose and took a light sniff. There was no smell of blood at all, just the kind of paint smell from the maintenance worker. Did I really think wrong? Alright, put that down and eat. After you're done, continue working. Yi Shueming glanced at Suli, then lowered his head to continue eating noodles. After that, the atmosphere in the front desk space grew silent, only the sounds of chewing, the noisy arcade machines, and the players' shouts and curses echoed. Suli tried to grab a bun, it looked normal, but he still ate very slowly, trying to avoid eating too much. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud banging noise from the western area, followed by a player shouting loudly toward the front desk. Boss! What's wrong with this machine? Yi Shueming stood up with a bun in hand to take a glance, then sat back down. Is the machine malfunctioning? Suli tentatively asked. Yanhua, this is your responsibility. Yanhua said nothing, just quickly swallowed 2 bites, finishing the last bit of noodles in his bowl. Then he stood up, not even wrapping his left hands wound, just took a piece of chocolate from a jar on the front desk while unwrapping it, and headed toward the western area. With a curious face, Suli lifted his bowl and stood in front of the counter looking that way. Brother I heard Yenga say he is a game counselor. I haven't heard of that job before, what does it do? It's responsible for guiding new players, introducing them to the game rules and operation skills, and so on. Oh, so that's how it is. Suli showed a look of realization, but his peripheral vision was looking toward the eastern area. He still remembered the first time he met Yanhua when a player had their leg broken by a kick from another. Can such a person really have the patience to properly guide players? Soon, Suli frowned, because he found that the injured player was no longer in that position. He surely hadn't left the place. The entrance to the arcade was in the northwest direction of the front desk, and he had been at the front desk, not seeing him leave. But with such an injury, where could he possibly go? He looked towards the position of the player who had shouted about the machine malfunction. There was Yanhua, smiling as he spoke to that player. Maybe he hadn't explained clearly, so he raised his hand for the player to get up, sat down himself to operate it for a bit, then stood back up to let the player try, seeming to conduct a demonstration, which did look like what a normal game instructor should do. Next, following Yanhua's guidance, the player controlled the joystick with one hand while pressing the buttons with the other, guiding the game character to first kick the opponent away, then rush over to wildly grab at the fallen opponent. Under this combo, the opponent's health bar was instantly drained to 0. Watching the screen reveal the letters KO, the player seemed exceptionally excited, unable to help but lean over to high-five the equally excited Yanhua. Blood dripped from Yanhua's palm, which had a hole from being stabbed, while Suli momentarily paused in his action of drinking kanji. Because he saw a large splash of blood appearing on the game machine screen, even dyeing the KO letters into glaring red. And that blood did not come from Yanhua's injured left hand, but originated from inside the screen. It was from the game character that was now lying on the ground, motionless. Burp. Yi Shueming stood up and comfortably let out a burp. He rubbed his belly, then grabbed a paper towel from the table to wipe his mouth, glancing at the small amount of kanji left in Suli's bowl. Little Su, your appetite's not good. Young people should eat more when they can. Saying this, He Shueming walked over to the drink machine at the front desk, took out a bottle of beer, bit it open, and gulped down a big mouthful, letting out a very comfortable sigh before preparing to leave. Where do we throw these leftovers later? Su Li hurriedly called him back, then pointed at the empty food boxes on the table. Anywhere is fine, you can leave them there or toss them on the ground. But, if we throw it on the ground, won't customers step on it or complain about us? He Shueming laughed as he walked over, placing a hand on Su Li's shoulder, the scent of alcohol wafting from him as he pointed forward. No way, look around, who would care about such trivial matters here? Su Li followed his gaze and saw bits of trash scattered all over the hall, even some food previously delivered by that girl, now thrown on the ground and writhing there. Our Firefly arcade is all about letting loose, the main point is that customers are happy. He patted Su Li's shoulder. Little Su, there's still a lot for you to learn. He pulled back his arm and walked toward the exit. If you don't want to throw it on the ground, just leave it here, anyway someone will come clean it up later. Hey, look, speaking of which, here comes that person. Chapter 70, is it possible, he is the investigator? Su Li looked towards the voice and saw an old man walking in from the door, hunched over, dressed in ragged clothes, his hair almost completely gray, giving off a very shabby appearance. If it weren't for He Shueming speaking, Su Li would have thought he was just an old homeless man. Is this the cleaner mentioned in the rules? I'm going to work now. If you need anything, just call me, or Yen Hui is fine. Alright, he gone. Su Li's gaze lingered on He Shueming for just a moment, but when he looked away, he found the old man had disappeared. He was just about to search for him when he saw the old man pushing a yellow trash bin, coming out from the public restroom on the left side of the entrance. This time, the old man was no longer in ragged clothes but had changed into a clean white cleaner's uniform. Rule 5 of the service staff. In the arcade, there is only one trash bin. If any customer or staff member throws garbage on the ground, whether intentionally or unintentionally, there is no need to worry, a designated cleaner will come to clean it up. Su Li's eyes followed the old man's figure, wanting to see what was special about the person mentioned in the rules. At first, the old man's movements seemed quite normal. He would stop where there was garbage, clean it up, then mop the area before moving on to another place. But soon, Su Li noticed some unusual things. While the old man kept his hands busy cleaning, his eyes would occasionally glance at the customers enjoying themselves. Sometimes, he would even take the opportunity of wiping the game machines to get closer to the players. Su Li's gaze kept flickering. Was this cleaner looking for someone, or something? Suddenly, Su Li's heart sank. In the first passing method, one condition was that the chosen one had to help the investigator complete the recovery work. What needed to be recovered was not specified, but this old man's actions seemed like he was searching for something. Could it be that he is the investigator? Just as this thought crossed Su Li's mind, he felt another shock. He saw the old man walking towards a moving hamburger on the ground. Instead of sweeping it into the trash, he bent down to pick it up, brushed it off, blew on it a couple of times, and then took a big bite. Juice splattered everywhere, and Su Li saw that even though the old man bit off a piece of the hamburger, it continued to squirm within his mouth. Su Li suddenly found his porridge unappetizing. He struggled to suppress the rising sensation in his stomach, set the bowl down, took a few deep breaths, and looked up again. The old man had finished the hamburger, casually wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth with his sleeve, and went back to pushing the trash bin to clean up. Hey! Boss! Boss! A man's voice suddenly came from beside him. Su Li turned to look and saw a man with glasses looking somewhat displeased at him. What were you just looking at? Didn't you hear me talking? Su Li apologized sincerely. I'm sorry, I was a bit distracted. Do you need to ask something or buy game coins? He observed the man in front of him and a woman with a ponytail beside him. They seemed to be a couple, both wearing adorable rabbit-themed jackets, and the man was carrying a woman's purse, likely belonging to his girlfriend. The ponytailed woman shot a dissatisfied glance at the man. What are you being grumpy about? Can't you see the young man was just drinking porridge? Then she smiled at Su Li. Young man, please give me 70 game coins. Seeing the 50 yuan handed over, Su Li's heart tightened, but he smiled and asked. Sure, do you have a membership card for Firefly? The woman hesitated for a moment, then suddenly seemed to remember something, rummaging through the bag the man was carrying, and then handed over a blue card. I'm sorry, I just forgot to give it to you. Su Li secretly sighed with relief. According to the member discount, buy 50 and get 20 free, so the amount perfectly matched the 70 the woman mentioned. He opened the drawer, counted out 70 coins, and handed them to the woman. She counted them, smiled, and nodded, then called her boyfriend to turn and leave. But the next moment, Su Li's heart sank again. The man didn't follow her out, instead, he grabbed the woman's arm and looked coldly at Su Li. No. The woman turned around in surprise. What do you mean no? 5 coins short. The man kept staring at Su Li, and Su Li noticed the dark glint in his eyes. He inwardly cursed, knowing this wouldn't be so simple. He could only smile and take back the coins from the woman's hand, returning them to their unseen drawer, heavily taking out and putting them back to create the illusion of adding more game coins, then handed them back to the woman again. Still not right. The man just glanced at them and coldly spoke again. Sully kept his smile and repeated the previous action, but this time he made more noise. Not right. Not right. Still not right. After 3 attempts, Sully placed the coins in front of the somewhat puzzled woman. This time he didn't take them back but simply smiled at the icy man, gripping his pencil tighter. This made the viewers watching the live stream feel anxious. Oh no. This time, Brother Su has met his match. This man is not as easy to deceive as that kid. I feel like this man is definitely doing it on purpose. He must have noticed his girlfriend looking at Sully a few more times and is now holding a grudge, venting his anger. Don't come. You'll all get strange things on you later. If you have time, hurry up and help Sully see if anyone from other countries has encountered the same situation, and if so, let the combat analysis room know. No need to go, I just came back from their live stream, and indeed some chosen ones encountered the same situation as Sully, but they are all just standing there, flustered and explaining. Damn it. These useless people, every day just stealing Brother Su's methods, they don't know how to help Sully. But they must be able to solve it first. Should we wait for them? After they figure it out, they can provide solutions to Sully through the combat analysis room? No way. Although the little boy's matter was triggered simultaneously, this time, for some unknown reason, Sully is the first to encounter this among all the chosen ones. Even if there are really people from other countries who can solve it, they probably won't make it in time. The audience felt extremely anxious, yet they had no way to help. Suddenly, they saw Sully put down the pencil in his hand, and their hearts jumped. Could it be that he has a way? Chapter 71, What are you teaching Sully? Sully seemed not to see the man's eyes almost bursting with darkness and sighed heavily with regret. Big brother, I really envy you. The man's face showed clear surprise. Before he could say anything, Sully continued. If I had a beautiful girlfriend like yours, I would be over the moon. The man looked a bit confused, while the woman's cheeks turned slightly red. Sully casually glanced at her, and then lowered his voice to a level that was like talking to himself but just loud enough for the woman to hear. If I brought such a beautiful girlfriend to the arcade, I would definitely let her play whatever she wanted for as long as she wanted, without looking for reasons to waste time. Then, Sully seemed to realize he had said something wrong, looking anxiously at the woman whose expression had already changed slightly as he explained. Miss, please don't be angry. Your boyfriend must really like you, and he didn't mean to say your math was bad. No, he just wants you to play games a little less, not to control you. No. Sully seemed to realize he had misspoken, rambling on with his explanations. I'm not good with words, but I know he must be doing it for your good. He just wants you to play less and take care of your health. If you want, I can give you your money back, and you can return the game coins to me. As he spoke, Sully timidly reached out towards the game coins on the table. Enough. The woman interrupted Sully's explanations, her eyes blazing with anger as she looked at the now flustered man. No, I didn't. Don't listen to his nonsense, babe. Let me explain. Ouch, gentle. The woman grabbed the man's ear with one hand while picking up the game coins from the table with the other, then walked towards the hall. After taking a few steps, she turned around, twisting the man to face her, smiling at the still awkward-looking Sully. Handsome guy, thank you for your reminder. Don't feel bad about it, I'm leaving now. It wasn't until the woman had walked far away that Sully rubbed his face, letting out a long sigh. He had been so tense before, but although it took a lot of time, at least the problem was somewhat resolved. From the rules perspective, although there were 2 people involved in this incident, the one paying was the woman, she was the customer, and the amount he offered only needed to satisfy her. The man's attitude was actually unimportant. And initially, the woman was indeed ready to leave, but the man held her back and then repeatedly insisted that the amount was wrong, making the woman start to doubt it too, which meant they couldn't meet the condition of satisfying the customer. After the previous methods were ineffective, Sully found himself in a real dilemma. But soon, he remembered some odd behaviors from the man. Every time he said something was wrong, he would unconsciously glance at the woman beside him before turning back to look at Sully. Was he observing the woman's reaction? Why was he doing that? Once Sully noticed this detail, he began to think, and soon, he pieced together all the fragments of information about the two. They wore matching outfits that leaned towards a cute, feminine rabbit theme, suggesting the woman held a somewhat higher position in the relationship. The bag the woman had was slung over the man's shoulder, which looked a bit uncoordinated, but the man showed no sign of embarrassment at all, meaning this wasn't something he was new to, he had grown accustomed to it. Furthermore, the man always glanced at the woman when he insisted that something was wrong. It was clear he was worried she might feel unhappy, and when she initially prepared to leave, the way he gently tugged her arm seemed very tender.
Putting these fragments together painted a complete picture of the characters. This man was a henpecked husband, what they call a soft ear in Rongcheng. At this point, things became much easier. There was no need to deliberately explain that the number of game coins he offered was adequate. All he needed to do was use some words to enhance the woman's fondness for him, making her firmly believe that his view was right and redirecting her doubts about the number of game coins onto the man.